Chapter 1 Seconds to Kill System. It was already 12 o'clock at night when Yang Ming came out from the company, but he looked at the surrounding office buildings. Many of them were still lit up. Then he looked back at the Jinling building behind him at work and shook his head helplessly. He could not remember how many times he had worked overtime until so late tonight this month, but for a social animal like him, not working overtime was not an option. The companies in Magic City didn't keep idle people. Yang Ming, who graduated from university 2 years ago, has no car, no house, no girlfriend, and is now working as a planning assistant in this advertising company. What does it mean to be a planning assistant? To put it bluntly, it's just doing odd jobs, doing everything. Hard work, exhausting work is not to mention. Dirty work is a common occurrence. Looking at the few pedestrians on the street, Yang Ming for the first time on the life of a lost. When Yang Ming graduated, his parents persuaded him to go home and get a public job, so that he could live in peace and security with his parents. But Yang Ming's reaction was very fierce. He said he would stay in Magic City, even at the expense of hurting his parents' feelings. Yang's father and mother finally compromised. The world has not won the children's parents. Egu, pity the world's parents. 2 years have passed. Yang Ming is no longer the original ignorant teenager, but the monthly salary of more than 7,000 in the end to pay the rent and a variety of outstanding bills. There is really not much left. The arrogance in Yang Ming's bones makes him not want to turn to his parents for help. Every time Yang's mother calls, he always reports the good news but not the bad, and after hanging up the phone, he sits on the edge of the bed withered, with no future in his life in sight. When is this kind of day going to end? Yang Ming looked up to the sky and sighed. Hey, Yang Ming, what are you doing? Yang Ming followed the voice and saw a girl appear beside him, a 1.68 person, with a delicate figure, the thin, the fat. A professional dress on the body is simply very fitting. Her face is also wearing exquisite makeup, so that people see it and gulp straight. Oh, it's nothing, it's just a bit of emotion. I didn't realize that your department is also so late. Recently I have been working overtime to add a neurasthenia. Yang Ming faced the woman, spoke in a small voice and showed coyness, not the slightest bit of manliness. The woman glanced at him and said, "Less sighing God is not fair. Seize the promotion and salary increase. In the Magic City to buy a house is the right thing." After saying that, she didn't care about Yang Ming's reaction and walked straight ahead. Manchi, will it be unsafe to go back so late? Either. How about I send you? Li Manchi didn't return her head and pointed towards the Mercedes that flashed double jump lights not far away. Yang Ming instantly understood. That's right, how could a big beauty like you lack a driver? Yang Ming laughed to himself in his heart. As long as you're willing, the people pursuing you can line up from the company entrance to the subway station. Yang Ming had a crush on Li Manchi, but he knew how much he weighed, and he didn't have the guts to confess. Li Manchi had entered the company with him 2 years ago, and the two of them got along well because they were of similar age. However, Li Manchi's ability in all aspects of the conditions are very good. Soon came to prominence, and then transferred to the Department of Administration Assistant Director, is considered to be a step forward. Yang Ming's character is rigid and not smooth. In the planning department is limited everywhere, and finally fell to the result of only miscellaneous. Not far from Li Manchi sat in the car. The man next to him was very attentive to ask for warmth. Li Manchi showed impatient eyes before returning to the driver's seat, driving away. When she passed by Yang Ming, Li Manchi opened the car window, waved her hand with Yang Ming and said, "See you tomorrow." Aha, it's a pity. Ming is not bad looking, but this can't be a meal. Li Manchi thought silently in her heart. Her goal in life was clear, to find a high-quality man to get married and have children, with a happy family. And to achieve this goal, her other half had to be very good to do so. At least the financial strength had to be able to meet her requirements. So Yang Ming was out of the game a long time ago, not in Li Manchi's consideration at all. It's not that she looks down on Yang Ming, but life has taught her what is the fantasy of a little girl and what is the reality of an adult. Li Manchi's strict requirements for her other half are well known in the company, and after the date, she found that it was not suitable, and told the other party straight away. This way both parties will not waste any more time and play emotional games. And in the face of some men who still pestered her even after being rejected, Li Manchi didn't mind the use of resources, such as picking up and dropping off like tonight, but she never gave hope, she never gave promises, and she never had a good face. This was her principle of dealing with people. Yang Ming understood it, so he didn't want to provoke the other party. When they bumped into each other at the company, the two of them were just like ordinary friends, nodding their heads and saying hello, that's all. Back to the rental house, already close to 2 o'clock. Wash up. Yang Ming lying in bed, looking at the mottled walls, for the first time the idea of buying a house. However, the Magic City housing prices per square foot can easily be 50,000 to 60,000 starting price, or let Yang Ming a sigh of relief. If this goes on, When can I have a house of my own? Ah, if the house can also be like the e-commerce platform, out of a discount or spike, how good it would be. Yang Ming silently thought in his heart. His mind was filled with imaginations of his future life. These thoughts had just popped up in Yang Ming's mind when he heard a mechanical voice. Detected the host's needs. The spike system is starting to load. 5%, 15%, 35%, 67%, 88%, 100%. Binding complete. What a sound. Yang Ming felt that his recent nerve decay was so severe that he was beginning to hallucinate. But the interface that then appeared in his mind really startled Yang Ming. This was? Yang Ming wanted to touch it with his hand, but it touched empty in the void. And the content on the interface made Yang Ming even more surprised. This interface was very much like Taobao, with a wide variety of products, and the main interface was crowded with a variety of major categories of product names, and below that there were a lot of hierarchical subcategories, and the 4 big words spike system in the upper left corner were quietly hanging there like a plaque. The interface of the homepage is clean and clear, without the various advertisements of Taobao, and there is a button in the upper right corner of the system. This should be able to be clicked out. Unexpectedly, the interface suddenly popped up a dialog window, which prompted, System Junior is in the process of inputting. This, with the operation of the e-commerce platform, seems to be a bit like and this button Yang Ming did not touch with his hand. It seems to be driven by consciousness. System Junior, thank you to the host for using the SecKill system. Please click on my SecKill system at the top center to check the host's level. Chapter 2, you can really kill a house in seconds. Yang Ming directly clicked on my SecKill system in his consciousness. The interface jumped. Name, Yang Ming. Level 1. My account 28907 RMB. Spike limit, 10,000 RMB. My spike, click to enter. My orders, click to enter. My favorites, click to enter. My tasks, click to enter. My points, click to enter. My other, under construction. My reviews, click to enter. Simple and clear personal details. And such an interface is basically similar to the function of Taobao. Just now, Yang Ming thought it was his own Peach Treasure account in a trance. Wait. Asterisk. This system even violated my personal privacy. How can you put my bank card balance directly to the system balance? Yang Ming hurriedly opened his bank account, and only after seeing that the money inside didn't become less, did he put his heart down. Just now, Yang Ming almost thought that the money he had saved for 2 years was gone. This was what he had saved through his hard work and frugality. Although it wasn't much, but in case something happened, it could still be used in case of emergency. He didn't expect the spike system to be so powerful that it could directly call up bank information. If this can be done, then this system is quite powerful. What is this spike limit? There are also points, evaluation, task, what is this with what? The screen is full of questions filling Yang Ming's mind. System Junior, after system testing, 99% of your planet's goods and services can be found in the spike system. Please take your time to experience the use of the host. Asterisk. You don't give a usage instruction either. Let me experience it on my own. I know a hammer. Dissatisfaction was dissatisfaction. But Yang Ming still seriously studied the SecKill system. This caused a very bizarre scene. Inside a room where one couldn't see a finger, a person was sitting on the bed, his eyes looking ahead, his gaze empty and his expression hideous. If someone saw it through the moonlight at this time, they would definitely be startled. At this time, Yang Ming had already entered the weapons item, and the following showed the names of densely packed countries. Yang Ming chose country M. The interface instantly switched over and the content was different. Army, click to enter. Navy, click to enter. Air Force, click to enter. Yang Ming randomly clicked on Air Force. Weapon name, F-22. Weapon type, fighter aircraft. Detailed parameters, click to enter. Spike amount, 99999999999 plus. Yang Ming took a look at the amount of money is stupid. I blame their own hands cheap. I guess this life cannot afford to buy. And even the bottom of the page can also scroll. The weapons interface did not finish looking at, and then directly to close. Just now the curiosity makes Yang Ming want to see the weapons classification in the end some things, but after looking at it, he thought it was better not to touch it, or he might be arrested and sliced up one day. He thought it would be better not to touch it, otherwise he might be caught and sliced up one day. He should take a look at the houses in Mordor. This is what Yang Ming urgently needed. So Yang Ming clicked on house again and then chose Mordor. And immediately a few housing information popped up. House name, Phoenix City. House location, Minhang District. House type, commodity housing. House number, building 31102. House size, 105 square meters. Seconds amount 8,700 renminbi. House name Riverside City. Location Pudong New Area. House type, commercial house. House number, block 1803. House size, 121 square meters. Seconds amount 9,200 renminbi. House name, Huaiyue Home. Location Suwei District. House type, commercial house. House number, building 2 1902. House size, 120 square meters. Seconds amount 9,300 renminbi. The information of the three neighborhoods instantly appeared in Yang Ming's mind, and he was confused for a moment. He carefully looked at the spike amount and made sure it was a price he could afford. Then he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I didn't think it was really possible to spike a house, and the spike price was so cheap. And these several neighborhoods are located in Minhang, Suwei, Pudong. For Yang Ming are not too bad, especially Huaiyue Home. He used to share the house there with others. The neighborhood environment is beautiful. The supporting facilities are more complete. The life is convenient, although the rent is very expensive. But the three people share it, or can afford it. If it wasn't for the fact that the other two people had gone back to their hometowns, Yang Ming wouldn't have moved at all. Now it seems that the basic operation of the spike system is similar to online e-commerce platform shopping. If it is really possible to buy a house in Huaiyue Homes for less than $10,000, then it is really a dream come true. Yang Ming no longer hesitated and directly clicked in. Then the system interface popped up. System Junior, you will spend 9,300 renminbi to buy the room 1902 in building 2 of Huaiyue Home. Yes/no? Yes/no? Yang Ming's mood was excited and he clicked yes. Then he heard a voice from his cell phone. Yang Ming saw a text message alert of a deduction of 9,300 renminbi from the bank. System Junior, host can log into the system to see the logistics information in My Orders. Welcome to the next visit. Yang Ming really found the order for the house he just purchased in the orders, and the logistics showed that it was waiting for collection. Thinking about this middle of the night, there shouldn't be any courier companies still working, so Yang Ming decisively chose to sleep first. In fact, Yang Ming has been exhausted, head dipped pillow, immediately directly coma in the past. Ding ding ding. Yang Ming was woken up by his own alarm clock in a daze, and looked at the time. It was 7 in the morning. Dragging his tired body, Yang Ming quickly got up and washed up. Today was another busy day. All sorts of materials were waiting for him to make copies, and all sorts of PPTs for him to present. Yang Ming, who couldn't be bothered to tie his tie, rushed out of the rented room. He had to rush to the subway before the morning rush hour, otherwise he would definitely be late. Every white-collar worker has to go through the ordeal of the subway, and Yang Ming is certainly no exception. Last night's events were like a dream. Yang Ming seemed to have forgotten all about it. It was hard to get to the downstairs of the company before 9 o'clock, but then the elevator was full, so Yang Ming had to climb up to the 11th floor. After arriving at the workstation in a hurry, the supervisor had an expression of almost "you are late." Hey, so damn tired. Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. At this time, his cell phone vibrated. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yang Ming? I'm a courier from Shun Phone Company. You have a package that I put downstairs in the security room for you. Chapter 3, I finally got a house in Magic City. What? Express delivery? Yang Ming held up the phone and froze. Last night wasn't it a dream? Hello, Mr. Yang, are you still there? Shunfeng's courier said on the other end of the phone. Oh, sorry, I just had something. It's fine, just put it in the security room. Thanks. Yang Ming came back to his senses and had an urge to immediately go down and get the courier, but seeing the supervisor's fierce eyes, he still obediently sat in his seat. The morning's work was busy and mechanical, and Yang Ming didn't have a chance to catch his breath until 12 noon. Seeing the people in the office leaving one after another to settle their lunch at a nearby restaurant, Yang Ming also dragged his tired body to the security room. It was a very light and thin express, but it held Yang Ming's hope of buying a house. He carefully opened the courier. Into the eyes is a big red book. There are keys and access cards. The name Yang Ming was written on the real estate right certificate. Excited. Cannot describe Yang Ming's mood at this moment. I finally have a house in Magic City. At this moment, Yang Ming already couldn't care about eating lunch. He hurriedly closed the courier and hurriedly took a cab to Huaiyue Home. Huaiyue Home is not far from the company, about 20 minutes drive. After getting off the car, Yang Ming in the neighborhood under the watchful eye of the security guards, with the access card drop a sound, successfully entered the neighborhood, jogged all the way to building 2, room 1902. Then with a trembling hand to insert the key into the security door lock hole gently twisted. Drop. The door was opened. The room in front of me is really beautiful. 120 square feet of 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and 2 bathrooms. The layout and orientation are good. However, this is not the point. The point is that this is a well-decorated house. The furniture and appliances were all well-known brands, and the decoration was on the European side. Looking at everything in front of him, Yang Ming seemed to see his happy life in the future. I didn't expect that last night's spike system was real. He opened the system interface, clicked on my order, and sure enough, There is a pending receipt of the prompt. Yang Ming clicked receive and then gave a 5-star praise. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to kill seconds every day, as long as it did not exceed the upper limit. Sure enough, the price of seconds is still very powerful. The market value of this set of Huaiyue homes nearly 10 million. But even by himself with less than 10,000 to take the price, the next step should be the rhythm of buying. Yang Ming was happy in his heart, thinking that he could become the richest man by selling houses in the future. He was thrilled in his heart. System Junior, commodities in the spike system are prohibited from being sold. What? Can't be sold? Yang Ming was poured a pot of cold water by System Junior and came to his senses. But think about it, if this operation is followed, the book will directly end in a big way. Yang Ming pondered for a moment and asked the system Xiaoer if there were any other restrictions on this spike system. Figure it out once and save the trouble of operating in the future. System Junior, Level 1, the property cannot exceed 3 sets, with a total area of no more than 500 square meters. System Seconds Rank 1 Mobility Tools cannot exceed 3. System Junior, Rank 1, Commercial cannot exceed 1. System Junior, Level 1 upgrade to Level 2 requires 5 million renminbi. I didn't expect there to be so many restrictions. The property can't be more than 3 sets, and it can't be sold. Yang Ming thought about it and directly searched the system for properties near the Magic City School. He was already too lazy to go one level at a time to find the relevant real estate information, and it was more efficient to use the search function directly. But the interface kept failing to display. System Junior, the host is careful to enter a definite name or location when searching, or else the system page won't be displayed due to too many search results. Damn, told you so. A specific school, huh? This Yang Ming really wasn't sure. What he was thinking now was that since the property couldn't be sold, it would be used for rent. The rent of a house in Magic City was also a sizable amount of income. Then if you want to maximize the rent, then the property must be around the school or the office building. One is to a company the parents will rent. One is the company's white collar will rent. Both of these waves of people are just in demand and the rental price will not be low. Magic City. As a typical city with strong private and weak public offices at the elementary and middle school levels, many houses next to private schools are very expensive. Yang Ming never paid attention to the information about school districts and schools when he didn't have a house in the past, and now he can only be anxious. But when things do not decide to ask a certain degree, Yang Ming researched for Flower Fly Apartments. The page jumps. House name Hua Fei Apartment. Location, Pudong District. Housing type, commercial housing. House number, 502. Block 6. House size, 114 square meters. Spike amount 9. 400 renminbi. House name, Hua Fei Apartment. Location Pudong District. House type, commodity house. House number, 601. Block 3. House size, 114 square meters. Spike amount 9. 400 renminbi. House name, Hua Fei Apartment. Location Pudong District. House type, commodity house. House number, 402. Block 4. House size, 114 square meters. Spike amount, 9. 400 renminbi. The price of the 3 suites is the same, and the area is also the same. Yang Ming chose 502 in Block 6 completely based on his mood. He could already see a steady stream of rents beckoning him. The system popped up a confirmation box. System Junior, you will spend 9,400 renminbi to buy room 502 in Block 6 of Flower Fly Apartment. Yes/no? Yang Ming didn't hesitate. In addition to the 9,800 renminbi he paid last night, he still has close to 20,000 RMB in his bank card, so he can still buy 2 more. However, as long as the house is rented out, the return will be great. Directly clicked yes. Yang Ming waited for the courier to come to his door. There is still a house quota. Yang Ming wants to buy a bigger house. This way, he can try to use up the area limit. Yang Ming thought for a moment and searched for Star Hopper Bay in the system. Yang Ming didn't know much about school district houses, but he still had some knowledge about ordinary houses. After all, when he was looking for a house before, he had seriously searched for months. In the end, because of his shyness, he could only rent a house with a very cheap rent. But this didn't affect Yang Ming's understanding of the requirements of ordinary office workers for houses nowadays. Chapter 4 Resignation. The system interface jumped. House name, Xinghe Bay. Location Minhang District. House type, commodity house. House number, 1102. Block 11. House size, 248 square meters. Spike amount 9,800 renminbi. House name, Xinghe Bay. Location Minhang District. House type, commodity house. House number, 202. Block 13. House size, 248 square meters. Spike amount 9,600 renminbi. House name, Xinghe Bay. Location Minhang District. House type, commercial property. House number, 502. Block 9. House size, 248 square meters. Spike amount 9,600 renminbi. Yang Ming carefully compared the prices of the 3 houses. He finally chose 1102 in Block 11, which is the king of the building in the Star Hope Bay neighborhood. System Shower, you will spend 9,800 renminbi to buy the room 1102 in the 11th building of the Xinghe Bay. Yes/no? Yang Ming did not hesitate. Directly clicked yes. Did not expect the system to prompted today's spike limit is full. Yang Ming had no choice but to bookmark the house in his car and prepare to pay tomorrow. Yang Ming felt that he had to hurry to rent out the house to get back some blood. And when he bought Star Hopper Bay tomorrow, his bank card balance would only be a few $100s. This amount of money probably wouldn't last until the end of the month. Now he could only wait for the real estate license to arrive and everything would be ready. Suddenly, Yang Ming's cell phone vibrated, and when he looked at the caller ID, it was Zhao Li, the department head. Oh no, just now I was so happy that I forgot the time. Yang Ming cursed bad in his heart. Hey, Yang Ming, it's been almost half an hour since you went to work. Are you not going to do it? Zhao Li hissed and growled on the other end of the phone. Sorry, Mr. Zhao, I'll go back right away. Something happened at home. Yang Ming could only make amends one by one. When I rent out the house, I'll quit immediately. Yang Ming ran to the street to stop a cab to go back to the company. By the time Yang Ming arrived at the company, Zhao Li looked at him as if he already had eyes that weren't eyes and a nose that wasn't a nose. Catching Yang Ming was a hoot. The idea of resignation is also becoming more and more determined in Yang Ming's heart. Near the end of the day, the downwind courier boy still put Yang Ming's express parcel in the security room, and telephone notification Yang Ming early to get. When Yang Ming received the phone call, his mood almost exploded. He hadn't been to the Flower Fly apartment yet, but that didn't stop him from putting the house up on the internet. Who knew that just a few minutes after he hung it up, the call came in. Hello, is this Mr. Yang? Yes, I just saw your rental information from the internet. May I ask if this house in Flower Fly apartment can still be rented? Yes, it can. Price-wise, it's fine, just follow the online price. Yang Ming had wanted to say that he could give her some discounts, but he didn't expect the other party to be so forthcoming. The price Yang Ming listed on the internet reached 18,000/month, which was an inflated price, and people thinking of renting a room basically had to cut the price. Yang Ming also froze when he heard that the other party actually agreed in one bite. Hey, Mr. Yang, are you still there? Oh, just now I got a bit lost in thought, so let's go see the house tomorrow. Yang Ming was actually worried about the long night, so he rented it out earlier and put it in his pocket sooner. Yang Ming had just hung up the phone when the supervisor, Zhao Li, appeared behind Yang Ming again in a mysterious manner. I say Yang Ming, your business is very busy. You don't want to do it. Say it earlier. There are a bunch of people waiting in line behind you. Zhao Li looked like he was sure of Yang Ming, knowing that he was alone in Magic City with no support. If he lost this job, he would have nothing. As he spoke, he was hemming and hawing beside him, his expression cheap and hateful. As the saying goes, even the Buddha has a fire. It is not that it is not going to happen, it is that the time has not yet come. Yang Ming found a piece of white paper. Brush, write down the resignation letter, 3 big words. Snap. Yang Ming slapped the white paper on the table and angrily said, Mr. Zhao, we won't meet again. Zhao Li didn't expect the usually obsequious little man Yang Ming to actually resign, but soon he came back to his senses. Little prick old man, resigning a job and still dare to slap the table for me. There will be a time for you to cry. The surrounding colleagues all cast a sympathetic look at Yang Ming. Everyone usually dared to be angry. After all, Zhao Li usually hit or scolded his subordinates, causing anger in the department. But who asked him to have connections at the top? Although the white-collar workers in Magic City are highly paid, they all have 3 dares. Do not dare to get married. Do not dare to get sick. Do not dare to resign. Looking at this group of people to middle age, there are old and young ex-colleagues. Yang Ming heart not a little blame. This world who live are not easy. Yang Ming was about to leave when Zhao Li's voice came from behind again. Little prick old. You go to the personnel department to do your own separation. I don't have time to help you run this trip. And let me tell you, don't think that if you don't work in the company, I won't be able to cure you. As long as you still want to mix in the advertising world, I have plenty of ways to fix you. Yang Ming laughed back in anger. Mr. Zhao, I don't need you to do it. I'm ready to quit the advertising business in the future. Zhao Li's naked threat made the colleagues who were ready to get up and send Yang Ming off sit back down again. This send-off didn't matter. Who could guarantee that Zhao Li would not settle scores in the fall? Zhao Li squinted at the quiet office area and nodded in satisfaction. Yang Ming packed up his things, took his resignation letter, and took the elevator to the 12th floor. Due to the cardboard box he was holding obscuring his vision, he bumped into a person just as he exited the elevator. He was about to apologize, but he didn't expect the other person to speak first. Yang Ming, what's wrong with you? Yang Ming put down the carton and saw that it turned out to be Li Manchi. His heart warmed. You are really brainless. How can you make the stupid decision to resign as soon as you are provoked? It was true that good things don't come out of the door, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. The front foot Yang Ming just resigned. The back of the whole company knew that he angrily disliked Zhao Li and resigned in style. There was even a small video of Yang Ming writing his resignation letter in the company group. Yang Ming did not say anything. He enjoyed the feeling of being scolded by Li Manchi. This showed that there were still people who cared about themselves in this company. Say something. It's okay, Manchi. I've long had the idea of quitting. Now it's good. I finally have the feeling of escaping from life. Yang Ming had been happily looking at Li Manchi. Li Manchi had a look of hatred and stomped her foot and turned around to leave. Although she disliked Yang Ming for accomplishing nothing, she had always treated him as a close friend. Now she could only go forward alone in the company. Yang Ming looked at her back as she left and shook his head, picking up the carton and continuing to the personnel department. Chapter 5 Arrival of 1.29 million. When the alarm clock rang the next day, Yang Ming still painfully got up. After washing up, he was just about to go out, when he remembered that he had resigned and didn't have to go to work. Thinking about yesterday's matter of being irritated by Zhao Li's words and resigning angrily, a feeling of powerlessness invaded his whole body. Forget it, there is still business today. When the house is rented out, one can think about the future before. Yang Ming first bought the 1102 of the 11th building of Star Hop Bay from yesterday's spike car, and after paying the spike price of 9,800 renminbi, he was successfully promoted to the owner of 3 suites. There is nothing that can't be solved by one suite. If not, then by another one. Swelming has already seen the scene of his future self lying on a big comfortable bed, surrounded by several enchanting beauties. Can't think, afraid of 404. Ding ding ding. Yang Ming saw that it was the tenant who called him yesterday and immediately picked up the phone. Hey, Mr. Yang, I've arrived at Flowerfly apartment. Oh, wait a moment, I'll come over now. Yang Ming stopped his thoughts and left the rented room with his bag on his back. The entrance of the Flowerfly apartment. Is this Mr. Yang? I'm Hanji who contacted you yesterday about renting the apartment, and this is my daughter Yaojin. Yang Ming scrutinized the mother and daughter who got down from the Land Rover. Hanji was probably in her 30s, but her whole temperament was graceful and luxurious, which could also be seen from her dress. Next to her, Yaojin was 7 or 8 years old, with 2 lovable dimples and a sense of innocence. Ms. Han, let's go in first and take a look at the house. Trouble Mr. Yang. After saying that, Yang Ming led Hanji's mother and daughter into the neighborhood. In fact, Yang Ming himself hadn't seen how the house was, and he had been apprehensive in his heart about whether he could rent it out, until he opened the door. Everything in front of him completely convinced Yang Ming. It is true that the system is produced, must be a fine product. This 114 square feet of hard-covered house was also not inferior to Huaihua Home, and one word to describe it was luxury. Hanji's face was filled with a satisfied smile. I didn't expect it to be so beautifully decorated. These furniture and home appliances are brand new. Mr. Yang just decorated it not long ago, right? What could Yang Ming reply? Could he say that this nifty thing was all directly underwritten by the system and he didn't know anything about it? He could only nod awkwardly while surveying the layout of the entire room. After looking at the room, Hanshi said, Mr. Yang, my daughter is going to attend the nearby Pearl Primary School, so I'm going to accompany her over here. I wonder if you can rent it to me for a long period of time. How long? Yang Ming thought that it was better to rent it for a long time anyway. 6 years. This room completely exceeded her expectations. It was different from all the houses she had seen before. The important thing was that the house had just been renovated. It was completely new, which was much more satisfying for her. Yes. Yang Ming agreed in one breath and signed the rental contract with Hanji immediately. And Hanji would directly credit the 6 years rent into Yang Ming's card in one go. The two shook hands at the entrance of the neighborhood, and when they were leaving, the little girl Yaojin waved her hand at Yang Ming and said, Bye, uncle, waiting for the two to get into the car and walk away. Yang Ming couldn't wait to open the online bank to check up. 1.29 million was just lying quietly in the account. I'm also considered to be someone who has a huge amount of money in millions. After Yang Ming had the money, he swept away the gloom of yesterday's resignation and prepared to enjoy the next rare leisure time. He called the landlord of the original rental house and explained that he was going to quit the rent, then rushed back non-stop to pack up his things, and finally found a moving company to move some big pieces to Huaihua Home. When Yang Ming was lying on the sofa in his home in Huaihua Home at night, it was really like a lifetime ago. Who would have thought that a few days ago, the small assistant who was down and out and worked overtime until the early hours of the morning would have the days of living in a big house and carrying millions of dollars in his pocket? Just now, Yang Ming got the real estate license and key of Star Hopewell Bay in the security room of Huaihua Home, and before he finished sighing that the system was so powerful that it knew he had moved, he received several calls from people who were ready to rent a room. I didn't realize that commercial properties with such a large area like Star Hopewell Bay were so sought after. To be able to make more money, Yang Ming is of course willing. After all, the system upgrade still needs 5 million. The next morning, Yang Ming arrived at Star Hopper Bay in advance. He had to look at the house in advance in the end what kind. Otherwise, like yesterday, with the tenant to see the house. But even more shocked than the tenant, then it will be embarrassing. Yang Ming walked all the way inside all the way. The 11th building of Star Hop Bay is worthy of being the king of the district, with complete greenery, gazebo and pool around it. When Yang Ming arrived at the 11th floor and opened the door, the heart of the mama batch unexpectedly has not stopped. To be honest, to rent out this room, Yang Ming is really a little reluctant. The room has 3 openings facing south, and the room type is transparent. 4 rooms, 2 halls, 4 bathrooms, 1 kitchen, sweet design. Before and after there are 2 large balconies. Yang Ming looked at it and thought that the system had gotten such a good decoration for each room, obviously losing money. One can only say that the system is rich and capricious. This one actually just needs to be handbagged. The house has air conditioning, underfloor heating, refrigerator, beds and other soft furnishings. Ding dong. Yang Ming knew that it was the tenant who came, and after opening the door, he didn't expect that there were still 2 groups of people who came together. Ha! Yo! Yang Ming what's the matter? Quit his job and actually did a rental deal. That's right, among the people who came there was actually the former leader Zhao Li. Mr. Zhao, I didn't expect you to come to rent a room too. Aren't you the 2nd generation of demolition? Yang Ming was not willing to show weakness and sneered back. It's not me, it's my niece. My house is more than enough. It will also come to this kind of. Before the words were finished, Zhao Li, who saw the layout and decoration of the house, suddenly stopped. Rather than being knowledgeable, he had to shut his mouth when he saw the luxury inside the house. Several people entered the house one after another. Like Zhao Li, everyone didn't think that Yang Ming was the homeowner, probably because they thought he was too young and should be from an agency. Uncle, I think it's good. I want to rent it. Zhao Yu made up her mind to live here after looking at the interior decoration of the house. Zhao Li wasn't a cutie either, signaling her to wait a little longer. He himself carefully inspected the room from the room to the kitchen and then to the balcony, and after making sure there was nothing wrong, he said to Yang Ming, "How much is the rent for this for a month?" Yang Ming didn't want to rent the house to Zhao Li, and casually said, 50,000 a month, 12 months to start. In fact, Star Hopper Bay's location was okay, the neighborhood was quiet, the transportation was convenient, and it was usually about 40,000 a month. But Yang Ming intentionally raised the price because he didn't want to rent it to Zhao Li. Sure enough, Zhao Li heard this, frowned, and laughed. I say Yang Ming, isn't your price too much beyond the market price? Do you need to ask the landlord? Chapter 6 I am the landlord. Of course Yang Ming knew Zhao Li's mind. He wanted the landlord to be there so that he could directly kill the price and save himself from gabbing with himself here. Yang Ming, I'm sorry, I have full authority, just say rent or not. Before Zhao Li answered, a middle-aged man next to him spoke. Little Yang, right, like this, 540,000 a year, I'll rent it for 8 years, and I'll pay it all at once. If you can negotiate it down with the landlord, I'll give you a big red packet later. Landlord. Yang Ming was happy in his heart at the moment. Lately he always ran into this kind of people who were generous. This is my business card. You keep it. Contact me if you have news. Su Shi, head of logistics department of Magic City Xing Xing Trading Company. Yang Ming looked at the printed words on the business card and thought in his heart that if he really rented it out, the system upgrade would be expected. It's fine, Mr. Su, I can represent the landlord. See when it's convenient. Let's sign the contract. Su Shi was obviously stunned for a moment, not expecting the other party to directly agree to lower the price, without even discussing with the landlord. Although Su Shi was still a bit uneasy in his heart, but since Yang Ming agreed, he couldn't say anything. Maybe the landlord has some agreement with him. There is no need to entangle themselves, as long as the contract is still to sign with the landlord on the line. Next to Zhao Li is hateful teeth. Unexpectedly there is a wrongdoer willing to rent, then he has no conditions to pressure the price. However, Zhao Li which is the kind of loss on the person, a kind face, man, eyes or to rub bright point, this foreign small prick old, maybe black your rent of yo. Su Shi was obviously affected by Zhao Li's words and looked hesitant. Yang Ming, Mr. Zhao, buying and selling is not a good thing. You're going too far. When Zhao Li heard this, he immediately said with a ferocious look, Yang Ming, don't take the chicken feather as an arrow. Call the landlord over if you have the ability to do so. Yang Ming knew that this guy Zhao Li was determined to screw up his business today. I am the landlord, so you know. Zhao Li almost didn't break into laughter when he heard Yang Ming say that he was the landlord. Then pointing at Yang Ming, he started counting. Little prick old man, Do you think, Grandpa, I'm easy to cheat? Or do you think we're all retarded? Saying that, he looked at Sushi next to him. Sure enough, when Yang Ming introduced himself as the landlord, Sushi also frowned. In his heart he was probably thinking that this young man was a bit unreliable. Yang Ming, on the contrary, did not panic and took out the real estate license and key, as well as a contract that had been drawn up in advance, and handed it to Sushi. Mr. Su, don't worry, the house is mine. This is the property certificate and key. I can make my own decisions about renting. Sushi listened to Yang Ming's words and took another look at the real estate certificate. How could Zhao Li not believe that this house was Yang Ming's? So he also came closer to look at the real estate certificate. The air just suddenly got quiet. How can it be? With your family and losing your job, how can you afford a house in Magic City? Zhao Li was like a trapped animal at the moment, but the owner's name on the real estate certificate already made him have to believe it. Mr. Zhao, take your time. Yang Ming's words were undoubtedly a send-off. Zhao Li still wanted to continue spilling his guts, but Zhao Yu next to him pulled him back and said in a low voice, "Uncle, forget it, let's just go first." Zhao Yu obviously understood the situation in front of him better than Zhao Li. If he continued to fool around like this, the one who would lose face would only be himself. Yang Ming, don't think that having a suite is marvelous. Not being able to find a job is still a waste. Zhao Li also did not forget to put down harsh words when he was leaving. The so-called losers can't not lose the battle. Humph, little prick old man. Don't think that I don't have a way to fix you. Wait and see. Zhao Li was definitely upset in his heart after being treated like this today, and it was also a subordinate who had resigned not long ago after being angered by himself. As for how Yang Ming had the money to buy a house in Magic City, Zhao Li had already brainstormed a family ethical drama in which Yang Ming raised his family in debt and owed a huge amount of money. Only when Zhao Li and the two left did Sushi hastily apologize. I didn't expect to be preoccupied. Sorry, Mr. Yang. Then this room. Do you still want to rent it? Yang Ming didn't want to drag his feet and asked directly. No problem. Please give me an account number. The company will make a payment later. Sushi didn't make any pretense. The two signed the contract, left each other's phone numbers, and left. By the time Yang Ming arrived home, the $32 million arrived. Receiving a call from Sushi, Yang Ming said that he had received the payment and that the house would be left to him afterward. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. Wow. For Yang Ming, who used to live month to month, there was now a total of over $5.6 million in cash lying in his account. This was really a huge amount of money for him. What was in front of Yang Ming now was to raise his level to level 2 as soon as possible and lift more restrictions. Yang Ming hurriedly opened the My Second System interface. Name, Yang Ming. Level 1+. My account, 5,610,409 renminbi. Spike limit, 10,000 renminbi. My spike card, click to enter. My orders, click to enter. My favorites, click to enter. My tasks, click to enter. My points, click to enter. My other, under construction. My evaluation, click to enter. Yang Ming took a deep sigh of relief. Finally, I can upgrade. Then he gently clicked on the plus after the rating. The confirmation box popped up. The upgrade conditions have been met. Is it time to upgrade the spike system? Yes/no. Yang Ming clicked yes without any hesitation at all, and his eyes suddenly went black, and there was no display for a while. It was only after about 10 minutes that Yang Ming saw the system interface again in his mind. System Junior, congratulations to the host for raising his level to level 2. Only the system interface changed slightly. Name, Yang Ming. Level 2. My account 610407 RMB. Spike limit, 100,000 renminbi. My spike card, click to enter. My orders, click to enter. My favorites, click to enter. My tasks, click to enter. My points, click to enter. My other, under construction. My evaluation, click to enter. Yang Ming didn't expect the upgrade to directly deduct 5 million from him. And you didn't say that upgrading would deduct money? System seconds, according to the rules, the upgrade amount is deducted from the host's balance, so please check it in time. However, seeing that the limit of seconds was also raised a lot, Yang Ming's heart was still more or less relieved. At least there was no need to twist and turn to worry about the limit when buying things. Even so, having $5 million deducted at once still made Yang Ming toss and turn when he slept at night. Before 10,000 yuan can live in Magic City in style. Now the whole 500 times said gone. It seems that this system is not a good person, specializing in this kind of black work. System Junior. Chapter 7 Level 2 Changes. When Yang Ming woke up the next day, he was still obsessing about the 5 million being swallowed by the system. System Junior, please note that the host, you are no longer the little beggar you used to be. You are a godly man with a second system. System Xiaoer, given that the host's depth of thinking as well as physical quality and so on has not yet been truly developed. The system will be the host of all aspects of the transformation. Asterisk 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 system, you finally showed your true colors. Are you going to do it to me? System Junior sighed helplessly. System Junior, in view of the host's near retarded IQ, the system will first help the host raise his IQ by 20%. Afterwards, Yang Ming suddenly felt a strong sense of sleepiness and yawned, and in no time, he fell asleep lying on the sofa. After falling asleep, Yang Ming seemed to enter a new space and time. He felt his body floating lightly, then suspended in the air, then began to swim. Inexplicably strange sounds rang out in the empty house. Yang Ming was woken up by hunger. There was no other way. He could only get up and cook something. Strangely enough, after waking up from this sleep, Yang Ming felt that he seemed a little different. His mind was clear as if it was emptied. His body was not as bulky as before. He worked numbly, and he did not have the procrastination that he used to have. This feeling is really marvelous. System Junior, the host is currently undergoing system transformation. System Junior, in order to avoid the people around the host thinking that the host has changed too much, so all changes will be made a little bit every day in the future. Regarding the system's explanation, Yang Ming surprisingly accepted it all without any resistance. In the past, Yang Ming would definitely have all sorts of conspiracy theories coming out. This should be the result of increased intelligence. Yang Ming thought silently in his heart. His understanding of the world was a little different since he got up just now, and he didn't dwell on that upgraded 5 million. It seemed like he had become more rational and calm, and his ability to think independently seemed to have increased a lot. Yang Ming didn't care anymore about how the system actually transformed himself, from which aspects to transform himself, and to what extent he had to transform himself before it was considered finished, because he knew that he would only become better and better and that would be enough. The rest was ignored. Since the system had been upgraded to level 2, then he wondered if the area of his property could be expanded? This kind of thing Yang Ming could only ask System Junior. System Junior, Level 2, the total area of the property does not exceed 1,500 square meters. System Junior, Level 2, office area not exceeding 3,000 square meters. System Junior, Level 2, no more than 6 vehicles, with a total value of no more than 100 million renminbi. System Junior, Level 2, no more than 2 merchants. System Junior, Level 2 upgrades to Level 3 require 10 million renminbi. Yang Ming carefully studied the differences of the Level 2 system. To put it simply, the various quantity ceilings had been raised, and there was also an increase in office space. So wasn't that an office building? Yang Ming immediately opened the system to search for office buildings. Name of office building, Jinling Mansion. Office location, Huangpu District. Grade of office building, Grade B. Office floor, 11th floor. 12th floor. Office area, 1,000 square meters. Seconds amount 50,000 renminbi. House name Securities Building. Location Pudong District. Housing type, Grade A. House number, 8 floors. Housing area, 500 square meters. Spike amount 62,000 renminbi. Housing name Fortune Mansion. Location Putuo District. House type, Grade A. House number, 12 floors. Housing area, 600 square meters. Seconds amount 65,000 renminbi. Yang Ming saw this information, froze for a moment. This Jinling Mansion 11th floor and 12th floor is not their own company location? Before the company to work in the Jinling building, Yang Ming also listened to colleagues said that the owner of the 2 floors of the Ghost, all have not seen his true face of the mountain. The exchanges are basically with the mail and the communication. So we have been rumored that this owner may be a hidden big brother. Not convenient to come forward or something. But these are just everyday talk. No one knows exactly what the situation is. Yang Ming looked at the results of the search. Although they were all within the limit, he knew that there were many better office buildings out there. System Junior, the system will sift through all the results to find the most suitable choice for the host for the time being, and other results will be automatically blocked. Yang Ming was actually just whining, but he didn't expect System Junior to jump right out and start explaining. Yang Ming ignored the system's complaints and directly chose Jinling Mansion. System Air, you will spend 50,000 RMB to purchase the 11th and 12th floors of the Jinling Mansion. Yes/no? Yang Ming decisively clicked yes. The next thing you need to do is wait for the courier to come to your door. After a few previous sales, Yang Ming has gradually adapted to this matter. Being a company employee is not as good as being a landlord. While Yang Ming was gloating, the phone suddenly rang. Hello, who is it? Hello, this is the legal department of Magic City's Fei Hong Advertising Company. Shui Lingfeng, Fei Hong Advertising? Wasn't this the company that he had just resigned from? How could he still receive a phone call from the company after he left his job? Yang Ming was still confused at this moment. Mr. Yang Ming, there is currently a matter in the company that requires you to cooperate with the investigation. Please come to the company's legal department this afternoon. Before Yang Ming could ask clearly, the other party hung up the phone. Inexplicable. Could it be that when he left his job, there was something else that was not sorted out? Yang Ming still didn't have any clue after thinking hard. Forget it, but it's just another trip to the former company. Anyway, one is idle now. 1:30 p.m. When Yang Ming set off from Huaihua home, he realized that although he could purchase 6 means of transportation, he still hadn't bought a car himself so far. Sitting on the road to Jinling Mansion, Yang Ming skillfully opened the system and searched for a car. However, the result of the search was out of Yang Ming's expectation. Unlike real estate, which is generally commercial properties, this time the search results for cars directly showed all supercars. This time Yang Ming was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 8, False Accusations. Vehicle name, Ferrari Raphael. Vehicle type, supercar. Seconds amount 12000 RMB. Vehicle name Bugatti Chiron. Vehicle type supercar. Second kill amount 15,000 renminbi. Vehicle name Lamborghini Poison. Vehicle type supercar. Seconds amount 20,000 renminbi. After reading one page, Yang Ming then turned to the next page. Vehicle name, Pagani Windchild. Vehicle type, supercar. Kill amount 22,000 renminbi. Vehicle name, Aston Martin. Vehicle type supercar. Second kill amount 25000 RMB. Vehicle name Koenigsegg 11. Vehicle type, supercar. Seconds amount 35,000 renminbi. Yang Ming was also excited in his heart after reading the vehicle information. Can you imagine a limited edition sports car that can be bought for just a few tens of thousands of dollars? Yang Ming held back the overwhelming excitement in his heart and clicked on buy poison. If you were to ask Yang Ming why he didn't buy the most expensive Koenigsegg, of course the reason was quite simple. It was just that Yang Ming simply liked poison. Anyway, you can still buy it later. Why be in a hurry? System Junior, congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. Please keep an eye on the order information. Sir, Jinling Mansion is here. Under the driver's reminder, Yang Ming finally came back to his senses from the dark pleasure he had just experienced. After paying the fare, Yang Ming hurriedly got off the bus. Looking at the Jinling Mansion in front of him, Yang Ming felt a lot of emotions. It wasn't long ago that he had just left his job, but he didn't think that he would return as the king so soon. Tremble. Zhao Li. Yang Ming was just about to step through the door with a 6-parent step when a voice came from behind him. Yo, isn't this Yang Ming? You're turning yourself in? Yang Ming turned his head to look. This person was no one else. It was former departmental colleague Zhang He. This person was Zhao Li's hardcore supporter, also commonly known as a lapdog. Turn yourself in? Yang Ming looked at Zhang He full of questions. At the same time, there were several former co-workers next to Zhang He, and they were all looking at Yang Ming with complicated eyes. Yang Ming, I said, how much longer do you want to pretend? Didn't you receive a call from the legal department? Zhang He's words had reminded Yang Ming that even if there was something going on in the company, it shouldn't be the legal department calling to inform Yang Ming. At this time, Yang Ming had gone through the system's transformation, and his IQ was not the dregs of the past. Through Zhang He's expression and his colleagues' evasive eyes, as well as the mysterious phone call from the legal department, he thought that things shouldn't be so simple. It seemed like Zhao Li should be the one planning something behind it. I just don't know what kind of trap he has set for himself. It seemed that his trip was not an ordinary day trip to the former company. However, Yang Ming didn't bring any fear. He didn't know if his guts and tactics had also improved under the system's transformation. Anyway, Yang Ming suddenly felt a little excited and a little inner leap of anticipation. Let's go. I'll be a good person to the end and send the Buddha to the west. Zhang He had a regretful expression, causing Yang Ming to have a vicious chill. Since it came, it is safe. Yang Ming got on the elevator and went straight to the 12th floor legal department. Other colleagues had walked out of the elevator when they reached the 11th floor, and it was unexpected that Zhang He actually accompanied Yang Ming to the 12th floor. The legal department is actually the most mysterious department of the whole Fei Hong company. Yang Ming into the company for 2 years, every time to 12th floor to do business, basically have not seen the legal department open the door. From the mouths of his colleagues, Yang Ming learned that there are only 2 people in the legal department, and these 2 people are still temporarily transferred from the Hemi law firm. The company's legal affairs related matters are basically entrusted to Hemi law firm. Usually some small things, the legal department of the 2 can basically solve. Only when things can't be solved or when things are urgent, will they temporarily draw people from Hemi law firm into the company to help. Zhang He pushed open the door and said, please, Yang Ming. Yang Ming took a deep look at Zhang He and lifted his leg to walk into this office that he had previously wanted to explore. In fact, every office was pretty much the same. It was just a matter of how many people there were. As for the legal affairs department, as discussed amongst colleagues, it was large in size, and instead of dividing the location into individual workstations, there was only one very large conference table in the entire room. Written on the wall is the famous jurist Guadahue's the true meaning of the law is that there is no absolute freedom, not to mention absolute equality. Once inside, it gave people a solemn feeling. Sit down. Across the conference table sat two people. One was Shui Lingfeng who had called Yang Ming in the morning. The other was older. Yang Ming didn't recognize him. He hadn't seen this person in the company. Yang Ming found a seat and sat down. Strangely enough, Zhang He even sat down as well. Shui Lingfeng, let me introduce. This is lawyer Xia Guyun. Saying that, he then said to Yang Ming, right now the company has a contract that involves about $5 million, and we need to find out the situation from you. Yang Ming knew the meat show was about to begin. You ask. Yang Ming said casually. Xia Guyun, according to a report from Zhang He of the planning department, you took a kickback of $5 million privately when you signed a contract of around $100 million with Blue Sky Technology Company. When Yang Ming heard this, he turned his head to look at Zhang He and thought to himself, so you're the one Zhao Li sent to play front man. He was about to open his mouth, but he didn't expect Xia Guyun to add, you only need to answer yes or no. Yang Ming laughed at this. Lawyer Xia is treating me as a prisoner to interrogate. I don't know if there is sufficient evidence. If there is evidence, you directly call the police. Not. Xia Guyun didn't expect Yang Ming to still be tough at this time. Little Yang, we are now giving you the chance to confess. If we really let the police take you away, your future will be ruined. Yang Ming, lawyer Xia won't assume that I took kickbacks just based on Zhang He's side of the story. This is too childish. Yang Ming still looked calm, but in his heart, he had already made other calculations. This is obviously a false accusation. Last month, Zhao Li at the end of the negotiations with the Blue Sky is ready to sign the contract. He suddenly said something, so that he has full authority to represent. I think at that time, he must have already thought of letting himself be the scapegoat. Now that he is alone, I'm afraid that he won't be able to support himself for long before his spirit breaks down. Chapter 9 Legal Services. So Yang Ming opened the system and asked System Junior if he could purchase legal services. System Junior, the system can kill 99.9% of the goods and services on the planet, and legal services can be purchased, said the system. Jumped to the interface. Law firm name, Jin Tian Law Firm. Firm qualification, A. Number of lawyers, 20. Spike amount, 1,000 renminbi. Firm name Deshang Law Firm. Firm A. Number of lawyers, 25. Spike amount 1,200 renminbi. Firm name Ronghao Law Firm. Qualification A+. Number of lawyers 30. Spike amount 1,500 renminbi. Firm name Zhongluan Law Firm. Firm S. Number of lawyers, 46. Spike amount 1,800 renminbi. Firm name Hanhwa Law Firm. Firm S+. Number of lawyers, 54. Spike amount 2,000 renminbi. Firm name Longdon Law Firm. Firm qualification SSS. Number of lawyers, 100. Spike amount 4000 RMB. Yang Ming flipped a few pages from front to back and finally chose the most expensive and best qualified legal services of Longdon Law Firm. System Air. Congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. The order will be completed later. Please pay attention to check and evaluate. What? This is the end. Yang Ming confused. How to receive this service? The system is a small too. Please host a little calm. Wait for it. The simple instructions made Yang Ming chagrined in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Yang Ming, do you hear me? Xia Guyun's piercing voice pulled Yang Ming back to reality. Zhang He, Yang Ming, you're really something too. At a time like this, you're still able to wander into space. I really admire you. Yang Ming lazily ignored him and directly said to Xia Guyun, Lawyer Xia, if you have evidence, just call the police directly. No need to waste your words here. Pa! Shui Lingfeng slapped the table, stood up and said angrily, Yang Ming, you are going to ruin yourself. Don't think that if you don't say anything, we don't have any evidence. Blue Sky's commercial manager has already given a full account. He is making a statement at the Huangpu district branch. Soon the water will come out. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Li to be prepared to play so big. Then, I'll play with you guys. I can't agree with lawyer Shui's words. I don't have any charges yet. You guys are treating me as a suspect, so don't you guys think it's not right? Shui Lingfeng tapped the desktop somewhat angrily, his face a bit grim. His voice quickly attracted people from other departments on the 12th floor. Everyone gathered around the doorway and pointed inside. Even some people on the 11th floor ran up to see what was going on. Zhang He had purposely left the door open just now. It seemed that he wanted people to come and watch Yang Ming's joke. Do you know what's going on? I heard that it's Yang Ming who embezzled $5 million. So much. This is too much guts. I can't see it. This Xiao Yang is usually honest. I didn't expect to know people's faces but not their hearts. Who says it's not? It seems that in the future we still have to stay away from this kind of people. There was a lot of talk outside. Yang Ming heard it, and Zhang He also heard it. However, Yang Ming didn't have any anger. he just felt that he was a bit shortchanged. Zheng He was very satisfied with his masterpiece this time and couldn't stop typing in his cell phone. Yang Ming stood up and said to Xia Gu Yun and Shui Lingfeng, "If you have evidence, please let the law enforcement department come. I won't serve anyone else." After saying that, he lifted his leg and walked out. The corridor was surrounded by 3 layers of people. Yang Ming looked at this group of people eating water or some headache. This simply cannot be squeezed out. Xia Gu Yun and Shui Lingfeng looked at each other in dismay. They really didn't have enough evidence, but Yang Ming's attitude was really upsetting. "Stop, who told you to go?" This familiar voice was none other than Zhao Li. It turned out that Zhang He had been in the legal department using his cell phone to report the situation to Zhao Li. No! Zhao Li saw that he didn't scare Yang Ming and hurriedly ran up. "Yang Ming, you said that you didn't take kickbacks. Then let me ask you, the house in Star Hop Bay is tens of millions of dollars. How could you possibly afford it?" As soon as Zhao Li's words fell, the surroundings started to get rowdy again. "Wow, a house in Star Hop Bay. That's tens of millions of dollars. It's more than that, with $20 million at the bottom, the price is only higher." Hearing this price, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Yang Ming was indifferent. "I bought it with my own money, can't I?" Next to him, Zhang He laughed out loud. "Yang Ming, we all know how much you weigh. Why bother sticking 2 onions in a pig's nose and pretending to be an elephant?" Yang Ming's actual situation was actually recorded very clearly by the company's personnel department. Both parents are ordinary workers. Even if they don't eat or drink, they can't afford Yang Ming to buy a house in Magic City. Yang Ming scanned around. He saw Li Manqi, but she seemed to just be there quietly watching, her face expressionless. Yang Ming looked at this group of ex-colleagues who were making a big deal out of nothing, and now they were still here ready to fall into a well. His heart finally started to feel anger. "I didn't expect Mr. Zhao to care so much about me and investigate me so clearly." Yang Ming obviously didn't have the same air of calmness that he had a moment ago, which played right into Zhao Li's hands. He just wanted Yang Ming to be unable to raise his head in front of people. He just wanted to step on Yang Ming so that he couldn't turn over. "Don't you have a house? That's from embezzlement and kickbacks." The shouting in the corridor finally caught the attention of Gui Yuan, the chairman of Fei Hong Company. "What are all doing here? If you don't want to work, get out earlier." Gui Yuan stood there and droned. Everyone hurriedly returned to their respective positions with lightning speed. Xia Gu Yun hurriedly went up to report this matter to Gui Yuan. Gui Yuan listened while sizing up Yang Ming. His face was cloudy. "Then what's the point of letting this go? Call the police for me and send it straight in." Gui Yuan listened and chopped his head against Xia Gu Yun. But, the chain of evidence is still incomplete. Xia Gu Yun could only explain stiffly. Chapter 10, Thinking in Detail. "I invited you here for a dry meal. No evidence, then hurry up and look for evidence. Don't play monkey tricks here." Gui Yuan was already a little impatient. A simple matter had turned out to be like this. Although $5 million was nothing to him, but breaking the rules, that was to be punished. Gui Yuan glanced at Yang Ming with some disgust and turned around, ready to return to his office. Ding! At this time, the elevator light lit up and a group of people came out from the elevator. Gui Yuan looked just frowned. What happened? When was the security of his company so bad? Were so many people planning a group fight? Xia Guiyun and Shui Lingfeng were stunned when they saw the people coming, and when Gui Yuan was about to get angry, he hurriedly stopped them. Then they whispered to Gui Yuan, "Guodong, it's Longden's Zhu Xing'an." Gui Yuan obviously did not know Zhu Xing'an, but seeing Xia Guiyun's face full of gravity, he knew that it should be a big shot in the legal industry. "Professor, what brings you here?" Shui Lingfeng stepped forward and said with a smile. Zhu Xing'an ignored him, but walked to Yang Ming and extended his hand. Yang Ming knew it was his legal service that had arrived, so he also extended his hand to shake Zhu Xing'an's. "Let Mr. Yang be frightened. Don't worry, I basically understand the matter. How to deal with it? Have you thought about it? How is it understood? I haven't even begun to complain about the grievances." System Junior, after purchasing legal services, the default service recipient understands the host's situation in real time. Holy, it can still operate like this. Yang Ming didn't expect that he was full of grievances, but he could even synchronize it to others. This function is a bit powerful. "Oh, Lawyer Zhu, you first say what can be done about it." Yang Ming didn't get entangled. He didn't have a proper way to deal with the current situation. Let's leave the professional things to the professionals. First, severely punish the person who falsely accused you. This matter mainly came from a report, so it's basically certain that the person who reported it is the one who falsely accused you. Secondly, the legal department of Fei Hong Company detained you privately in the company without any direct evidence. This depending on the severity of the situation. Their lawyer's license can be revoked. Even if it can't be revoked, I can inform the Lawyers Association in my private name, and I believe that they'll be punished more severely. Thirdly, Fei Hong Company must pay the price, knowing that it is a false accusation, but condoning the false accuser. This is also a crime. You can apply for civil compensation. Yang Ming was a bit dumbfounded by what he heard. Was it so powerful? Not only Yang Ming, the people around him were all stunned to hear this, and the crowd that dispersed just now, even gradually gathered around again. Zheng He then reacted, "Who are you? If you say it's a false accusation, then it's a false accusation. If Yang Ming doesn't take kickbacks, where does he get the money to buy a house?" Completely different from Zhang He's reaction, Shui Lingfeng and Xiaoguan were obviously in cold sweat. Both sides saw the deep fear in each other's eyes. "Teacher, there must be a misunderstanding." "Yes, Professor, everything is a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding. Where were Xiaoguan and Shui Lingfeng at this moment that they still had the aura from earlier? Both of them were on the verge of crying out. Who was Zhu Xingyan? He used to be a professor at the Imperial Capital University of Politics and Law, dean of the law school, founded Longden Law Firm in 1999. All the cases came to his hands basically undefeated. Excellent lawyer of Z country. The first of the 100 powerful lawyers of Z country. The most influential lawyers of Z country. Consultant of Z country's legal committee. Z country currently a lot of legal entries are compiled with his participation in the shadow. It can be said that in China's legal industry, that is a titanic figure. Coupled with his peaches and plums all over the world, many students are in the public prosecutor and the law. Zhu Xingyan can be regarded as in the industry can be shocked by stomping on the existence of the horse. Only in recent years, the old man is old, basically do not take any cases, mainly to do some legal books. This time, Yang Ming purchased legal services. The system directly designated the old man personal service, which made him drive to a trip to Jinling Mansion, Gui Yuan at this moment, even if he didn't recognize Zhu Xingyan anymore. His heart thumped when he saw Xiaoguan and Shui Lingfeng's expressions. Yang Ming silently gave Zhu Xingyan a thumbs up in his heart. This old man is too sick. This scared these two to death. Someone beside him had already searched out Zhu Xingyan's identity and couldn't help but exclaim loudly, asterisk 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 asterisk. This old man is the bearer of the legal profession. Where? Let me see. The crowd looked shocked after reading the profile. No one expected that a lawyer like Zhu Xingyan would personally come to solve Yang Ming's legal problems. Everyone thought on second thought, could it be that Yang Ming was also a hidden big shot? The head of the HR department was really holding his expression at the moment. Yang Ming's resume didn't say that he knew Zhu Xingyan. Zhao Li, who was next to him, saw that the situation was not right and was about to quietly sneak away, but he didn't expect to be stopped by Zhang He, who finally reacted. Zhang He said to Yang Ming almost with a sobbing voice, "Yang Ming, I didn't do it on purpose. It was him, Zhao Li, who found me to frame you." Zhao Li's body softened when he heard this, and he collapsed on the ground. This time he was considered to have kicked the iron plate. He didn't think that this kid Yang Ming had such a deep background. Gui Yuan walked up at this time, wanting to shake hands with Zhu Xingyan. "Mr. Zhu, I will definitely find out the truth about this false accusation. Don't worry." Zhu Xingyan glanced at Gui Yuan and said to Yang Ming, "Mr. Yang, this Fei Hong company has been open for so long. I guess there are quite a lot of legal problems. If you need it, I can find someone to check it out." Yang Ming heard Zhu Xingyan say this and knew that he meant well. This time, the most that could actually be done was to pursue the legal responsibilities of Zhao Li, Zhang He, Xiaoguan and Shui Lingfeng, without having any major impact on Fei Hong company. But Yang Ming shook his head and signaled Zhu Xingyan that he didn't need to be so troublesome. At this time, Yang Ming's phone rang. Unsurprisingly, it was a call from the Shunfeng Express boy. Yang Ming asked him to deliver the courier to the 12th floor of the building, and after signing for it without any problems, Yang Ming said to Gui Yuan, "Guodong, I'm sorry, I guess it's time for you to move this company." Gui Yuan couldn't help but laugh a little when he heard Yang Ming's words. "Little Yang, right, you should worry less about my company's affairs." Yang Ming didn't retort and unwrapped the courier, handing Gui Yuan the real estate information inside, as well as the lease contract that he had signed with Fei Hong company before. Gui Yuan suspiciously took it and looked at it, not realizing that there was no movement for a long time. "Guodong, now you understand what I mean," Yang Ming teased in a teasing tone. Someone with quick eyes glanced behind Gui Yuan and instantly became nonplussed. "What the hell did I see? What did you see?" The person next to him asked anxiously. "I didn't realize that the mysterious owner of the 11th and 12th floor owners where the company is located, who has been keeping out of sight for so many years, is actually Yang Ming." This news was like a heavy bomb blowing everyone out of the water. This is undoubtedly the same as the effect of a magnitude 8 earthquake. Who would have thought that the mysterious owner would stay in his company for 2 years? The thought is extremely frightening. Chapter 11 Lamborghini Poison. Gui Yuan didn't expect things to get more and more unbelievable. Even the owner who hadn't shown up for years had come out and was still an employee of his company. Zhao Li, who was paralyzed on the ground, couldn't figure out how Yang Ming, the small man who had been doing his job for 2 years, had turned into a big brother hidden in the folklore. If they were given another chance, they definitely wouldn't have been so deadly. Now it's all ruined. Yang Ming smiled and took the elevator downstairs with Xu Xing'an. The rest of the matter, Xu Xing'an brought the people from Longan law firm will deal with it, and Yang Ming believed that the result will definitely satisfy him. I didn't expect that I only spent 4,000 renminbi to enjoy such a high-quality legal service. It was really worth it. After arriving at the first floor, Xu Xing'an said to Yang Ming, I will act as your private legal counselor for a year. If anything happens, you can call me directly, he said and handed Yang Ming his business card. What else could Yang Ming say but to fiercely praise the magic of the system in his mind? System Junior, it's just a base. This system was really easy to inflate, and he couldn't find his way out of it after a little bit of boasting. As Xu Xing'an's group of people left, the police from the district precinct who arrived later took Zhao and Zhang He away, because Blue Sky's business manager, under the pressure of the people sent to the precinct by Longan law firm, instead of falsely accusing Yang Ming, he honestly gave an account of Zhao and Zhang He's crime of taking kickbacks. As for the end of Xia Guan and Shui Lingfeng, Yang Ming actually didn't care too much. It should be cool anyway. With the matter settled, Yang Ming shook his spirit and prepared to leave, but he didn't expect to be followed by a group of ex-colleagues who had just watched the fun. What a trouble. Yang Ming's head hurt. Who told him to expose himself? These co-workers are all the people of Magic City. They want to lean on Yang Ming now, and they can still fox a little in the future if something happens. Everyone in the hall on the first floor looked at each other in dismay. No one laughed and no one went forward. The corner of Yang Ming's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. His heart was like a mirror. Everyone wanted to eat meat, but no one was willing to be the first to rush up and wrestle. So, Yang Ming turned around and said to a large group of people behind him, I'm leaving, don't send me off again. I'll see you later. After saying that, he didn't care about the stifled size of the gang behind him, and lifted his steps and left. Hey, that's all you guys have. Yang Ming sighed, shook his head, and exited the revolving door. Ding ding ding. The unexpected ringing of his cell phone interrupted the DDT software that Yang Ming was searching for. Hello, is this Mr. Yang Ming? I am. Hello, I'm Su Zhong from Magic City Starshine Car Dealership. I've sent your Lamborghini Poison to Jiling Mansion for you. May I ask if it's convenient for you to pick up your car now? When Yang Ming heard it, sure enough, not far away, there was a big truck slowly coming towards him. I'm at the entrance. You can have the truck unload the car at the parking lot at the entrance. At this time, a young man came down from the passenger seat of the truck, and when he saw Yang Ming, it was a nodding and respectful. In this world, anyone who lives is worse than a dog. Mr. Yang, take a look. This is all the formalities of the vehicle, and the documents related to the license plate. Yang Ming took it over, and once he saw that it was a variety of bills, his head hurt a little for a while. Just finish them all. I won't look at them. Su Zhong didn't dare to delay for a moment, directing the big truck to slowly unload the supercar behind it. Only a silver-gray Lamborghini sports car slowly reflected into Yang Ming's eyes along with Su Zhong's voice. Not far away, the people who were in a hurry suddenly stopped in place and looked at the scene at the door in amazement. Jiling Mansion is not only Fei Hong Advertising, there are many other companies, and now it happens to be almost the end of the day. The exit on the first floor already had a large flow of people, coupled with the off-duty staff. It made the hall even more crowded. What kind of car is that? Hey, look, that car is so beautiful. That's a Lamborghini. I've never seen one. How much does it cost? The man next to the car. I know, it's from the 11th floor. I've seen it in the elevator before. Really should be that old saying, where there are people there is gossip. The people of Fei Hong Company's eyes were shining at the moment. This Yang Ming's surprise to people was really a wave. The High Dynasty did not come so often. Some know how to give other people in the popularization. This should be 13 years of Lamborghini Veneno. The Spanish language is poison. The world is only 0 to 100 km/h acceleration is only 2.8 seconds. The official price to 3 million euros. Immediately next to someone came out to choke. This is an official price. This car is a limited edition. The price, if calculated in RMB, it is estimated to be hundreds of millions of dollars. And there is a price without a market. Everyone was shocked by the price. The heart is glad to be able to witness this divine car at this moment. Yang Ming at this moment, but some regret, did not expect to cause such a big stir. Originally by Lamborghini Poison just to satisfy their own a small longing. Now well, he is almost a giant panda, was surrounded by the water. This is not the most tragic. Next to someone has begun to raise the cell phone to shoot. By the time the internet do not know what will be made into. Thinking of this, without saying a word, Yang Ming threw the key to Su Zhong and said, let's get out of here first. He wasn't sure that he would be able to drive this car so soon. It was safer to let Su Zhong drive it first. Is it okay? Is it really okay? Can I? Su Zhong asked Yang Ming excitedly. This car was the dream of many men, even if they couldn't afford it. Just looking at it would satisfy them. Now the owner of the car even let himself drive it. What is this? This is the luck of being smashed. Less nonsense. Hurry up and leave this damn place. After saying that, he drilled into the car. Suzhong finally came back to his senses and quickly entered the car as well. The low-sounding engine let out a roar, seemingly warning those who tried to approach. I'm leaving. Suzhong pressed down on the pounding excitement that continued to well up, slowly maneuvering the car around the crowd. Phew! In an unoccupied gap, Suzhong whistled past with a kick of the gas, and when the crowd came back to their senses, the car had long since run away. Did you get it? Did you get it? Shot it. I just uploaded it to the circle of friends. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm asking about the man next to the car just now. Did you shoot it? You didn't say I thought you were going to shoot the car. I'm a woman. Shoot that car for what? As long as leaning on that little brother, the car counts for nothing. The people next to the collective speechless in. At this time, everyone's attention was on the sports car and Yang Ming, and no one noticed that Li Manqi silently turned around in the hall, leaving behind a forlorn figure, and slowly entered the elevator. She pressed the button for the 12th floor and the elevator door slowly closed. Chapter 12 Car God. To say that the person who regretted the most at the scene today would be Li Manqi. Originally, she was the one who had the best relationship with Yang Ming in the whole company, and she also knew that Yang Ming was secretly in love with her. But the previous Yang Ming is really low profile to the extreme, in vain appearance. But now how many women still pay attention to appearance? Money first is the hard truth. Even though Yang Ming, who was out early, had left some good feelings in Li Manqi's heart, it was entirely for reasons of appreciation. But what's going on today? Just now, Li Manqi had followed everyone and spectated the entire process. When Yang Ming was being falsely accused, she was standing right there. It wasn't possible to talk about falling on the sword, but the reasoning of being wise is still very useful in the workplace. Although she mentally felt that Yang Ming was incapable of doing these things, she wouldn't be foolish enough to stand up and defend it. It wasn't until Zhu Xing'an's appearance that things developed in a very bizarre direction. Li Manqi began to regret it. Once Yang Ming's identity became public, not only his departmental colleagues were regretting not hugging their thighs in time, Li Manqi was also repenting in her gut that she had missed out on such a high-quality man for nothing. Therefore, when Yang Ming was preparing to leave, she also followed the large group downstairs, hoping to find a chance to be alone. Then seeing that Lamborghini sports car worth hundreds of millions of dollars, Li Manqi had already cursed herself continuously in her heart at this moment. After cursing herself wasn't enough, she also cursed Yang Ming in her heart, obviously a rich second generation, but pretending to be a poor boy. Nowadays, rich people are all so perverted. Is the masochistic tendency so serious? Until Yang Ming got on the car and left, she didn't have the courage to go up, and in the end, she could only silently go upstairs. But in the future, to smooth out the chagrin and remorse in her heart, it shouldn't be so easy. Yang Ming didn't know Li Manqi's mood at the moment, and even if he did, he probably just laughed it off. He did have a crush on Li Manqi, but did it matter? The current Yang Ming was no longer that small, obedient man in the company. This might also have something to do with the system's transformation of him. He also saw Li Manqi in the crowd just now, and he respected her choice, so he didn't put it on his mind at all. After leaving this time, Li Manqi would be no different from a passerby in the future. Thinking that he could be so determined and calmly forget about Li Manqi, Yang Ming was actually shocked in his heart. But fortunately, the system immediately gave an explanation. The host is currently improving in all abilities. Intelligence plus 23%. Physical strength plus 41%. Mental strength plus 55%. Among them, spiritual strength contains toughness, coldness, composure, and stoicism. Perhaps it was also because Yang Ming's spiritual power had improved so significantly that it made his state of mind much more mature and stable as well. On this side, Yang Ming left Jinling Mansion in his car, and in his heart, he had a new understanding of the performance of the poison. The two words that summarized it were, awesome. He was a bit eager to try it out, but thinking about his own car skills, he spiraled out of the mood to try it out. Since there are legal services, it's possible that things like car skills might be available for sale. Thinking of this, Yang Ming already couldn't care about Su Zhong's excited performance next to him and hurriedly opened the system to search. Sure enough, the system showed. Skill name, driving for beginners. Skill level, C. Seconds amount 100 yuan RMB. Skill name, driving proficiency. Skill level B. Spike amount 1000 renminbi. Skill name, veteran driver. Skill level A. Spike amount 8000 renminbi. Skill name, racing enthusiast. Skill level S. Spike amount 15,000 renminbi. Skill name, racing driver. Skill level SS. Spike amount 20,000 renminbi. Skill name, car god. Skill level SSS. Spike amount 25,000 renminbi. I didn't realize that skills could also be purchased in the Spike system. That would be nice. Although Yang Ming inwardly wanted to choose old driver, but reason told him no. This kind of skill type, of course, the more expensive the better. Yang Ming chose car god. Counting today's 100,000 spike limit is still 1,000 short. So close. But now these are irrelevant. The system is a small one. Congratulations to the host to buy successfully. Whether to equip? Yang Ming decisively chose yes. He could not wait to experience this supercar. In a quiet street corner, Su Zhong introduced Yang Ming to the vehicle driving precautions, and then left. For Su Zhong, today was worth every penny, and he could even experience the car. So could he not be so eager to saddle Yang Ming with the car? When it comes to pretending to be handsome, of course it's about driving a supercar on the street. The car god's skills are very powerful. The Lamborghini is like its own body. Wherever you want to drive, a smooth batch, earn enough eyeballs at the same time, but also to satisfy their own fantasies all alone. Cool. Yang Ming looked at the envious eyes projected over the street, and his heart was greatly satisfied. In fact, what he didn't know was that at this time the discussion on the internet had already entered a white heat. Didn't this car say that there are only 3 in total in the world? Yeah, I didn't hear which big brother got his hands on it. It wasn't reported on the media news. It's so beautiful. Hubby, I want one too. Scram. Loser, I can't even afford a cartwheel. Hurry up and shut up. Please which big V give a decryption. Yes, yes, yes. I strongly request that the owner's little brother be fleshed out. Don't even grab it from old lady. This is my husband. Shameless. You this. Later I'll let my car owner boyfriend whack you to death. There was a flurry of discussion on forums, microblogs, Weibo, and video vlogs on the internet. But Yang Ming was now driving leisurely on the road. He didn't know how many times he had been married, begged for adoption, divorced, pegged and shouted at on the internet. In fact, he hadn't thought about exposing himself to the public so soon. He still wanted to lay low and develop obscenely for a while. When it was really known by the world, Yang Ming hoped that he could shock everyone with the aura of King's Landing. Right now, he was still weak. At best, he was just a self-sufficient and well-off level. Chapter 13, Blind Date. The next day, when Yang Ming got up from his bed and opened his cell phone to browse the news, the internet was already filled with news of rich second generation buying luxury cars. It was a good thing that they were basically all backstabbing. Yang Ming was glad that he had made a snap decision at that time. However, this Lamborghini poison is now a bit of a show-off. Yang Ming's set of Huaihua homes happened to be accompanied by a garage at the time, the kind with a rolling door. So last night Yang Ming took advantage of the night to park the car in the garage, wanting to drive it out again after a while when the eating crowd was not so crazy. The first order of business, of course, is to rebuy a car that is not so eye-catching, or else his own body is comparable to the car god's car skills. He will lose his hands. Open the system, set up the screening conditions, and set the price at more than 1 million models. The system quickly displayed. Vehicle name, Porsche Panamera. Vehicle type, coupe. Seconds amount 2400 yuan RMB. Vehicle name, Range Rover. Vehicle type SUV. Seconds amount to 300 renminbi. Vehicle name Lexus LX. Vehicle type SUV. Second kill amount 2,200 renminbi. Yang Ming didn't hesitate and chose Porsche Panamera, paying 2,400 renminbi to take this low-key luxury SUV. This car certainly belongs to the luxury car, but on the street, especially in Magic City, the ownership is very large, basically will not attract the attention of others. The key is that Yang Ming has been aiming at this Porsche for a long time, but before, he could basically only sigh silently in his heart, but now he is able to buy it easily. System Junior, the vehicle has been prepared. Please go to the Porsche Force store by yourself to pick up the car. Yang Ming was indifferent, but the system's different logistics each time made Yang Ming curious about how it was arranged. System Junior, please mind your own business. Curiosity will kill the cat. For the system stealing his thoughts from time to time, Yang Ming still couldn't help but come up with a national curse. But basically nothing works. I was about to go out, but I didn't expect a call to come in. I'll look at the caller ID. Is his own mom Huan Lan's phone? Yang Ming can only pick up the phone. Mom, what is it? Huang Lan, son, mom told you something. You are not allowed to rush with mom. Oh, Yang Ming, what is it? So serious. Huang Lan, mom's colleague, that is, the Aunt Tan who hugged you when you were a child, said to introduce you to a girl. People in the Magic City. I've seen the photo. It's very beautiful. You contact with others. After listening to his mom's serious business, Yang Ming is a burst of speechless. He has not planned to find a girlfriend. Just want to reject. Just heard his mom over there admonished. Auntie Tan has made an appointment with the girl. You contact now. Mom waiting for your good news. Yang Ming was going to say something hard swallowed back, can only perfunctorily back, okay? Then you send me the phone number and name. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming really had two big heads. Yang Ming had two sisters. Because he was a son, so he was spoiled by Huang Lan since he was a child. In this life, anyone's words can be rejected. Only his own mother is no way to reject away. Not long after, Yang Ming received the contact information from Huang Lan on his cell phone, as well as a photo of a girl. Long hair, melon face, beautiful eyebrows curved. The key is the big eyes. Even in the photo, it looks like it can talk. In a word, this girl is indeed as his own mom said, very beautiful. But now the photos are basically photo fraud. And Yang Ming now really do not have the heart to find a girlfriend. However, in order to complete the task of his mom, meet on meet, Yang Ming to the girl called the phone. Rang for a long time before connecting. Hello, is Chu Chanshan? There was a Afterwards, Yang Ming heard the other party say, you are Yang Ming, right? Aunt Tan just told me. Do you think it's okay to meet at noon at the Starbucks over on Oriental Road in Pudong? Chu Chanshan's voice is very sweet, but comes with a kind of high cold model. But Yang Ming was also going to go to the Oriental Road side of the Porsche 4S store to pick up the car, so he was happy to agree down. This side of Chu Chanshan hung up the phone, is also a burst of distress. This is really inexplicable, a blind date. Just listen to Auntie Tan boasted the other side of the sky. On the ground without Chu Chanshan is a burst of chills. If there really is such a perfect man in the world, there is still a need for a blind date. However, Chu Chanshan had just listened carefully, and Aunt Tan had basically been talking about the boy's appearance and his studies on the phone, rarely mentioning his work, and his financial situation. Therefore, her first impression of Yang Ming is that he looks okay. From childhood to adulthood is a school bully. As for now, it should be Chu Chanshan in the heart of the basic to Yang Ming sentenced to a reprieve. Meet is to go through the motions only. Chanshan, there is a Mr. Yang to mention Paramila in the afternoon. The information are here. Then you receive. Okay, manager. Chu Chanshan took the information, casually put into the office drawer. The heart already want to quickly solve the noon blind date. Otherwise it will affect the afternoon customer's car. Chu Chanshan is the sales manager of Porsche cars in Pudong New area. She graduated only 2 years ago, and is now in the ascendant period of her career. She has been the sales champion of her own store for 3 consecutive months, and this month she could have continued to dominate the list, but she didn't expect her colleague Han Jing to suddenly sell 5 Porsches in a row yesterday, and she has taken the lead in the total number of Porsche cars, so now she has to fight every second to continue to expand the potential customers, hoping that before the end of the month to turn these users into actual consumption of car owners, and then to realize the counter overtaking. At 12 o'clock noon, Chu Chanshan cleaned up her mood and prepared to go out. Chanshan, where to eat? When Chu Chanshan saw that it was Han Jing, she was a little eager to speak. They were now rivals, and had been fighting each other openly for some time now, and everyone in the company was well aware of it. Going to meet a friend at Starbucks. Oh, that's right, then I'll leave first. When Chu Chanshan saw Han Jing asking without a clue, she muttered in her heart, but since she hadn't torn her face off, she didn't show it, and could only walk towards Starbucks incomparably depressed. In fact, Han Jing had just been next to Chu Chanshan and overheard her talking to Yang Ming on the phone. At this moment, she was holding her tongue, ready to see Chu Chanshan's joke. Chapter 14 Nasty Women. The war between women is far more complicated than between men. Men just do not serve. The competition between women is the perfect interpretation of what is called the war without smoke. According to the agreement, Yang Ming had already been sitting in the Starbucks for a while, and was really bored, so he opened the system and looked at his recent harvest, feeling satisfied. However, the level 2 system's real estate area and the office buildings area were not yet full. This meant to say that he could still add several more properties, and even villas and whatnot could be considered. What puzzled him the most was still the 2 commercial limits. How exactly should this be used? System Junior, please ask the host to search for commerce in the system. Yang Ming smiled. Sure enough, if there was a question, the system would answer it on its own. It was really a thoughtful encyclopedia, but now was not the time to flirt with the system. Yang Ming searched for commerce in the system. The system interface showed company name, Dingsheng Real Estate, development potential, SSS, purchase share, 4.99%, seconds amount 80,000 renminbi, company name Magic City Pudong New District Porsche 4S Store, development potential C, purchase 75%, spike amount 15,000 renminbi. Yang Ming froze. What does this mean? System Junior, the host can directly purchase the shares of the corresponding company in the system, and it is a mandatory purchase. Hearing mandatory purchase, Yang Ming felt how the system was like a robber. The system's operation is just too good to be true. This wave of the system's operation was really too showy. After complaining about the system's bandit behavior, Yang Ming focused his attention on the two commercial companies. Obviously the real estate company above had a bit more weight. Yang Ming hadn't heard much about Dingsheng Real Estate, but since it was recommended by the system, it was obvious that the strength of the company was also strong. After searching online for Dingsheng Real Estate, Yang Ming was almost shocked. Dingsheng is clearly the top 5 real estate companies in the country, although the popularity is not compared to Hangda, Baigui Yuan, Wank, but as long as you look at the reports on the network can know a little. Dingsheng Real Estate was founded in 1992, with other real estate companies as different from Dingsheng has been plowing in the 3rd and 4th tier cities. While many large real estate companies are competing for land resources in the 1st and 2nd tiers, Dingsheng has quietly occupied 60% of the shares and resources in the 3rd and 4th tier cities. What's more exaggerated is that people finally killed back to the 1st and 2nd tier cities with these primitive accumulation. Not to mention, really killed a bloody road. This practice of encircling the city from the countryside has always been talked about in the real estate circle. Dingsheng has realized assets of more than 100 billion in the market, is a real big group, and has projects under construction in all major cities across the country. Buy. Must buy. Yang Ming quickly clicked buy. System Junior, you will spend 80,000 RMB to buy 4.99% of the shares of Dingsheng Real Estate. Yes/no? Yes. Yang Ming did not hesitate to finalize the purchase. System Junior, congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. All the proof of equity documents. Please pay attention to the logistics. Not realizing that he had become a shareholder of a large company, Yang Ming couldn't tell you how excited he was in his heart. Compared to the over-the-top behavior of constantly buying houses, Yang Ming felt that becoming a real estate developer might be truly awesome. However, relying on this amount of shares to become a real estate developer is too much to look down on the real estate industry. At this time, Yang Ming would not have thought that because he was bored at noon and casually bought shares, he had already stirred up the Dingsheng Real Estate headquarters. After buying the first commercial, Yang Ming looked at the second commercial, which was exactly the shares of the 4S store that he was going to go to later. I don't know if it was purposely arranged by the system or if it was really such a coincidence, but Yang Ming didn't care so much, since the system only recommended these two, then buy them first. So he spent another 15,000 RMB to buy 75% of the equity of the Porsche 4S store in Pudong New District, Magic City. This equity ratio can basically be said to control the entire 4S store. Yang Ming thought of waiting for the end of the blind date will first go to see the store. But how come that Chu Chanxian hasn't arrived yet? Yang Ming looked at his cell phone and it was already a bit overdue, but he wouldn't call to rush. No matter what, it was still important to maintain a gentleman's demeanor for men. This was also a credit to the system transformation. Yang Ming had been able to master these basic social etiquettes. Hey, look at that handsome guy's back. Does it look like the one who drove the Lamborghini Poison yesterday? How could it be? That kind of heavenly pride usually doesn't stop for a long time in this kind of earthly place. Okay, hurry up and go. You little Tai Hoof. You can't walk when you see a handsome man. At the entrance of Starbucks, there were several passers-by pointing at Yang Ming's back and discussing recklessly. Chu Chanxian, on the other hand, was a little nervous in her heart the closer she got to Starbucks. In her heart, she silently prayed that the boy introduced by Aunt Tan would be a little more reliable and not be that kind of very strange person. After calming down a bit, she finally picked up her cell phone and dialed Yang Ming's number. Hello, I'm already at the Starbucks entrance. Where are you? Yang Ming took his cell phone and turned his head to look. Hey, there was really a beautiful woman standing at the door, so he waved his other hand, signaling Chu Chanxian's own location. Okay, I see you. Chu Chanxian hung up the phone after saying that and walked over towards Yang Ming's position. Sorry, I'm late. It's okay, I just arrived not long ago, Yang Ming said and handed the coffee next to him over to Chu Chanxian's side. The looks are really good, although it's not a star face. This man is still a little handsome. Chu Chanxian's heart settled down and took a sip of iced coffee, thinking in her heart that her sister-in-law finally didn't introduce herself to those bald or obese uncles or something like that this time. Yeah, Chanxian Qian, you're here too. Just as Chu Chanxian was about to continue chatting with Yang Ming to improve her understanding, she suddenly heard Han Jing's voice. Yeah, I didn't expect such a coincidence. Chu Chanxian directly greeted Han Jing's ancestors in her heart. Obviously, she had just asked where she was going and knew that she would be at Starbucks at noon, and now she was acting as if it was a coincidence. It was really a bit shameless, but on the surface, Chu Chanxian couldn't show it, and she was suffocating in her heart. My boyfriend is buying drinks there. Don't mind if I sit over here. Chu Chanxian just wanted to find a reason to refuse, but she didn't expect Yang Ming to open his mouth. It's fine, please sit down. This woman, Han Jing, was really a billion, with so many tricks. Even though Chu Chanxian was 100 times unwilling in her heart, she couldn't kick people out in public. This woman is still really annoying. The ghost is still there. Chapter 15 The Man Who Eats Soft Food. What Chu Chanshan didn't think of was that Han Jing was actually doing it on purpose. Anything that can make things difficult for Chu Chanshan, Han Jing can make several, dozens, or even hundreds of things. Originally in Pudong New Area, this Porsche store, Chu Chanshan has not come before, has been Han Jing one person to dominate. Why? Of course, it is pretty enough to tease. Originally can enter the store to buy a car. People are rich, otherwise who would buy a million Porsche for no reason? To look good? Even if you are brain dead, you probably can't do that. So the people who can go out and buy a car, of course, are basically rich people, so as long as coaxed well, served thoughtfully, coupled with their own good looks, that performance is basically stable. Han Jing is a salesman who understands this. At least before Chu Chanshan came, she was the monthly sales champion. Porsche store has a rule that any sales manager who wins the sales championship for 4 consecutive months will either be promoted or get a pay raise. Han Jing, however, was on the verge of receiving this honor when she was stirred up by Chu Chanshan, and the two of them formed a bond. On the surface of the two polite, but behind the scenes, Han Jing is a variety of underhanded frequent. Poor Chu Chanshan and the store still have to maintain a public relations smile. It's a real poke in the heart. This time was the same. No matter if Chu Chanshan was planning to get a blind date, or planning to sell cars, Han Jing wanted to stir this up. Handsome guy, what's your relationship with our Chanshan? Han Jing looked at Chu Chanshan next to her with an anti-smile. Chu Chanshan could do nothing about it. Well, she had no intention to continue contact with Yang Ming, so she just got what she wanted and honestly sold the car. I'm her boyfriend. Ah, the coffee that Chu Chanshan had just drank and almost spewed out. Han Jing suspiciously glanced at Chu Chanshan, secretly thinking, the original quietly made a boyfriend. Enough calm. Chu Chanshan looked at Yang Ming with a constipated face, and couldn't help but spit in her heart. What's going on with this man? This first meeting, it's too unreliable. Unconsciously, Chu Chanshan just born a little good feeling swept away. Chanshan, this is your fault. Having a boyfriend and not even reporting it to your co-workers. Are you afraid we'll let you treat us? Han Jing put on an angry face. No, it's just that it hasn't been too long and the relationship isn't solid yet, so I want to wait a little longer. Talk to you guys. Chu Chanshan is also anxious, but it's not good to flip with Yang Ming on the spot. This point of literacy she still has. Handsome, how did you guys start dating? Han Jing had a gossipy look, making it impossible to reject her question. It should be considered love at first sight. In this society nowadays, people talk more about material conditions, right? It's really rare for people to be as naive and romantic as you guys. Is society already so degenerate? As soon as Han Jing took a look at Yang Ming's face, she knew that he should be a tender boy who was still not very experienced in society. What? You still don't believe it? Let's just say that when my boyfriend chased me, it was a daily car pickup, flowers, diamond rings non-stop. Otherwise I wouldn't have agreed so quickly, said pulling down the neckline. Continued, look, this necklace is set with a carat of diamonds. Not only these, he just recently helped me sell 5 cars. After saying that, he gave Chu Chanshan a meaningful look. The meaning is more than clear. Your boyfriend can do this? Chu Chanshan was really headstrong at this time, listening to the conversation between the two, but also even brought himself into the ditch. She is not used to Han Jing, and now she has no good feelings for Yang Ming, who is a rash young man. A good one had to be here to listen to people showing off and spreading dog food. Was it interesting? Handsome guy, what kind of work do you do? Han Jing felt that it was almost time to reveal the old bottom to damage Chu Chanshan. I just quit my job recently. I'm still in the waiting list. Yang Ming was also honest. He had long seen that Chu Chanshan was not dealing with the Han Jing in front of him, and was worried that Chu Chanshan would be made fun of for being a blind date, so he boldly raised the relationship between the two to a higher level. But what Yang Ming didn't expect was that this woman called Han Jing was so difficult to deal with, as if she wouldn't stop until Chu Chanshan was compared to her today. Ha, pending doesn't that mean you are a soft eater? Han Jing finally breathed a long sigh of relief at this moment. The man in front of her, whose external conditions were not bad, was actually a white boy who relied on women to support him. She finally found a way to mock Chu Chanshan in the future. Thinking of the future can be unscrupulous in the store to spread these black information. Chu Chanshan, the heart is really smooth and happy. Chanshan, handsome men are basically unreliable. You really, looking for sins by yourself? Then Han Jing greeted her boyfriend with coffee in hand, turned her head and said with a smile, like my boyfriend, this kind of handsome and rich man. This world is almost extinct. She left Chu Chanshan a look of contempt and took her boyfriend's hand to walk to the neighboring table. Anyway, she had gotten all the black material she needed to get, and she really wanted to see how Chu Chanshan could still stay in the store in the future. Looking at Han Jing's smug smile, Chu Chanshan really wanted to cry. She had already seen her embarrassment in the store in the future. Did I say something wrong? Yang Ming asked with an innocent face. You didn't say anything wrong. It's just my bad luck today. Let's do this first. Let's talk about it later. My lunch break is almost over. The words just fell, but the phone in the carry bag rang. Chu Chanshan couldn't care about Yang Ming anymore. Seeing the caller ID, she immediately picked up the phone. Where did you go? The voice on the phone was magnetic with a bit of majesty. Mister, run. I went to have lunch. I'll go back right now. Hurriedly hanging up the phone, Chu Chanshan couldn't even say goodbye to Yang Ming before heading for the door. At the same time, Han Jing, who was still arrogant just now, received a call. Sister Han, come back quickly. Something happened at the 4S store. The caller was a little fan that Han Jing usually talked to, also considered a spare tire. After hanging up the phone, Han Jing said a few words to her boyfriend and hurried to the store. At this time, Yang Ming is the only one who was still in a daze. How to say go away ah. However, Yang Ming, who was not interested in dating, is now considered to have unloaded his burden, and can explain to his mother. Blind date. It's really a gamble for the rest of my life. Before Yang Ming left, he silently made a wish in his heart that he would not go on a blind date in the future. Looking at the time on his cell phone, as if it wasn't much closer to the time he agreed to pick up the car at the 4S store in the afternoon, Yang Ming organized his clothes and headed towards the Porsche store in Pudong New area. Just now looked at the cell phone map, found that it is really close. Strolling to go, about also less than 10 minutes. Yang Ming thought that just now the system prompted him to go to the 4S store to complete the equity handover. Anyway, there is nothing today, just can complete two things at the same time. Chapter 16. My name is Yang Ming. When Chu Chanshan returned to the 4S store, she saw that everyone was serious, and the sensitive her realized that something big might have happened in the store. Han Jing, who arrived later, similarly pulled his spare tire, Lu Yiping, into a corner and whispered, "What's going on?" Chu Chanshan asked the receptionist. Lu Yun whispered, "I don't know, but several big bosses have arrived and are now on the second floor. It's been almost an hour and there's still no movement." Chu Chanshan frowned. This was not a good sign. Obviously there was no unity of opinion between the bosses. Could it be to end the business of this store? A bad premonition surged to the heart. Chu Chanshan thought that she had worked so hard for the past few years, not expecting to be swept away in the blink of an eye. Her heart was filled with unwillingness. To say unwillingness, Han Jing in the corner is even more gritted teeth. She also learned what happened from the mouth of the spare tire Lu Yiping, but all a little brain can speculate that this may have something to do with the operation of the 4S store. Otherwise, several big bosses wouldn't have appeared at the same time, and had been shut in the conference room, obviously with a big difference of opinion. "Excuse me," a voice broke the quiet of the scene. Everyone turned their heads to look at the youth at the door. The visitor was none other than Yang Ming, who was preparing to pick up the car. Han Jing instantly recognized that this was none other than Chu Chanshan's boyfriend from Starbucks just now. "Yo, isn't this the soft rice man?" Yang Ming was also stunned. He didn't expect to see this woman again. It's true that life is everywhere. However, when Yang Ming heard the cry of soft rice man, he couldn't help but frown. This woman was a bit too much. Chu Chanshan was also very surprised when she saw Yang Ming. She recalled that she really hadn't said that she worked at the Porsche 4S store, and she hadn't worn any work clothes just now. Then it could only be that Yang Ming had followed himself here. Chu Chanshan was now in a poor mood to the extreme. The job may not be guaranteed, and now even the blind date may not be a stalker. You say the mood can be good? Listening to Han Jing's reaction just now, Chu Chanshan could think that there would definitely be a sneer directed at herself next. How could you follow me here? Chu Chanshan obviously didn't have the gentleness she had just now, and her tone was also very hard. Yang Ming just wanted to explain. Han Jing and her little follower also came up. "Sister Han, this is that soft boyfriend of Chanshan's that you said? I do see a little bit of that meaning. Looks good. Do this line can play talent." Lu Yiping is a hardcore Han protectionist, and at this moment, he is also showing the temperament of a licking dog to the fullest. Han Jing smiled and said, "Chanshan, how can you let your boyfriend so standing it? Hurry up and invite to the parlor. Anyway, now no guests. Empty is also empty. Wait for Mr. Ren to ask up. I said you talk to customers." Next to the other salesman heard the two conversations, is also instantly understand the original cause of things. Have to say that sales is the world's most good at observing people. Is that Sister Chu's boyfriend? Listening to Jingjing's tone, it should be, but didn't you hear it clearly just now? It seems like he's relying on Chanshan to support him. This kind of man is good looking but not useful. No way. It seems like Sister Chu wouldn't do such a thing. You are still tender. The so-called know the face of the people do not know the heart. In the future when you find your own boyfriend can be long careful. The showroom was abuzz with talk, and Han Jing saw that the crowd had been successfully guided by herself, and also revealed a satisfied smile. Chu Chanqian was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. She could only stay where she was, her chest heaving. Han Jing, I say handsome, is it really good for you to stay here like this? We are selling Porsches here anyways. Do you think people will think you are a jobless one coming here to buy a car? Han Jing was no longer in the mood to flirt just now at this point, and replaced it with a condescending stance. She wanted to step on Chu Chanqian, and the more ferocious she stepped on now, the more Chu Chanqian would not be able to raise her head in the future. As expected, just after the words fell, the crowd in the showroom revealed a look of disgust. Yang Ming saw this Han Jing's left sentence of soft rice man, right sentence of no job. The anger in his heart also came up. Can't I just be here to buy a car? Yo, say you're fat and you're still panting. What are you going to buy with? Your body? Or face? Han Jing looked at Yang Ming with a teasing face. Chu Chanqian finally couldn't hold her tongue either and shouted, this is not the place for you to come. Hurry up. Before the words were finished, she intended to pull Yang Ming away. Yang Ming did not expect the Porsche 4S store to have such a brutal attitude towards service. This share deal of his own would probably be a big loss, although it didn't cost much money, but after all, it took up a business quota. What's all the noise? Ren Yu glanced downstairs from the second floor and loudly scolded, Mr. Run. This Chanqian's boyfriend even came to the store during work hours to fool around. I'm letting Chanqian drive him out. Han Jing saw Ren Yu getting angry and immediately added fuel to the fire. Mr. Run. He'll be leaving soon, Chu Chanqian anxiously explained. Chanqian, this is an extraordinary moment. Don't bring your personal matters to work. Also, the material I gave you from Mr. Yang in the morning, have you read it? Has he come to pick up the car? Chu Chanqian remembered that the morning's documents were still in the drawer, hurriedly threw down Yang Ming and ran to get the documents. Not long after returning to the showroom, while opening the folder, while explaining to Rinyu, I went out to eat at noon. The documents have not read, but Mr. Yang's appointment is in the afternoon. I just now have rushed back ahead of time, and have not seen him come to pick up the car. Rinyu stared at Chu Chanqian and said, Mr. Yang Ming is already the major shareholder of our 4S store. Later if he comes, hurry and invite him to the second floor first. Okay, Mr. Run. Mr. Yang Ming first. The words he was going to say suddenly came to an abrupt end, only to see Chu Chanqian turn her head to look at Yang Ming as if she was looking at a monster. What's going on? Chanqian, Mr. Ren is asking you. Han Jing saw the situation and hurriedly gave Chu Chanqian a trip, so that she completely lost the trust of the leadership. Yang Ming saw that Chu Chanqian finally thought of herself, so she didn't hide it and generously said to Rinyu, my name is Yang Ming. Brush brush brush. A shocked look was thrown at Yang Ming. If eyes could kill, Yang Ming would probably have been physically exhausted by now. You're lying. Han Jing was the first to react. Yang Ming did not have the anger he had just had at this time. Instead, he was a bit of a spectator. Is it necessary for me to lie? That being said, this kind of lie would soon be broken down. There was no need to lie at all. There are so many people with the same name in the world. It just happened. Han Jing was still hanging on for dear life, hoping that it was just chance. Chapter 17, The Mysterious Big Boss. Chu Chanqian said to Yang Ming tremblingly, trouble giving me my ID card. Yang Ming was very quick to pull out his ID card and hand it to Chu Chanqian, only to see her quickly flip open the first page of the folder to double-check the number. Although there was no picture of the owner inside, all other personal information was complete, and the ID number was undoubtedly the fastest proof that could identify Yang Ming's identity. The showroom was suddenly silent, and no one dared to utter a single breath. Just now, everyone clearly heard Renyu say that Yang Ming was not only here to pick up the car, but also the new big boss who had acquired the shares of the major shareholders. The sweat on Han Jing's forehead was dripping down, and she was silently praying in her heart that this Yang Ming was not the other Yang Ming. Once it is confirmed that Yang Ming is the mysterious big boss, then those words of her own just now, it was too late to say anything now. The others were also trembling a bit. After all, just now everyone had more or less misunderstood their new boss. The checking time doesn't need to be very long, but Chu Chanqian had to look back and forth 10 times. After confirming that there is no doubt, he first nodded towards Renyu on the second floor, and then said to Yang Ming, Yang Dong, I'm sorry, just now it was my negligence. I didn't receive you well. Jokingly, his own performance just now, dismissal 10 times would be enough. Renyu turned around and shouted, people are coming. Then he quickly walked down the stairs. The conference room was opened with a bang, and 3 people came out in a row, also running down in a hurry. Mr. Yang, please don't be offended if I've missed you. Yeah, a few of us have been waiting for Yang Dong for a few hours. I didn't expect Yang Dong to come in such a low profile. Alright, Dong Yang, let's not stand downstairs. Let's talk in the conference room on the second floor. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Before going upstairs, he turned his head and said to Han Jing, there are a lot of people with the same name in the world. but there aren't so many coincidences. After saying that, he followed Renyu and the others up to the second floor. Qianqian, come to the conference room. Renyu was almost to the second floor when he suddenly turned around and said to Chu Qianqian. He also suddenly thought that just now Han Jing said that Yang Ming was Chu Qianqian's boyfriend, so he went along with it and gave Chu Qianqian a chance. When everyone entered the conference room on the second floor, all kinds of ha gasps suddenly rang out in the exhibition hall. Everyone was as paralyzed as if they had finished running 10,000 meters. The atmosphere just now was oppressive to the extreme, and they suddenly relaxed before realizing that their backs were already wet. Han Jing, did you do that on purpose? Yeah, is there something wrong with your eyes? Saying that Big Boss is a softie. You're not trying to frame us. Usually it's okay to see you undermine Qianqian a few times, but now you're planning to take all of us to task? That's right, you have a rich boyfriend. It's okay if you don't want to do it, but we still have to support our family in Magic City. Listening to everyone's accusations against herself, Han Jing had an impulse to make a fool of herself. However, how did things turn out like this? It was clearly Yang Ming himself who said that he was an unemployed youth. How did he acquire the shares without a word? Obviously a beggar like. How did he turn into a big boss? This matter is not only Han Jing do not understand. Even in the meeting room Chu Qianqian also do not understand. But now is not the time to ask these questions. In the conference room, several people were sizing up Yang Ming. Yang Dong, this is the equity transfer agreement. The original Lu Dong has already signed it. You only need to sign it and this transfer will be completed. Renyu handed the agreement to Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not say anything, took the agreement, casually flipped through a few pages, and signed his big name at the end. Congratulations to Director Yang for officially becoming the majority shareholder of the Porsche 4S store in Pudong New Area. Renyu smiled and clapped his hands, and a few others clapped a few times likewise. Renyu pointed to the person next to him and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Lu Fei, 10% of the shares." After saying that, he pointed at another person. "This is Lu Yi, 10% of the shares." Before Renyu could continue his introduction, the last person himself stood up first. "My name is Lu Yin, only 5% of the shares. I have to ask Yang Dong to take care of me in the future. All surnamed Lu." It seems that the person who transferred the shares to himself should be the boss of the big family, the Lu clan. Yang Ming thought this in his heart, but his mouth was not idle. Greeting the three in turn, Mr. Run, introduced the basic situation of the 4S store. Renyu knew that Yang Ming would definitely ask this question, and flipped through the information in advance and said, "Yang Dong, the situation is like this." Yang Ming leaned his back against the chair and rested his hands on his cheeks, pretending that he seemed to be listening very attentively. From Renyu's introduction, the basic structure of the 4S store was very clear. There were a total of 4 shareholders. Renyu was the general manager who was brought in to manage the store, and currently the 4S store had a total of 23 employees, with an annual profit of roughly more than 50 million. Waiting for Renyu to finish his introduction, Yang Ming opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Run, all of you. Mr. Lu, I'm not much interested in running the business. At the moment, the whole 4S store is doing pretty well, so I think I'll just keep it the way it is for now." When the crowd heard this was the opposite of what they were worried about just now. Just now, a few people were worried that after Yang Ming acquired the shares, there would be a series of adjustments that would affect the normal operation of the 4S store. But they didn't realize that Yang Ming didn't want to operate it at all. It seems that it should be a rich second generation with money at home, taking some money out to play with the business. But these are no matter, as long as it does not hinder their own money making, that would be the best. A few people politely shook Yang Ming's hand and left. Renyu, Chu Qianqian and Yang Ming were left. Renyu, Yang Dong, wait for you to speak, otherwise the atmosphere of the whole store won't turn around. Yang Ming smiled and excused himself. Forget it, it's still mainly managed by Mr. Run. I'm just a dividend taker. I'll leave all these management things to you. Renyu saw that Yang Ming really did not intend to speak, so he could only give up. When the three of them went downstairs, the showroom had already returned to business as usual. Renyu, Qianqian, wait for Yang Dong's car. You do the paperwork, and use the license plate that was reserved in the store. Yang Ming, I'll be polite then, just about to leave. Yang Ming seemed to remember something, turned his head to Renyu and said, Qianqian is my friend. Mr. Ren will take care of her more in the future. Although Yang Ming is the major shareholder, all the power of life and death are in the hands, but he is not willing to interfere with the actual management, also not willing to reduce Renyu's right to speak, so he thought that it is more appropriate to promote Chu Qianqian through Renyu. As for that Han Jing and Lu Yiping, Yang Ming went downstairs and never saw them. However, it didn't take long for Lu Yun, the receptionist, to respectfully hand over the two men's resignation letters to Renyu. Looks like it also saves a good dismissal show. Yang Ming had some regrets in his heart. These two people were quite sensible and very clear about their future fate. Instead of being swept away like mourning dogs, they should have the sense to leave on their own. However, Yang Ming had lost an opportunity to play the big boss's authority. Pity. Chapter 18, Supercar Fleet. Xu Chanxian let Yang Ming sit in the VIP room, while she herself ran up and down to do the relevant procedures for him, including the vehicle license plate, during which Yang Ming needed to cooperate or when he needed to sign. Xu Chanxian would patiently explain to him. It was obvious that Xu Chanxian was really surprised. How much money would it cost to buy the shares of this 4S store? Besides, Yang Ming was still the big boss of the whole store now. Even if she was asked to go above and beyond service, that would be a matter of course in Xu Chanxian's mind. She wanted to call Aunt Tan and ask her about Yang Ming's actual situation. How did he go from being an unemployed youth to a rich and wealthy young man? But reason told her, some things should know can know, shouldn't know don't blindly pry. By the time the formalities were done, almost 2 hours or so had passed. Yang Ming put some manuals and invoices into the storage bin on the passenger seat, then started the car and prepared to leave. The sales managers in the showroom knew that the boss was leaving, and they also came out to see him off, and the scene was described as funny. Everyone said to Yang Ming with a smile, "Goodbye, welcome to the boss's next visit." How to see how to kill the scenery. Xu Chanxian originally wanted to speak to Yang Ming alone, but seeing that her colleagues were there, she could only follow her example and nodded her head to Boss Yang. Yang Ming wanted to laugh in his heart, thinking about how these people behaved when they first came here, and how they behave now is a stark contrast. Arrogance in the front and respect in the back. It was laughable to think about it. He only nodded to Xu Chanxian, said that he would contact her later, and drove away. But this is also considered to be a successful conclusion to his first blind date. After all, people are also introduced by mom's colleagues. Do not look at the face of the monk to look at the face of the Buddha. Driving on the Yan'an elevated road in Magic City, Yang Ming thought about today's encounter inside. Money, sometimes it's really omnipotent. Maybe it was because it was close to the end of the day. The Yan'an viaduct was not densely lined with vehicles ready to pass as usual. Therefore, Yang Ming unknowingly raised the speed of his car. Yang Ming, who had the aura of god of car, suddenly thought that if he went to participate in the official competition, he wondered if he could win a championship. Just when he was distracted, he saw several sports cars driving past quickly, and the roar of their engines seemed to be reminding the surrounding vehicles to be careful and avoid the road. Yang Ming subconsciously slowed down the speed of the car, followed by other vehicles slowly close to the right, on the left to make a lane. A small Porsche supercar fleet. This kind of sports car in the country, that is, those rich second generation often drive out to show their face. The car at the head of the car, Yang Ming recognizes, previously in the advertising agency to receive customers have seen this, is the Porsche 918, followed by a water of 911. This Porsche fleet all the way from the inner ring viaduct to Yan'an viaduct. The vehicles on the road to see them are all have to avoid. Now there are too many arrogant and domineering rich young people. Most of the ordinary citizens are not willing to provoke trouble, can avoid, and people form a 10-vehicle convoy. You in the middle of the people crowded scattered. May also be blank stares, spit even the car is not good to drive. Brother Lin, would it be too arrogant for us to blow up the street like this? Brother, don't say that Brother Lin doesn't take care of you. Did you see the news about that Lamborghini poison yesterday? Saw it, how? You say if we do not come out to sneak around, for fear that the people of Mordor think we Mordor has no sports car. But, traffic police that. My dad told me to keep a low profile lately. There is nothing but, we obey the traffic rules. We did not drink, did not speed. The law cannot be difficult to law-abiding good citizens. Right. Besides, the car on the road is intentionally give way to us, and it is not forced by us. Peace. Lin's real name is Lin Jiante, next to the little brother called Wang Yuan. Both are Magic City SSCC, Super Sports Club, people. The Porsche sports car in the back is also full of SSCC members. Speaking of the Magic City Supercar Club, it's a long story. Founded in 2008, centered in Mordor. It was initiated by the owners of supercars in J Province, Z Province, Mordor and South China, and is the first green club in China to advocate and insist on non-profit purposes. The club currently has more than 300 members, including nearly 200 supercar owners, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, Aston Martin, etc. More than 65% of the 300 members are post-80s young people. A quarter of them are young entrepreneurs who started their business from scratch. 3/4 of them are children of entrepreneurs, and about 35% of them are post-70s successful businessmen. But the recent conviction of Wang Yiqing, the founder of the Supercar Club, has caused a lot of anxiety in the club. This, coupled with the sudden appearance of Lamborghini Poison yesterday, who was not even a member of the Supercar Club, made the SSCC teased by netizens for a while. So Lin Jiantek, who is also one of the founders, gathered a few Porsche owners to prepare for a sports car bombing, to rally the disorganized people, and in the meantime, to promote SSCC and boost the morale of the club. Otherwise Mordor will soon be trampled down by the supercar clubs in the Imperial City and Guangdong Province. This was something that as the founder of the Magic City Ultra Running Club could not tolerate. Little Wang, hold on tight, brother is going to accelerate. Seeing that there were still 2 kilometers to go down the elevated road, Lin Jianmei suddenly shouted. Wang Yuan, the co-pilot, subconsciously pulled the armrest tighter. He didn't know how fast the next speed would be. He just a little regretted to sit on Lin Jiantek's car. And accidents always happen quietly without realizing it. Yan'an Elevated is a two-way 6 lanes. Usually not rush hour is basically smooth. If you run into rush hour, from the air, you can see that all lanes are overcrowded. And now near the end of the day, Yan'an Elevated traffic is gradually increasing. In front of the Porsche fleet, the right 2 lanes were occupied by slow vans and small trucks. The middle 2 lanes were ordinary vehicles that generally pass. Yang Ming was following the large force in the middle lane to move forward slowly. And on the left there was a big truck that was following a Corolla. Corolla has been trying to overtake by leaning to the left, but as luck would have it, there is a Mercedes-Benz traveling side by side on the left side of the truck. I don't know what the situation was in front of me, but the Mercedes kept going parallel to the truck. And the Corolla was so angry that it kept honking its horn as it tried to overtake the truck several times without success, because the big truck completely blocked the line of sight behind, resulting in Carrera cannot see the front of the car. At this moment, the Porsche 918 driven by Lin Jiantek broke away from the fleet and rushed up from the back like a rocket. It first blasted the gas pedal and overtook the Carrera in the blink of an eye. Then it tried to overtake the big truck in front of it like the Carrera just now. Chapter 19 Sudden Accident. The Mercedes on the left overtaking lane has not moved. Lin Jiante also a little anxious at this time, thinking about what is going on with this Mercedes. In fact, Mercedes has been parallel with the big truck is a reason. Because of the approaching elevated entrance has actually begun to converge with other roads into the traffic. At times the situation is very complex. After several unsuccessful attempts to overtake, Lin Jiantek finally became angry. He did not know that the danger was actually slowly approaching. Finally saw a gap between the Mercedes-Benz and the big truck. Lin Jiantek blasted the gas pedal and went through the gap between the 2 cars. Then he looked at Wang Yuan next to him with some complacency and said, "Ha ha ha, these 2 cars dare to block my way. They really don't know how to write the word death." Porsche 918, with a weight of 1700 kilograms and a hybrid power of 887 horsepower, instantly accelerating 100 yards only takes a few seconds. Waiting for the Porsche after instantly accelerating to overtake the car, after crossing the front car, not waiting for Lin Jiantek to be smug for a while, he saw the fear on Wang Yuan's face. That's right, the front traffic is huge. Lin Jiantek's Porsche speed up to the limit after overtaking, but found that there are not many empty lanes to slow down for themselves. As a result, the cars in front heard the roar of the waves of cars behind them, and saw in the rearview mirror a red sports car speeding towards them leaning over. They all chose to avoid 2 other lanes, but the speed of the 918 was just too fast. Even if Lin Jianmei pressed the brakes to the bottom now, it didn't seem to help. He could only desperately hit the steering wheel to the left. The ear-piercing sound of the brakes, coupled with the bang sound of the collision, Yang Ming in the back of the oblique heart thumped, know that something happened. Behind the Mercedes-Benz car emergency brake is not urgent, violently to the right direction, and the parallel big truck collided with the right. Yang Ming had the god of car skill, and his reaction speed when driving was amazingly fast. With a light kick of the gas, he steered to the left, shook off the traffic that was lining up, and drove to the left to complete the overtaking of the cars in front of him on the left. Then the field of vision all of a sudden opened up a lot, leaving aside the Mercedes and the big truck crash. The most deadly thing is that the 918 is being pushed back into the air by the huge impact because of the impact on the left side of the guardrail. At this time, Lin Jiantek's biggest mistake in his life was to hit the steering wheel randomly at the moment of hitting the guardrail, which directly led to the vehicle tires rolled on the broken guardrail bounced out. In this way, the Porsche 918 whole car suspended in the air ready to come to a few 360-degree turn movement. If this continues, it will certainly fall dozens of meters high viaduct. Even if the car is not destroyed, it is also basically fall into the iron lumps and mud it. Next to the still moving vehicles have emergency brakes. Some even backed up dozens of meters, for fear of being affected by the next. Some car owners understand the situation. The whole person is dumbfounded there. Even the exclamation of surprise cannot be issued. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Yang Ming's foot on the gas went straight to the bottom. There was no room for thought. What to save or not to save? How to save? What will happen if you save? What would happen if he didn't? These are all just a flash in the mind. Yang Ming, who was possessed by the god of cars, held the steering wheel with a firm hand, and a great confidence surged up in his heart. There was a strong aura of "with the steering wheel in my hand, I have the world in my hands." At this moment, Yang Ming's time seems to stand still. He sat in the car and calmly judged the landing point of the 918. He must rush to the landing at the same time, with his car at about the same speed at the same time, to offset the impact of the second rebound. Yang Ming should actually be thankful for the system's transformation of him, allowing him to ascend to another level in terms of mental power. Otherwise, when he encountered this kind of situation, Yang Ming would not say that he would be paralyzed with fear, but at least he would definitely not dare to go forward. As Yang Ming approached the drop point, he urgently made a 180-degree turn. He was going to use the empty co-pilot to make the impact and reduce the impact on himself. The slow mo can see Yang Ming in the cockpit with his eyes grimacing, staring intently at the 918 in the air. In fact, Yang Ming's mind had already simulated the entire rescue process, including the damage, the best timing, the best impact strength, and even the angle of the tail swing. Bang, pop, squeak squeak squeak. All the airbags on the Primera and 918 popped. The vehicles hit with just the right amount of force, and the 918 ended up skidding on the ground for some distance before coming to a screeching halt less than 3 meters from the elevated edge. With a gush of shrieks, the back of the room was a mess. Brakes were slammed on. Screams were screamed. Is this ing crazy? Many people came out of the cab, looking at the scene they just witnessed, and let out a sound in their hearts. The whole process was actually very short. From Yang Ming stepping on the gas to him colliding with the 918 was less than 10 seconds, but many people felt that it was longer than a century. Finally did it. Yang Ming, who came out of the driver's side, was also a bit scared in his heart, afraid that he would get hitched as well. There were still too many things he hadn't done, too many regrets he hadn't filled, but some things had to be done. The so-called the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Besides, when he was in the car just now, Yang Ming clearly felt as if he was omnipotent and rushed straight through without even a hint of hesitation. Maybe it's the effect of the car god, SecKill, Yang Ming said to himself. While the screams around him hadn't stopped, Yang Ming personally went up to confirm the safety status of the people in the car. He pulled open the door of the car with force and dragged Lin Jiantek, who was in the main driver's seat, to a safe place first. By this time, the people from the convoy behind had also arrived, and seeing Yang Ming picking and pulling the door of the passenger side of the car, Tong Tong ran to help. Yuanzi, is everything alright? Without getting a response from the other party, quite a few people were already calling over there. It was too scary to think about. This brother, give a hand, pull the person out first, otherwise there might be secondary injuries. Yang Ming said to one of them. That person didn't talk nonsense, helped undo the seatbelt, and pulled the person to safety together with Yang Ming. In the distance, the sound of ooh-ah came from far and near. After the two doctors arrived at the scene, they hurriedly put Lin Jiante and Wang Yuan on the instruments to measure. Fortunately, their breathing and heartbeat were relatively normal. Only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you so much. This is a great miracle. One person from the fleet held Yang Ming's hand and was on the verge of crying with excitement. If these two hadn't died today, the group of them would have probably paid a terrible price. Who told them that they were fine while the two of them were in trouble? All of them were mixed in the second generation circle, and in their hearts, they considered the consequences very clearly. But now at least the people are fine. This is a great fortune in misfortune. Yang Ming at this time, but looked at the nearly scrapped Porsche frowned. I did not expect their new car actually into the scrap metal. He just got on the hands of 1 hour only. Brother, leave a phone number. There will be a big thank you later. The car owner said to Yang Ming. Forget it, it's just a favor. After saying that, he saw Yang Ming walking towards the police who came afterward in a very dashing manner. That car owner was messed up in the wind, but in his heart, he wanted to say to Yang Ming, brother, do you have any misunderstanding about a show of hands? Chapter 20. You're on fire on the internet. After such a big car accident, there were no deaths. Even the traffic police who rushed to the scene found it unbelievable. After the doctor's initial examination, Lin Jianmei had some concussions and fractures in his arms and legs. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, was basically unharmed. Just some muscle strains and skin abrasions. Although people are fine, but police want to investigate the whole incident clearly. The procedure should still go, so even Yang Ming was brought to the nearby police station, together with other members of the Porsche team. During this time, Lin Jianbao's father and Wang Yuan's father also rushed to the police station. By the time everyone had finished watching the video taken by the HD camera on the elevated highway, all of them were dumbfounded. Even the organizing traffic cop couldn't help but praise Yang Ming for this self-sacrificing behavior. But he also warned Yang Ming at the same time that if something like this happened again in the future, he should never try to be brave. This time it might have been the favor of the goddess of fortune that he barely escaped, but people are not always so lucky. What can Yang Ming say? Can he tell the police that he is possessed by the god of cars? And that doing this is just like playing, not to mention whether the police believe it or not. Even if someone really believes it, Yang Ming will be sliced and diced in the future. So Yang Ming nodded his head very nicely and promised the police that he would not do it again. In the end, he was very lucky to only have 6 points deducted from his driver's license points, and even the fine was waived. As long as the license is not revoked, Yang Ming was happy in his heart. When he was out of the police station, he hadn't gone far before he heard someone calling out to him from behind. Mr. Yang, please wait. Yang Ming turned around and saw that the people coming were actually Lin Jinmao's father, Lin Shi, and Wang Yuan's father, Wang Yu. Both of you, looking for me for something? Yang Ming was bent on being a warrior who did good deeds without leaving a name. But of course, other people couldn't pretend that it wasn't the case. After all, it was Yang Ming who saved his son. Mr. Yang, this is my business card, please accept it, and in the future, as long as you run into something in Magic City, feel free to give me a call. Yes, that's what I mean. Lin Shi and Wang Yu handed over their business cards respectively. The two of you are really too polite. I'm really just raising my hand. Yang Ming remained truthful, but he simultaneously took the two men's business cards and put them in his pocket. Anyway, it was for nothing, so it was fine to receive it. Maybe it would really be useful someday. Mr. Yang is really a cow. A car skill that is out of this world. Seriously, I, Lin, have lived for more than 50 years, but I have never seen it before. Lin Shi's rainbow farting was still very comfortable for Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming quickly calmed down and admonished himself to absolutely not float. Although it was cool to float, it was also dangerous at the same time. After bidding farewell to Lin and Wang, Yang Ming suddenly realized that he was without transportation again. Paramila has informed Chu Chanqian to pull back, when it can be repaired, or whether it can be repaired is unknown. System Junior, in view of the host's heroic performance today, the host is rewarded with a second kill limit that exceeds the level. Just when Yang Ming was still agonizing over the fact that he still had to buy a car, he didn't expect the system to give Yang Ming a big surprise. At first listen, it seemed like it was just like that. After all, through upgrading, Yang Ming could still keep increasing the spike limit. But when Yang Ming came back to his senses, he felt that this was like giving himself a black card with unlimited swipes. After all, upgrading takes money and time. What if one day one urgently needs to buy something super ranked? System Junior, in light of the fact that the host's first transformation was very successful, the program to transform the host will soon begin the second round of upgrades. ********. This would be difficult. This first transformation was almost changed to not be me. If it comes back for a second time, Yang Ming himself doesn't know if his mom will still recognize him when he goes home. System Junior, please rest assured host. Hey, the arm couldn't resist the leg. Yang Ming could only give up his resistance and let the system handle it. But the first reward wasn't bad. It kind of gave himself some comfort. When Yang Ming returned home, it was already late at night. Until lying on the sofa in his own home in Huaihua home, Yang Ming really relaxed. There were some things that were a bit scary when you thought about them afterward. When Yang Ming undressed, he found that his back was sticky, and only then did he react to how much he had sweated in that situation. If there was no system to add to the situation, the consequences would really be unimaginable. A cup to the sunrise, a cup to the moonlight, awakening my yearning, tenderizing the cold window, so I can fly against the wind without turning back, not afraid of rain in my heart and frost under my eyes. The empty house rang, the phone ringing. Yang Ming yesterday, after a life and death test, decided to change his phone caller alert. Maybe he didn't get used to the cell phone ringtone. Maybe he was really too tired yesterday. It wasn't until the ringtone rang several times that Yang Ming reached out his hand from the comforter and picked it up. Hello, Yang Dong, this is Chu Chanqian. Sorry to disturb you in the morning. Yang Ming on this side. On the other hand, while holding the phone, scanned back and forth in the surrounding area, having a sense of vestigial vision of who am I, where am I, and what am I doing. After slowing down for a long time, Yang Ming made sure that he was still in the commercial house of Huaihua Homes before he lazily returned. It's early enough. Say it. What's the matter? Chu Chanqian, it's like this. The Puramara that you sent for repair yesterday has been basically scrapped. So Mr. Run ordered to say that he will give you a new car. I'm already doing the formalities, and I'll send it over to you later. Please also send me a location. After listening to Chu Chanqian's words, Yang Ming came back to his senses and remembered that his car was completely scrapped yesterday. But since it was his own family's store, sending a car to his boss seemed to make sense. Alright then, I'll send you the location later. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming didn't have any sleepiness left and got up to wash up, then sent the location of Huaihua Home to Chu Chanqian. Not long after, The doorbell rang at the door. Yang Ming opened the door and looked at the dusty Chu Chanshan. His heart was still a bit apologetic, especially when he saw that she even brought breakfast. He was so moved that he almost burst into tears. Let's eat together. I'm alone anyway. Yang Ming signaled Chu Chanshan to sit down and eat together, and worrying that she would be embarrassed, he even stood up and forcefully pressed for her to sit on the stool. Chu Chanshan looked at the house, and then looked at the man beside her, and in her heart, she hoped that this world had regret pills or something to turn back time. Let her be able to appear at Yang Ming's side with the best posture, instead of the current relationship of superior and subordinate. However, she was self-aware. Yesterday she felt that Yang Ming was not worthy of her, while today she felt that she could not meet Yang Ming's requirements. In fact, Chu Chanshan's looks were not bad, and her work ability wasn't bad either, but unfortunately Yang Ming didn't want to fall in love. To summarize the current situation in one sentence, it's the wrong person at the wrong time. The two of them ate breakfast in silence. Suddenly, Chu Chanshan broke the quiet space and said, Mr. Yang, you don't know that you are on fire on the internet. Chapter 21, Hot Search List. What do you mean? Yang Ming stopped his chopsticks and looked at Chu Chanshan suspiciously. Chu Chanshan, you don't know just yesterday you crashed the car to save the video. Now on the internet spread very crazy. Are fast occupying the microblogging hot search list half of the rivers and mountains. When Yang Ming heard this, he didn't eat his meal and hurriedly took his cell phone to check it up. He really didn't expect that yesterday's matter would cause such a big storm. In fact, it was very normal for this matter to become a hot search. With so many stranded vehicles on the scene and so many people holding up their cell phones to shoot, if one or two people put the video on the internet, it would be an explosive topic. Yang Ming in the microblogging homepage really found his own crash to save people's video. Do not know. I'll look startled. The front page of Weibo has almost been contracted by himself. After pulling it down from top to bottom for nearly 10 minutes, it was still news about himself. The comment area's netizens' various kneeling was also refreshing Yang Ming's 3 views. Netizen 1, the god of cars, this is absolutely the god of cars. Netizen 2, good job. This Porsche owner in danger. Operation of the clouds and water. Horror as such. Netizen 3, there is really no one. I've never seen a better character than you in my life. Netizen 4, this common really dare to think and do Netizen 5, just now that wave of operation. I think this car owner can blow a lifetime. Netizen 6, oops, my mama. After watching this video, I froze for more than an hour. Like a dream. Are you sure this is what people can do? Netizen 7, awesome fried. The owner of the car you know what? UING awesome fried. Netizen 8, grass. Car god, please accept me as a disciple. From now on, you are my own father. Netizen 9, brother. I don't want to say anything. After you are my own brother, after you then come out to show off skills before you cannot come out in advance to notify the next. I grew up with a heart attack. Just now if there is no quick-acting heart pills, I'm ING directly with the world bye-bye. Netizen 10. I dare to make a promise. That is, 10 world car kings sumak together. In front of this car god is not enough to look at. Stand post for proof. Not to serve to fight. Netizen 11, car owner brother. I can say I watched the video. On the wet? The comments of online netizens are really strange, but basically they are all knee-jerk. And there are also those who are crazy about stepping on the line at the edge of the 404. Yang Ming is very tempted to reply. Are you not afraid of your account being blocked? However, in addition to these fancy ass-kissing messages, there are some speeches that are more pertinent and sensible, and hit the nail on the head. Netizen N, I personally appreciate the owner's courageous behavior, but I think the majority of friends must not learn, because you do not have that kind of technology. Netizen N+1, first of all, I emphasize that I have no grudges with the owner himself, but strongly attacked this kind of personal heroism behavior, regardless of the consequences, no consideration, do not love life. Netizen N+2, the car owner's car skills can be called the realm of God, but you are not afraid of someone to learn you such behavior. Loss of life? Netizen N+3, admire, but firmly opposed to your irresponsible rescue behavior. Netizen N+4, you this role model role greatly bad Yang Ming looked at these bitter exhortations, but also a warm heart. Seriously, yesterday after coming back to think about it is really afraid. If this kind of thing happens again, Yang Ming thinks that even if he has the aura of God of Car, he may not be able to restore 100% of the actions at that time, because a lot of decisions, actions, and timing will change with the scene. He himself was indeed too reckless at that time. Yan Dong. Chu Chanshan's shout pulled Yang Ming's thoughts back to reality. Hey, this bunch of sand sculpture netizens are too cute. Yang Ming couldn't help but spit at Chu Chanshan. Yan Dong, look, the top 10 of Weibo's hot search list have all been monopolized by you. When Yang Ming heard this, he hurriedly took her phone and took a look, and sure enough, The hot search list was all topics related to his own crash and rescue yesterday. 1. Hashtag on the car god's car skills. 2. Hashtag saving or harming people hashtag. 3. Hashtag who is the god of cars? 4. Hashtag how vehicles do precise crashes hashtag. 5. Is the god of cars crazy? 6. Hashtag the past and present life of the god of cars hashtag. 7. Hashtag how can I learn from the god of cars? Hashtag. 8. Hashtag the side face of the god of cars hashtag. 9. Hashtag address of the god of cars hashtag. 10. Hashtag questions about the crash and rescue video. Yang Ming realized that the matter of saving someone's life didn't just dominate the top 10 hot searches, but directly contracted the top 30 lists. These people are really idle, Yang Ming said as if to himself and as if to Chu Chanshan. However, this was the boss's private matter, and Chu Chanshan sat very quietly on the sidelines without making any comments. In her heart, her opinion of Yang Ming sublimated one step further. I didn't expect the boss to have such good car skills. I wonder if he often violently drives like this. Then some very dirty thoughts unconsciously grew in his heart. Ha, why are you blushing? Yang Ming finished looking at the cell phone and was ready to return it to Chu Chanshan. He didn't expect to see Chu Chanshan, who was frozen on the side, blushing as if she had applied a whole red lipstick. Oh, no, Yang Dong, it may be too hot. Then I'll turn on the air conditioner for you. Yang Ming thought that it might be because of the weather and stood up ready to get the air conditioner remote control. No need, Yang Dong, my store already has a client appointment in the morning, so I won't bother you. Yang Ming looked at the flustered Chu Chanshan. His heart was finally somewhat enlightened and he wanted to laugh a little, because he had already realized what Chu Chanshan was blushing because of. Typical nymphomaniac girl-like. The car keys are placed on the table for you. Before he finished speaking, he only heard the door close with a bam. Hey, running faster than a rabbit. This is afraid of being eaten by me. Although Yang Ming didn't have the idea of finding a girlfriend in his heart, it didn't stop him from flirting with girls from time to time. To summarize one sentence is, young jagged man is going to awaken. After all, excellent men are always surrounded by all kinds of beautiful women. Only when Chu Chanshan escaped in a mess did Yang Ming turn his attention back to the hot search list. What to do? Yang Ming had carefully looked at the video from various angles, and no matter from which angle he could not clearly see his face. So that means his face hasn't been exposed. Then I'm afraid of a hangnail. You guys discuss yourselves. It's none of my business. Yang Ming decided not to care about these sand sculpture netizens and did what he needed to do. He cleaned up the dining table, wore a handsome hairstyle, picked up the keys on the table, and went out. At this time, Yang Ming would never have thought that the entrance to Huaihue Home was in a mess. Chapter 22 must re-second a suite. Magic City's Huaihue Homes was completed and handed over in 2014. The neighborhood is not big, and there is no human vehicle segregation. However, the management and security of the entire district is relatively standardized in place. Greening is also very well taken care of. The owners of parking is also a rule. It can be said that in the entire Huaihue Homes, owners and property relations compared to other neighborhoods is relatively harmonious and cordial. Today it is the turn of the security guard Wang Xinji on duty. Early in the morning he rushed to the property, put on the security uniform, and then patrolled in the neighborhood, waiting for the end of all the basic work. He and a group of security guards are concentrated in the security room to listen to the security chief Song Mao chatter there. Wang Xinji's hometown was Sichuan province, and he had been working at Huaihue Homes in Magic City for almost 3 years now, and basically every day was the same old patrol and patrol again. So sometimes he would sneak around and cat in any nook or cranny for a while. Because of this, he was criticized and educated by Captain Song Mao. Hey, old Wang, did you hear about the accident over at Yan'an Elevated yesterday? Li Dan, a small security guard from the same Sichuan province, saw that Wang Xinji's spirit was not good, so he asked from the side. Well, the internet is abuzz with rumors. I think it's hard not to know. Wang Xinji shook the cigarette in his hand and glared at Li Dan without any good humor. You say that the Porsche owner Hao So so urgent situation, performed such a powerful car skills. This is damn harder than heaven. Right. Wang Xinji finished smoking, patted his pants leg, stood up and said, hey, that's all about big shots. We such small security guards, or do our own thing, less involved. Li Dan sighed, said, if I can let me see that big hero, this life we have not come to the world in vain. As soon as the words fell, the walkie-talkie in the hands of the two men suddenly transmitted the captain's call. Attention all personnel. Attention all personnel. Immediately close the north gate. All security guards to concentrate on the south gate. Please reply when you receive it. Song Mao's voice was urgent and anxious, but the words were filled with a majesty that could not be disobeyed. Received by Li Dan. Wang Xinji copy. Instantly, the security guards in various locations in the neighborhood replied through the walkie-talkies in their hands. Something's wrong. Wang Xinji's expression was serious. He knew that Song Mao had never directly summoned all the security guards like this before. Old Wang, wait for me, what could have happened? Li Dan was rushing behind him, but he couldn't seem to catch up. When did this old Wang become so fast on his feet? Li Dan muttered in his heart. At the south gate of Huaiyue home, team leader Song Mao was looking out of the neighborhood with a grave expression on his face. What's wrong, Captain Song? As soon as Wang Xinji entered the gate post, he saw Song Mao gazing straight ahead without moving. Yesterday's Yan'an Elevated's rescue hero is in our neighborhood. No, hundreds of people have come outside, saying they want to meet that hero. Song Mao was a bit hesitant. Wang Xinji had never seen his captain's brow furrowed so deeply. So many people pouring into the neighborhood all at once would be a big threat to the neighborhood's security, and would also disrupt the normal life of the neighborhood's residents. It was impossible to let them in, but how to appease them? If this group of people do not listen, what to do? The property manager had already come to the south gate, ready to negotiate with the people at the gate, hoping that these people would remain rational. Lao Wang, Xiao Li, hurry to contact Mr. Yang in Building 2, 1902, tell him about the situation here, and hope that he can leave the district temporarily, or else this group of agitated people at the door will really rush in, and I don't know what they will do. After saying that, looking at the direction of the door, it seems that there are more people. We just want to meet yesterday's car god. You let us in, we'll be out soon. Right, we won't make any trouble, we'll go in quietly, absolutely not disturbing the people, not disturbing the people, not disturbing the people. Saying this, they put away the God of Cars, we love you banner they had just pulled. The property manager, facing this group of people, smiled harder than crying. Not disturbing the people, I believe you. Once this group of people go in, it's definitely a collision of sparks. Anything is possible. And this side of Building 2, when Yang Ming went downstairs, he didn't see the Panamera, but there was a brand new Porsche Cayenne parked in the parking space opposite the entrance of the first floor. The license plate number is exactly the license plate number that he hung on top of the Panamera yesterday. It seems that Renyu has changed an SUV for himself. However, this car is just a means of transportation. Yang Ming does not care. When he was about to get into the car, he saw two security guards running towards Building 2 without breath. What's wrong? Yang Ming asked in confusion. We want, go find 1902's, Mr. Young. Wang Xinji ran so fast that he couldn't catch his breath, and replied in a strained manner. Yang Ming froze. Looking for me? I'm Yang Ming from 1902. What's the matter? Wang Xinji hurriedly went forward and told him about what happened in front of the neighborhood. Hey, these people are really... Yang Ming simply did not expect things to develop to such an extent, and his own personal address and contact information was only left at the police station yesterday when he made a statement to facilitate the follow-up investigation. I really didn't expect this group of netizens to be so powerful. This can find themselves. However, after vomiting, now that he stayed in the neighborhood again, he really didn't know what would happen. Is there any way to get out? Yang Ming asked. Yes, Mr. Yang can go out of the district through the east gate, which is usually not open. That side is a fire escape, so there are very few people and it's basically not open. The two of us are here to send Mr. Yang out. The gate key is here with me. Li Dan next to him hurriedly grabbed the answer. Just kidding, the idol is close at hand. One must kneel in a fancy way to do so. Wang Xinji blankly glanced at Li Dan, thinking that what time is it? You are still thinking about your idol. Alright, you guys get in my car. Said open the car door. Let Wang Xinji and Li Dan get on the car. He quickly get on the car and ignition. Throttle slightly a little. Cayenne like a beast rushed out, all the way to show dashing car skills. Can be the back of the Li Dan to be happy. Is this the idol car god's dazzling skills? Fast speed without losing the sense of stability. This car drives like his own body. Time is very short. Li Dan is still interested in the time. Yang Ming has already driven to the door of the east gate. The two quickly got out of the car and opened the gate. Yang Ming drove the car slowly forward. As they were saying goodbye, Li Dan and Wang Xinji stood respectfully on both sides of the gate. Attention! Salute! Just as Wang Xinji's slogan fell, the two men's movements then followed. Yang Ming nodded slightly at them and drove straight out of the neighborhood. From the reverse mirror, Yang Ming saw that these two security guards were still meticulously saluting and standing erect. This was a tribute to Yang Ming for saving people from danger. Afterwards, Yang Ming withdrew his gaze and secretly cursed in his heart. I can't even go back to my home. Must see a house before I can do it. It must be a big house, the most expensive kind. Right, the security level must be the highest. Lousy damn, never want to sneak around in such a sorry state again. Chapter 23 Kafko Seaview 1 or Townsend 1. Yang Ming hadn't bought a house since he had risen to level 2, and he didn't know if the 100,000 limit could buy a better, more upscale neighborhood house. He quickly entered the system interface and looked at his property area balance of 1,000 square meters that he still had, then searched for properties to see what kind of house the system would recommend to him this time. The system page jumped. House name, Fortune Seaview Garden. Location, Pudong New Area. House type, duplex. House number, Building 2, 2002. House size, 352 square meters. Seconds amount 30,000 renminbi. House name Fortune Seaview Garden. Location Pudong New Area. House type, duplex. House number, Building 32102. House size, 352 square meters. Seconds amount 30,000 renminbi. House name Grand Golden Rock. Location Pudong New Area. House type, duplex. House number, Building 13901. House size, 302 square meters. Seconds amount 35,000 renminbi. House name Grand Golden Rock. Location Pudong New Area. House type, duplex. House number, Building 23701. House size, 302 square meters. Seconds amount 35,000 renminbi. First page. Systems weather to display the second page? Yang Ming took a look. Good guy. Damn, this is only the first page. There are still more than 20 pages not shown behind. It seems that the spike limit has been raised and there are a lot more houses that can be bought. According to this situation, the more expensive should be at the back. Yang Ming was frantically spitting out the system's unconsciousness at this moment. You'll make people think that I'm watering down the word count, okay, no la. Even though I also very much want to water it down a bit, but can you damn well not make it so obvious? System Junior, the host's preferences are really hard to grasp. Good boy. System, you just directly display the most expensive, the best, the highest quality, the most profitable, and it also has to be a house that I can afford. Although Yang Ming had a lot of opinions about the system, but after all, it was his food and clothing, so he couldn't give a dislike. At this time the system once again jumped to display. House name, Kofko Seaview 1. Housing location, Pudong New Area. Housing type, duplex. House number, Building 83602. Housing area, 696 square meters. Seconds amount 50000 RMB. House name Thompson Epine. Location Pudong New Area. House type, duplex. House number, Building A4401. House size, 767 square meters. Seconds amount 50000 RMB. House name Garden Apartment. Location Pudong New Area. House type, 1 building. House number, 201, 202, 301, 302, 401, 402, 501, 502. House size, 38 square meters for a single unit. 304 square meters in total. Seconds amount, 50,000 renminbi. Yang Ming couldn't help but curse. Tangchen Epine and Kofko Seaview 1 aside. Yang Ming remembered that the garden apartment was also in Lujiazui in Pudong, and it was also the single apartment with the most expensive rent in Magic City. When Yang Ming rented a room in the past, he went to see it, and each room was very small, but it had as many features as it should have. There are a total of 10 houses in the garden apartment, each with only 5 floors, and the bottom floor is an elevated floor with no rooms. These small rooms were very popular with singles working in Lujiazui, so they caused a sensation when they were first launched. Yang Ming had learned that the annual rent for each room in the garden apartment could be as high as more than $200,000, and it was still in short supply. Buy it. Must buy it. Yang Ming actually wanted to directly take the duplex mansion on the top floor of Thompson 1, but calculating his remaining real estate area, it was only enough for Seaview 1 and garden apartment together. Anyway, after the system is upgraded, the property area will also increase, so let's add Thompson 1 to the second car now. System assistant, you will spend 50,000 RMB to buy 1 block of garden apartment. Yes/no? The system is a small 2, you will spend 50,000 RMB to buy Kofko Seaview 1 8 building block 3602 room. Yes/no? Without any hesitation, Yang Ming quickly clicked 2 yes in the system. System Shaware, congratulations to the host purchase success. Please check in the trunk of the Kayan under the real estate right certificate. System Junior, congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. UING even arranged it in advance, just waiting for me to step on the pit, getting out of the car and opening the rear car cover. Sure enough, a bunch of red real estate certificates are quietly waiting for their owners. This wave is not a loss. Yang Ming pocketed all the real estate certificates and a bunch of keys, then quickly walked towards the driver's seat. Now first go to Seaview 1 and see the place where he will be living. Hopefully the security force there was strong enough. Over there at the south gate of the Huaihue Homes neighborhood, the atmosphere had begun to become somewhat subtle as the number of people continued to increase. The emotions of the gathered crowd were not particularly stable right now, just like a powder keg quietly placed there. But if a small flame appears, it will be extinguished. The property manager also recognized the seriousness of the situation and that the whole thing was out of control. And while patiently explaining the rules and regulations of the district to the crowd, he told Song Mao to hurry up and call the police for help. After receiving the call, the police from the Suwei branch soon arrived at the scene. They had already prepared themselves psychologically before they arrived, but when they actually got out of the car, they saw the actual scene. But when the real get off, see the actual situation or sucked a breath of cold air. Why? The black crowd is there. Cannot be afraid? If this is not done properly, it will become a mass incident. Chapter 24. Did you enjoy yourself today? Immediately after one call after another, the official finally realized the seriousness of the situation. What to do? Of course, it is important to arrange a large number of police forces to evacuate the crowd. Otherwise, who can afford such a big responsibility? And the leaders who arrived at the scene made it clear that they would give a clear explanation to the general public. In this way, after several hours of effort, this group of people slowly left. Everyone was completely relieved. The speed was fast. In the afternoon of the same day, the official then through the TV station, newspapers and other official channels and microblogging and other new media channels to voice, published the complete video of the Yan'an Viaduct yesterday afternoon, explaining the cause of the accident, the process and the results of the accident, as well as the traffic police arrived at the scene of the trajectory of the car surveyed, and so on. The announcement said that the Porsche owner Yang Mao's rescue behavior is recognized, but not advocated, and hope that the majority of netizens can remain rational. At the same time that will be in accordance with the righteousness and courage to Yang Mao for awards. In the official announcement below, netizens a water of 666, 6666 crazy praise. Although things have calmed down, but the netizens said, the mysterious Porsche owner will continue to pay attention. What else can we do? Personal information cannot be disclosed. Is it really like the country of M and the official website to leave a petition? This can be really 404. At this time, car god, Yang Ming is standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of room 3602 in Building 8 of Seaview 1 community, overlooking the Huangpu River in front of him. The clamor on the network at this time cannot be compared with the feeling of pleasure at this moment. Magic City near the Huangpu River. There are two major mansions, Kafko's Seaview 1 and Townsend 1. The two major mansions are positioned differently. Thompson positioning high-end Tycoon, and Seaview 1 is high-end improvement. Although each has its own focus, but for the majority of people, that is out of reach of the dream. At least the previous Yang Ming did not even dare to think, can live in the Magic City top mansion, but all of this was already a thing of the past. Yang Ming did not continue to stand in front of the window and pretend to be deep. After all, the people like ants underneath could not see himself on the 36th floor, 696 square feet of duplex sea view room, not far from the core of Lujiazui. The river view is open to death. Especially the system is every time the delivery of hardcover, but also to make the whole European style decoration looks golden. Intelligent technology system, underfloor heating, new wind system, as well as DE system, YI system of high-end kitchen and bathroom brands, leading a new luxury residential lifestyle. Yang Ming just entered the neighborhood, completely without the need to swipe the card or button, direct face matching, feeling the magic sense of intelligent technology completely integrated into the neighborhood. Of course, the high-end mansion is also matched with one of the world's top 5 well-known property Goliath International Properties. Yang Ming because the first time to come, it is like the first time to enter the Grand View Garden is confused. But soon after the property housekeeper learned that the new owner had come home through the face system, he rushed to the service without stopping. There was no impatience at all because of Yang Ming's exuberant curiosity. Hello, how are you? I'm the owner of Building 83602. I'd like to dine at the clubhouse in the neighborhood. Please arrange it. Okay, Mr. Yang, we'll arrange it for you right away. The visual call system in the room can connect to the property's 24-hour call center in real time. Just one phone call, through and through. So here's the question. Why do so many people do everything and anything to become rich? Is it because money smells better? Oh, the overall planning and layout of the district is very avant-garde. Finished blue imported alloy steel plate paved with the entire district facade. The top dual clubhouse, indoor and outdoor dual pools, multi-purpose halls, fitness and massage and other recreational facilities are all over the corner of the district. From the clubhouse restaurant can see the sunset in the distance. This dinner may be the most unforgettable in Yang Ming's life, but also the most pleasant dinner. Looking at the dishes spread over the whole table, there were Caesar salad, French foie gras, New Zealand lamb chops, onion pork tenderloin, superb lobster bisque, Jack Daniel's wine-cured salmon and top-quality caviar. Yang Ming felt his stomach acid boiling. Mr. Yang, I'm Chef Tony. May I prepare some other Chinese food? Yang Ming hadn't regained his senses from the food in front of him and couldn't stop nodding his head. Then what else needs to be prepared? Which cuisine do you favor? Yang Ming's attention finally regained its place. Oh, no, this is good enough. Thank you very much, Chef Tony. Okay, Mr. Yang, then enjoy your meal. In parting, Tony looked at the lobster soup that was pushed across the table by Yang Ming and said, Mr. Yang, this is a selection of lobsters from the Caribbean shallow water bay, just flown in this morning. Very fresh. If you don't like it, next time when you come, I can try other cooking methods. After saying that, he smiled and bowed towards Yang Ming, turned around and went back to the back kitchen. Mr. Yang, this is the high vintage Tuscan wine that Chef Tony has paired for you, so that it can complement the food perfectly to your taste buds, the waiter at the side said respectfully. At this moment, Yang Ming felt that his previous self was completely living in his grandmother's house, and what a life he was living. The current self is living like a person. Well, the first thing I want to do is to get a little bit of an illusion of the emperor. Of course, this kind of time, the circle of friends is indispensable. 9 lattice food with pictures, plus the location of the location, and then with a slightly pretentious, today you enjoy it? Text. Yang Ming thought he was very satisfied and casually clicked publish. After a dinner, tens of thousands of dollars were gone, but Yang Ming didn't feel any pity at all. This was because he would soon be able to have rent in his account. That garden apartment was quietly waiting for Yang Ming's favor. But the matter was urgent, and it wasn't for a while. After returning to his room and lying on the soft imported sofa, Yang Ming combed through the things that he had to handle immediately tomorrow. First, he had to drive the Lamborghini Poison to Ocean View 1. This house came with 4 large parking spaces, and the security of this neighborhood really can be described as tight. 3 steps a post, 5 steps a whistle. With a confidential unit, the key is that people's homeowners usually can't see these security guards at all. You say it's strange. The next thing is to rent out the Huaihua home and garden apartments. This time we have to find an agent. I wonder how much money can be credited. Would it be straightforward to get yourself enough money for the upgrade? After all, a level 3 system smells good. Chapter 25 Changes in Physical Quality. The next morning, Yang Ming got up very early. I do not know if it is because the bed of the sea view uncomfortable, asleep directly to the dawn. Open the cell phone to see. Wow. The circle of friends, hundreds of comments, as well as densely packed praise blinded Yang Ming 24K pure gold dog eyes. Comments, praise, kneeling, praise, are basically ex-colleagues as well as former colleagues from the actual situation of the customers. While questioning, right acidic comments are basically distant friends and relatives as well as not too familiar with the classmates. Anyway, the polarization is very serious. The people who licked Yang Ming were blowing up in a fancy way, almost offering Yang Ming as an ancestor, while the people who were envious and jealous hated mostly said that Yang Ming was hypocritical, pretentious, and posing for pictures. Yang Ming didn't have any reply, smiled and put his phone in his pants pocket. Since Yang Ming was transformed by the second wave of the system, he vaguely felt as if he was wiser and calmer, and was able to look away from a lot of things, without the broken thoughts and nagging feelings of the past. Not only that, the body's various abilities also seem to have improved greatly. For example, in the past, if Yang Ming ran a run, basically the next day he would have a sore back and his legs and feet would not listen to him. But last night Yang Ming went to the gym to experience one, and this morning he woke up refreshed instead. However, Yang Ming felt that it was also possible that he was nervous and overreacted. At this time, the system was not happy and was busy coming out to explain. System Junior, intelligence plus 43%, physical strength plus 67%, mental strength plus 89%, comprehensive physical quality plus 33%. How come there is one more indicator? Several other items, Yang Ming knew. Moreover, since the second wave of remodeling began, the increase in the data of the other items was quite obvious. As for the overall quality of the body, well, System Junior, the comprehensive body quality includes reaction speed, strength, agility, and the functional strengthening of each organ of the body. Yang Ming found that this broken system even in the way to Superman to the whole hey, System Junior, please rest assured that the host, this system is not a metaphysical system. It only allows the host's body indicators in all aspects to distance themselves a little from ordinary people, in line with the host's godly temperament. What good does this do to you? Yang Ming asked in disbelief. System Junior, this will allow the host to not hang up so easily, and this system can continue to survive. System Junior, it seems that the enhancement of the host's intelligence is not up to par, so much so that it makes the host's question sound so childish. System Junior, the next stage will focus on raising the level of intelligence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After Yang Ming understood the whole thing, he stopped caring about the system. Anyway, let him slowly change himself. Yang Ming put on his clothes, took his car keys and went out. He didn't know the situation over at Huaihua Homes yet, so he cautiously wore a hat to block his magnificent face. Who knew that when he arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, what he saw was a peaceful atmosphere. Yang Ming heart pounding. This gang of netizens, even how obsessive, after all, is still a person. Is a person has to eat and sleep. As long as they do not appear, they will soon be scattered. After thinking through, also not entangled, throttle a little, into the neighborhood. But who knows into the second building but found that the elevator failure is being repaired. This damn really grass eggs. No way. Only on foot on the 19th floor. It is strange. After the comprehensive quality of the body has been improved, the waist is not sore, legs do not hurt. A breath on the 19th floor. Are not gasping. After giving the system a thumbs up gesture of awesome, Yang Ming went straight into his room. He simply packed up his clothes and some necessities, and left the rest behind. Originally Yang Ming's things are not much, plus Seaview 1 has everything, so in the end he only carried a small suitcase is enough. Then go to the garage to the poison out, waiting for Chu Chanxian to open the Cayenne. After all, Yang Ming, a person cannot drive two cars at the same time. Not long after, Chu Chanxian appeared in Yang Ming's line of sight. Yang Dong, so this poison is yours? Chu Chanxian of course knew about this car, and the video had been swiped a few times, but she just hadn't been able to connect with Yang Ming. She realized that the longer she spent with Yang Ming, the more she would be shocked by his things, so she once again regretted in her heart that she was blind. You go back. Remember, the less people know about me, the better. Chu Chanxian nodded uncertainly. She felt that Yang Ming was just too mysterious, with a feeling of being unable to see through. Driving a limited edition sports car with godlike car skills, not only did he have an ordinary commercial house like Huaihua Homes, but now he even lived inside a big mansion like Kafko Seaview 1. Even if she is an ordinary citizen, the core of Lujiazui, Huangpu River, Thompson and Seaview 1 is also familiar. Chu Chanxian has been completely caught in a fog circle, but she has a good habit, that is, do not understand things, then not too deep. This also allowed her to quickly accept the reality in front of her. Yang Ming handed the key of the Cayenne to Lu Frost, the property housekeeper of Building 8, who had already contacted her, and asked her to help drive it to the underground garage. Lu Frost just glanced at this Lamborghini poison and didn't say or ask anything. This is the professionalism of a world-class property housekeeper. While Chu Chanxian would need a special explanation from Yang Ming, when the two were compared, the highs and lows were immediately judged. Yang Ming was very satisfied with this kind of attentive butler service. It seemed like everything didn't need to be a concern for him. After everything was arranged, Yang Ming drove straight to Lujiazui Chain Home's real estate agency store. When he first rented an apartment, it was Chain Home that he was looking for. Looking at the thick real estate license in the passenger seat, Yang Ming had the feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. Who would have thought that not so long ago he would be an ordinary young man shivering in a 20 square meter apartment, worrying that he wouldn't be able to pay the rent next month? When he watched the movie Shawshank Redemption, at the end of the hero Andy endured the stench, crawling hundreds of meters, and finally escaped from prison to get a new life. Yang Ming had fantasized about what it would be like if he was also reborn in Nirvana. After obtaining the spike system, Yang Ming's intelligence and mental power continued to rise, and he thought about things more deeply. Since God had chosen him, he must respond and do something great. When Yang Ming stepped into the Lujiazui chain store, there weren't many real estate agents, and everyone was arranging their work in a well-organized manner. Hello, may I ask if Sister Li is there? Yang Ming was ready to look for Li Minglan, the agent who had almost run out of legs for him when he rented the apartment, to return the favor. Returning favor with a peach has always been Yang Ming's moral code. Yo, isn't this the fake rich second-generation Yang Ming from back then? This voice was full of teasing, and the mockery was almost overflowing the screen. Yang Ming remembered this voice. Dumb, Yang Ming, calling you. Chapter 26, it's time for us to step in. I came to find Sister Li. I can't talk to you. Yang Ming smiled back, not the least bit angry at the man's arrogance. This person was actually the same as Li Minglan, a real estate agent of Chain Home, named Xiao Zhang. As his name suggests, he was very arrogant, but it also depended on what level of person he was dealing with. Like Yang Ming, he can step on them, and in the face of some big customers, he will pretend to be like a quail, listening to what he says. Ass kissing. Li Minglan's performance is not good, often only receive a basic salary, is to eat the next meal. On the other hand, Xiao Zhang is the first gold medal intermediary in the ranking of intermediaries in all the stores of Chain Home in the whole Magic City, and sometimes he earns tens of thousands of dollars or even more than $100,000 a month. To put it bluntly, intermediary is actually the second most probing profession after sales. It is also definitely a high-income industry. As long as you have a living brain, a smooth tongue and a thick skin, then congratulations, you can enter the pit. Xiao Zhang was one of the best, otherwise he wouldn't have been a gold medal. Li Minglan went out to run a business. If you're here to rent a room, I advise you to go to another store. Yang Ming's eyes looked squarely at Xiao Zhang and slowly said, What? Now you're not doing business? Xiao Zhang, business is to be done, but looking at you as a beggar, I guess the brokerage fee still needs to be gouged. After saying that, he laughed out loud, and this laugh also made the other real estate agents who were watching from the side also laughed along with him. Yang Ming, last year because of helping you to run the rental thing, caused me to lose a big single. This thing I have not found you to settle the score. You still dare to come up to my home store. Is it Liang Jingru gave you the courage? Xiao Zhang now decided that Yang Ming was a penniless white-collar worker, so now he had to give this last year's breath. Otherwise he would get depressed if he kept it in his heart. Actually, this matter was not entirely Yang Ming's fault. After Yang Ming moved out from Huaihua home last year, he was looking for a house everywhere, and one day Zhao Li, his former boss, asked Yang Ming to wash a car for him. So after Yang Ming washed his car, he drove Zhao Li's BMW 5 Series to this store, just to be seen by Xiao Zhang. That enthusiasm really Yang Ming is a father for the same. Xiao Zhang believes that the BMW 5 Series can be driven on this kind of hundreds of thousands of car people. Rent that is certainly tens of thousands of out of pocket. So Xiao Zhang took Yang Ming to Magic All Luxury Single Room to run all over. I didn't expect Yang Ming to give him a sentence. I don't have enough budget. At most I can only rent a monthly rent of less than 2,000. Xiao Zhang almost flipped out on the spot. What angered him the most was that when he dragged his tired body back to the store, he was surprised to learn that one of the big bosses he was talking to had found another colleague to buy a house because he was not there, directly costing Xiao Zhang 100,000 in brokerage fees. Brother Xiao, aren't your words too hard to hear? Have you treated your customers like this? You deserve it. If it wasn't for you pretending to drive a BMW, I would have taken 100,000 in brokerage fees in the first place, and my mother-in-law's bride price money would have come together, Xiao Zhang said through gritted teeth. In fact, Yang Ming does not know is that when Xiao Zhang and his girlfriend almost engaged, as long as the completion of the single 100,000 brokerage fee, to make up his mother-in-law wants 500,000, then now it is not so chicken and egg, and now fell into this lost love bad appearance. Xiao Zhang, hurry up, while I can still hold back now. Late, I don't know what will happen. Yang Ming, I am really looking for sisterly for something. If you don't want to see me, I can wait at the door. Brother Xiao, this is the fake rich second generation that caused you not to get a wife? Xiao Zhang, get lost you. What do you care? Hurry up and get lost. The colleague glanced at Yang Ming, laughed and went to do other things. Many intermediaries in the store keep Yang Ming firmly in their minds, and even for fear of memory fade, some people are also ready to quietly take pictures. As long as you come across this type, you are definitely a poor person, so you don't need to take care of them. Yang Ming waved his hand somewhat helplessly. Blame me, little Yang, why are you here? When Li Minglan saw Yang Ming was left out in the cold and didn't even drink a glass of water. Sister Li, I've been waiting for you for a long time. What's the matter? Was the house you rented last time not suitable, or what? Li Minglan is a typical northeastern woman. Talking and doing things are quite northeastern momentum. Sister Li to take you to see a few more sets, to ensure that cheap and good. Many intermediaries next to her pfft and laughed. Li Minglan, my Li big intermediary. You are going to have an also cheap and good. Is this buying fruit? Xiao Zhang pointed at Li Minglan with a tone of hatred. Yang Ming, there is nothing in this world that is truly good and cheap. If there is, it's just that the value hasn't been discovered yet. So, you get what you pay for. Your little rent is just enough to rent such a set of pigeonholes. Don't come back to affect our business. At this time, the customers who were already in the process of transferring their homes or those who were negotiating to rent a large suite all cast a contemptuous look at Yang Ming. Xiao Zhang, shut your mouth. People aren't coming for you. It's none of your business. The Northeast Tiger girl let out a bellow, making all startled for a moment. Oh, if you want to find death, I won't stop you, but don't pull down the sales of the store, so that the old man's rebate percentage will be lowered. Retarded. Xiao Zhang was really arrogant at this time. He said this to cause public anger. After all, this is a matter of everyone's income. Finding a house for this person Yang Ming really did more harm than good. There was not much money to be made. Instead it might cause the percentage of the rebate to be lowered on the headquarters side because this single business was smashed. The others thought of this point and also joined in the denunciation. Sister Li, forget it, Brother Xiao has said so. Just turn a blind eye and let him go to other stores. Yeah, I just have to make a down payment this month. I'm just a few tens of thousands of dollars short of the brokerage fee. Don't give a whole lot less. Don't be stubborn. One look at him and I know he's a penniless one. Why do you bother? Sister Li? With the crowd joining in, Li Minglan also knew that the crowd's anger was hard to resist, and looked at Yang Ming aggressively. Little Yang, Sister Li will introduce you to agents from other stores. Don't look at the faces of these snobs. Yang Ming happily watched from the sidelines, thinking that he hadn't watched a play for a long time, and today he finally let himself watch an office ethical drama. not bad, the acting skills are all online. However, after satiating the eyes, it's time for us to step in. Chapter 27 Rent a whole building. Before Yang Ming could open his mouth, a fat man came out of the store manager's room and bellowed at the crowd. What are you doing? Have you finished your performance this month? Still gossiping over there. The fat man was Lu Chen, the store manager of Lu Jiazue chain store. Then he glanced at Yang Ming and said, Little Yang, it's you again. Renting an apartment this time? Right, store manager. I've asked him to go up to another house. Xiao Zhang wasted no time in trolling Yang Ming. I'm not here to rent a room. I'm here to rent a house. Yang Ming's words were so loud that it was like there were echoes throughout the store. The crowd stared at him like they had seen a ghost. Ha 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 ha. You, Yang Ming, renting? Xiao Zhang laughed first, not caring in the slightest that Fatty Lu Chen's expression was already tending towards anger. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in this century. Xiao Zhang hadn't realized the fat man's reddened face, a pair of eagle eyes staring at him closely. Xiao Zhang, let him finish. Get your ass back to your seat. Fatty finally didn't hold back and growled. Yang Ming handed Lu Chen a reddish real estate certificate and said, see if you can rent it for a good price. Xiao Zhang's laughing and pumping mouth stopped directly on the spot, unable to open or close. Lu Chen suspiciously took the real estate certificate and opened it to see that the owner's column was indeed written by Yang Ming. He was a little shocked, but soon calmed down. For him, this scene is not enough to see. He once saw a beggar boss with 2 Magic City Pudong New Area real estate license into his office at this point. Surprised. Small meaning. Huaiyue Homes. Good location. Can be rented. How much do you intend to rent? This you guys look at it. But it has to be by sisterly. Lu Chen glanced at Li Minglan, nodded and said, yes. The agents next to him were curious as hell. The person who had just been told by Xiao Zhang that he was stingy and invincible had taken a commercial house in a good location to rent. What was this? Xiao Zhang was also stunned. He didn't expect that after a year's absence, this poor boy had bought a house. But he still comforted himself inwardly. This must have made a down payment and taken out a huge loan to buy it, and now he can't pay the mortgage and is ready to rent it out. In the end, he is still a poor bastard. Right, it must be like this. It must be like this. Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to be ungrateful and hardcore a house. Come on, how much was the loan? 5 million or 10 million? Now you should almost run out of money to pay back the loan. Although Xiao Zhang didn't have the calmness he had just now, he still insisted on identifying Yang Ming as poor. Shut up. Lu Chen fumed. It doesn't matter if people have loans or not, as long as they rent out their properties with us. They are our god, the breadwinner who gives us food to eat. But, he clearly, Xiao Zhang was 100 times unwilling to admit this fact, but everyone else lowered their heads and silently did their work. Minglan, you help Mr. Yang with the entrustment agreement, Lu Chen said to the dumbfounded Li Minglan. Oh, okay, store manager. Li Minglan came back to her senses and hurriedly answered. At the same time, she looked at Yang Ming with complicated eyes. Lu Chen shook off his excess fat and prepared to go back to his office. I don't know about the garden apartment. Can you help rent it out here as well? Yang Ming said unhurriedly. The voice wasn't very loud, but the shock was far greater than when he took out the real estate license of Huaiyue Homes just now. Lu Chen really looked back with a surprised expression this time. What did he hear? Garden apartment. These 4 words were now as powerful as an atomic bomb explosion in their store. Did you just say the words garden apartment? Lu Chen's head broke out in a cold sweat as he eagerly asked Yang Ming. Next to him, Li Minglan pulled Yang Ming's coat corner, signaling him to think before speaking. She knew the significance of these 4 words to Fatty Lu. It was surprising that their hallowed Lu Jiazui store had not rented out any of the houses in the garden apartments that were also in Lu Jiazui. This could be considered an irony in Fatty Lu's career. Every time he went to the headquarters for a meeting, he was always made fun of by the store managers of other stores. The point was that he couldn't refute it. So Fatty Lu enacted a new rule in the store. As long as whoever could find a garden apartment listing first and successfully rent it out in the name of Lu Jiazui's store, he would use the entire store's efforts to help whoever became a gold medal agent in the future. The temptation wasn't too great, yet it didn't work. The garden apartment's listings remained quiet. Now that he heard Yang Ming talking about the garden apartment, it was like uncovering a scar that he had been unwilling to show. Yang Ming, this is not a red herring nonsense. Our store manager Lu will do anything when he gets anxious. Xiao Zhang did not forget to trip up Yang Ming at this time. Sure enough, when Fatty Lu heard this, his eyes began to look unkind as well. Oh, you all didn't hear it clearly. Then I'll say it again, okay? Garden apartment. Can you help rent it out here? Yang Ming was not the least bit surprised. Lu Chen quickly walked to Yang Ming and said, show me the real estate license. The tone of his voice was urgent, not showing any mercy at all. Tell me first, how can I rent this house? What's the price? Lu Chen thought for a moment, back, as long as it is a real source. Our store is free to rent to you, do not charge any brokerage fee, and later if you renew the rent can be renegotiated. As for the price, currently it is commonly 260,000 a set per year. I can try to raise it for you here. The yearly period is stretched out, and I will find you some quality tenants, to ensure that there is nothing bull **** about it. Reasonable, then the same is entrusted to Sister Lee. Yang Ming didn't dwell on it. From the eyes of the crowd he could see that Fatty Lou was making the biggest concession. Alright, hurry up and show me the housebook. It's a few buildings and a few zeros. Fatty Lou was already a little lost in thought, and even made a bit of a fool of himself. You have to know that Fatty Lou was also a ruthless person when he wanted to be. For the sake of the listings and customers, that was the main one who dared to take a knife and dislike the other intermediary companies. But this time was the closest he could get to the Garden Apartments, and he had to take it no matter what he said. Garden Apartment Building 1. Surprisingly one building One building is the best location in the whole neighborhood. This is the king of the building The price may be able to move up, but also depends on the floor. The specific how many floors Lu Chen's eyes can already see stars coming out. I'm talking about the whole building. Chapter 28, Good people get good rewards. Yang Ming repeated it again. This time everyone finally heard it, but there was no sound for half a second. Yang Ming looked around strangely. The screen seemed to be still. Could it be that the system came out to play a demon again? System Junior, the host can't measure the system's heart with a small man's heart. This system even learned proverbs. Wow wow wow. 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 Wow 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 wow. Whoa. 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 Wow 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 wow. The loud shouts shook the entire house. Yang Ming could only cover his ears and look at this crazy group of people. It took a while for Lu Chen to come to his senses. The real estate license hadn't been seen yet. What if it was a fake? It was only then that Yang Ming took out a stack of red books from his handbag and handed them to Lu Chen. Like a newborn baby, Fatty Lu carefully took the real estate license. One by one, he flipped through the books, reciting words in his mouth. 201, 202, 301, 302. 401. Ha 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 ha. Finally I can get salty. Yang Ming felt that Lu Chen was close to madness. Li Minglan was also shocked to the point of dropping his jaw at this time, while Xiao Zhang had already huddled in the corner shivering, without the slightest bit of the arrogance he had just had. All the intermediaries showed Yang Ming an anti-smile, a very oozing kind. It felt like the big bad wolf looking at Little Red Riding Hood. Immediately stopped the work at hand. All people immediately call their clients who work in Lujiazui Financial Center. Tell them Garden Apartment. We have properties here. First come first served. No waiting after the deadline. Are you clear? Yes. You guys haven't eaten. Speak up. Clear. The crowd shouted once more. The store then began to ring with the sound of phone calls rising and falling. Hey, Mr. Wang. We have a few garden apartment listings in the store. Do you want to take a look? Oh, well, I'll keep it for you. What? You want to go over and take a look now? Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Sister Lee, last time you let me pay attention to the garden apartment. We have a listing here. What? You immediately go. Oh, can. I immediately rushed over. Brother, I have a few sets of garden apartment listings in my hands. What? Directly give us 2 years of rent. This I can't make the decision. I have to ask the store manager. Lu Chen saw the busy business in the store, finally sort of relieved. Then he stretched out his little fat hand to shake Yang Ming and said, Mr. Yang even played the trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger too, and almost made us lose our big customer. Yang Ming, Li Minglan, Xiao Yang. Oh no, Mr. Yang, thank you for your trust. At this time, Xiao Zhang, who was no longer arrogant, came to Yang Ming with a fawning face. Brother Yang. Oh, no, Father Yang, why are you so wicked? So that I almost believed the thing that you are a poor boy. To say that this Xiao Zhang, really thick-skinned enough, to be able to mix into a gold medal intermediary in the thousands of people in the Magic City chain house. Really not a generalized generation. Yang Ming was too lazy to bother with him, and turned his head to Lu Chen and said, Lu store manager. I said, all the listings will only be given to Sister Lee, and even if other people rent them out, all the performance will have to be counted on Sister Lee's head. After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something, and then said to Lu Chen, I still have the 11th and 12th floor of the Jinling Mansion's office building. You also helped me rent it out together, and the previous company, helped me notify them to move out within a month. Otherwise the deposit will not be refunded, and then forcibly cut off the electricity. Lu Chen was already immune to the fact that Yang Ming still had an office building, although he was still shocked, but compared to before, it was already a relatively normal reaction. However, when the other agents heard this, they all stopped the phone and let the person on the other end of the phone hiss and curse. Everyone was in a state of confusion, and it was estimated that they wouldn't be able to slow down for 2 or 3 hours. I'll let Xiao Zhang handle this matter. This kid has a lot of sneaky ideas. I'm not afraid that they won't move. Lu Chen still had confidence in Xiao Zhang. Let's just let him take the credit for his crimes, and the performance will be counted towards Minglan. Xiao Zhan nodded uncontrollably on the side. This time is no longer the time to count personal gains and losses. The time to hold the thigh. Absolutely do not hold the arm. This is the iron law. Gold medal Xiao in the Magic City these years. Comprehended out of the truth of life, but not enough this morning to give more enlightenment. He secretly resolved that he must hold Yang Ming's big thick leg tightly. Even if he cut off his hands and feet, he would never let go. Yang Ming heard Lu Chen's words, then looked at Xiao Zhang's eager expression, and was a bit unable to bear to refuse. Forget it, it's just you. It's also considered to be a little compensation for the performance that yellowed you in the first place. The performance of this office building will be given to you. Yang Ming waved his hand. This matter was settled. Xiao Zhang, who was preparing to go out, immediately cried and shouted with snot and tears and ran over to hug Yang Ming, almost kneeling down and singing conquest to Yang Ming. Yang Ming waved his hand. Stay away from me, my sexual orientation is normal. Store manager Lu, let Sister Li contact me directly about things after that. From now on, Sister Li will be the spokesperson for all my properties. I'm very busy. If there are any more properties to rent out in the future, Sister Li will also handle it, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Yang Ming threw all the data keys to Li Minglan, pushed open the glass door and prepared to go back to Seaview 1. Mr. Yang, please take your time. Welcome to visit next time. All the agents, including Fatty Lu, bowed respectfully and smiled. People, what a strange kind of animal. Before Yang Ming could get on the car at the door, he heard Li Minglan calling from behind. What's wrong, Sister Li? Mr. Yang, thank you, really thank you very much. If it wasn't for you, I might have gone back home to the northeast after this month. In fact, Li Minglan's performance had always been bad, at the bottom of the store month after month, and her salary was basically not enough to cover her expenses in Magic City. This has to do with her character as a person. The Northeast Tiger Girl is big-hearted, likes to help people, and prefers to carry everything, even if the house can't be sold or rented out. She is not willing to let others suffer. This is what you deserve. Don't need to thank me. It's me. I've been taking care of you for so long, but I didn't say thank you. Yang Ming picked up Li Minglan, who was already sobbing uncontrollably, and comforted her. In the future, still call me Little Yang. I'm still that poor boy. You'll always be my Sister Li. I will always remember the scene of you, Sister Li, ignoring the heavy rain and riding your bicycle hard to help me find a house. I guess I can't forget it in this lifetime. I just want everyone to know that good people have good rewards. Chapter 29 Reward for Seeing Justice and Courage. Yang Ming was momentarily emotional and said gently to Li Minglan. Although the system had remodeled him towards composure and calmness, there were some things, some people, that would never be forgotten in this lifetime. And there were some favors that money simply couldn't match. Li Minglan counted as one. At this time, Li Minglan smiled, still with the breezy personality of a northeastern tiger chick that came and went quickly. Then it's a deal. Sister and brother in this life. Good. Yang Ming heaved his head. When he left Lu Jia's mouth, Yang Ming looked at the many skyscrapers in the distance without any emotion. Those places are the starting point of the proud son of heaven and also the birthplace of many legends. So, what exactly will Yang Ming become in the future? The answer is naturally no, because this needs Yang Ming to find out by himself. A cup to the sunrise, a cup to the moonlight, awakening my yearning, tenderizing the cold window, so I can fly against the wind without turning back, not afraid of rain in my heart and frost under my eyes. Yang Ming, who was still driving, saw that it was his mom Huang Lan's phone call, immediately put on his Bluetooth, and then answered the phone. Huang Lan, Xiao Ming, listen to your sister. You what circle posted a very luxurious dinner Yang Ming, yeah, Mom, I was following the leader. Huang Lan, oh, Mom knows. Mom is just asking, do you have enough money recently? Yang Ming froze for a moment. How to say it? Enough or not enough? Enough. Don't worry. I'll go back to see you when I have time. This is something you have said 800 times. This National Day holiday also do not see you come back. Right. Last time to introduce you to the girl. What do you feel after meeting? Not much feeling. People girls are still career-oriented now. Don't want to talk about friends so soon. It's all because you and Aunt Tan are in a hurry. Making me embarrassed too. Yang Ming implicitly did not say that he actually did not want to talk about. He felt that his mom next time to introduce him, may be more cautious, and will not move to find a woman pushed to him. So then mom next time to ask clearly after the introduction to you. And remember that you must come home on your dad's birthday this time. Got it. You take care of your health. I'm hanging up. Yang Ming's dad's birthday is indeed approaching. In early November, it seems that he hasn't gone back for quite a long time. Taking advantage of his dad's birthday, it would be good to go back and give them a surprise. Yang Ming, who had made up his mind, was instantly in a much happier mood. In the past, he worked from 9 to 5, and from time to time he had to work overtime, and he didn't have time to take into account too many things, and now he is a hobo, and he has plenty of time. I am afraid that mom and dad know that they suddenly have so much money, will be shocked, or to a moderate way to slowly tell the too old man to do. Just a little relaxed mood, immediately became heavy again. When he returned to Seaview 1, the time was still early, so Yang Ming called out the system, ready to fill the area of his office building. Otherwise, when the system was upgraded to level 3, there was too much area remaining, and it would be even worse to choose then. Search for Lujiazui office building. The system interface jumped. Office building name, Magic World Financial Center. Office building location, Pudong New Area. Office grade, grade A. Office floor, 75 floors. Office area, 1,000 square meters. Spike amount 100,000 renminbi. Name of office building Magic World Financial Center. Office location Pudong New District. Grade of office building, grade A. Office floor, 56 floors. Office area, 1,000 square meters. Spike amount 100,000 renminbi. Yang Ming took a look at the results displayed. It is the Magic City Global Financial Center. This is the place where those proud sons of God stay. So this time Yang Ming also bought it directly without hesitation. System Junior, you will spend 100,000 RMB to buy the 75th floor of the Magic City World Financial Center. Yes/no? Yang Ming quickly clicked in the system to confirm the purchase. As for the 56th floor, Yang Ming was prepared to purchase it tomorrow when the quota was available. System Junior, congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. Please wait for the logistics to come to your door. This time it was a more normal delivery method. He is now the owner of the most valuable office building. Just ask who else. If you don't expand, you won't die. And if you don't die, the system won't come out. System Junior, with the host's current assets, the ranking in the world is 999, 999, 999, 999 plus. Unable to display the correct ranking. System Junior, with the host's current assets, the ranking in country Z is 99999999999 plus. Unable to display the correct ranking. The slap in the face came so quickly, not even giving Yang Ming a moment's joy. System Junior, please note that the system has no feelings, there is only mechanical truthfulness. System Junior, also, the host is still far away from the God Ho, at most the level of the novice village chopping chickens, so do not make will not be beaten. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. The system that has no feelings, I believe you a ghost. Yang Ming was too lazy to bother with the system and was stunned on the sofa for a while, not expecting to receive another call. Mr. Yang Ming? Yes, I am. My side is from the official office of XXXXXX. In view of your righteous act of sacrificing yourself to save others the day before yesterday, I hereby issue a certificate of honor of seeing righteousness and courage and a reward amount of 10,000 yuan to you. Yang Ming felt like a scam call when he heard her speak, but still asked politely, when? What do I need to prepare? Yang Ming felt that it was useless to say too much, and chose to ask straightforwardly, hanging up the phone directly if he had to remit or transfer money himself or something. Today at 3 p.m., in the conference room on the 6th floor of XXXXXXXX, there will be some media attending and taking pictures. If you feel that you can't publicize yourself, we will simply cover it up for you. The office staff on the other side did not hesitate, and the time, place, and details were explained very clearly. There was a lot of gossip on the internet, and when Yang Ming was on Weibo again, the video of him becoming a car god in one day was still circulating like crazy. But the focus of attention on the entire internet was slowly changing direction. Maybe it has something to do with the netizens' 3 points of heat, or maybe it is the official timely and effective speech guidance in the Dark Force. Chapter 30, The Man Who Became a Legend. No matter what, it was not only the official's idea to bring this matter to a successful conclusion, it was also Yang Ming's idea. He had deliberately kept a low profile, but he didn't expect to give it a hot search from time to time. It was really depressing. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a conference room. When Yang Ming entered, he was immediately met with a blinding flash of light. Yang Ming was fully armed, wearing a simple suit, which he had bought when he interviewed with Fei Hong at that time. He had never been able to wear it, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. With a ball cap on his head and a big sunglasses on his face basically covering his face, people couldn't recognize who exactly he was. Time is very fast. There is no media Q&A. There is no leadership speech. The host tacitly directs simple and rough to announce the start of the award. The scene of the people are very cooperative applause. Yang Ming went up to the stage to receive his certificate and prize money, and then announced that he would donate the money to the Red Cross, and then hurriedly finished. Officials were downplaying the impact of this event, and so was Yang Ming. Nonetheless, when various brief reports hit the media press, it caused a commotion. Why is the god of cars blocking his face? I just came to see what he looks like, although I can't see what it looks like, but this body is absolute. Love, love, love. The little brother knows at a glance that he looks handsome. This finger is so slender. Definitely a big handsome. Upstairs is Sherlock Holmes? It's too hasty to determine the appearance based on the fingers. Why don't you show your face? I've prepared a high-definition camera, ready to print a 3-meter poster and hang it on the wall. It can be said that the comments section is always more exciting than novels, and the various brain holes of netizens are really breathtaking. But for Yang Ming, this matter had already drawn to a close. No matter how curious the public was, car god, Yang Ming would also become a legend. In the next few days, Yang Ming was suddenly idle. He opened his system and bought the 56th floor of the World Financial Center that he hadn't bought yet. Hey, I'm the courier from Shunfeng. Your courier has been handed over to the property. Please sign for it in time. Okay, thanks. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to get the 2 real estate certificates from his housekeeper Lu Frost. Then, he called Li Minglan and handed over the 56th and 75th floors of the Magic City Global Financial Center to her as well. At the same time, he asked her to select some enterprises or individuals with good qualifications, good development prospects, and the ability to lease for a long period of time, so as to save the trouble of repeated leasing in the middle. As for the price, Lu Jiazue, the most expensive office building. That is not just talk. Anyway, Yang Ming does not worry, as long as at home waiting to count the money on it. After some operations like this, the several asset limits set by the system are all full. Yang Ming leaned on the sofa with a satisfied face, thinking that these days are just like a dream. System Junior, the host's vehicle worth $100 million is not yet full. Please pay attention to the host. Yang Ming? Yang Ming, no. System, that poison of your own is close to 100 million. Right, and that's not even counting the Cayenne and the ruined Porsche Panamera. System Junior, due to the very serious bubbles in your planet's various resources, this system only calculates the actual value of goods or services, and the poison's official selling price is 300 euros. Even with the host's other 2 cars, it's not more than 30 million. Yang Ming was shocked. How can I say this? A lot of things in this world are artificially blown up, no matter whether it is daily necessities, or luxury goods, or all kinds of services, and even stocks and real estate all have more or less squeezable bubble value. So that means I still have close to $70 million or so to buy a car. Hey, I didn't expect to be bothered by this kind of thing one day. It's really a sweet burden. Opened the system and searched for sports cars. The system shows vehicle name, Pagani Windchild. Vehicle type, supercar. Seconds amount, 22,000 yuan RMB. Vehicle name Aston Martin. Vehicle type supercar. Second kill amount 25000 RMB. Vehicle name Koenigsegg 11. Vehicle type, supercar. Seconds amount 35,000 renminbi. System Junior, the host can choose 2 of the vehicles. Yang Ming thought for a moment and chose Pagani and Koenigsegg and clicked buy. System Junior, congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. Please pay attention to the order information in time. This was great. He had 3 limited edition sports cars at once, and even if he switched to drive them in the future, he would have no problem. However, Yang Ming was more concerned about when he would be upgraded. A few days had passed and there was still no news from Li Minglan's side, but Yang Ming said that he would leave it all to Li Minglan to handle, so he couldn't call and urge. Otherwise it would look like he was not atmospheric and spoke out of turn. Then let it go. A cup to the sunrise, a cup to the moonlight, awakening my yearning, tenderizing the cold window, so I can fly against the wind without turning back, not afraid of rain in my heart and frost under my eyes. The ringing of the phone interrupted Yang Ming's thoughts, looked at the caller ID, and casually connected. Hey, Mingzi, are you free tomorrow night? Come out for a drink. The voice of the person on the phone was disheveled. The moment he heard it, he was a person with a story. Free recently idle leg pain, but Lao Yi you cannot like last time. Damn, let me eat a night of dog food. The caller was Yang Ming's college classmate Yi Song. Yang Ming usually called him Olji because he not only appeared old, but also had an old mentality. When he was in his first year of college, he even started to take care of his health. This wave of operation stunned people in the same dormitory, and later also drove a group of people to eat healthy and recuperate. After graduating from college, Yang Ming and Yi Song stayed in Magic City. Other students went home, went abroad. Basically there is no contact. Only Yi Song went out with Yang Ming from time to time to drink, bragging, talk a lot, swearing to make a name for themselves in Mordor. However, Yi Song found a girlfriend some time ago, and it has been a while since he took the initiative to look for Yang Ming for a drink like this. Did something happen? Chapter 31 Su Zhong's determination. Won't be, just a bit annoyed in my heart. Looking for you to spit out. You just be the trash can. Yi Song smiled sardonically on the phone, with an expression that was as bitter as it could be. Asterisk. Old G, you say this. This is damn worse than eating dog food. I suddenly remembered that there is something tomorrow. Not waiting for Yang Ming to finish, the Yi Song over there hurriedly explained. We brother and sister just casually chat. Not as serious as you think. Do not say, tomorrow night the old place. Do not see each other. Saying that, he hung up the phone. He was actually afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't come, so he didn't give him a chance to refuse. This old Yi. When did he become so sensitive? Do I look like this kind of person who sees death? Yang Ming helplessly said to the beep sound coming from the phone. Old Yi, he couldn't have really run into something. Yang Ming held the phone and muttered Yi Song's name. However, it was useless to be anxious on Yang Ming's side. He decided to wait until he met tomorrow. Maybe it wasn't as serious as he thought at all. It was just that old Yi was bored and looking for someone to talk to. Thinking of this, Yang Ming shook his head, realizing that he had been a bit neurotic lately, and could think of everything in a bad way. A cup to the sunrise, a cup to the moonlight, awakening my yearning, gentle the cold window, so you can fly against the wind without turning back, not afraid of the rain in my heart and frost under my eyes. Early the next morning, Yang Ming was still in the bathroom taking a shower when he heard the phone ringing on the other side of the living room. After he hurriedly dried his body, he ran to the living room and answered the phone. Mr. Yang, I'm Su Zhong from Starlight Car Dealership. Do you still remember me? Su Zhong? Yang Ming recalled in his mind, as if he remembered something, and answered, Remember. I haven't thanked you for driving for me last time, Su Zhong said excitedly on the other end of the phone. I didn't think that Mr. Yang would still remember me as a small person. It's too much of an honor. Yang Ming didn't know why Su Zhong called, so he asked, You called me today, is there something wrong? Su Zhong then remembered that there was something serious that he hadn't said. He was just focusing on getting high on his own and hurriedly said, Oh, sorry, Mr. Yang, I was too excited. It's like this. The limited edition sports cars of Pagani and Koenigsegg that you purchased were handled by our car dealership as an intermediary to handle all the formalities on your behalf. Now the vehicle's customs clearance formalities and license plate formalities have already been done. So I just want to ask you when is convenient for you. I'll send it over to you. It was only then that Yang Ming remembered that he seemed to have bought 2 more sports cars yesterday in order to get together $100 million worth of cars. But then he was distracted by Yi Song's phone call. So much so that he almost forgot about it. So that's how it is. I almost forgot about it. Hearing that, Yang Ming was now a bit oblivious to this kind of limited edition sports car worth hundreds of millions of dollars. In fact, this thing of sports car, the first one might be a little bit interested, wanting to try to drive and pretend. To the second and the third one, there really wasn't the passion at the beginning, one and countless, but just a change in numbers. Anyway, Yang Ming is not likely to become 3 people, at the same time driving 3 cars. Besides, this car was still something he bought entirely to make up the numbers, so there was even less to look forward to. Su Zhong on the other end of the phone had already stayed by the phone. He felt that he might have had some kind of problem with his ears, or else how come there were several words in Yang Ming's words just now, and he had even misheard them. He thought that after delivering the car, he would go to the ear, nose and throat department of the affiliated hospital of Fudu to check his hearing. If there is really a problem with his hearing, this is a big deal. In the future, communication with customers will be a problem. Mr. Yang has such a good memory. He must be joking with me. Yang Ming sniffed and said, Really, I really forgot. Su Zhong once again fell into silence. He felt that he not only had to go to check his hearing, but he even had to go to the psychiatric department to check himself, because he was hallucinating. But Yang Ming, at this time, added another stab. Forget it, it's not a few dollars anyway. Splat. Yang Ming heard the sound of a phone dropping on the ground on the opposite side, and then the phone hung up. This Su Zhong, how come he can't even hold a phone? It seems that the last time he was allowed to drive, he was still too hasty. Not a minute later, an unfamiliar phone call came in. Hey, Mr. Yang, sorry, my phone broke. Do you think it's convenient to send it over to you now? Su Zhong already didn't want to chat anymore. He felt that he had to hurry to finish the handover before he could do so, or else he would have to go to the hospital this trip. His whole body would probably have to be checked. MRI, gastroscopy, enteroscopy, capsule mirror and whatnot. All of them would have to be on a wave. Yang Ming, yes, send it to Kofco Seaview 1. I'll let the housekeeper go down to receive it. Su Zhong, okay, Mr. Yang, my side will immediately arrange for the truck to depart. After hanging up the phone, Su Zhong sighed with emotion. The big brother is really different from himself. Receiving things are actually received by the butler. Are the hands and feet of the rich all made of gold? View 1? Su Zhong felt that this name was so familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. While Su Zhong was wondering, the two co-workers next to him were bragging to each other there. Yesterday I introduced the car with a rich woman. I didn't expect her to take me back to Thompson 1. The house was simply. I directly forgot my purpose. Looking at the Huangpu River there, imagining that I also have such a set. Another person rushed to interrupt him. You just say how you were kicked out on the line. Go 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 go. How was it that you were kicked out? The two men talked and laughed. Thompson 1 is good, but it is next to the ocean. View 1 is no less. You are not to see the security there. That is called a tight. Did not see the building facing the river. I heard that the view is broad. Even Thompson 1 cannot be compared. You are saying that View 1 and the Huangpu River? The man grinned. Why? Brother Su is also interested in luxury properties? Su Zhong, no. Just have a client living there. Oh, that's probably not rich or expensive. Brother Su must serve well. After saying that, he continued to kibitz with another person. Su Zhong, on the other hand, fell silent, pondering. We must serve this Mr. Yang well. Anyway, if we serve him like his own father, we won't make any mistakes. Su Zhong secretly made up his mind in his heart. Chapter 32. Adults' breakdowns often come in a flash. Mr. Yang, I've arrived. Yang Ming, wait a bit. Someone will go down to handover with you soon. I still have things to do, so I won't go down. He was lazily lying on the sofa reading a book, wearing his silk pajamas. If he went out he would still have to change his clothes. Think about it or give up. It's okay, Mr. Yang, you are busy first. In the future, if there is something, you directly command. I guarantee to do it properly for you. This attitude can be. Yang Ming felt that the side is missing a few people like Su Zhong who are sensible and know how to advance and retreat. In the future, if there are things, you can let him do it. After all, Chu Chanxian is a woman. Many times it is inconvenient to do some men's things. At this time, the housekeeper Lu Frost has long received Yang Ming's phone call. In front of the district to see Su Zhong. No unnecessary words, directly let him unload the car, and then he divided into 2 times to drive to the underground garage. In this way, the 4 large parking spaces in Yang Ming's basement were full. Lu Frost, Mr. Yang, the cars have all been parked. You take the time to take a look in the basement. Yang Ming, thank you. The housekeeper Lu Frost has always given people a cold feeling. No unnecessary words, let her do things. She did not have any prevarication. As long as it is within the scope of duties, she basically can handle it well. Yang Ming, since living in View 1, rarely do things on their own. Are Lu Frost's single-handedly arrangements, including health, property, housework, she will arrange for a person to do. Of course, the annual hundreds of thousands of property fees are no joke. Yang Ming doesn't care about money. As long as he can enjoy quality service, that's what he should do as a god. In the evening, Yang Ming changed his clothes, drove on the Cayenne, and went straight to the He family restaurant in the suburb of Suwei. Saying that it was a restaurant, it was actually a bit of an exaggeration. It is just a broken 2-story rural building, and some of the usual customers are migrant workers on the side. After they stopped working, they would come to the restaurant and have a truth or dare without vomiting. Yang Ming and Yi Song like this kind of atmosphere, because here, no one knows your identity, and no one cares what your identity is. All there was nothing more than the sympathy of the same people at the same end of the world. He family restaurant owner He Mingxing, more than 40 years old, 20 years ago to the Magic City to break into the world. I heard that the early years of the society, but then ran into the current wife Li Shanglan, and finally retired from the world. Opened this He family restaurant, but this is all hearsay of the diners, and did not get the old he personally recognized. So Yang Ming used to come every time. Have to ask again. This is not true. At this time, Lao He would coyly tell him that it was exaggerated. Exaggerated. He was just a farmer's son. After a few times like this, Yang Ming didn't bother to ask, no matter if it was true or not. Anyway, just come here to relax. At 6:30 in the evening, Yang Ming came to a family restaurant on time as usual. Haven't been here for a long time. Old He saw Yang Ming and said with a smile, yeah, I've been quite busy lately. I've made a date with Old Ji tonight, so I won't get drunk. Yang Ming instantly relaxed in He family tavern. One characteristic of He family tavern was that there were no private rooms set up. Everyone stayed in the hall and drank. Therefore, many voices could be heard here. There were those who cursed their mothers, those who cursed their own bosses, those who denounced their ex-girlfriends for cheating on them, and even singing directly after getting drunk happened. Completely different from the style of View 1 clubhouse. The clubhouse is a place for the rich to enjoy their lives in a relaxed manner, while this is a paradise for the townspeople to gather together. In the end, it was He family restaurant that had fireworks. Mingzi, You actually came earlier than me. That's right, you took the initiative to invite me. So I didn't drop everything and hurry to come. Yang Ming spoke to Yi Song without any scruples. How to be cool. Yi Song pulled open the stool, crossed his legs and shouted, Old he, first serve us each a case of Tsingtao beer. Holy, I haven't eaten yet. Drinking like this, I'll have to fall down immediately. Yang Ming glanced at Yi Song and said, but then when Lao he brought the wine, he didn't refuse. The two of them drank a toast and each drank half of the bottle, then ate the small dishes on the table. Mingzi, how's the company these days? Quit. Jolly, this old rascal forced me to not be able to stay any longer. Yi Song heard this, froze for a moment, then said, why don't you tell your buddy? At least you have a care in Magic City. Go go go. You, I still don't know. It's hard to feed yourself, and now a girlfriend. Don't try to be brave. When Yang Ming said girlfriend, Yi Song's expression was obviously unnatural for a moment. No matter what, you should have told me. At least one person is short, two people are long. When Yang Ming drank with Yi Song before, he also complained to him about the company's workplace ecology, and also talked about Zhao Li's ugly behavior. So Yi Song wasn't surprised at all by Yang Ming's resignation. It was only that Yang Ming didn't seek help from himself after he resigned, which made him a bit nagging. Just like this, the two pushed and exchanged glasses and soon drank half a box. Under the effect of alcohol, Yi Song's words gradually increased. The surrounding seats were already full. The family restaurant was like a refuge for this group of people at the bottom of society. The only place where everyone could find mutual reliance. Nothing is as useful as alcohol, which can quickly and unconsciously paralyze oneself, forgetting one's sorrows and yesterday. Mingzi, you resigned. Your resignation good. I have long told you, let you leave that Thai place. Yi Song's tongue was a bit knotted at this time, and his speech was not very sharp. Yang Ming knew that he was already drunk. I said, old G, if you don't have the capacity to drink, don't fight it hard. Later on, you still have to suffer for me to carry you back. Hey, what are you talking about? We are in a relationship of sharing the same blessings and difficulties. How can I let you carry me? I will walk back by myself later. Yang Ming didn't say anything, like looking at a little cutie, like looking at him. Mingzi, do you still remember the grandiose words we said when we graduated from college? Remember when we said we wanted to be the Su Wenxiang and Dingli of Magic City Beach? Remember when we said we would get married together, buy a house together, have our wives have children together, and if it was a girl let them be righteous, if it was a boy let them kowtow and worship each other? Yes, back then we were so vigorous, so passionate and idealistic, but what about now? Yang Ming fell into deep memories. Before he could react, there was a wow sound next to him. Yi Song cried, looking very sad. Tears and snot came down together in a very disgusting way. Yang Ming handed him a piece of paper, signaling him to wipe it off. Unexpectedly, Yi Song cried even louder, and even the noisy sound in the hall just now was much smaller. Many people turned their heads to look at this scene. Adults often broke down in a split second. Chapter 33, Fighting Skills Gift Pack. Yang Ming didn't continue to persuade him, but calmly ate the food and drank the wine on the side. Yang Ming's perception inside his spiritual power had been able to clearly sense the fluctuation of Yi Song's emotions as his segment continued to rise. Instead of suppressing this negative emotion, it would be better to let it all out at once. Just like this, in the crowd's astonished gazes, one person bawled, while one person watched with cold eyes. After an estimated half an hour, Yi Song's crying gradually subsided, leaving only occasional sobbing. Say something. Yang Ming's calm face radiated an unknown might. Mingzi, do you believe in love? Bull ***** love? Ever since I was abandoned by Ling Yuhan, I feel that this thing is not a good thing. Yang Ming spat and said. This was also the fundamental reason why Yang Ming had a crush on Li Manqi before and was slow to act on it. He couldn't afford to get hurt. He didn't believe in love and was afraid of getting hurt. Tomorrow is the day I break up with my girlfriend Li Nan. Tell me, am I doing this right or wrong? Yi Song stared at Yang Ming, hoping that he would give him an encouraging look. Weren't you two quite good before? Why are you falling out again this time? Yang Ming did not respond to Yi Song's thirst, but instead wondered what was going on with these two. Poor people don't deserve love. They don't deserve to get married and have children. They don't deserve happiness. Yi Song held his chopsticks in a death grip, as if he wanted to break them. Mingzi, you know what? This world is very tolerant of the rich, and the prejudice against the poor has always existed. Yi Song took a slow breath and continued. So, you must work hard to get ahead and make money. When you have money, you will have the ability to get what you want, and you will have the ability to guard the people you want to guard. And I, the complete and utter loser, a failure, how dare I expect to give Li Nan happiness? Not to mention that her parents and those relatives do not agree. It is I myself, also do not have the confidence to give her happiness. Oh, Yang Ming understands. It's just that Li Nan's parents and relatives don't agree with the two of them. It's a big deal. Then what does Li Nan think? Yang Ming asked Yi Song. She has always been firmly on my side. So I blame myself even more for not giving her the life she wanted, and even caused her to fall out with her family. Yi Song said and started drinking again. Those relatives of hers sneered at me several times. I endured it, but when I thought about Li Nan following me in the future and having to suffer, I backed off a bit. So tomorrow you plan to go and break up with her? You're a ing wimp. I despise you. Yang Ming had anger for the first time. Yi Song said mockingly, why don't I know that I'm a coward? But I can't let her suffer after me. Ming Z. Ming. Before finishing, he boom fell on the table. Asterisk. You ing will not drink, don't drink ah. Now I still have to give you aftermath. Grass. Boss, check out. Yang Ming called out to old he. After paying the bill, he Mingsheng asked with concern, is it alright? Why don't you make do here tonight? Forget it, I won't bother you. Saying this, he picked up Yi Song and walked towards the entrance of the store. When putting Yi Song into the car, Yang Ming hurriedly opened his cell phone app to look for a chauffeur. I don't know if I can find it. This place is too remote. Yang Ming was operating his cell phone while cursing, obviously also a little bit slightly drunk. Ding dong, your order has been received by Master so-and-so. Please wait for the master to arrive. Oh, time had unconsciously reached October, and the weather was gradually getting colder. Facing the cold wind, Yang Ming shivered and threw the car keys on the road. Hey, who are you? Do you know that parking is not allowed here? Yang Ming picked up the keys and saw a man aggressively questioning himself. Yang Ming, don't know? The man spat and said angrily, little Yakuza, now I'm telling you, this is Grandpa's turf. Don't want to drive away without throwing down a $5,000. Saying that, he clapped his hands, and 2 or 3 youths walked out from the gloomy place. Bumped into punks. Yang Ming is not afraid, but the car is still down one. This thing is really not good. The so-called go money to eliminate disasters. Although Yang Ming had money, but Yang Ming who had been drinking obviously did not intend to give money. He opened the system and searched for fighting skills. The system showed, skill name, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, skill level, grade A, seconds amount 500 yuan RMB, skill name Sansho, skill level grade A, spike amount 500 renminbi, skill name Karate, skill level grade A, second kill amount 500 yuan RMB, skill name Boxing, skill level grade A, spike amount 500 renminbi, skill name Muay Thai, skill level grade A, second kill amount 500 renminbi, skill name Intercepting Fist Do, skill level grade A, spike amount 500 renminbi, skill name Shaolin Kung Fu, skill level grade A, spike amount 500 renminbi. There are so many, which one should I choose? Look at the amount of money, are not very high, or buy all of them. System Shower, host level only 2, can only have a maximum of 2 skills, before the host has purchased the car god skills, so there is only 1 spot left. Grass, you didn't say it earlier. Heck, the level didn't increase, even the skills are limited. System Junior, the host can purchase the fighting skill gift pack. The system then jumped. Skill name, fighting skill bundle. Skill level, terror level. Seconds amount, 10,000 RMB. Yang Ming already had no choice. Even if he knew that the system was intentionally inflating the price, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, the immediate predicament was the most important. Buy it. Chapter 34, Skill Reversal. Yang Ming quickly clicked Confirm Purchase on the system interface. System Junior, purchase successful. System Junior, warning. Yang Ming? System Junior, the host's current comprehensive body quality has not been completely remodeled, and is unable to withstand the heavy burden brought about by the fighting skills gift pack. Before the system finished speaking, Yang Ming suddenly felt like his head had exploded, and all the bones in his entire body creaked as if they were about to detach from his body. Ah! Yang Ming screamed miserably as his consciousness gradually blurred. Dog system, you're horse. Yang Ming never thought that he was just buying a fighting skill, but he would end up in this situation. Really out of the blue. He died first. Yang Ming is now very regretful. How did he not get this system to die? It was still too damn hasty. The punks on the other side of the street had never seen this scene before, and they hadn't fought yet, so they just wimped out? One by one, they looked at each other. They looked at Yang Ming kneeling on the ground with a grimace on his face, thinking that it was Yang Ming who was ready to give in. Then hurry up and hand over the money. Looking at you driving this luxury car, you shouldn't be poor. The leading long hair took a wooden stick and walked to Yang Ming's side with a flourish. Dreaming, old me will not, even if I have money. Before he could finish his own sentence, the pain all over his body that had just caused him to almost hang up suddenly struck him once again. If we don't give you a lesson, we still think we don't have the means. After saying that, the man swung his stick and intended to smash Yang Ming's left leg. System Junior, host's life is detected to be in danger. Detected the host's life is in danger. Detecting the host's life is in danger. Broken system, ING no. What are you shouting for? Yang Ming felt that the system was a ING retard. This scene clearly showed that he was the one who was going to hang on. System Junior, temporarily activating the protection mechanism to alleviate the symptoms of skill backlash. Yang Ming suddenly felt as if he wasn't in so much pain, and the pain was reduced a lot. He just wanted to dodge the attack of the wooden stick, but he didn't expect to be blocked by a large hand. Mao Zi, you are too unruly. Old he didn't know when he came out and was blocking in front of Yang Ming. Old he you'd better not mind your own business. Respect you and call you boss he. If you hinder the brothers from making money, then don't blame me for not respecting the old and loving the young. Longhair held up the wooden stick and swung it down once again. He Mingsheng let out a heavy hump and directly punched the wooden stick, which then cracked. Your fist is still really hard. Longhair sneered, then said, let's see how many you can fight alone. I have plenty of people. He Mingsheng was just about to make a move, but he didn't expect to hear Yang Ming on the ground say, old he, this has nothing to do with you. They came at me. Little Young, are you alright? Not for now. Yang Ming now really want to flay the system alive. This Nima everyday pit host, only himself this second system, then it will be handed over to you next? He Mingsheng foxed a bit. Look at me next. You go back to business. Don't look at me like this. I am very strong. As soon as the words fell, a quick fist immediately appeared in front of Yang Ming's eyes. Splat. Yang Ming blocked it with one hand. Very good. Very good. I was the one who looked away. He Mingsheng turned around and went back to the store, walking with a dry look, as if he wasn't worried at all that Yang Ming would be beaten up like a pig's head. Kid, old he is giving up on you. Ha 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 ha. Longhair flirted, and the few people around him also started to chime in and laugh. It's just that sometimes smiles freeze up in a really funny way. Yang Ming now had the most complete fighting technique in the world, and although his brain still hurt a little, it didn't affect his play in the slightest. Before Longhair could finish laughing, he saw Yang Ming hit everyone around him with lightning speed. Each person only used one punch, straight to the soft underbelly of the body. No pain, no delay. Several people fell down in response. Longhair was stunned. What kind of powerful martial art was this? The people who fell to the ground held their stomachs and screamed whimper 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 whimper. Yang Ming actually didn't know what kind of fighting technique he was using. He only knew that when he threw a punch, he naturally saw everyone's weaknesses in his mind, as well as their next move, and his own punches were also subconscious, as if these fighting skills had existed in him for decades. Expert. Yang Ming unconsciously thought of this word inside. There wasn't any fancy movements. There wasn't any radiant and dazzling effects. There was nothing but a strike that hit, the most efficient kind of technique. It took Longhair a while to come back to his senses, looking at Yang Ming in horror like he had seen a ghost. You, don't you come over. After Longhair finished, he didn't care about his brothers on the ground, turned around and ran. Yang Ming was too lazy to care about him, clapped his hands, glanced at the wailing few people on the ground, and then opened the car door to get on the car. Damn near thought I was going to hang. Yang Ming still had palpitations in his heart. This system's unreliability is not for a day or two. He is still too ill-considered in doing things. At this time, the chauffeur who had just taken the order also came. Yang Ming finished the address with him and sat himself in the passenger side. System Junior, the temporary protection mechanism lasts for 1 hour. Please move to a safe place for the host to receive the backlash of the skill. If it was possible now, Yang Ming really wanted to pull out the system and beat it up. It was too ing up. Why is it that other people's systems are signing in every day, bragging about it, and then they can receive 100 million or 200 million? Why is it that they are in such a broken system? But things have come here. Say these are useless. After all, this second system also let Yang Ming himself completed the transformation from beggar to tycoon. Although his assets are not much, but at least it is considered to enter the threshold of the god Tycoon. The chauffeur started the vehicle. Yang Ming looked at the buildings on both sides of the road speeding backward, and then looked at the backseat drunken Yisong. Then the corner of his mouth lifted up and laughed at himself. It's better to get drunk and save the trouble. Yang Ming had called Lu Frost in advance and asked him to arrange for someone to help Yisong into his house. Therefore, when Yang Ming came out of the car in the basement, a few strong security guards immediately came up and helped Yang Ming send Yisong, who was already unconscious, to the 36th floor. Although Yang Ming could help himself up, but he was about to face the backlash of his skills because he had failed to transform his physical qualities. So Yang Ming felt that it would be more prudent to save some of his strength. Chapter 35, Shock from Yisong. It was hard to put this sleeping pig to bed. Yang Ming quickly returned to his room and prepared for a new round of backlash. System Junior, Please prepare the host for the backlash. Please prepare the host for the backlash. Please host. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's still an end to it. I'm already prepared. Yang Ming mercilessly interrupted the system's blind pussyfooting around. Not long after, the familiar pain from earlier came back. Yang Ming gritted his teeth and rolled on the bed. As this heart-rending pain continued to intensify, Yang Ming finally failed to carry through. This book is finished. Skin a little. Very happy. Yang Ming, who had fainted, dreamed in his dream that he was wearing a handmade suit, carrying a suitcase full of M-bills, and sitting quietly on the sofa as if he was waiting for someone's reply. All was quiet in the early morning, but I didn't realize that suddenly several killer howls rang out. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Yang Ming rubbed his bleary eyes and ran to the guest room, looking at Yi Song in confusion. Old Yi, there's no earthquake. What's wrong with you? Yi Song, Ming Zi, where is this? Are we in heaven? Yang Ming looked as if you were saying, do you see that you are the life to enter heaven? No, then this hell is too luxurious. If I had known I would have done more bad things. Maybe I could have gotten a more luxurious one. Yi Song had a look of pity and regret. You damn well didn't drink your brains out from drinking? Yang Ming was already powerless to spit. This is my house. You give me some peace and quiet. I used up all my flood power last night to carry you back. Don't disturb me. I still need to catch up on my sleep. Yi Song still wanted to say something, but was mercilessly blocked by Yang Ming. To be honest, Yang Ming hadn't recovered from last night's backlash, and he still needed to continue resting. After saying that, Yang Ming ignored Yi Song's surprised expression and went back to his room by himself. Before closing the door, he said to Yi Song again, visit by yourself, don't quarrel with me until noon, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Snap. The sound of the door closing brought Yi Song to his senses. Where is this? Yi Song opened his cell phone navigation and looked at his location. Kafko Seaview 1? What a familiar name. Where have I heard it before? Suddenly, Yi Song opened his mouth wide and immediately used his hand again to block the sound he was about to make. Then whacked the quilt in a small voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is damn that legendary mansion neighborhood. Yi Song held back his surging emotions as his body began to shake unconsciously. Surprised? Excited? Shocked? Sigh? Yi Song's mood at this moment could be described as complex. Looking at the closed door of the room not far away, he froze for a long time. What in the world did Ming Zi go through? He muttered with his mouth. But his body was honest enough to start getting up and then tour the duplex mansion that was close to 700 square feet. After strolling around, Yi Song actually felt a little tired. What a feeling. Tired of strolling around? Or is it that he lacks exercise? Yi Song hated the iron and steel to give himself a punch. The heart scolded fiercely. Yi Song, you are almost wasted. You like this? Li Nan will look down on you even more. Even you yourself will look down on yourself. Just like that. In the morning's work, Yi Song whipped himself countless times. Yang Ming made up his sleep, and it was almost 12 o'clock when he got up again. When he opened the door to his room, he was thinking about how to explain to Yi Song that he had gotten rich overnight. When he saw Yi Song staring at the kitchen sink with a stony face. What's wrong? Yang Ming asked. Ming Zi, I found out that the sink in your house doesn't have a handle. Not only here, but also in the toilet. Yang Ming froze for a moment and took a closer look. There was indeed no handle. What a strange design. Suddenly, he reacted and cursed. You dirt old man son. This is a voice-activated plus induction, almost brought to the ditch by your dog days. Is it so high-end? Yeah, so put away the turdish temperament of yours. Here, bring out your aristocratic temperament. Yi Song had an expression of where am I, who am I, and what am I going to do? But then he came back to his senses and asked, Mingzi, tell me, what's going on here? Yang Ming, what's going on? Yi Song, you knowingly ask, I'm asking you what's going on with this house. Yang Ming, recently bought it. After saying that, he approached Yi Song sir with a look of a good show on his face and said, actually, I was recently bound by a mysterious system, so I am now buying whatever I want to buy and doing whatever I want to do. Yi Song first froze, then also mysteriously returned. I also have a secret to tell you. In fact, I was sent by aliens to undercover on Earth. In a few years, I am ready to go back to my planet, and then I will take you with me. The two looked at each other, then suddenly snorted with laughter. Dog day. This kind of bridge in the novel. You will take it out less to fool me. After all, I also read countless books. You this kind of small trick, or less to take it out to shame people. Yi Song looked like he could see through you. Everything is under control calmly. Yang Ming also did not explain, shook his head, and sighed in his heart, the world is going down. Now no one believes when honest people tell the truth. Not long after, Yang Ming washed out from the bathroom, saw Yi Song still standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window posing, frowned and said, let's go. Go eat. Yi Song reluctantly retracted his distant gaze and followed Yang Ming out of the room. Inside the clubhouse, Chef Tony had prepared Sichuan cuisine for Yang Ming this time. A dozen dishes spread over the entire table. Yang Ming swept a glance at Tony and said, "Exaggerated, exaggerated." Chef Tony laughed without the slightest bit of concern. "Each dish has been carefully modulated by me. You two taste if what I, a foreigner, cooks is authentic." Yi Song couldn't wait any longer and wolfed down the food. And with the dish still in his mouth, he started talking. "Tasty, this Sichuan food is absolutely authentic. Next time I'll come back. Theater over, theater over. Hurry up and finish eating, don't spit on the table." Yi Song is also nonchalant, directly rolled up his sleeves and began to eat, without the slightest regard for the other guests on the side. But the people next to him didn't pay special attention to Yang Ming's table. After all, who doesn't have a poor relative? After eating and drinking, Yang Ming brought Yi Song to the underground garage and said, "Pick one." Yi Song was originally curious about who these cool sports cars belonged to, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to let him pick one from them. "Hey, big brother, this is not picking cabbages. Any one of them bumped, I can't afford to pay for it. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and say, which one?" Yi Song pointed to the Cayenne. The other cars, he did not recognize, but looked expensive, so he chose this only luxury car he recognized. Chapter 36, Li Nan's Distress. Who knew that Yang Ming didn't follow the rules at all and threw him the car keys of that Koenigsegg? "I want that Cayenne. How do you drive this one? I think this one is more in line with your temperament. Besides, aren't you going to do something big today?" Yi Song thought about his upcoming fate and nodded helplessly. "Mingzi, let me ask you, did you do something illegal? If so, tell me and we'll carry it together." Yi Song was still a bit relieved. "Screw you, I don't have that kind of guts. Besides, with this small body of mine, which boss would dare to want me?" Yang Ming said, looked at Yi Song, saw that he was still skeptical, so he continued to explain, "Recently, I did business with someone, and I made a lot of money." When Yi Song heard this, he really didn't resist as much as before, but he still worriedly said, "Is this business reliable? If it's so profitable, why do people bring you? Nowadays people are all boring to make a fortune." Yang Ming didn't want to push with this guy anymore, and urged, "Hurry up and get in the car and leave. I still have things to do in the afternoon." Yi Song could only helplessly get into the car, but soon he was attracted by the cool center console in the car, and after Yang Ming explained the basic performance of the car in detail, he fired up the car and started. Phew, it instantly disappeared into the underground garage. Driving this car, I don't know if you can still break up successfully. Maybe you can even rub their whole family on the ground a bit. Yang Ming's bad taste was really undefendable. At this moment, Yi Song was driving the Koenigsegg on the road, and the hand holding the steering wheel kept shaking. Nervousness, excitement, all kinds of emotions turned over in Yi Song's heart. He was blasting the gas pedal of the sports car. The engine came from a burst of sound waves, not to mention the heart of how good it is. Pedestrians on both sides of the road, when they saw this beautiful sports car passing by, all stopped to watch. The turnover rate was not a problem at all for the limited edition sports car. There were even beautiful women who threw winks towards Yi Song and shouted, "Brother, wait for me, wait for me." Then they desperately chased after them. Yi Song enjoyed the pursuit of these people and completely put the matter of finding Li Nan to break up in the afternoon behind him. On the other hand, Li Nan's house was sitting with several people, all sparsely seated, sharing the good news of the family's upcoming move. Li Nan is a native of Mudu, and his ancestors have been living in Tongfulai on Julu Road in Huangpu district since his great-grandfather. As a child, Li Nan used to chase and play with other children in the alley, and now officials have begun to prepare for the move. So in the future, Li Nan and his parents will have to leave this place as well. Today, Li Nan's mood had been low, as if she had a premonition. She knew that Yi Song had something important to say to her today, so she had been jittery. Nan, what's wrong?" Li Nan's great-aunt Li Shou asked. "What else could it be? Must be thinking about that poor boy again." Little Aunt Li Hua said contemptuously. "Don't you talk nonsense and upset Nan." Li Shou tried to stop her sister from saying any more, but obviously it was impossible. "Li Hua, Nan, have you and that Yi Song not broken up yet?" "Li Nan, little auntie, when did I say I was breaking up? I don't think it's going to work out. If we break up early, we'll get over it. If we keep dragging it out, it's us women who will get hurt." Li Hua changed his tone and admonished, "Auntie, Yi Song is a very good person. You don't always get involved in my affairs, or more concerned about cousin's marriage." Seeing that he could not persuade Li Nan, Li Hua turned to Li Nan's dad. "Brother, look at your daughter. I told her to break up with Yi Song for her own good. How can she be good and bad?" Li Nan's father is called Li Shangqing, the earliest batch of Jiqing in Magic City. When he returned to Magic City, by virtue of his own hands, started a career, and now in his 50s, he is already the editor-in-chief of a well-known magazine. Although Li Shangqing does not particularly agree with Li Nan's choice, but he is highly educated and knows that nowadays the freedom of love and marriage, he forcibly break up their own daughter probably will not forgive himself. So at the previous stage, he could only go along with his daughter's idea, but privately and secretly met Yi Song and analyzed him from all aspects of the reasons why he is not suitable for Li Nan. This is the decisive factor for Yi Song to take the initiative to mention breakup with Li Nan today. The long pain is better than the short pain. Even if Li Nan didn't agree, but as long as Yi Song gave up, then as long as they endured, everyone would be able to get past this hurdle. Let her be. You talk less. Don't do all the useless things 1 day or 2 days. Li Hua could only shut up when he heard his big brother say this, but still didn't give up on his idea. Next, several families gathered around for a meal. After the meal, everyone was in the hall, eating fruits and chatting. When are we going to start demolishing this place? Li Hua asked with concern. Soon. Just these 2 weeks. I should be able to give about 20 million for that house of mine, and you two are probably at 10 million. The 3 siblings' houses were adjacent to each other, but big brother Li Shangqing's house had 2 sets, so the relocation payment was also twice as much as his sister's. To be honest, 10 million is not considered a lot of money in Mordor, because you can't even buy the same location, the same size house in Mordor with 10 million, but the 3 siblings of the Li family had long since purchased property elsewhere, so this relocation money was real cash income for them. And anyway, the houses here were clear water and red brick, which they had long since gotten tired of seeing and living in. Among the 3 siblings, it was Li Hua's family that was the most miserable, and the house they lived in wasn't very good, so she took advantage of this relocation just so she could subsidize it and buy another house and car for her son. Big brother, are you going to buy a house for Nan Nan this time? Li Shou asked. Not sure yet. Let's see. Li Shangqing was thinking of waiting for Li Nan to break up and then using the money to buy her an apartment in the direction of Lujiazui in Magic City, but didn't say it out loud. After all, right now she was still talking to Yi Song. Nan Nan, Nan Nan, look, this is Allah's newly bought car. Isn't it pretty? Li Nan looked at the brand new Mercedes-Benz C-Series car at the door and was just speechless. The little aunt's family is also too unaware of the crisis. This relocation money has not yet arrived. The first loan to buy a few $100,000 of cars for the cousin. This in case if suddenly not demolished. That is not the whole family will have to eat dirt. Besides, Li Hua is usually a company's cleaning staff. Her husband is only a cab driver. Income is not high, barely maintain life. And now because of the demolition, such a big spending. Is not money? Li Nan is not accustomed to his sister-in-law's mob mentality, but will not say something to make the elders uncomfortable. When Li Nan's cousin Lu Feng saw his sister not speaking, he thought he was shocked by his new car and became even more condescending. Just then, a roar of an engine came from the distance. Chapter 37, Being Surrounded. Lu Feng was curious, so he ran to the door and saw a very cool sports car slowly approaching his Mercedes. Who is this? So awesome. Wait a minute, this car seems to be a Koenigsegg. Woo, it's really that car. I haven't seen a real car yet. For a senior car fan, to meet or see their favorite sports car, what an honor. Inside the house, Li Hua was still popularizing the modernist concept of love with Li Nan. You're not really planning to marry that kid, are you? I'm telling you, now that our house has been demolished, if he knows about this news, he will definitely rely on you. So you should split up before it's too late. Li Nan is really speechless to this aunt of hers. Before she was not so crazy when she was a housekeeper, and now she is not restrained at all. She was afraid that people would not know that she was a housebreaker. Li Hua was an employee of a state-owned enterprise in her early years, and then she was laid off and became self-employed, not realizing that her husband's business had failed and he owed a huge amount of debt. Over the years, the two couples got up early in the morning and finally paid off the external debt, but still did not improve the family conditions. It is said that after being poor for a long time, once you get rich overnight, the whole psychology and physiology will change dramatically, and Li Hua belonged to this kind of person. Li Hua, who had always been at the bottom of Magic City, was really scared of being poor, and was often looked down upon and disliked by people when she worked outside. This led to her personality becoming well-behaved now, coupled with the fact that she was about to have a huge sum of money in her hand soon. Then she wouldn't take the opportunity to step on people who were not as good as her, so as to get back the dignity that she had lost over the years. You now follow your parents, have food and drink, live in a big house and drive a nice car. In case he can't afford to buy a house after you marry him, are you going to be allowed to rent a room? Li Hua was chattering there, educating Li Nan. It won't happen. Yi Song said he will buy a house. Li Nan retorted. I where? It won't be one of those small houses in the suburbs. I say Nan Nan, don't be silly. You'll definitely regret it when the time comes. Li Nan's expression was cloudy and seemed to resent her sister-in-law talking about herself and Yi Song like this. Li Hua wanted to continue, but at this time, Lu Fang ran in and shouted, "Uncle, Auntie, Nan, there's a super powerful sports car outside." A few people heard, "What sports car?" Although this lane of our home is said to still have some rich people, but everyone is basically investing in real estate or something. I haven't heard of anyone's family buying a sports car. I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's the Koenigsegg 1:1. I've seen it on the internet before. Li Xiangqing is the first to react. Koenigsegg's limited edition sports car, he is aware of, because before their own magazine is ready to take this car as a cover. But asked around, domestic surprisingly no one has the qualification to buy. In the end, the cover of this issue was not made, and Li Xiangqing still thinks it is regrettable. Go, take a look. Several people led by Li Xiangqing walked towards the door. Sure enough, behind Lu Fang's Mercedes, a sports car was parked. Li Xiangqing recognized this car as Koenigsegg 1:1 at a glance. Yi Song, who was sitting in the car at this time, did not realize that the outside had been surrounded by a group of people. He was concentrating on organizing his statement and preparing to break up with Li Nan. Okay, that's it. Yi Song acted as if he had made a great determination. Snap! The Koenigsegg's rotor door slowly opened and inverted forward. Yi Song had just taken a step forward when he saw that the side of his car was black with heads. Asterisk. What's the situation? Li Xiangqing was the first to recognize Yi Song. Li Nan was squeezed outside and couldn't see what was going on inside. Little Yi, what are you doing here? Li Xiangqing looked at Yi Song suspiciously. Before Yi Song could answer, the next damsel took the lead and said, "Old Li, is this that boyfriend of your family Nan?" Li Xiangqing just wanted to say no, but on second thought, no, it's still a boyfriend. So he nodded. Hey, Old Li, what does your son-in-law do, driving such a powerful car? This car must be a few $1 million. The one who said this was the family that had the most houses in this alcove and was able to get more than $50 million in demolition money for this demolition. Just after his words fell, he was pulled away by his son, who didn't forget to educate his father before leaving. Dad, that car our country is not. Should be this one, estimated to be hundreds of millions of dollars. You do not understand, do not talk nonsense. Will be laughed at. Hiss. So expensive, more than our family demolition money. The man glanced enviously at Li Xiangqing. At this time, other people also inquired about Yi Song's identity, and when they knew that it was Li Nan's boyfriend, they all sighed with their wrists there. After that, everyone scattered, because their own daughters didn't have a chance. Li Xiangqing was now in a conflicting mood. He still didn't want to agree with Li Nan and Yi Song to continue their relationship in his subjective consciousness, but in his heart, he hesitated. Could he be a hidden rich second generation? Uncle, what's wrong with you guys? After the crowd had dispersed, Yi Song opened his mouth and asked, Nothing, it's just that everyone just saw your beautiful car and came to take a look. Li Xiangqing replied awkwardly. Li Nan, Li Hua and Lu Fang in the back waited until the crowd dispersed before seeing the car and Yi Song. Old Yi, when did you buy this car? Yi Song saw that it was Li Nan and just wanted to smile, but suddenly remembered today's mission and his face collapsed. Son, this car is so ugly. This is the domestic car that Nan's boyfriend bought. Right, it can't be compared to our Mercedes at all, Li Hua proudly said to Lu Fang. Lu Fang heard, this cannot be, their own mom this mouth. Really do not know the trouble out of the mouth? He covered his mom's mouth for fear of being heard by others. Nowadays young people still want to save face. His own mom even what car do not know. They're blabbering, will be made fun of as a stupid pig. Mom, don't talk nonsense, that's a foreign sports car. My car is not even as good as someone else's steering wheel. Lu Fang blushed to death. Li Hua listens and is stunned. What do you mean? Is this car so expensive? Lu Fang meets his mom's eyes and nods fiercely. Li Hua breathes heavily. This is impossible. How can this poor kid afford this kind of car? It must be borrowed. Lu Fang is really afraid of his own mom. Hurriedly added, if this kind of car can be borrowed, it's not something to be messed with. Mom, you hurry up and shut up. Wait, you don't say anything. Li Hua aggrieved almost cried. But what can be done? His son this performance. It seems that this Yi Song really is not good to be messed with. At this time Yi Song was just about to open his mouth to say something to Li Nan. Next to Li Xiangqing hurriedly stopped. Xiao Yi, let's go inside to talk. Don't get in the way of the neighbors sunbathing here. Yi Song looked at Li Xiangqing in amazement. Was this the same uncle who had spoken so harshly to him at the beginning? Before he could react, he was already pushed into the house by Li Xiangqing. The script doesn't seem right. It seems like I'm here today to talk to Li Nan about breaking up. Chapter 38, entering the house. Yi Song, who was rushing his duck, entered the door of the Li family in such a confused manner. In the living room, Li Xiangqing, Li Xiao, Li Hua, Li Nan, and Lu Fang sat on both sides of Yi Song in turn. It was like an ancient three-room trial, and the picture was extremely funny. Little Yi, did you buy this car? Yi-song shook his head and said, it belongs to one of my buddies. I slept at his house last night, and today, he was afraid that I would delay my business, so he let me drive it over. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Li Nan. He was still thinking about how to mention the matter of breaking up with Li Nan. Just now such a mess. The original thought of those words, instantly to forget all. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing this, Li Hua turned his head to look at his son as if to say, I knew it was like this, but Lu Feng pressed his own mom to death, afraid that she would be irrational and do something ridiculous. Can just let their buddies drive away such a car. This can be an ordinary relationship? This is definitely the iron magnet. Estimated childhood are the same or a pair of pants of the kind. Lu Feng's mind began to come alive, although he is a high school graduate, but the education cannot hide his strong imagination. He has already explained this iron brother relationship perfectly for Yi-song in his heart, and the brainstorming scene has to be much more magnificent, much more majestic. Uncle has a matter that he would like to ask for your help? Yi-song froze for a moment, thinking, you won't let me break up with Li Nan on the spot. So many people, you still have to crawl out yourself. But fear after fear, he still said with an earnest attitude, Uncle, you say, Li Shangqing, it's like this. Uncle's magazine has always wanted to shoot the Koenigsegg sports car outside as a cover, but there has been no opportunity, so I want to ask you to. Yi-song let out a sigh of relief. Anyway, it's not just let me break up with Li Nan now. Yi-song, it should be fine. I'll ask my buddy. After saying that, he picked up his cell phone and dialed Yang Ming's number, and soon, the other side picked up. Mingzi, Li Nan's dad said he wants to use this car as a model and take a high-definition photo for the cover of his magazine. Is it okay? Yi-song turned on the speakerphone, and everyone held their breath and listened to the reply from the opposite side. It's okay, what's mine is yours. The car you drive, I can't use it lately. One day if you think it's good to drive and really like it, I'll directly transfer it to you. Yi-song knew that Yang Ming was speaking politely, and he didn't take it seriously. Alright then, I'll make the call. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, he looked up at Li Shangqing and said, Uncle, you heard it all. No problem. And the opposite side of Li Shangqing has been frozen like a wooden chicken. Just now is his tinnitus? What the hell did he hear? This hundreds of millions of cars, but also the global limited edition, said to give away? This must be what relationship, to be able to lose money to this point. Lu put really glad that he just grabbed his mom's hand. Do not let her talk nonsense. If just in case there is a wind blowing grass, himself and his mom, that has to be what happens. With a short conversation on the phone, Lu Feng is sure that he just brainstormed things. Absolutely 100% is true. Then the real gold are true. Li Nan silently sat next to her, although a face of incredulity, but she chose to believe Yi-song, because she knows that Yi-song is not the kind of person whose swollen face, since he promised, he would definitely be able to do it. Thinking about it, her own face reddened, thinking about the passion, but also could not help but snicker in her heart. Yi-song thought that the car also borrowed. Yang Ming also promised, then the following should be their own fulfillment of the promise to Li Shangqing. Just as he hesitated to find a quiet place to say break up with Li Nan, Li Shangqing even unprecedentedly took his shoulders, said, go, to Uncle's study. I have a bottle of good wine. We masters today not drunk. What the hell? I wasn't swept away by you and prepared to lick my wounds alone. You suddenly so cordial. I'm really scared, hey. But he couldn't break free from Li Shangqing's clutches. Turning his head to Li Nan with a smile worse than tears, he was pulled into the study alive. Wait for me, Uncle. My drinking capacity is also good. I also want to taste your wine. Seeing the right moment, the dog-legged Lu Feng similarly slipped into the study. The living room was instantly quiet. Nan, your boyfriend has such a powerful friend, don't you know? Li Hua broke the awkward atmosphere and asked. I'm not very clear. He's usually basically with me and rarely goes out. So for a while I thought he didn't have any friends in Magic City. Li Nan was actually wondering, when did Yi-song have such rich friends? All this is permeated with weirdness. Moreover, he didn't ask Yi-song to come to his house today. Why did he come over without saying hello? It seemed like there was something between his dad and Yi-song that he wouldn't know. Although the development of things exceeded Li Nan's expectation, when she saw Yi-song, who was recognized by her own dad, a big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Nan, you have to hold on to this boyfriend. Those old guys at the door just now, they seem to have their eyes on Yi-song. You have to be careful. Li Nan looked at Li Hua incredulously. Is this the words that came out of her sister-in-law, who was still counting herself just now? Wasn't she just persuading herself to separate from Yi-song? How come this wind direction changed in an instant? Li Nan was a little puzzled, but that didn't stop her from enjoying other people's bragging about Yi-song, and it was still her little aunt who had been fiercely opposed. At night, Yi-song rightfully slept at Li Shangqing's house, and everyone seemed to have no problem with it. It was like it was privately agreed upon. and it was like it was agreed upon. Anyway, Yi Song was now considered to be in the family, so he couldn't be driven away even if he wanted to. Old Yi, does that friend of yours have a girlfriend? No. Why? Don't I have a girlfriend? How about introducing him? He's done us a huge favor. I don't think so. This kid was hurt too much by love before, so he probably won't want to fall in love anytime soon. Let's give it a try. Both of us are single anyway. If it works out, we'll have returned the favor. Okay, I'll talk to him tomorrow. But don't explicitly tell him that you're introducing him to a girlfriend. You'll have to find him for other reasons. It's okay. Huang Su is hosting an auction tomorrow. Let's ask him to go with us. Oh, no problem. Then now. Hey, Lao Yi. You rascal. Where are you touching this hand to? Ah, so itchy. So itchy. Hush, uncle in the next upstairs. Whisper. The next morning, Yi Song got up refreshed, but Li Nan did not get up. Last night she was tossed by Yi Song and swore that she didn't want to care about Yi Song in this life. Chapter 39 Level 3 System. Yang Ming was awakened by a phone call with a stomach full of sulkiness. Once he saw that it was Yi Song's call, he was even more furious. Hey, Mingzi, there's nothing going on today, right? Something's wrong. Say it quickly. If you have a fart, let it go. Yang Ming's tone was obviously filled with resentment. Yo, Mingzi, who messed with you? So angry? Don't you have any idea in your heart? What time is it? Yi Song heard this and then looked at his watch. Wowka. 7 o'clock. No wonder. No wonder. I'm sorry, Mingzi, I was too excited just now. I didn't pay attention to the time. Why don't you sleep again? Sleep your ass off. I say Lao Yi ah. Why are you so tossable? This day in and day out. Just know how to torture me. Yang Ming's heart's aggrieved with whom to say ah. Yesterday he in order to let Yi Song can continue with his girlfriend. All the big words said to send the car. Full of thought that this kid has the company of beauty. Can settle down for a period of time. Even Yang Ming gave him his own protagonist halo. But I didn't expect him to forget about it after pretending to be a pussy. Yang Ming didn't want to fool around with Yi Song anymore. But then he heard Yi Song's explanation over there. Good thing. Good thing. I asked you to go to the auction today. Don't drop the chain for me. Yi Song is not the slightest bit surprised. Who doesn't have a wake-up call? Who isn't a baby like that? Oh, just you Yang Ming did not sleep enough ah. Our old leaf is also the treasure knife. Cannot wait to today directly on the bet. If not for your Yang Ming's happy life, he will not get up so early. Do not go. Do not go. You still accompany your girlfriend to go. Yang Ming's head shook like a rattle. Hey, don't go can't oh. Afternoon 4 o'clock in Magic City Jinshan Auction House. Don't come can be cut off. Before Yang Ming reacted, Yi Song quickly pressed the hang up button. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This trick again. Yang Ming couldn't wait to smash the cell phone directly. Gotta go. No need to sleep either. Yang Ming hadn't gotten up this early since he quit his job, and sat quietly in the living room by himself, staring at the ceiling with both eyes. A cup of toast to the sunrise. A cup of toast to the moonlight. Awakening my yearning. Gentle the cold window, so you cannot turn back to fly against the wind. Not afraid of the heart of the rain. The bottom of the eyes have frost. Seeing the phone ringing again, Yang Ming smoothly picked up the phone. Hey, little Young, all those properties and office buildings of yours are rented out for you. The bright smile of the Northeast Tiger girl Li Minglan came from the phone. Good, good, good. Sister Li's working ability seems to be as tough as ever. Yang Ming was happy in his heart. It was really a long drought. Originally, Yang Ming was still worried about the balance of less than 100,000 in his bank card. Now it was estimated that he would be able to score a lot of money. Little Young, you really know how to make your sister happy. Those real estate and office buildings of yours, the location and cost effectiveness is very high. Any agent can easily do it. I am just borrowing the light. Yang Ming then let out an awkward but not rude laugh. In that case, I'll send you all the detailed information and forms later, and send the payment into your bank account by the way, Li Minglan said. Then I'll trouble sisterly. Not long after hanging up the phone, Yang Ming received the itemized account and rental situation description sent by Li Minglan. Among them, 8 single rooms in the garden apartment were rented out for 2 years at 300,000 per year, charging a total of 4.8 million for the 2 years, which was paid off in one go. Huihui Home was rented to a small white-collar worker for 1 year at a price of 20,000 per month, plus a deposit totaling 300,000 collected. On the 11th and 12th floors of the Jinling Mansion, Fei Hong Company had officially begun to move, and this time Xiao Zhang had mobilized the largest network of contacts he had ever had, in the shortest possible time to find a tenant. An internet company, in accordance with the price of 7 yuan per square meter per day, directly rented out 2 years. 2 years of rent paid directly at once, no deposit, a total of 5.11 million. The biggest one is to be regarded as the Magic World Financial Center. Itself is the top office building in Lujiazui. The rent will not naturally be cheap to wear. At 12 yuan per square meter per day, demand still exceeded supply. Yangming has 2 floors of 2,000 square meters, and in order to maximize the benefits, Li Minglan used subletting to rent to 4 companies. Yangming did not look at those cumbersome processes, and directly flipped to the column of the rental amount, which was clearly written as 8,760,000 yuan for 1 year's rent, although some of them were for 2 years and some were for 1 year. Yangming believed that Li Minglan must have prioritized his interest as the greatest, that's why he chose to rent for only 1 year. This way, when negotiating the rent in the second year, he could increase the unit price per square meter according to the movement of the market price. As for the price drop? Just kidding. Lu Jiazui's name wasn't so bad that it would lose money. Yang Ming closed the Word file on his phone and fell into thought. 8 million plus 5, 11 million plus 300, 000 plus 8, 76 million equals 18, 97 million. This money was enough to upgrade himself to a level 3 system. Of course Yang Ming wouldn't be foolish enough to think that there would definitely be 97 million in the books. After all, the tax would be deducted in part. He just didn't know how much. Yang Ming, as a good law-abiding citizen, of course would not do something unwise. Then there is the commission for the garden apartment. Lu Chen gave himself a waiver, but the commission for the other properties, Yang Ming still needs to pay. After all, people's chain stores still need to chow rice. Yang Ming also do not want to do this kind of exhaustive thing. As expected, in a few minutes, his cell phone received the account information from the bank, totaling 13,470,000, with a balance of 13,576,407 renminbi. The corner of Yang Ming's mouth revealed a satisfied smile. Finally, he had gathered enough 10 million for the upgrade, and the next step would depend on the performance of the system. Who told him to take on most of the fundraising work? Yang Ming opened the system in his mind. Name, Yang Ming. Level 2+. My account, 13,576,407 renminbi. Spike limit, 100,000 renminbi. My spike card, click to enter. My orders, click to enter. My favorites, click to enter. My tasks, click to enter. My points, click to enter. My other, under construction. My evaluation, click to enter. Sure enough, plus was displayed after the rating, which proved that the upgrade conditions had been met. Yang Ming now has no more heartache like when he was deducted 5 million. After all, the system may also want to show sueur de foot. It's important to put your heart in the right place. System Junior, I understand. Yang Ming quickly clicked on the plus at the back of level 2. The confirmation box popped up. Upgrade conditions have been met. Is the spike system being upgraded? Yes/no. Yang Ming didn't hesitate and directly clicked yes. His eyes went black. This should be a precursor to the system being upgraded. However, this time it did take a lot longer than the first upgrade. After about an hour, Yang Ming was able to see the system interface again in his mind. System Junior, congratulations to the host for raising his level to 3. Chapter 40, Beautiful Auctioneer. Name Yang Ming. Level 3 level. My account 3576407 RMB. Second kill limit 500000 RMB. My spike vehicle, click to enter. My orders, click to enter. My favorites, click to enter. My tasks, click to enter. My points, click to enter. My other, under construction. My evaluation, click to enter. Yang Ming took a look at the system interface. Still the rating, account balance and spike limit were changing. At this time, Yang Ming asked the system about his other limits. System second, rank 3, the total value of fixed assets recognized by the system does not exceed 500 million renminbi. System Junior, rank 3, business cannot exceed 5. System Junior, rank 3, items or personal information can be purchased no more than 3 times per day. System Junior, level 3 upgrade to level 4 requires 100 million renminbi. System Junior, the host has one chance to purchase items or services over the level. There's something different about the level 3 system? System Junior, the level 3 system will count fixed assets such as properties and vehicles under the host's name, and will no longer categorize them. This I understand. It means that in the future, there will no longer be a restriction on which type of fixed assets I can purchase, whether it's a car, office building or commercial property, as long as the total value of all the fixed assets put together does not exceed 500 million. System Xiaoer can be understood in this way. Then what is the value of all my fixed assets now? System Junior, the system determines that the total value of the vehicles is 100 million. System Junior, the system determines the total value of properties to be 25 million. System Junior, the system determined the total value of office buildings to be 75 million. How come it's so low? System Junior, I can only say that the host's planet's real estate bubble is too high. then the geometry of the value in the future is all up to you? Yang Ming's eyes suddenly sprouted money symbols and smiled as he continued to communicate with the system in his mind. Or the system you just set a certain amount. Don't get so many imaginary things. I think it's straightforward to set a $100 for each fixed asset. Yang Ming was already fantasizing about his glorious days of buying all the real estate in Magic City and even the entire Z country. The system is a small too. I don't want you to feel. I want me to feel. Then anonymous, let Yang Ming how to shout or not out to answer. Rely. It seems that the changes in the level 3 system are not small. If I follow the system's calculations, then the total value of all my current fixed assets is 200 million. So isn't there still 300 million left over? Harry, just collect rent from landlords in the future. Yang Ming was enjoying himself when he glanced at the system description. There was another new rule, items with personal information. What the hell is this? System Junior, every day. You can purchase the past life of the target character or target item in the Spike system. It seems to be a bit dangling. That is to say, if Yang Ming wants to know what this person has done in his life, what he has said, and what he is going to do, he can purchase it through the system. The stuff is good. It is only 3 times a day. It is too little. System Junior, the host can increase the number of times by upgrading. Yang Ming finally figured out some of the new features of the level 3 system after a few hours of fumbling around, and lost interest after that. Everything else was pretty much the same anyway, so there was no need to dwell on it. A cup to the sunrise, a cup to the moonlight, awakening my yearning, tenderizing the cold window, so I can fly against the wind without looking back, not afraid of rain in my heart and frost under my eyes. Before Yang Ming slowed down, Yi San's life-chasing soul-snatching buckle came. Mingzi, still at home? Hurry up and go out. We are almost there. Don't rush. If you rush again, you won't go. Fine, don't rush, but you remember the time. Don't be late. Yang Ming hung up the phone, hurriedly put on his clothes, and went to the clubhouse to casually eat a few bites, then drove on the Cayenne, and went straight to Jinshan Auction House. There were many auction houses in Magic City, and Jinshan Auction House was on Fuzhou Road in Huangpu District, not particularly far from where Yang Ming lived. When Yang Ming parked his car in the parking lot, he didn't expect to run into Yi Song. Let me introduce you, my buddy Yang Ming. This is my girlfriend Li Nan. Yang Ming, hello sister-in-law. I've always heard Olji muttering to me before, but now I've finally met her. Li Nan, he didn't say anything bad about me, did he? Yang Ming, I'm so annoyed by him. He's been spreading dog food with me every day. I'm dying of sweetness. Li Nan next to him laughed, then pinched Yi Song's arm, and the two of them just stared at each other. If I had known it was like this, I wouldn't have come. Coming here is also being shown love. Yang Ming looked like I'm leaving. Don't stop me. Roll. Hurry up and go in. I still have to introduce you to someone. Yi Song hurriedly pulled Yang Ming inside. Yang Ming had no choice but to follow. He kind of understood. Coming to the auction house is fake. Introducing people is real. However, he had come here. It was hard to get out of it. So he could just meet him. Yang Ming suddenly wanted to try out the new features of the system. So he called up the system and searched for Yi Song. Name, Yi Song. Age, 26 years old. Confidentiality level, level D. Kill amount, 100 renminbi. Yang Ming quickly clicked to confirm the purchase. System Junior, congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. Please receive the message. Yang Ming was curious as to what form the system was taking to give old Ye's information to himself. Could it be another courier? But would this be too rudimentary? After all, it was a function that was only opened by a level 3 system. Suddenly, everything around him became still. Yang Ming only felt his head sink as a picture appeared in front of his eyes. What's going on? This is how information is transmitted. System Junior, please ask the host to receive Yi Song's message. I didn't realize that this delivery method was directly replayed in front of my eyes in the form of video plus pictures, and the speed was amazingly fast, much faster than the usual 32x fast forward. But strangely enough, although it was fast, Yang Ming could actually read it and even understand it, and some of it could be memorized. Could it be that my personal physical quality has improved again? System Junior, while the host receives the information, the system will slow down the world and instantly boost the function of the host's brain to ensure that the host can receive and understand the information in a timely and effective manner. It seems that the system has really developed its body functions, especially its brain functions, to the fullest. System Junior, while the host is browsing through the information, even though it feels like time is passing, in reality, the outside world time may have only passed by 1 second, ensuring that the host will not be taken for a cutie when receiving the information. Hearing the system say this, Yang Ming wanted to praise it for being so thoughtful. Suddenly, Yang Ming froze. This was because the message had already played to that luscious moment last night. Yang Ming decisively cut off the information receiving channel. He wasn't so bad as to be a wall listener. Nan, why are you here? Yang Ming had already returned to his senses at this time, and when he saw the visitor, he was also a bit surprised. The main reason was that this girl was too pretty. Clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes fluttering slightly, fair and flawless skin transmitting a light reddish pink, thin lips like rose petals delicate, wearing professional clothes, properly a beautiful auctioneer. Chapter 41 Supervisors and Stealers. Yang Ming looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a glazed look in his eyes, but when he heard the other party greet Li Nan, he knew that it should be the person Yi Song said he would introduce to him. Su, you're here. Li Nan calmly greeted the other party. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Yi Song, and this is his friend Yang Ming. Yi Song was in the way of Li Nan's presence, so it was not good to act warmly. But Yang Ming didn't care and directly gave Huang Su a friendly handshake. You guys wait for me a little bit. In a moment I'm going to go on stage for the last auction, Huang Su said with a smile. In the morning, Li Nan sent her a message saying that she would introduce a man to her today, although she wasn't very willing, but since her best friend opened her mouth, she could only agree. After all, it was just a meeting. She didn't expect that when she was preparing the auction item inventory in the backstage in the afternoon, she saw Li Nan walking towards this side with two people, one of whom looked quite handsome in Huang Su's opinion. Huang Su is Li Nan's college classmate and best friend. When she went to school, she was the man of the hour in the whole school, and she had many suitors, including some rich second generation and big bosses, but Huang Su did not say yes. Yang Ming had just heard Li Nan say that Huang Su did have a boyfriend after graduating from college, but then the man cheated on her, and the romance ended, and then she was single until now. You go and get busy. We'll see you down there later in the Valiant auction. Oh. Saying that, Li Nan pushed Huang Su and told her to hurry and get busy. Hey, how was it? Not bad, right? Yi Song poked Yang Ming next to him and scowled at him, almost telling others that his eyes were full of drama. It's not bad, but professional women don't seem to suit me too well, Yang Ming said seriously. It depends on how much you like it. If it's true love, then it's still not something you'll pursue even if you're broken to pieces. The district is a career problem. It's easy to solve. Yi Song flirted with Yang Ming. Let's go sit down below. This is the calling card, Li Nan said and handed a sign to Yang Ming. It said no, 56, which was specially prepared for him. After all, Yi Song had said that Yang Ming was not normally rich. The calling card was not something she and Yi Song could use, so they specifically asked Huang Su to prepare one for Yang Ming. What did you say? How can something not be found? Just as the three of them had not gone far, an angry roar suddenly came out from inside the preparation room not far away. A man and a woman then hurriedly ran out of the preparation room with an anxious look. That woman seems to be Huang Su, right? After Yang Ming's physical quality improved, his ordinary vision and dynamic vision were both greatly improved, and although he was a bit farther away, he still recognized Huang Su at a glance, and Li Nan then affirmed, it's her. Li Nan was worthy of being Huang Su's classmate and dorm mate for 4 years, and some of Huang Su's small movements and whatnot could not be hidden from her at all. Just now when that woman went out, she unconsciously stepped on the floor with her heel, which was Huang Su's usual action when she was nervous, and ordinary people couldn't discover it. Maybe something happened? Yang Ming's heart was vaguely flooded with a bad premonition. Go take a look. It's not good. In case we go over and cause trouble for Susu. It's more. Li Nan instinctively intended to reject Yang Ming's proposal. It's fine. Listen to Mingzi. In case we can help. Yi Song opened his mouth. Alright then. The three of them walked towards the direction where Huang Su had just disappeared. Mr. Lin, the last lot is lost. Yang Ming's trio walked to the end of the corridor and heard the voice of a person calling. No, General Manager Lin. It's not my fault. It's Huang Su who didn't check it clearly. She's right beside me now. Good. I'll immediately notify security to close the entrances and exits now, and hurry to get the stuff back. What about Huang Su? When Huang Su, who was next to her, heard these words, her torso shook, her emotions clearly on the verge of being uncontrollable. Good. The man hung up the phone after saying 3 good words in a row. He then glanced contemptuously at Huang Su and said coldly, when this matter is over, you will submit your own resignation, and if you can't get the item back, you will have to sign a compensation agreement. Huang Su was unsteady and stumbled to the ground. Li Nan rushed forward to help her up, but Huang Su, who was covered by her long hair, had already been in tears and her body kept twitching. Who are you people? How can you be in the staff area? The man scolded in a stern voice. These 3 are my friends. Supervisor Ding, Huang Su said with a choked voice. Ding Minghui was 33 years old, currently the head of the marketing department of Golden Mountain Auction House, and Huang Su's supervisor. Huang Su, during work, you even let outsiders enter the staff area. Do you know what repercussions it will cause? Huang Su froze. feeling as if she had made a lot of big mistakes today. Li Nan also froze. In the past when she came to find Huang Su herself, she hadn't heard that she couldn't enter the staff area, so this time she just brought Yi Song and Yang Ming in. I didn't realize that my negligence had caused such a big trouble for Huang Su. Security! Security! Hurry up and invite these people out, Ding Ninghui shouted at the top of his voice. A few security guards not far away heard the shouts and hurriedly ran over. Huang Su didn't expect things to intensify and develop in a direction she couldn't imagine. Ding Ninghui, Huang Su, if this thing can't be found, you'll not only have to bear civil responsibility, but maybe you'll also have to bear criminal responsibility. Do you understand? After saying that, he glanced at Yang Ming's trio and said coldly, at such an important moment, you even let outsiders in. It's not guaranteed that you have the suspicion of supervising and stealing. What do you mean? Calling us thieves? Yi Song really couldn't help himself and opened his mouth to say loudly. What? You guys want to deny it? Asterisk 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 you. I don't even know what happened. Don't put this on our heads. Yi Song was now furious. Yang Ming looked at Huang Su on the ground and felt that she didn't have the aura of a calm working woman just now. Suddenly a kind of protective desire surged up. I wonder if this supervisor Ding can give us an introduction to what exactly happened, so that we can also be mentally prepared. Yang Ming said in a kind tone, Humph, it's good to tell you guys, wait for the police to come. You have to think about how to conspire first. Yi Song was going to have a fit when he heard this, but was stopped by Yang Ming. Please speak. The last auction item that was scheduled to be auctioned this afternoon disappeared. As the auctioneer this time, Huang Su was firstly responsible for major negligence in his duties, but in my opinion, you few are also highly suspicious. Ding Ninghui seemed to be pointing. Then what exactly is a thing? It's a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, valued at around 16 million. Huang Su, supported by Li Nan, slowly got up and replied, have you searched for all of them? Huang Su was a bit helpless. When she realized that something was missing, she first went to the surveillance room to retrieve the surveillance, but no clues were found. Nothing goes missing without a reason. Chapter 42, 3 Eagles with 1 Arrow. Yang Ming's words, short but powerful, were said with a sound. Everyone's attention was attracted. Ding Ninghui got angry and said, then tell me how this blue and white porcelain is missing. Since you're so vocal, you must be able to find this thing out. Yang Ming laughed in his heart. Just a broken bottle. This is not a matter of minutes. Thinking about it, the task of finding it had to fall on the system. Yang Ming asked Huang Su, do you remember the last time you saw the celadon? Huang Su thought for a while and said, around 2:30. Yes, that's the time, because that was just when the first auction ended. Yang Ming called out the system and searched for Yuan Dynasty celadon porcelain, locating the information from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. today. Item name, blue and white porcelain. Location, Jinshan Auction House. Generation, Yuan Dynasty. Confidentiality level, D. Spike amount, 100 renminbi. What? It is not worth the information. Only D level of confidentiality only. Yang Ming quickly clicked to confirm the purchase. System Junior, congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. Please receive the information. Not long after, a video was displayed in front of Yang Ming's eyes. After Yang Ming watched it, he knew the whole picture of the whole thing in his heart, and knew that the person who stole the celadon was Ding Ninghui, and at the same time, he also discovered a shocking secret. What are all doing? Have the things been found yet? Receiving Ding Ninghui's report, General Manager Lin Shang hurriedly rushed here, and when he saw a group of people all gathered together, he was furious. It's all on fire, and they're still so leisurely gathering together to chat. General Manager Lin, these 3 people were gotten in by Huang Su, saying they were her friends. I suspect that she was the one who supervised the theft, and collaborated with her accomplices to steal the celadon. Once Lin Shang heard this, he swept over Yang Ming several people with a scrutinizing gaze and said, did you call the police? This kind of thing should have been reported to the police earlier. Huang Su hurriedly explained, Mr. Lin, this has nothing to do with my friend. I do everything for one person. I will definitely find out the blue and white porcelain. If I can't find it, I will compensate according to the original price of the appraisal. Lin Shang has always still valued Huang Su, not only because Huang Su looks beautiful, but also because she worked dare to break through. Other people off work she worked overtime. Other people rest she worked overtime. Other people pay boyfriends when she is still working overtime. This kind of people leaders certainly like. But now is not the time to defend Huang Su. Now everything looks unfavorable to Huang Su. If Lin Shang forcefully takes sides, then the next unlucky one will be himself. Mr. Lin, I was too flustered just now. I haven't had time to call the police yet. Saying this, Ding Ninghui intended to take out his cell phone and make a call. No need. I already know who took it and where he put it. Yang Ming said indifferently, you know? I'll be damned. We've already searched this area a few times. We're close to digging up the ground. The security guard next to him looked disdainful. Ha ha ha, you'll know when I find it. Only to see Yang Ming walking into the preparation room unhurriedly. Although the others were skeptical, they still followed them in, wanting to see what this Yang Ming was up to. Where does everyone think the Celadon is most likely to be hidden? A bunch of people were all confused when they heard this. I think it must be in a very hidden place, such as an air vent, a beam or a corner, Yi Song said. The others also nodded. Yang Ming was satisfied with these people's reactions. Supervisor Ding, what do you think? Ding Minghui didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly name himself, so he casually said, these places have all been searched just now. The security guards and Huang Su beside him also nodded, indicating that they had indeed been searched. At this time, he only saw Yang Ming walk to the side of the trash can, seemingly casually, then opened the trash can and pulled out a packet of things from it, shook it, and the sound of porcelain vase shards colliding came out from inside. Wow! Huang Su hurriedly ran over, grabbed the packet, opened it and saw that it was really pieces of Celadon, some big and some small, but the cuts were very neat. How could this happen? How could this happen? Huang Su muttered. Supervisor Ding, why do you think this thief broke the Celadon? Ding Minghui was now panicking a batch. His forehead was sweating coldly as he said wryly, how would I know? It's hard to believe that you think I'm a thief. Wait, since there aren't any clues and there isn't any surveillance, then how did you know? Generally speaking, it's the thief himself who knows where things are hidden, right? Ding Minghui was very proud that he had come up with a reason to escape suspicion in a hurry. In fact, he was also wondering, he had already done a very secretive job. How could he still be found out in this darkness under the lights? Sure enough, Lin Shang's eyes began to look unkind when he heard Ding Minghui's words. It seems that Supervisor Ding is not going to die until he reaches the Yellow River. Yang Ming didn't panic in the slightest. He then opened the big screen in the preparation room and projected the video from his cell phone into the big screen. That's right, Yang Ming had already asked the system before if the video could be sent to his cell phone, and the system's answer was yes. Therefore, Yang Ming purposely cut a video of the scene of the crime in his cell phone. The whole process of Ding Minghui from entering the preparation room to dumping the Celadon shards into the garbage bag was played on the big screen. The more Ding Minghui watched, the colder his heart became, and finally he simply sat on his butt on the ground, muttering words, impossible, impossible, how could there be a surveillance video here? I've obviously checked it. Lin Shang, Ding Minghui, the company treats you well. What were you thinking? Using this kind of thing to ruin the company's reputation. Ding Minghui on the ground was delirious since he saw the video, because he knew his life was over. Finished, finished, finished. After a while, Ding Minghui suddenly stood up, veins popped out on his face. His expression was hideous, and he didn't have any of his temperament as a supervisor just now. As a person in his early 30s, he still didn't have a girlfriend. He still hadn't bought a house. He still had a lot of things left to do. Mr. Lin, can you let me off the hook? Lin Shang grunted and shook his head. Good. Ding Minghui, like a prisoner awaiting his death sentence, opened his mouth and said, didn't you ask me why I'm doing this? Then I'll tell you, because I can't see a future in the company. I can't see money. I can't see love. I've been coming to the company for 5 years. I'm qualified for the vice president position, but every time I can't get my turn, my salary is always only this much. And you, Huang Su. Ding Minghui pointed at Huang Su's face and continued, I've been pursuing you for so long, even a stone should be warmed up. So, I plan to play a big game this time. I quietly cracked the Celadon, then I plan to bring it out after work. I found a high-ranking person who can perfectly restore it, although the value will fall a little bit, but there will still be a lot of people who will be attracted to it. In this way, the company's reputation was ruined. I made money, and you, Huang Su, were punished. This should be what the ancients call 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 43 Peony Painting. It was just that Ding Minghui did not expect his elaborate layout to be uncovered by Yang Ming, which can only be said that the devil is 1 foot taller than the Taoist. There is a heavenly will in the underworld. Soon after, the police came. To meet Ding Minghui will be the sanctions of the law. Before leaving, he asked Yang Ming a question. How was the video taken? Yang Ming hemmed and hawed and didn't answer. It was hard to tell him that it was a new feature of System Level 3. At this time, Lin Shang came over and said with a smile, Mr. Yang, good tactics. This time Count Jinshan owes you a favor. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I'm just clearing my friend's name. I can't talk about helping Jinshan. Lin Shang laughed as if he didn't mind at all and continued, it's fine, the end result is good. After saying that, he said to Huang Su, Ding is too young. I didn't expect to do such a thing, but he still has a long way to go in the future. I hope he can change his ways. This time the company did wrong you. I will nominate with the board of directors, so that you can take over Ding's position. It could be seen that Huang Su was very happy, but she didn't swell up because of this, but said modestly, Mr. Lin, I will continue to work hard. She unconsciously glanced at Yang Ming, feeling that he had become even more handsome and inscrutable than earlier. At this time, Li Nan bumped Huang Su and teased, What? Moved? Huang Su blushed a little and didn't answer positively, but just said, The auction is about to start. Although there is no more Yuan Dynasty Celadon porcelain which is the grand finale, there are still other things to be auctioned. At this time, Yang Ming was already a bit impatient, because he had an item to buy, and he wanted to buy it at the auction. Yi Song was wondering how Yang Ming, who had no interest in the auction just now, suddenly looked a little anxious. This actually couldn't be blamed on Yi Song, but he didn't know the value of this item. If he knew, he probably ran faster than anyone else. Jinshan's auction venue was large and crowded. Many people left after the first session, but more people waited for the second auction. Mr. Yang, I didn't expect to see you here. Yang Ming turned his head to look at the man and tried to search the face in his mind. Mr. Yang, I'm Lin Shira. I'm the father of Lin Jianmei that you saved in the elevated last time. I did leave my business card for you. It dawned on Yang Ming that this matter was already over. So Yang Ming did not intend to trouble Lin Shi with this matter. So he instinctively deleted Lin Shi's entire person in his mind. Oh, it's Mr. Lin. Why? You're here to buy something too? Yang Ming asked. It's not worth mentioning. Just got bored and came to play with my son, said, waving to his son Lin Jiantek who was not far away. Dad, what's up? I'm busy. Lin Shi slapped Lin Jiantek's head and said angrily, all day long you know how to play, just enough to forget the pain. Come to introduce you to your savior. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiantek looked at Yang Ming in amazement. Suddenly, Yang Ming only felt that his hand was tightly held by another hand, and he couldn't draw it back no matter how. Great God, I really don't know how to thank you. You are my Lin Jian Mati's lifesaver. If there is something in the future, you can just ask, said, shaking hands with more vigor. I'll do what I can do for you, and what I can't do, I'll think of a way to do it for you. One word, in the future in Magic City, absolutely no one can touch you, because I will always be in front of you. Lin Jianti said with sincere feelings, and moved both Yi Song and Li Nan next to him. Mingzi, how did you him? How does this sound so sensational? Yi Song was unsure. Oh, it's just that I blocked the car for him on the Yan'an elevated not long ago. Yang Ming said calmly, asterisk. Mingzi, you're the Yi car god, that the internet said. Yi Song looked back. You kid, how come you've changed like a new person recently? If it wasn't for the fact that I know you, I'm afraid that you're an alien becoming it. Some time ago, the discussion about God of Car swept the whole network. How could Yi Song not know? Just let him be surprised that this God of Car is actually Buddy Yang Ming. Well, General Manager Lin, General Manager Lin, old Yi, don't say anything, the dust has settled. I've already forgotten about it. Yang Ming didn't particularly want to bring up this matter in a public place. It just so happened that the auction was about to start, and he was about to concentrate on waiting for his piece. Lin Shi and Lin Jiantek didn't force Yang Ming to say more when they saw that he didn't want to talk about it. Lin Jiantek, call me Xiao Lin from now on. Let's exchange contact information. It will be easier for me to find you later. So Yang Ming and Lin Jiantek exchanged each other's phone numbers in WeChat. Father and son then said goodbye and went to another table. This side of Yi Song heart but for a long time cannot be calm. Their own brother so awesome. They are still so frustrated. How can it work? He said that he would do Su Wenxiang and Ding Li together. He has to cheer, cannot fall behind. Yang Ming did not know Yi Song's thoughts. If he knew, he would have advised him not to compare himself with a hanged man, or the one who will be hurt in the end will always be himself. Yang Ming's attention was all on the auction at this time. Several lots had already passed, and still the one he wanted didn't appear. As people kept bidding and bidding again, this one was also taken down by a certain Imperial Capital's boss. Next, we're going to auction off a peony painting by He Dairong, a painter from the Su province. The people at the bottom began to murmur, clearly not having much of an impression of this He Dairong. In all seriousness, He Dairong was only relatively famous in the Soviet province, and it was only after his death that he started to become famous. He is a person, a life of poverty. Relatives and friends are avoiding him. It is his niece to see him poor, only often to give him food. He Dairong never married. When he passed away, only his niece was by his side, so it can be said to be more miserable and more miserable. Of course everyone thought that his paintings had no value. He Dairong gave all his paintings to his niece, telling her to take good care of them. It was by chance that these paintings caught fire. He Dairong's niece once went to a painting exhibition, just met a big painter in the Soviet Union. So on the spot in the cell phone He Dairong's paintings to each other to see. Want to see if these paintings have value? The painter himself has a very high level of attainment in painting. A glance at the paintings of He de Rong extraordinary, so on the spot to buy all the paintings of He de Rong. In this way, He de Rong's paintings began to spread in the Soviet Union, and gradually had some fame. The niece was not satisfied with the fame in Jiangsu province, and took the last peony painting of He de Rong and found Jinshan auction house, wanting to auction the painting of He de Rong. Jinshan's appraiser, after consulting with fellow auctioneers in the Soviet province, finally decided to take the painting, but there was no guarantee that it would be sold. And at this time, Huang Su on the stage looked at Yang Ming not far away in surprise as he slowly raised his number plate and shouted, $1 million. Chapter 44 Painting within a painting. The others were stunned when they heard the shouted price. This painting by someone who didn't even have a reputation was shouted out at a high price of $1 million. This person was either brain dead or a loser. Huang Su on the stage was shocked, but her professionalism was there. She didn't care about the crowd's reaction and continued to shout, $1 million for the first time, $1 million for the second time. She held the hammer up and looked around the room, then shouted, $1 million for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. 56 for winning the peony painting. Yang Ming was relieved in his heart. He was really afraid that others would raise the price with him. As the hammer fell, many people around him were secretly laughing. This person is really a loser. $1 million to buy a sports car, doesn't it smell good? Oh, this person's so face, seems to be not Magic City people. Ah, no wonder. An outsider came to Mordor to spread money and pretend to be a pussy. I don't know if his ancestors will crawl out from the graveyard to kill this ungrateful grandson. Ha ha ha. Young people nowadays, they are really not modest at all. So flamboyant. Their family education is really bad. Everyone in the meeting hall mocked and laughed, sighed and sighed. Anyway, none of them felt that Yang Ming had bought the right one. They all thought that he was an idiot who was stupid and had a lot of money. What's wrong with the benefactor? To auction this painting with such a large sum of money, I am not able to see what's so special about this painting. This Mr. Yang is really a crane. The only ones who expressed goodwill were only Lin Shi's father and son who knew Yang Ming, but it was only goodwill. And the Roots also felt that Yang Ming was too hasty in buying this painting. Yang Ming ignored these idle words because he still had something very important to do. Where to? Yi Song asked with concern. It's fine, you guys stay there, I'll go and come back. Yang Ming did not delay and directly called Lin Shang. In the preparation room, Yang Ming shook Lin Shang's hand once again. Next to him were several senior appraisers, all veterans in this business, with great eyesight, experience and expertise. Mr. Yang, here are all the proofs of the painting you auctioned off, as well as the proof of the payment you just made. So now I have all the rights to dispose of this painting, right? Yes, this painting completely belongs to you. You can dispose of it any way you want. Lin Shang didn't know why Yang Ming attached so much importance to this painting. Even he, at first, was skeptical that this painting could be auctioned off. He didn't expect Yang Ming to spend $1 million, which was already far more than the market value of this painting. So Lin Shang was very confused. Please wait and do as I say, a few people. Okay. The several appraisers didn't dare to slack off when they saw that their own boss was here. Please ask Master Huang to cut out all of the lower half of the painting. Remember to follow this line. As soon as Master Huang heard this, he muttered in his heart, this is emotionally a spendthrift loser. He glanced at Lin Shang suspiciously and saw him nodding, so he said decisively, good. Master Huang's hand skills were excellent, and without using any tools, he could restore any painting to its original state with his bare hands. This simple cut was not difficult for him at all, and in an instant, the upper and lower parts were separated. Please ask Master Yang to take a look at what is the difference between the seams at the cutouts of these two parts of the painting. Master Yang scrutinized it carefully, then touched it with his hand, then squatted down and thought about it. Master Yang was an expert at distinguishing the material of paper, and within a few seconds, there was shock in his eyes, only to see that he dipped his hand in some water, pinched at the seam, and even pinched half of the paper apart. Now, even Lin Shang panicked. Everyone knew that this situation should be the legendary painting within a painting. Generally with a worthless painting, using a special method to make a bag-like paper, another painting will be stuffed in, and the painting that was stuffed in was usually worth a lot of money. Hurry, hurry, now everyone moved. Everyone's mood was excited, but the movements of their hands were gentle and incomparable, for fear of a carelessness that would ruin what was inside. Yang Ming was also watching from the side with his heart pounding, even though he was already mentally prepared. At this moment, he also had a sense of anticipation of seeing the light again. Finally, Master Yang took out a piece of dark yellow paper from the pocket-like gap in the upper half of the painting. Then he slowly laid it flat on the table, and everyone gathered their heads together to look at the table. This is. Master Huang first recognized the painting. then looked at Lin Shang with astonished eyes, meaning as if to say that this is impossible. I didn't expect to see Wu Daozi's painting in this life. No regrets in this life. Master Yang almost spoke his last words as if he was using all his strength. Is it really Wu Daozi's painting? A few of you. It can't be wrong, right? Lin Shang was still in a bit of disbelief at this point. Master Huang, this is the white hemp paper of the Tang dynasty. The paper is white and smooth, thin and tough, with long fibers and coarse pulp. This kind of paper is not easy to become brittle and discolored even after more than 1,000 years. And the back is rougher than the front, and there are grass sticks and other adherents. Masterly, this is that pair of Ming Emperor View horse picture is right. Although it seems that the technique is not very skillful, but it can be sure that it is Wu Daozi's handwriting. Just this one with the one in the M National Museum. Which one is the real one? The words just fell. The doorway came in an old scholar-like person. Lin Shang hurriedly greeted him. You old man can come. Mr. Yang, this is Meng Song, Meng Lao, a professor from the History Department of Magic City University. Elder Meng is an authority on Tang Dynasty paintings. As long as his old man says it's real, then it's definitely fine. Elder Meng, thank you. Yang Ming reached out and shook Meng Song's hand, saying gratefully, in fact, this painting was real, because when Yang Ming was looking for the celadon for Huang Su just now, he already knew the cause and effect of the painting being sealed in He Derong's painting through the video, so he was very sure that this painting was real. To say that the power of the system really can't be praised, this kind of indirect means of obtaining information is really very powerful, can understand everything around the target through contact. Although Yang Ming knew that, he still lacked a key proof, that is, this Meng Lao's appraisal, only to see Meng Lao holding a magnifying glass and looking over it carefully, sometimes flipping through the information in his cell phone, sometimes pondering, and finally speaking. It's true, only this painting is the predecessor of that Ming Emperor's horse viewing picture that was collected by M Country. This, what does it mean? Meng Lao explained again. It means that this painting was painted first, and Wu Daozi felt that it wasn't perfect enough before he painted another, better one. Well, all of them breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's real. Lin Shang, Mr. Yang, what to do with this painting? Yang Ming, auction it, of course. It's not like I collect. He then asked Meng Song, Elder Meng, how much can this painting probably be evaluated at? Meng Song returned nonchalantly. As a matter of fact, this painting should be priceless, but if you really want to estimate a price, you can refer to the auction price of Wu Daozi's other painting, 240 million to hit the bottom. Oh yeah, the unit is $M. Chapter 45, The Pitfalls of 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 the Pitfalls. Spare Yang Ming, also was shocked to the three souls. 240 million $M. That is more than a billion RMB. And this is only the evaluation price. The auction, the price will only be higher not lower. Meng Song walked to Yang Ming's side and said softly, kid, not bad, courageous and resourceful. Yang Ming didn't understand, so he asked nervously, Meng Lao, you can really make fun of juniors. Meng Song shook his head, then said, a piker is not guilty of a crime, but a person who carries a jade is not guilty of a crime. This thing is a hot potato if you stay around. It is better to be able to get out of the way. Try to get out of the way. Yang Ming was silent. Meng Song's words really taught him a lesson. He had simplified things. The painting Saint Wu Daozi's painting reappeared in the world, and it was still a failed draft of a famous painting. Its research value and collection value would be immeasurable. Once it was targeted, then things might go in a direction that no one could predict. That was why Meng Song had given him the advice to deal with it as soon as possible. Right now, Yang Ming was not strong enough to protect the painting. Huang Su, how is the auction going? Lin Shang's voice suddenly came from the headset. Huang Su hurriedly replied, it's almost over. Good. Listen carefully to the next words. I'm only going to speak once. When you repeat it, your tone should be light and gentle, and your speed should be slow. Make sure everyone can understand. Understand? Okay, Mr. Lin, go ahead. With Lin Shang's words coming from the headset, Huang Su's expression gradually solidified. She had originally thought that Yang Ming had bought that painting today a bit ill-considered, but now Lin Shang had actually told her that there was still $1 billion-plus painting hidden inside. This was no longer to be described as shocking. This was directly pushing her to death in the water. Yang Ming, who was at the top of the pyramid, looked at the ants below casually and said with a disdainful face, your knowledge is too shallow, and I will return all of your teasing to yourselves. After hearing all of Lin Shang's words, Huang Su's emotions still hadn't completely calmed down. There was no way to calm down. Huang Su felt that this matter was far more impactful than the fact that she had just been wronged by Ding Minghui, but reason told her to follow Lin Shang's instructions now. She eased her emotions, then picked up the microphone and said, please be quiet. Next, we have another lot to auction at Golden Mountain Auction House. After saying these words, The stage was quiet for 5 seconds before various questioning voices erupted. What's going on? A temporary additional lot? Could it be that the Celadon has come back from the dead? You Kingsford so unprofessional. Look at the time. It's dinner. But also shoot ing what product asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone wash up and go to sleep. Next time never come again. The country has never seen such an unprofessional auction house. Complaints rose and fell. But Huang Su on the stage did not receive the slightest influence, because she knew that once the painting was revealed, these complaints would dissipate. Everyone stay calm. If anyone wants to leave, our staff will guide you out, but it won't be that easy to come back in. Huang Su's words, very calm, were vaguely a bit shoplifting. The people under the stage were all veterans who had been immersed in the mall for many years, and once they heard this, their thoughts began to come alive. Then tell me what the lot is? I'll see if there's any value for me to stay. Someone on the stage couldn't help but ask. Huang Su smiled and said, please look at the big screen. Then she retreated to the corner herself and quietly watched the curtain slowly descend. When the equipment was ready, Huang Su projected the video onto the curtain. And the video that played was exactly the entire process of Yang Ming finding the hidden painting in the background just now. This was requested by Lin Shang. Just now there had been a staff member filming the video. This way can also be avoided at a later stage to pull the wool over the eyes of the client. The venue was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The person and the painting in the video, everyone recognized. It was the loser who had just been made fun of by everyone in the painting he had filmed. But with the exclamations of surprise coming from the video and Master Yang's sentence about Wu Daozi's painting, the room was instantly silent. The video continued to play, and at the end, Meng Song's voice giving the valuation resounded throughout the room. Although not a single person spoke, there seemed to be a lot of sparks clashing in the air, because the value of Wu Daozi's painting in their hearts was probably more valuable than their lives. The name of the saint of painting 1,000 years ago was still shocking to hear today. I'll just ask one thing, how much time do we have to prepare? Someone finally broke the tranquility. Huang Su didn't make any pretense and said faintly, 2 hours? No waiting after the deadline. Good. The word good had just fallen, only to see every single person pull out their cell phones, not knowing who they were calling. But Yi Song and Li Nan were completely outside the situation. They seemed to be living in two worlds with the people on the scene. Director Li, I need to transfer a sum of money immediately. What? The board of directors passed it? No, the yellow flowers will be cold by then. Old Kai, I'm telling you, Wu Daozi's painting has resurfaced. A lie? No, I saw it with my own eyes. It's at the Jinshan auction house now. Wife, I need a sum of money, a big amount. You prepare it for me in a hurry. What for? You a woman don't pry blindly. Looks like the response is good. Everyone's enthusiasm is high, Yang Ming said as he looked at the busy people. Next to him, Lin Shang was standing beside Yang Ming at this time. Although the other party was very young, he was a bit unable to see through them. Wait, there will be more people coming. More people with weight. At least people who can afford to bid. Lin Shang responded to Yang Ming. So many people. Is your venue big enough? Don't worry. Later on, all the people who are actually participating in the auction will need to check their capital, while those who are watching will be arranged elsewhere. You're quite thoughtful. Yang Ming suddenly felt that this matter was getting more and more exciting. There was no moment for the hammer to fall. Everyone had a chance, and every bid would rattle people's nerves, and exactly what high price it would be auctioned for. Yang Ming didn't know. I guess everyone couldn't guess right now. Mr. Yang, let your friend go to the preparation room as well. The atmosphere will be very delicate later. There's no need for you, as the owner of the painting, to get involved. Just wait quietly for the cash to be credited. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and laughed at the same time. System Junior detected that the host's fixed assets exceed 500 million RMB. System Junior detected the host's fixed assets exceeding 500 million renminbi. System Junior detected the host's fixed assets exceeding 500 million RMB. System Junior hosts fixed assets exceeding 500 million renminbi detected. Chapter 46, I offer $2 billion. System, what are you here to make a scene? Yang Ming saw that billions of dollars were about to arrive, but now he watched the money grow wings and fly away. System Junior, the system has determined that the value of this painting far exceeds 500 million renminbi, and conflicts with the host's existing fixed asset limit. System Junior, the host is requested to destroy the painting immediately or give away the auction proceeds to others. Yang Ming's heart was dripping blood. Looking at the next upgrade level 4, 5, 6, 7 of money could be gathered in one go. What is it now? System, are you having a problem with me? System Junior, the system is not to have feelings. To tell the truth, Yang Ming is very lost. This horizontal wealth is what he earned with his ability. Why should he gift it to others? System Junior, the host can keep the $1 million for the purchase of the paintings, but the rest must be left without a penny. The system's repeated warnings finally made Yang Ming break the idea of going against the grain. If he didn't do as he was told, it was estimated that the system might give a miserable punishment, and then it would be a case of stealing a chicken. Good. System, you are ruthless. At this time, Yang Ming even bit his lips before making such a difficult decision. The news of the sudden appearance of the painting Saint Wu Daozi at the auction, with the dialing of one phone call after another, began to spread like wings, spreading to the rich and powerful circle of the country in an instant. Many people began to get excited. Some of those who were not convenient to appear or could not arrive in time sent their assistants to rush to Jinshan auction house. 2 hours was not too long nor too short. Enough time for those who had the strength to raise funds to participate in the competition. The originally empty auction hall was now abuzz with people. Everyone met and exchanged pleasantries as if they hadn't seen each other for years, but they were actually testing each other. A bunch of old foxes. Lin Shi was a bit disdainful, then turned his head to admonish his son that there were no eternal friends or enemies in the business world, only eternal interests. There are things that rich people help each other, but not many. In the words of their circle, it is a favor to help you as a favor, not to help as a favor. Since we don't know whether we will be enemies or friends, it is better for you to die than for everyone to die. With one less competitor, there might be more benefits to fight for in the future. So now in this hall, all the people are wearing masks. What they think in their hearts, even if it is him himself, maybe they cannot say a reason. Lin Jintek seemed to understand and nodded. He mixed with the circle of the second generation for a long time. The struggle for interests or scene. Today is a friend. Tomorrow may fight for their lives. But he has not seen the real shopping mall. Lin Shi's teachings received his son's response. He felt that this is the biggest gain today. What about that benefactor Yang Ming who saved me? Lin Jianmao still held Yang Ming in high esteem. Mr. Yang, you can date, but pay attention to the proportion. Don't play smart yourself, or else. Lin Shi didn't make his words clear, but gave his son's idea of befriending Yang Ming a yes. The conversation between Lin Shi's father and son in the corner did not cause any splash in the crowded hall in the slightest. After all, everyone was here for Wu Daozi's Ming Emperor's horse viewing picture. Please be quiet. Guests who are now ready to participate in the bidding, please conduct a capital check under the guidance of our staff, and receive a lifting number after determining your eligibility. Huang Su on the stage informed everyone present loudly through the microphone. What made her strange was that as soon as her words fell, the originally noisy hall suddenly quieted down and automatically split into two groups. One set of people stood quietly on the side, while the other set of people followed the staff with all kinds of supporting materials. This is also a kind of convention in the rich and powerful circle. Those who don't have money are less pushy, and those who have money and qualifications will directly and truly see the strength. Time is not long. The staff completed the procedure of capital inspection. A total of 189 people qualified. That's why you should never underestimate those hidden big shots. Although they are not on the Forbes list or Haruan list, their strength can crush those who are on the list. A small little auction. There are so many rich people who have not been reported or recorded. You say the depth of the underwater. Do you dare to explore? Quick, shoot. Where did all those people appear? Which one? Whatever. Anyway, tomorrow's front page headline. I've thought of it. You just shoot as hard as you can. This auction. Of course, not only the tycoons get the news. The media, paparazzi, engaged in self-media, all flocked to. Just kidding. Writing news, especially powerful news. They were serious. Next, we will start the auction of this Wu Daozi's Ming Emperor's horse viewing picture. Huang Su made a pre-auction introduction on the stage. Please ask Meng Song, a professor from the Department of History and China's authoritative appraisal master, to come on stage to tell you about the ins and outs of this painting. The lights then dimmed, and an old man, dressed in a simple cloth coat with cloth shoes on his feet, came on stage to the astonished gazes of the crowd. Of course some people knew him and some didn't. Those who knew him introduced him to those who didn't, while others searched the internet themselves. By the time they knew the identity of this one, everyone was convinced to be quiet. Actually, this is a failed work. Meng Song took the microphone and began his opening remarks. Although it can't be compared to the pair of Emperor Ming's horse viewing pictures that's in the M National Museum, I personally believe that this one has more value for collection and research. Meng Song faced the countless eager eyes on the stage without any pressure at all, because that collected painting is already a classic, while this one is a pre-classic failure, and it's a better glimpse of the weaknesses in Wu Daozi's early painting skills, as well as a process in which he overcame the difficulties in his later years and moved towards the realm of 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 the realm. That's why the value of this painting is immeasurable. As long as you are able to study it thoroughly, then your painting skills will get a qualitative leap forward. I can unabashedly say that by reading and understanding this painting, you will be the #1 person in the painting world of Country Z. This sentence caused a very strong reaction from the crowd at the scene. Everyone didn't expect that a painting in the district could have the magical effect of letting a person transform his or her body. Some people who had planned to just collect it began to secretly have other calculations in their hearts. Holy, big news, big news, hurry up and shoot. The title has to be changed. I already have a more exciting, more sensational title. A reporter hid amongst the crowd, secretly clapping his hands, thinking in his heart that this old man really knows how to make a gimmick, saving himself a lot of brain cells. Big sister, filming is strictly prohibited here. I have to sneak in, and also, you have to take it easy. These big shots, if they want to screw you, there are 108 ways to do it. The photography big brother kindly reminded. The reporter gave him a blank look and ignored him. Alright, let's start. The starting bid is 1.5 billion renminbi. Huang Su calmly shouted out the price. The scene was silent and Yang Ming watched the scene in the background, but his heart was dripping blood. That was 1.5 billion. That was enough for him to live several lifetimes. Now it's all gone down the drain. While Yang Ming was beating his chest, a voice rang out from the stage. I'll offer 2 billion. Chapter 47 donation. Hiss, hiss, wow, asterisk 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 asterisk. The hall resounded with exclamations of shock. The ones without money were shocked that this group of rich people's brains were broken. Those with money were worrying that the price was raised too high and too fast, not conducive to their own calls later. However, it is certain that this price is only the beginning, and the next thing gradually became a bit beyond imagination. 2, 3 billion, 2, 6 billion, 2, 7 billion, 2, 9 billion, 3 billion. Accompanying the shouts of one price after another were the exclamations of shock from the people in the hall who had not participated in the bidding. As the saying goes, poverty limits your imagination. Perhaps this was the case. It wasn't that this group of people who didn't participate in the bidding didn't have no money. It was just stupid to think about staking their entire fortune on a painting. Of course they wanted the painting, but their strength didn't allow it. For them, spend $1 or $2 million, buy a blue and white porcelain or the age of the antique is still okay. After all, can also pretend to be a man of culture, to enjoy the other people's boasting. This price can still afford, but hundreds of millions of dollars of auction items has begun to approach their ceiling, and more than $1 billion or even billions. For them, this money for company expansion, business mergers and acquisitions, factory upgrades is more appropriate. So when they heard the billions of dollars in asking prices, they were sour, angry, and aggrieved. They were usually already human beings, enjoying all kinds of pursuits and quality services in Magic City, feeling that this life was always worth living, but all of their superiority was shattered into powder tonight, because in another level that they cannot reach, there is a group of people who are richer than them, more sought after, more unscrupulous, more profligate. They couldn't endure it, but this feeling of powerlessness forced them to return to reality. Marred, lousy is not convinced. Someone in the crowd cursed in a low voice, and the others had their eyes and noses on the ground, with an expression of unconcern. In reality, they were secretly vowing in their hearts to continue to work hard, to continue to earn more money and enjoy more quality treatment. Money, it was such a monster that could make a person become a Buddha with a single thought, and also make a person become a devil with a single thought. And the auction didn't stop its own madness because of these people's mental activities. 4 billion, 45 billion, 5 billion. There were only a few people left in the bidding at this time. All the people were waiting for these few people to finally decide the winner. As for Yang Ming, he was completely petrified at this moment. He didn't expect the price of this painting to be speculated to more than 4 billion. What kind of people are these? Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Truly rich people, and not famous rich people at that. After all, Lin Sheng had been in this industry for so many years, and had been in many rich people's circles, so he more or less knew something. The so-called knowing something was just the tip of the iceberg. You see, those few are just agents. The real boss behind the scenes won't come out at all. Especially on occasions like today, the less people know of their existence, the safer they are. Oh, Yang Ming seemed to understand and returned a sentence. $83 billion, is there any price higher than that? Huang Su's heart at the moment was more exciting than a serial drama with an abusive female lead. $83 billion, for the first time. 83 billion, second time. 83 billion, third time. Okay. Congratulations to the gentleman at number 22 for winning the auction for this Emperor Ming's horse viewing picture. Deafening applause rang out in the hall, regardless of whether one could afford it or not. Since someone else was able to buy it, this was worthy of congratulations, and clapping didn't cost anything anyway. Next, please invite Mr. Yang to complete the final handover ceremony with Mr. Lee of number 22. Normally, auctions don't have this kind of session, but this painting fetched a high price of close to $5 billion, and Gold Peak Auction House has especially prepared such a handover session for the two. It was considered a formal introduction of the seller and the buyer to each other. Quick, quick, this kind of historic moment, shoot it for me. This photo will become tomorrow's news cover. The reporter just now excitedly commanded the photographer beside her. Not just her. There were many paparazzi also sharpening their knives, ready to capture this historic moment. But what they didn't expect was that the security guards had already noticed them. In a short while, a few big and strong security guards invited those paparazzi out of the hall like chickens. Sister, should we still shoot? Wait, let's see what happens. The photographer looked at the battered and swollen paparazzi and had palpitations in his heart. After all, the photos could be gone, but the body was the capital of the revolution. They were also just part-timers. There was no need to put their lives on the line for the sake of their boss's performance. On the stage, Yang Ming shook hands with No. 22 Mr. Lee. Mr. Yang, if it's possible, my boss said he would like to treat you to a meal. Let's see when you can do us the honor. You're welcome. I've been busy for a while recently. Let's wait for some time. Yang Ming was not at all prepared to directly face the hidden big brother right now. After all, he was still just a weak chicken. That's fine. My boss said that as long as Mr. Yang is free, he will definitely sweep the couch to welcome him. After saying that, he gave Yang Ming his business card. Lin Shang spread an agreement on the table, and the two signed it separately. After signing it, the two smiled and shook hands again. Quick, this is the time. Shoot. The photography big brother didn't react, suddenly heard the shouting, and grabbed his cell phone in a hurry, and took a few shots. Luckily, I just recently changed to a new Huawei cell phone, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to capture it. The photography big brother smiled and showed off his new phone. Well, just get the shot, ready to pull out. Like secret agents in a gunfight movie, the two of them quickly slipped under the cover of the crowd to the restroom, then jumped down from the restroom window ledge at a modest height. Pop! A shattering sound rang out in the darkness, followed by the unmistakable sense of aggravation of the camera brother's heartache. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The old man's new model's cell phone. Still not fast, waiting to be beaten? The reporter big sister urged. Photography big brother helplessly picked up the broken cell phone to follow the reporter big sister, quickly leaving the Jinshan auction house. And over here, Mr. 22 Lee said to Yang Ming, 4.83 billion, it will be remitted to Jinshan auction house's account on time by 11 a.m. tomorrow. Please ask Mr. Lin and Mr. Yang to check and receive it at that time. Yang Ming slightly bowed his head as if he had made a major decision. Then he only heard him say to Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee, please pay later. I'm going to donate all the auction proceeds for free. Chapter 48, Old Movies and Old Songs. All of them? Mr. 22 Lee asked doubtfully. Yes, so Mr. Lee doesn't need to be in such a hurry to make the payment. Just wait until the recipient of this donation is identified and transfer the money directly to the other party. In fact, Yang Ming's heart was dripping blood. No, it wasn't dripping blood. It was dripping blood. The kind that dripped out in thousands and thousands of milliliters. This money was originally all his own. This is good. All for others to do the dowry. But others do not know. The people under the stage all stunned. This Yang Ming even directly donated. So much. Money. The money. If this is to invest in yourself, then you will not immediately soar. Many people's minds have been put on this huge sum of money. Lin Shang wanted to say something. The painting belonged to Yang Ming, and it was Yang Ming who would decide what to do with the money. But he really didn't want Yang Ming to regret it, so he advised, you got this painting with your eyesight. It should be yours, so you don't have to donate all of it. If you really want to do a good deed, just donate $100 or $200 million. Mr. Lin, thank you, but my mind is made up. Huang Su, who was next to her, had been confused the entire time since the auction ended. When she heard Yang Ming say that he wanted to donate all 4.8 billion free of charge, she was even more surprised and almost paralyzed directly on the ground. This big brother's thinking, she really couldn't keep up with it. A huge sum of money close to $5 billion, to donate it just by saying so. How rich does this family have to be to have this backbone? Not only her, even Yang Ming's good brother Yisong, his girlfriend Li Nan couldn't understand this sudden donation. Everyone in the hall was confused. Lin Shang knew that he was in no position to persuade. After all, the guest had full disposal rights. As for No. 22 Li, he looked deeply at Yang Ming, then said, no problem. After you decide on your side, feel free to contact me. I won't take away the painting for now, after paying for it. After saying that, he left the scene without looking back, and walked in a dashing manner. Today's auction ends here. Please leave in an orderly manner under the leadership of the staff. Lin Shang felt that it was useless to say anything to Yang Ming right now, so it would be better to end this matter first, so that everyone could calm down for a while. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the hall began to reveal an empty solitude. Outside the venue, the people who had left didn't drive away immediately, but gathered in twos and threes in the parking lot, by the bushes, and under the trees to discuss today's events. Inside the venue, there was only Lin Shang, Yang Ming, Huang Su and Yi Song and Li Nan left. Mingzi, what do you think? Let me see. Is your brain kicked by a donkey? That's 4.8 billion 4.8 billion. Do you know how much it would cost when converted into cash? Yi Song continued with a look of hatred. The two of us watched that West Rainbow City Richest Man 2 years ago. You forgot that after the movie ended, you said that in case you have money, you have to bring me along to the vault to see the cash. You damn well wanna go back on your word now. Old Yi, it's not that I won't show you. It's because I'm afraid that your heart can't take it. Besides, the money isn't mine right away, so why bother if I look at it? Yang Ming spread his hands and looked helpless. Yi Song still wanted to say something. Yang Ming hurriedly stopped it and said, let's go. I'm tired. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Yang Ming didn't want to mention this money anymore, because mentioning it once made him sad. There was no need to dwell on it at all, even though his mind and body had been transformed a lot by the system. And Yang Ming's view of money was not as green as it was when he initially got the system, but taking away 4.8 billion at once still made Yang Ming care, and his heart ached a little bit. Let's go. Yang Ming was not in the mood to continue staying, and quickly walked out of the hall. When he waited for the parking lot, Yi Song called out to Yang Ming, Mingzi, Huang Su didn't drive. Why don't you give her a ride? After all, it's so late. Yi Song at this time finally remembered the purpose of coming here today. Earlier it was catching thieves, auctioning Wu Daozi's paintings, and finally making a donation, which confused him. At this moment when he was about to leave, he finally remembered that he came here today to introduce his girlfriend to Yang Ming. Okay, you guys drive yourselves carefully. Li Nan whispered a few words in Huang Su's ear, then said to Yang Ming, this girlfriend of mine is all yours. You're not allowed to bully her. After saying that, she glanced at Huang Su with an expression of watching a good show, making the latter embarrassed. Mingzi, let's go then. Yi Song's Koenigsegg had already been borrowed by Li Shangqing for a photoshoot to go, and today, he drove Li Nan's mini BMW, and the two of them quickly entered the car and drove away. Do you think the two of them have a chance? I don't know, but today Mingzi has saved Huang Su. At least it is a relationship that can continue to contact. Yi Song had a contemplative look on his face, but it was instantly dismissed by Li Nan. I see that Susu seems to be interested in Yang Ming. This kind of feeling, you don't understand. I can see it at a glance. Her expressions, movements, and thoughts can't be hidden from me. A friend who has been in the same dormitory for 4 years. Then are we just waiting for their official announcement? Take your time. It's only the first day anyway. Let's not put too much pressure on them. Let nature take its course. Li Nan solemnly warned Yi Song not to inquire. Over here, after Yang Ming sent Yi Song and Li Nan away, he pressed the unlock of the Cayenne and said to Huang Su, let's go. I'll send you back. Huang Su was a little embarrassed, but she still nodded. In the car, both of them didn't speak, and the atmosphere was a bit dull. Yang Ming opened the vehicle's music player, and the theme song of the 90s movie People and Ghosts immediately came from the speakers. I didn't expect you to like listening to this song too? Huang Su opened her mouth and asked. Yeah, I like some old movies and old songs. I feel that these classics, which have lasted for ages, have different feelings every time I watch them. What a coincidence. Me too. Huang Su seemed to have finally found something in common between the two. The conversation in the car then continued in a pleasant atmosphere, without the awkwardness from before, replaced by bursts of laughter. Yang Ming's answers were marvelous, allowing Huang Su to always sense some novel and thought-provoking points. Unconsciously, the vehicle soon arrived at Huang Su's rented Jindiwan neighborhood. Yang Ming got out of the car, gave Huang Su the clothes he was wearing and said, it's quite cool at night, put it on. Huang Su froze for a moment, took the clothes, and instantly had a feeling of tears. How long has it been since she was cared for by a man, or a man with money and a face? She controlled her emotions with difficulty and said to Yang Ming as if she had gathered a lot of courage, why don't you go up and sit for a while? I'll make a cup of tea, and by the way, you can take the clothes away again. Otherwise I don't know if I'll have the chance to return your clothes later. Yang Ming looked at Huang Su's face and felt that she was indeed sincerely invited, so he nodded. Just like that, Yang Ming and Huang Su entered the elevator and arrived at Huang Su's home on the 13th floor. Seriously, it was the first time Yang Ming was invited into a single girl's home. The house had a clear view of one room, one hall, one bathroom and one kitchen. Although it wasn't big, it could be seen that Huang Su usually took care of it very attentively. There was also a slight scent of jasmine in the air. You sit down first, I'll go boil water. Don't be busy. Sit down and talk. Yang Ming pulled Huang Su to the sofa, and then the two of them started chatting like this from their own childhood. Then to college. Work. Just like this. Yang Ming didn't come out of Huang Su's house for the night. Chapter 49. No picture. No truth. The next day, when Yang Ming woke up from his bed, it was already 3 poles above sunrise. This sleep was the deepest, longest, and most comfortable sleep he had had in recent times. After all, both he and Huang Su were so crazy last night that the two of them ended up not even having the energy to take a shower, so they just fell asleep in each other's arms. Yang Ming put on his clothes, turned around in the house, and did not see Huang Su, guessing that it is probably to go to work. Who called Yang Ming is now a hobo. On the table was the breakfast made by Huang Su. Yang Ming washed his face and ate it. Physical strength consumption was too severe. It was necessary to replenish some energy. The physical strength after being transformed by the system had been increased by 67%. It still made Yang Ming feel a little tired, which could be seen from the crazy degree of last night. After eating, Yang Ming simply cleaned up and went downstairs to drive ready to go home to change his clothes. Just arrived at Seaview 1. Yang Ming's cell phone received a text message from Huang Su. The content is also very simple. Is that the two people feel that the development is too fast? Last night did not properly consider and so on. Hope that you can first slow down a bit before saying. Yang Ming holding the phone, thinking this is not supposed to be their own lines? In fact, Huang Su on the other end of the phone is also very entangled, but she felt that the gap between herself and Yang Ming is really a little big. After all, he is even 4.8 billion without blinking directly to the donation of people. So Huang Su, who didn't have the heart to work in the morning, finally summoned up the courage to send a text message. But last night the two could not help themselves in an ambiguous atmosphere. Huang Su did not regret it. Okay, let's take our time to understand. After sending the text message, Yang Ming sat on the sofa thinking about the donation. System, is there a deadline for this donation? System Junior, 0 hour tonight. Otherwise the host may be punished by the system. Yang Ming fell silent. Yesterday when he said the donation thing at the auction site, it was actually forced by the system. He really didn't think about how to make the donation. For the form of donation, are there any requirements? System Junior, as long as the beneficiary is not the host or the host's friends and family, the system will not interfere. Yang Ming understood. As long as it's not yourself or someone you know, this money you are donating to a beggar on the side of the road, the system won't care. At the same time, the things that happened at the Jinshan auction house yesterday began to circulate in various circles. The versions also varied. Some said that a young man had inherited a fortune, put one of Wu Daozi's paintings up for auction, and finally decided that he wanted to donate all the proceeds. There is also said to be a young man accidentally in the scene of the auction of a painting, and finally found that there is a painting in the painting. I did not expect the painting in the painting is Wu Daozi's out-of-print paintings, auctioned for 5 billion, and finally the young man was very kind, decided to donate all. This statement is widely accepted and is the closest to the truth. At this point, a platform released an article titled 5 billion, all donated? The article, which was viewed millions of times and reproduced hundreds of thousands in just 1 hour. Now, the netizens were not calm, because the article used the huge figure of 5 billion, fully reflecting the amount of money, and all donated without compensation. It was also questioned by many people as fake. Anyway, many unidentified melon eaters were pushed to this article, and countless likes, comments, questions, and abuse completely ignited the entire network and the real world. Everyone wants to figure out who the main character inside is. Just like this, Jinshan auction house was on fire because it was blocked by countless netizens. The purpose of the gathering of netizens was also very simple, all written on banners, begging for the truth, begging for an explanation, begging for the Big Brother's true colors, requesting donations, request for Big Brother's contact information. All kinds of strange requests were written on a red banner. Nearby white-collar workers, pedestrians passing by chance, grandparents ready to go home for early exercise, students ready to go to school, and sanitation ants cleaning, etc., are all stopping to watch. They forgot to go to work, forgot to walk, forgot to return home, forgot to go to school, forgot to clean, and willingly became the eating masses. Jinshan auction house, on the other hand, had its doors closed, and the people inside were now in a panic. This is the first time since the establishment of the company to get so much attention. A poorly handled. For the enterprise, it will be the end of the credibility of the destruction. Lin Shang is now in the office to think of countermeasures. He paced while smoking a cigarette. In the morning when the following people came to report this matter, he did not take it seriously. He thought that it might just be a case of someone poking the news to the media last night, causing some of the uninformed netizens to make a fuss. But when he looked out from the company lobby, his eyes almost fell to the ground. What is this situation? Outside in the square, rows and rows of people were staggered, some holding banners and shouting slogans, while others were purely watching the fun. But, however, Lin Shang was simply at his wit's end right now. Call the police? Just kidding, people are not doing anything to you now. What's the use of calling the police? Illegal assembly? This is an even bigger joke. The police came, they instantly scattered. Fart rally. I'm just bored to eat melon. Mr. Lin, the company's employees can't go out. As soon as they step outside, they're surrounded and asked questions. Mr. Lin, what about lunch? It's impossible to get out of here, and the takeout can't be delivered in either. Mr. Lin, I have a document here that must be signed by the seller himself, but now this. Mr. Lin, Lin Shang now has two big heads. What to do? Can't die with these people. Just when the Jinshan auction house is in trouble, the online articles reading and reprinting number continues to increase, and the comments below the article, all of them are begging for the truth. In fact, it is no wonder that everyone's attention to this matter so much, because the author of the article several times quoted the words 5 billion, all, gratuitous donations and so on. People are lucky, in case the money can just help their own poverty. How good it would be. And catching people's eyes relies on exaggeration and empathy. Just put yourself in the shoes of the majority, and what can make the masses desire it from the bottom of their hearts will come out. That's right, the journalist who wrote this article was the one who risked being chased away by the security guards last night and insisted on staying until the end. And although that Big Brother photographer's cell phone fell, he is not at all distressed now, because the boss promised to compensate him with 2. The photos had already been exported from the original cell phone, but when the reporter Big Sister took a look at the photos, her eyebrows kept frowning deeply, because surprisingly, there wasn't a single frontal photo, either the side face or the back of the head, which is still tops. No picture, no truth. Understand? The reporter's Big Sister was worthy of her experience, and found one among the countless photos that still looked good, only it was still the side face, but the right half of the face could also be seen vaguely. This side face kind of looks like Car God. Hey. Chapter 50, Terrifying Double Topic Stacking Effect. The photography Big Brother next to him was prettily nibbling on an apple while looking at the fiery comments on the internet. Seeing the reporter Big Sister staring blankly at the photo on the computer, she walked over with a smile. Yo, I didn't expect you to be interested in the God of Cars. This photo angle is good. I don't know who took it. Before it seems that the angle is not so good. Reporter Big Sister heard. Brush a moment. Stood up. Stool inevitably fell to the ground. Hit the photography Big Brother's feet. Goo, what's wrong with you? Not just talk about it. Why are you so agitated? I didn't say that you are an old woman who wants to chase after young fresh meat. Do you have to? The reporter Big Sister simply ignored the shouts of the photography Big Brother and turned around to enter the boss's room, because she had discovered an even bigger secret. Originally, after a period of cooling down and the official intentional or unintentional guidance, the topic of Car God had gradually gone under the hot search. And even though there were still some discussions on the internet, it was no longer as crowded as before. But from time to time, there will still be 1 or 2 contents that will be on the top of the hot search. Although the ranking is backward, but it shows that the heat is still there. The reporter elder sister stayed in the boss's room for a long time. Colleagues are curious. Is the reporter Big Sister just like this by the boss to set up? But this is in the middle of the day. Everyone pricked up their ears and pretended to unintentionally pass by the boss's door to go to the toilet. The sound of fierce quarrels inside could be transmitted through the thick wall from time to time. The sounds of slapping tables and kicking stools also came and went. The co-workers were worried that the reporter's Big Sister would not be able to survive the night, but no one dared to barge in and save the day. If the boss was arrested, his own job would be smashed. Although this job does not pay much, but can barely make ends meet, if even this job is gone, then really have to drink the northwest wind. Colleagues are both worried and helpless, thinking that if the police come, they are to testify or silence. Another half hour passed, and everyone's focus gradually changed from moral condemnation to discussing the boss's durability. Bang! The reporter's elder sister came out of the boss's room with a tired face, but in high spirits, her eyes glowing with an inexplicable essence. Colleagues want to say and then stop. We do not know how to comfort this half-aged reporter Big Sister. After all, they just saw death to save. In case they are remembered. The reporter sister straightened her messy hair, thinking of just discussing with her boss about the double topic superimposed effect of the combination of God of Cars plus donation of 5 billion. The excitement in her heart could not be stopped. The two even disagreed with each other on the use of a certain word, slapping the table and kicking the stool, almost directly fighting. But in the end it was the reporter's sister who won, and was assigned full authority over the article. Why would the boss concede? Damn, reporter Big Sister are directly peeled clothes threatened if not in accordance with her opinion. Immediately go out and shout molestation. The boss cannot give in? Xiao Lu, Shaoli, get ready. There is a manuscript on my side to be written out urgently. You guys are responsible for typesetting and checking for typos later. Little Feng, artwork please. Xiao Huang, diversion and external release. It's all yours. The reporter elder sister assigned tasks to each person, just like a boss's wife. Colleagues brainstormed a dog blood drama plot, regretted for not stepping forward just now, and secretly resolved to help big sister reporter do a good job on this report article. After all, she had taken it at the cost of her body. Thus, a strong and very cohesive team was created, with only one purpose in mind: help the reporter sister's article become an overnight sensation, and then get out of the clutches of the boss. At around 3 p.m., a platform following the 5 billion, all donated? This article was followed by an article titled Car God or Great Philanthropist Devil or Angel. Originally, the attention of the platform was extremely high. The article was released. Instantaneous views directly broke 1 million, reproduced more than 10,000. Then each minute's views and reprints exceeded the previous minute. And finally, when the number of views and reprints exceeded the upper limit of the number of people the platform could handle, the website crashed. Marred. Quick, give me a rush to add servers. Quick, old boss, can't do it. Just added a few sets of servers, just running directly full. Old boss, we've received countless complaints on our side, saying that our company's servers are garbage, and now the website and app are crashing all over the place. Old boss, received a call from the investor, saying that if we don't recover, we will directly withdraw our capital. The old boss directly paralyzed in his chair. After a long time, the old boss slowly opened his mouth and said, "Contact Beaver and VinExpress for me, rent their servers, the price is whatever. The important thing is fast." The employees let out a long sigh of relief, and went to contact Beaver and Vine respectively. Half an hour later, the platform resumed its interface, but at this time, the messages on the platform were all one-sidedly cursing their mothers and fathers. After another half an hour, this article Car God or Great Philanthropist Devil or Angel had already reached more than 60 million views and more than 5 million reprints, with hundreds of thousands of messages from netizens and more than 10 million likes. This has to be said to be a miracle on the internet. Reporter's sister from the Yenin elevated car accident to last night's auction of 5 billion paintings. From the netizens' on-site shooting of the He God of the car, side face with the donation of 5 billion mysterious person side face comparison, finally came to the conclusion that the similarity is as high as 99.9%. If you don't say that the reporter sister's psychological grasp is strong, she intentionally or unintentionally guide readers to confuse the two major high-heat topics. Once the collision, the effect will be an atomic bomb explosion level. The result did not disappoint her. Yang Ming, on the other hand, was answering a call from a stranger at that moment. "Hello, is this Mr. Yang Ming?" "Yes, and you are?" "Mr. Yang, hello, I'm Ruan Lingling from the President Office of Dingshang Real Estate. Previously you purchased 4.99% of our company's equity. Our chairman said he would like to meet you." Yang Ming was silent for a moment. "What is this for? Buying your family's stock? You want to meet me? Is this trying to get under the skin?" The opposite party saw that Yang Ming didn't move, so they continued. "It's like this, Mr. Yang, our chairman is very sincere. I hope you can find the time." "Good, but I have something to do recently, so I'll contact you when I'm free." Yang Ming could only agree first, and consider this matter subsequently. Right now he was still bothered about the donation. "Yes, when Mr. Yang is free, please contact me." Saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Yang Ming then fell into a new round of silence. On the other hand, the fervor on the internet finally caught the attention of the official public opinion monitoring system. Director Feng, since this article went online, the number of views, reprints, and comments have all reached a terrifying point. How terrifying? Director Feng received the report and asked with a disinterested expression. The number of views has reached 300 million, the number of reprints 100 million, the number of comments 40 million, and the numbers are still climbing. Chapter 51, Protagonist Sora, First Shift, Pa. The report in Director Feng's hand didn't hold steady and fell directly to the ground. "Say it again." The subordinate could only repeat it again. Director Feng's expression was a bit anxious, and after thinking for less than a minute, he said to his subordinate, "Hurry up and re-summarize the main meaning of the article into a simple report. I'll rush to the leader's office right away." Director Feng was already a bit impatient. Every minute slower, the online public opinion would be much more serious. It is no exaggeration to say that every second counts is what you have to do now. This public opinion analysis report, after layers of approvals, was finally placed on the desk of the official second-in-command of Mordor. After all, the leader is a big person who has seen a lot of big waves, and after reading the report, he immediately realized that this matter has already passed the critical period of sealing off, and the most important thing now is to channel and disclose the information. Time is very short. An approval report from the city office down to the various district offices. The relevant departments of Magic City also acted immediately. In the face of a tidal wave of online public opinion, an official announcement came out very quickly. The announcement said that the city officials would immediately investigate the details of the situation and disclose relevant information in a timely manner. In addition, the press office would hold a meeting with the relevant media to express their concern over the subsequent development of the incident. Since the official has come out with an announcement, many rational netizens immediately quieted down. As for some keyboard warriors who clamored to publicize whether the protagonist's appearance and the amount of donations coming from the main character of the incident were normal, their IDs were banned for a period of time. The official efficiency is very high. Soon got in touch with Jinshan Auction House, and sent people to maintain the order of the scene, patiently persuade a batch of unknown A, B, C and D. Tranquility was finally restored in front of Jinshan Auction House. The officials also got Yang Ming's contact information from the Jinshan Auction House and sent the relevant leaders of the district to get in touch with Yang Ming to discuss follow-up donations. Mr. Yang, on behalf of the countless poor people living at the bottom, I thank you for your generosity. Where? I just did what an ordinary person would want to do and can do. This money will be of great help to our poverty alleviation efforts. We will strictly monitor the way the funds are used to prevent unreasonable and illegal behavior. Thank you. The use of this money will be followed up with my attention. Yang Ming finally settled down after hanging up the phone, donating the money to the official. It was a wise move, otherwise it would be coveted by all parties. Although Yang Ming wasn't afraid, he would always be overwhelmed. In the evening, the official re-updated the announcement, and at the same time held a press conference. The meeting and the announcement described in detail the causes and consequences of the billions of dollars worth of paintings appearing in the world, and the official also disclosed that the seller, Yang Mao, wished to donate the full amount of this $8,029 million worth of auction money to the country to support the country's poverty alleviation work and so on, and show the account details of the received funds. Also explains the next step will strengthen the supervision of the flow of funds. In this way, a whole set of combination punches down. The incident slowly calmed down. Yang Ming's path about donations was solved. The crisis of Jinshan Auction House was lifted. The melon-eating masses got the truth. The reporter's sister earned enough traffic and eyeballs, and the official poverty alleviation work was better carried out. All parties have gotten their own interests. It seems to win the situation. In fact, there are still some hidden questions to be solved. One is whether the Yi Car God and the auction of paintings and donations is the same person. The second is to avoid many netizens to publicize the auction site video claims. But even so, it still got a lot of likes and retweets. Occasionally, a few nasty skeptical comments would pop up from a few people, which were soon drowned out by a tidal wave of favorable comments in a sea of internet. As for this incident, Yang, who has been mentioned several times, has been pushed to the top of the hot searches, and people are full of praise for his generous donations. Although there is no evidence to prove that this Yang Mao is the Yi Car God, but still cannot resist the netizens hunting and force to form a CP of bad taste. Therefore, this Yang Mao in the network labeled by many people marked as Car God, the most beautiful donor, side face kill, the most luxurious people, charity handsome. The imagination of netizens is actually limitless, and despite their varying degrees, at least their imaginations are undergraduate and above, and some people are quietly lying down in the forum, ready to secretly do some bad things to take advantage of Yang's heat. And more people, especially females, were recklessly saying a lot of chasing and dog-licking words on the internet. Big Brother Yang is mighty. I actually want to be a small pendant on your leg or purse. I wonder if Big Brother lacks it. Seeing the amount of Big Brother's donation, my melon-eating hand couldn't help but shake. My little heart trembled so much that it almost jumped out. The god of cars is the god of cars. Even a donation can make such a big commotion. I want to be the disciple of the god of cars and then inherit the title of the most beautiful philanthropist. Big Brother, please accept me and let me inherit your trillions. I'm a face controller. Big Brother Yang side face is the most beautiful I've ever seen. I hope I'll have the chance to be a junior to Big Brother. It's said that people are as bold as the earth. The imagination of the netizens was heavenly, and the words of flirtation were also very strange and weird, but many people just looked at it and had fun. However, those who know Yang Ming think otherwise. Yi Song and Li Nan participated in the whole auction yesterday and understood the whole process most clearly. If at first Yi Song was only happy about Yang Ming's sudden wealth based on the happiness between his good buddies, then this internet incident made him change his previous impression of Yang Ming and went up a level. That is, admiration. Lin Shang also admired Yang Ming. This handsome young man, courageous and resourceful, helped Huang Su clear the suspicion of theft, and donated a huge sum of $4.8 billion to support the poor. People are not just words, but real donations. The official have given confirmation. Huang Su. Not to mention, this last night with their own bed with the man. Really excellent people afraid. Afraid of people dare not approach. Now she herself more anxious. Has been there to suffer. As for Lin Shu's father and son, although they didn't contact Yang Ming after the auction, Lin Shu asked his son to strengthen the contact with Yang Ming. This kind of donation of 5 billion without blinking a big brother can hold the thigh and hurry to hold ah. After Yang Ming donated all the money, he was debt-free. This huge sum of money that had once made his eyes glaze over, finally had nothing to do with himself. The pressure of being under the shadow of the system's punishment in real time finally disappeared instantly without a trace. System Junior, congratulations to the host whose fixed assets have not exceeded the 500 million limit. The punishment disappears. System Junior, the host's behavior deserves encouragement and praise. System Junior, in light of the host completing a heroic donation, the host is hereby rewarded with a 10-minute Protagonist's Halo experience. Chapter 52 Terrifying as Hell, Second Shift. Protagonist Aura. What's the use? System Junior, first, for the time you have the Protagonist Aura, any damage done to you will not succeed. System Junior, second, all things will develop in a direction favorable to the protagonist. System Junior, third, some of the protagonist's realistic ideas tend to come true. Yang Ming, so powerful, it makes me want to try the effect immediately. System Junior, Protagonist Aura is a new second prop added to the system at level 20. Is it sure to open the trial? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Surprisingly, we have to wait until level 20 to have this kind of prop. Will it be a waste to open the meeting now? System Junior, is it open? No matter, just try it. It's only 10 minutes anyway. It's good for me to experience the shocking effect of this awesome prop. Otherwise my motivation to upgrade is gone. Yes. System Junior, opening the Protagonist Halo. Countdown, 9:59. Yang Ming reclined on the sofa, waiting for some awesome or cool prop effects to appear. However, 3 minutes passed and nothing happened. Countdown, 6:59. At this time, Yang Ming was a bit unable to sit still, but he comforted himself in his heart that the props might take a bit of time to activate, and he had to be patient. Soon 8 minutes passed, still not even a bird appeared. Countdown, 1:59. Yang Ming still didn't curse. In his heart he was wondering if the effect would be displayed only after the last minute. Finally the 10-minute countdown closed. However, everything was still the same as it was. There was no change at all. Even the cup of water in front of Yang Ming was still full. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's over? System Junior, the experience is over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lousy didn't feel out what protagonist aura I have? System, don't lie to me about reading less. Lousy's intelligence is now soaring to the bursting point by your transformation. Okay. System Junior, the host didn't feel out. Doesn't mean things didn't happen. Please be patient. Yang Ming then quieted down. To say what the protagonist Halo, Yang Ming really did not feel out at all. But with his understanding of the system, how it will be a little splash is right. Ding dong, ding dong. Yang Ming's cell phone received 2 news pushes. This station has just gotten the latest news. The Mordor police have just knocked down one of the largest water army groups in China, capturing 235 suspects in one fell swoop. And according to the reporter's understanding, this group of water armies is brewing a cyber violence against Yang, who has been on the hot search frequently lately with the titles of God of Cars and the most beautiful charitable person. Our forward reporter got the latest news from the scene. A group of unlawful elements posing as God of Cars, Yang Mao was reported by the public. The group utilized Yang Mao's recent hot events to defraud netizens, cheating more than 9 million in cash, and now they have all been caught. And the proceeds of the crime have been returned to the victims as much as they should have been. Yang Ming froze after reading these 2 news pushes. What kind of operation is this? System Junior, in places where the host can't take care of, countless incidents of using the host's reputation to do unlawful deeds are happening. System Junior, the protagonist aura enables the host to have the ability to resist all factors that are unfavorable to the protagonist, even if it happens in a very small place. After listening to the system's explanation, Yang Ming finally understood that the level 20 protagonist aura was so powerful. The protagonist aura, terrifying as it was. However, after Yang Ming realized the wonders of the protagonist aura, he kept sighing in his heart. After all, the effect only lasted for 10 minutes. This effect is so powerful, but the time to use it is so short. Isn't this not whetting one's appetite? Sure enough, everything is a setup. Yang Ming's hotness on the network is still high, and many stars, second generation, and big brothers who are ready to buy hot searches are having a hard time. Why is it that people are tens of millions, hundreds of millions of attention, and their own money to buy the hot search, but not the slightest splash? I have to admire the brain of these people. Can attribute all the failures to Yang Ming is too hot. Anyway, find a pot. Their hearts feel much better. Typical Q spirit, coupled with the 2 national network cases that had just been exposed. It was even more important for the media to directly put Yang Ming on the altar once again. In such a bustling and noisy environment of the internet, Yang Ming seemed as if nothing had anything to do with him, and quietly stayed at home for a few days. But it wasn't like he didn't do anything. At least he bought the top duplex next door to Thompson one. House name Thompson Ipin. Location, Pudong New Area. House type, duplex. House number, Building A4401. House size, 767 square feet. Seconds amount 50000 RMB. System air, you will spend 50,000 RMB to buy Thompson Ipin Building A4401. Yes/no? Yes. System Junior, congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. Please pay attention to the logistics situation. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to get the real estate certificate in the hands of the downwinders. Then he left Seaview 1, slowly paced to the next door to the Thompson one. To say that the mansion, the Thompson one, is really considered to be the top stream in the top stream. But Yang Ming has been living in the Seaview one for a period of time. So, when he first entered the room, there is no longer the excitement of the ordinary people. The see have seen, the shock have been shocked. In that would rather have a bed in Puxi, not a room in Pudong era. To be able to bet on the future development of the Magic City, Yang Ming is still very much admired Townsend's founder Tang Junian. At that time, many people did not dare to think of things. Tang Junian did. He stood in the reeds of Pudong. A glance seems to see countless years after the Magic City's most brilliant and dazzling Pudong New Area, sitting in the same wide living room, facing a similar view of the Huangpu River not far away. Yang Ming actually had a feeling of no regret in this life. To say that he had no regrets in this life, he really should have no regrets. Anyway, Yang Ming had achieved the goal of being clothed and fed, and he had now instead lost the goal of moving on. What should he do next? Yang Ming didn't think about it, or he was a bit confused. A cup to the sunrise, a cup to the moonlight, awakening my yearning, tenderizing the cold window, so I can fly against the wind without turning back, not afraid of rain in my heart and frost under my eyes. Yang Ming picked up the phone smoothly. Hey, Boss Yang, this is Lin Jiantek. Lin Jiantek's excited voice came from the other side of the phone. Boss, what kind of title is this? It's an honorific, a title of honor, so don't worry about these details. What is it? Yang Ming was thinking about life at the moment. Who cares if you're a boss or not? It's like this. Our SSCC is having a party tonight. We would like to ask Boss Yang to honor us with his presence. Yang Ming didn't really want to see some messy people, and was about to refuse, but he didn't realize that Lin Jianbao over there immediately added. It's just some club members, not many people. Very quiet. Good. Basic socialization. Yang Ming still can't reject it all. Chapter 53, Nightclub, Third Shift. The Bund is the most beautiful place in Magic City at night, where the lights are cool and a bit high-key. The Bund is also known as Zhongshan Dongdongi Road. Walk up the stairs. Is the sightseeing walkway of the Bund? There are some resting areas on the side of the walkway. If you want to see the night view of the Magic City, it's best to get to the Bund before dark, so you can see the whole Bund from dusk to when the lights are all on. And Yang Ming was currently looking at the dazzling night scenery and feeling the literary pettiness of Magic City, letting the hair on his head be blown in the wind. Hey boss, where can I pick you up? At this time, Lin Jiantek, who was transformed into a little brother, was pulling his voice over the phone to ask Yang Ming where he lived, because the surrounding area was just too damn noisy. Being in a nightclub, Lin Jiantek did not expect that today just happened to run into the nightclub's activity day. Invited countless sultry models, Big V Net Red and Star Big Shot. Now it is overcrowded inside. I'll send you the location. Come pick me up in 30 minutes. After Yang Ming finished eating, he went to this side of the Bund to take a walk and rationalize his thoughts. He hadn't been to a nightclub bar or something like that, so he still had a little longing and yearning for going to a nightclub like that. But he didn't expect that before he finished posing at the Bund, he was disturbed by Lin Jianmei's phone call to disrupt his plan of pretending, so he quickly walked along the sidewalk back to Thompson. After Lin Jiantek received Yang Ming's location, he muttered with a grimace, "It's really a place where a person of the boss's status should live." Yang Ming didn't wait for a long time at the entrance before he heard the sound of an engine slowly approaching in the distance. "Boss, get in the car," Lin Jianbao said without being the least bit outgoing. Yang Ming pulled open the car door and sat in, not forgetting to flirt as he closed the door. "Don't race this time." "Oh, I can also be in your car. No one will save you." Lin Jianbao coughed dryly and said with some embarrassment, I don't dare. This time surely civilized driving, courtesy of pedestrians." After saying that, he stepped on the gas. In the eyes of the passers-by, surprised and envious eyes, long away, TNT nightclub is very famous in the whole Magic City. From time to time, there will be an explosion of a certain star or rich second generation to the store wildly spread RMB, And then the scene of crazy, 10,000 people robbing the money of the pictures and photographs will be the next day's news headlines on the large coverage. TNT nightclub is also the most frequent nightclub in Magic City, inviting all kinds of celebrities to hold parties there from time to time. The netizens, vegetarians, college students, and rich kids in Magic City like to come here the most because they could catch a guy, flirt with a girl, and pretend to be a pussy and flirt in the meantime. Tonight, TNT Nightclub invited many familiar stars and netizens to hold the TNT anniversary celebration in the store. And just after nightfall, the store was already overcrowded. Everyone excitedly followed the DJ on the stage and twisted their bodies wildly, matching the atmosphere of the nightclub with waves of exuberance. When Lin Jiantek's sports car arrived at the entrance of the nightclub, immediately the marketing manager and security personnel of the store came forward to open the door and park the car. But sports cars are not rare in front of nightclubs and did not cause much waves. It was just that the marketing manager plus the security personnel's guidance caused the nearby MMs who stopped to watch to be a little interested. Have you arranged all the card seats I told you about just now? Lin Jianbao asked Lu Ha, the marketing manager. Lin Xiao, the boss card seat in the center position is proper. I will guide you in first, the beauties will come later. Lu Ha said fawningly. Lin Jianbao is a regular customer of this nightclub. After all, the rich second generation can play, come and go just a few, are familiar with and then change the place to have a readaptation process, so they seldom take the initiative to change the party place. Contact is also so a few marketing. These marketing are people fine, know what people say what words. Lin Jiantek's dad, Lin Shi, opened an entertainment company in Magic City, which has not signed many big-name stars, mainly some young fresh meat and fledgling female netizens, but his company is doing very well in the live broadcasting industry. So from time to time, Lin Jiantek would bring some of his artists to enjoy the drunken life in nightclubs, and after a few visits like this, many of the marketing managers, atmosphere teams, and security personnel in the nightclubs all knew this rich young man who spent money like dirt. Yang Ming watched Lin Jiante being served comfortably from the door to the store, and sighed in his heart, it's good to be rich, but soon, Yang Ming would definitely be served better because he was richer. Came to the most central card seat. Lin Jiantek sat down on his butt, suddenly realized what, immediately stood up, nervous, said, boss, you first. Next to Lu Ha froze for a moment. Originally Yang Ming walked behind. He did not care much, thought it might be Lin Jiantek's little follower or something. Now it is good. Lin Jianbao are personally standing up and ready to give up their seats. This is not stupid. The marketing manager of the nightclub also reacted quickly and immediately recalled in his mind whether he had just shown any disdainful expression or made any disrespectful gestures towards Yang Ming. After determining that he had only been paying attention to Lin Jianbao and had not made any out-of-the-ordinary moves, he immediately piled up a face full of smiles and flattered. This is the boss of Lin Xiao, then that's my boss, and tonight I will definitely let the two of you enjoy a supreme service in the store. Yang Ming smiled and didn't say anything, thinking to himself that really the marketing and the nightclub were all powerful characters. This dog-licking skill was not weaker than Xiao Zhang at all. As long as there is this kind of speech and color, the ability to speak well, to where, to which industry, that is the meat and potatoes, sure to eat. After Yang Ming sat down, he slightly swept a glance at this TNT nightclub. This nightclub is estimated to have an area of more than 2,000 square meters. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the panoramic view of the Pujiang River, you can enjoy the unforgettable skyline view of the Magic City and the seductive atmosphere under the baking. Inside the nightclub, the decoration is European-style retro luxury. Listening to Lin Jiantek said that since the opening of this store has become the newest hipster gathering place in Magic City. Under the dazzling lights, young boys and girls enjoy the modern luxury style. The dance floor is wrapped in blue lasers, and the highest sound-activated laser lights change colors and dynamics with the rhythm of the music, allowing the dancers to unleash their own wildness in the cage and at the same time release their hearts in a frenzy. Dance as much as you want. Not bad. Yang Ming rarely complimented something. This may have something to do with his first time in a nightclub. Some novelty and intoxication, unconsciously will be driven by the atmosphere here. Seeing that Yang Ming was still satisfied with this place, Lin Jianmao said, boss, this nightclub is a collection of elites from all over the world, and the shareholders are all composed of the most influential people and social celebrities in Magic City now. Seeing Yang Ming showing a very interested look, he continued, TNT has been continuously expanding its influence over the past few years, and it has now become an unrivaled choice for a meeting place with top international celebrities and business dignitaries in Magic City. On weekends the shareholders' terrace is strictly gated and open to shareholder members only. After saying that, he pointed to the closed door on the second floor above. Yang Ming took a look and withdrew his gaze. Just at this time, Lu Ha brought a few very pretty beauties to Yang Ming's card seat. Chapter 54, Let You Pretend There's No Way to Pretend, 4th Shift. When these beauties saw Lin Jiante, they obviously didn't have any bias, and all of them flocked to his side at once. Young Lin, you haven't been here for a long time, right? Young Lin, you're so bad, you don't know to contact people. Young Lin, what are you going to drink at night? Young Lin, when are you going to let Xiao Xiao see your 1,000 cups of immortality magic skill again? Lin Jianbao smiled and didn't answer, only frowning slightly. Boss, these are the regulars here at TNT. They're more familiar with me. As soon as Lu Ha said I was coming, they all came over on their own. Shame, shame, shame. Being able to play is also a skill. It depends on whether you have the fortune to consume this beauty. After saying that, Yang Ming looked at Lin Jianbao with a slightly deeper meaning. Here, the past few. That's my benefactor and my boss. You guys call Brother Yang. The crowd of beautiful women heard. Wow, it's a bigger name than Lin Jiantek, and it looks quite handsome. Everyone was a bit eager to try, but no one took the lead. Get lost, don't let my boss get cold there. Lin Jianmei urged. Just like that, when one person got up and sat next to Yang Ming, there was a second. Third, Brother Yang, Lin Xiao has said that you have a bigger poker face. Just now Hua didn't serve you first, so I'll punish myself first. It was said that the men in the nightclub were manly men, and the women were even more feminine. One sentence made Yang Ming's mood unbridled. It's my first time to play. I still don't know the rules very well, so all of you sisters and sisters still have to teach me more as a newcomer to the nightclub. Yang Ming's sentence also made this group of women who were used to seeing nightclub men's routines have a refreshing feeling. Brother Yang, you are so good at talking. I like it too much. Saying this, Hua smoothly wanted to fall into Yang Ming's arms, but she didn't expect to be held up by Yang Ming. I have to go to the toilet. Beautiful girl, otherwise holding urine for a long time is not good for your health. After saying that, Yang Ming stood up and followed the toilet direction sign and walked towards the toilet. Ha 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 ha. Flower. You also have times when your routine doesn't work. Xiao Xiao unabashedly taunted Hua. These plastic sisters, the small boat of friendship just capsized. Well, we have to make my boss happy at night. Your personal grudges will be solved privately. If I coax my boss to be happy, I'll have a reward. Oh. Instantly everyone's spirits were lifted. These atmosphere groups of theirs were, to put it bluntly, the trusts that nightclubs found in order to recruit more male customers. The usual income is just the nightclub's wine can drink a little. Other income basically depends on the customer's bravado or the boss's mood. It can be said that a month's income can barely maintain their beautiful appearance. And once someone gives extra money or tips, it's not capped. When these women heard Lin Jianti said that there were rewards, they were all like hungry wolves with glowing eyes and high spirits. Don't worry, Lin Xiao. I guarantee to let Brother Yang experience what top nightclub life is. Right. We'll definitely serve Brother Yang well. After saying that, a few people started whispering beside each other, as if they were assigning tasks or finalizing their respective interests. Lin Jianbao didn't care about these women. He was also someone who had made a name for himself in nightclubs, and he was clear about the lanes inside. After Yang Ming came back from the toilet, he encountered the first time in his life that he was teased by a woman. Brother Yang, after I saw you, I gained weight. How annoying. Why? Yang Ming asked with a puzzled face. Because people are hanging on to you in their hearts. You said I can't be overweight. Yang Ming was somewhat unable to resist these passionate sets, but he didn't lose his mind. He knew that these were the power of money. No money. Oh, sorry, we are not familiar. At this time, a wave of people walked by from the side, and the leader obviously froze for a moment when he saw Lin Jiantek. Yo, isn't this Jiantek old brother? I didn't expect to run into each other here tonight. Lin Jiantek looked up and said coldly, oh, it's He Ling. Why did you come to Magic City tonight? Saying as if Mordor is your home. I go wherever I want. Everyone on the card seat could feel the sparks between the two men, like a built-up grudge or a new feud. Lin Jianbao ignored his provocation and drank a glass of wine by himself, no longer paying attention to He Ling. I still have things to do, so I won't be poor with you. See you next time on the field. He Ling didn't care, and after finishing his speech with the intention of leaving, he suddenly laughed as if he thought of something. I heard that you had a big car accident. I was still worried about whether you would limp in all four limbs. Now it seems that it should not be in the way. After saying this, he laughed loudly and led a group of people towards the card seat not far away. After seeing the people go, the beauties breathed a sigh of relief. Nightclub fights are commonplace. Especially like this was a bit of a conflict. In the nightclub to intensify the conflict is even more rare. So the nightclub security force is generally very strong. But some of the fights can be persuaded. Some or even security also dare not go forward. Obviously Lin Jianbao belonged to this category. Good thing he had been restrained today because of Yang Ming. Who is it? Yang Ming asked. He Ling, the crown prince of Dingxing Real Estate in the Imperial City, is also the head of the Imperial City Ultra Racing Club, has been at odds with our SSCC. and once threatened to drive our SSCC out of the amateur racing club. Ding Sheng Real Estate. Yang Ming thought that he still held nearly 5% of the equity. But this He Ling was obviously a mixed second-generation circle and didn't care about business matters, so he didn't continue to ask. Maybe he didn't know even if he asked. Not long after, the whole place started to get high, and the MC started to yell from the stage, "Thank you for Young He's Divine Dragon set. Let's all cheer up Young He over there." Instantly, the lights all focused on He Ling's table, and all eyes were on him. Young Master He was holding a Louis XIII in one hand and a platinum ace of spades champagne in the other, like a big brother in a Hong Kong government movie. Asterisk. Coming up here and planning to give me a hard time, knowing that tonight shouldn't be peaceful. Lin Jianbao called Lu Ha and said, "Wait, let's also put on a divine dragon, but it has to be louder than over there." Of course Lu Ha knew what was going on. Nightclub fights were a great opportunity to make money. Usually when both sides fight, there is no upper limit. In the end, all the profits are made by the nightclub. Not a moment later, the same scene also played out on Lin Jiantek's table. Looking at the envious eyes projected over the dance floor, the vanity in the hearts of the beauties such as Hua Hua and Xiao Xiao was greatly satisfied. Yang Ming didn't like fighting, but it didn't mean he was indifferent. This is but a dead cycle. Your side just wants to finish the Divine Dragon set. His side continues. So what do you do? Then it will continue. Anyway, let's see who runs out of money first. Lin Jianbao obviously wasn't playing this kind of setup for the first time. With a look of indifference, since we have to pretend, then we have to directly pretend the biggest wave, so that the other party can't move while lying on his back. Wait, Yang Ming wasn't in the mood to watch this kind of over-the-top competition between the two of them. He summoned the system in his mind to search for the TNT Divine Dragon set. Since it was a consumer product, it wouldn't be impossible to buy it in the system. Of course, in reality, Yang Ming could also pay for it, but to buy it this way, one could not be sure whether the other party would accept it or not, and the second effect was greatly reduced. In the end, both sides had to hemorrhage money, and the one who laughed in the end was the nightclub's proprietor. The most direct approach is to buy out all the dragon set, so that you cannot pretend. Chapter 55, Too Magnificent, 5th Shift. The system interface jumped. Nightclub name, TNT. Type, Dragon set. Number of sets, 1. Seconds amount, 1 yuan RMB. Nightclub name TNT. Type Dragon set. Quantity 2. Seconds amount, 1 yuan RMB. Again, dozens of pages of display results. But it's no wonder. Nightclubs are supposed to be in the business of champagne and other liquors. It's not easy to find three-legged toads. Four-legged ones are all over the place. Okay, so never say there's not enough wine or champagne in a nightclub, because only your wallet is not thick enough. Wine and champagne are full and enough. Yang Ming directly flipped to the last page. Nightclub name, TNT. Type, Dragon set. Number of sets, all in stock. Seconds amount, 400 yuan RMB. Yang Ming was happy, but only a mere 400 renminbi. It seems that the nightclub's inventory is a lot, but in the system operation, this is not a matter. He quickly chose to buy. System Junior, congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. The order is complete. Please pay attention to checking and evaluating. Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction, knowing that there would be a good show soon. Boss, don't bother. It's not once or twice that I played with He Ling like this. Last time in the Imperial Capital, I wimped out. But this is the Magic City. I'm not going to cheapen this kid again. Lin Jianbao said, waving his hand to greet Lu Ha. Wanting to continue ordering, Lu Ha had been paying attention, so as soon as he saw Lin Jianmati's gesture, he immediately farted over. At this time Yang Ming was thinking that since even the Divine Dragon set itself had been swept, it would be better to sweep all the wines as well, and it would only cost a few $100s more. So he continued his search and the system immediately jumped to the last result. Name of the nightclub TNT. Type, wine. Set number all stock. Seconds amount 800 yuan RMB. It seems that even the system has gotten to Yang Ming's temperament, that is, to go their own way, so that others have no way to go. The same meal operation. Wait until the system prompted the purchase success. Yang Ming mouth corner showed a bad smile that is not easy to be detected. Before Lin Jianbao finished talking to Lu Ha, He Ling's side had a situation first. What? Say that again? Do you think I don't have money? Or do you not have any cards? How dare you tell me that there is no more wine or champagne? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? He Ling's voice was so loud that even in the chaotic nightclub, it was also heard by Lin Jiante next door. What's going on? He Ling said your nightclub is out of alcohol. Don't you know? Lu Ha next to him was also confused. According to reason this is impossible. Selling alcohol out of alcohol. Then how can you still open the door for business? So the nightclub must have prepared a large amount of stock. This wine sold out will not be too ridiculous. Lu Ha also did not delay. Quickly ran to confirm. Not a moment later, he drooped his head and returned to Lin Jianmei with a hopeless look. Lin Xiao, it's true that it's been rounded up. Tonight, all of the Divine Dragon sets, including all of the aces of spades, and all of the wine were all bought up by one person. Lin Jiantek sucked in a mouthful of cold air when he heard this. Such a hoity-toity person, he had never seen before. No, actually Lin Jiante had seen one. That was Yang Ming, the man who donated for $8 billion that night. Boss, I'm sorry, it seems that I can't enjoy myself tonight. Lin Jiantek felt a bit evil today. While He Ling next door was still cursing there, the marketing next to him could only compensate with a smile. Expecting this great young man to sympathize with the helplessness of bottom sales like them, Lin Jianmao looked at He Ling, then said to Yang Ming, He Ling is a bully in the imperial capital. To his dad that is a little Red Riding Hood good behavior. Out of the door. It's completely different. Changing his face faster than turning over a book. Yang Ming didn't care about He Ling at all. What he cared about was Ding Shang. After all, he had money placed in their company. Just when this side of the noise, the MC suddenly stopped the music. He received a note from the manager of the nightclub, and when he saw it, he immediately did not calm down. Everyone was surprised at the sudden quietness, including many of the second generation internet celebrities and stars from the other decks. Tonight was an anniversary party. How could it already be over before it even started? I'm here to make an urgent announcement. Tonight we at TNT are having our first day of clearing out all inventory since we opened. Before he could finish, the people seated below began to stir. People were talking about what emptying inventory was. In fact, some people had already guessed it, but still looked in disbelief at the host who was sweating straight up on the stage. Now let me say that the alcohol and champagne are all sold out. The only things you can order at the moment are drinks and freshly made cocktails over at the bar, and as an apology, all fruit plates are being offered tonight. Also, we have now urgently mixed drinks from elsewhere, so please take a moment. There was a chorus of wow, wow, wow and surprise at the bottom. This is also damn ho-hum. Before everyone finished sighing, the MC over there continued. May I ask which table Mr. Yang Ming is at? How do you plan to arrange your wine? Yang Ming heard the MC calling him and hurriedly pushed the frozen Lin Jiantek and said, Go and tell him. All the Divine Dragon sets give me one set on one set. All the tricks give me the same not less once. As for the wine, all the people present are invited to drink it. I can't finish it. Lin Jianbao listened in a trance. Or the small sitting next to him was the first to react and shouted, Lin Xiao, Brother Yang is talking to you. Lin Jiantek finally came back to his senses and said with great joy, Boss, this is too damn generous. Actually do not need to be so wasteful. Although saying these words, Lin Jiantek's heart was so excited that it was going up to the sky. The beauties next to him were of course the first to know that the young brother in front of him was the Tycoon who rounded up all the wine and champagne. Lu Ha, do you hear me? Hear me hurry up and roll to make arrangements. If my boss is not happy today, you don't do it either. Lu Ha, who was in an out-of-body state. The first reaction was that he had bumped into a big shot, the person who casually rounded up the nightclub. He hadn't seen it before, and he guessed that the boss hadn't expected such a day either. While everyone was still confused, Lu Ha hurriedly ran to communicate with the host, pointing to Yang Ming's table from time to time. Not long after, all the lights hit all over, as if they were bright stars. Yang Ming lowered his head. No one could clearly see his face. He just quietly and silently drank his wine. Thank you Mr. Yang for the wine. Now it starts. The party continues. The wine for everyone on the scene. Mr. Yang said all on the house. The music, dancing, lights, and cheering all resumed as if it hadn't stopped at all. But everyone at the scene's eyes were slow to move away from Yang Ming's table. They were too shocked and curious. Who would spend so much money to buy someone a drink? Did this guy have a pit in his head? Or was his family too rich? How could someone be so boorish? Chapter 56 Clash, 6th Shift. Lin Jianbao and the beauties enjoyed the attention of the whole audience and the screen full of jealousy. But in their hearts, they had an indescribable excitement. Boss, you're so awesome that I don't even know what to say. Lin Jiante began to be incoherent. He Ling next door was also surprised by this kind of operation, not realizing that his face was literally beaten to a pulp tonight. This is just like two people fighting. Originally all agreed to be punching and kicking. Suddenly one person directly picks up a cannon and starts to bombard. Do you run? Or stay where you are and wait for death? Where a little bit of intelligence will choose to lay down. Pintail to do people. He Ling of course does not belong to the kind of reckless people, although he has not learned, but at least in the home, under the father's teachings, know what things to insist on, when to be aggrieved to eat. And Lin Jiante did not have any more excessive provocation to Yi Ling. Are mixed to eat at home. Why 50 steps to laugh 100 steps it? Then that is Yang Ming and the whole nightclub the most glorious moment. One by one, Tall and beautiful women held up the spades light sign and began to encircle the whole field. After a few rounds, Yang Ming's table was already densely packed with the ace of spades. White, black, pink, there were all kinds of colors. The eyes of a bunch of beauties were almost straight. This is a real big brother. Yang Ming is actually afraid of trouble. Lin Jianbao and He Ling dislike each other like this. A set and a set. It is too time consuming. Don't they know that time is money? So Yang Ming made an end for the two of them. Boss, I can't tell at all that this is your first time here. I feel that the reputation I've accumulated from all these years of hanging out in nightclubs isn't as much as what you've gotten in one night. Although Lin Jianbao appeared to be complaining. In fact, his mouth was grinning happily in his heart. Brother Yang, to you. Brother Yang, to you. The sisters on the table raised their glasses without hesitation and drank it all in one go. This was a rich man who had chartered the venue. It would be more time if they didn't get on now. If people knew that Yang Ming had only spent a mere 1,400 renminbi to gain so many hearts, they didn't know if everyone would cry in the toilet. Just at this time, I don't know who in the nightclub shouted, Lin Xiaoxia is here. The people who were still immersed in the nightclub God-Dragon set scenario were all instantly attracted to it. Not long after, they really saw a beautiful figure, wearing sunglasses and a hat, under the protection of security, quickly walking up the stairs. Yang Ming raised his head to look at it, not expecting that the door that separated the guests from the shareholders had opened. A man came out from inside and quickly took Lin Xiaoxiao in. I didn't expect that national goddess Lin Xiaoxiao is also here. Lin Jianbao sighed as he took a sip of wine alone. Lin Xiaoxiao, 22 years old, currently Z country's hottest actress, female singer. Her looks can be called a man's big killer. Her singing voice is clear and elegant. Just one song directly topped the first place of all major music charts. Z Country Film and Television Circle has always been for Little Flower Girl's selection, and Lin Xiaoxiao since the debut, has been occupying the Flower Girl of the first. And in terms of music, some musicians directly said that Lin Xiaoxiao's musical talent is not inferior to that of today's several diva-level singers. In short, Lin Xiaoxiao is now a national goddess, and wherever she goes, there are crazy fans waving their flags. And Lin Xiaoxiao wasn't a good person either, always showing herself as high and cold, making people feel bad about getting close. What kind of people are upstairs? Yang Ming asked Lin Jianbao. Boss, I came here in the afternoon, saying that there will be a pivotal person in the entertainment industry feasting on the second floor at night. Lin Jiantek paused and said, I guess Lin Xiaoxiao is here to accompany the guest. After all, she is a big celebrity now. Yang Ming was also non-committal after hearing this. Anyway, there was nothing about himself. He didn't want to climb any powerful people. Besides, he had a system. Do we still need to find any more backers? The Divine Dragon set downstairs was still continuing, but Yang Ming's table was full of champagne and wine, so the waiter sent the rest to all the card seats and loose tables as requested. Those who received the ace of spades or other good wines would pour a glass and come to Yang Ming's table to toast and show their appreciation. Yang Ming just picked up the glass and brought it to his mouth, but didn't drink it. Lin Jiante was different. As long as other people complimented him, he drifted off and drank it all. Of course, other beauties like Hua Hua and Xiao Xiao also drank a lot, but these are undoubtedly small cases for them. These nightclub oil, not even enough to fill their teeth. Yang Ming occasionally looked up and saw that on the second floor. Since Lin Xiaoxiao went up, there were constantly people coming in and out. It looked like it was very lively inside. However, he didn't know whether it was the effect of the alcohol or the light. But Yang Ming seemed to see a familiar person in these coming and going figures. Yang Hui. Yang Ming seemed to see his second sister Yang Hui, but the environment he was in now was a bit hazy, so maybe he was mistaken. So the first thing he did was self-denial. After all, Yang Hui was working in her hometown. How could she appear in Magic City? Besides, if she came to Mordu, she would definitely contact herself first. So Yang Ming shook his head helplessly, and in his heart, he spat out that in a place like a nightclub, he would really recognize the wrong person. But soon, Yang Ming did not think so, because the door of the second floor opened once again. The girl who looked like Yang Hui seemed to want to squeeze out of the door, but seemed to be desperately pulled by the people inside, unable to get out. Maybe she cried out, but the sound waves around her were so strong that even the loudest sound was annihilated. Yang Ming frowned, turned his head to Lin Jiantek's ear and asked, I want to go to the second floor. Is there any way? Lin Jiantek thought he had hallucinated and revealed a puzzled expression. I want to go to the second floor to take a look. I think I saw someone I know. Yang Ming amplified his voice this time to make sure Lin Jiantek could hear. Up here is where my dad probably can't get in. It's full of socialites. It's hard to get in without a membership card or an acquaintance to lead you. Lin Jiantek was a bit embarrassed. Then I'll go up and ask myself. Yang Ming was in a bit of a bad mood right now. He desperately wanted to confirm if that person was his second sister Yang Hui. Without a trace of hesitation, he got up and went up to the second floor. knocked on the front door. Someone inside poked his head out and asked with a displeased face, "Who are you?" "I wanted to go in to take a look. It seems like I ran into an acquaintance." Yang Ming replied truthfully. "Don't you look for death? This is not a place where any cat or dog can come in," he said, and was about to close the hidden door. At this time, Yang Ming decided to break in. Yang Ming, who possessed the fighting skills gift pack, grabbed the man's hand at once, and with a whoosh, pulled him out of the doorway. Ouch! 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 The man cried out and desperately tried to break free, but due to Yang Ming's great strength, he didn't give him any chance at all. "Kid, hurry up and let go, or I won't let you go." The intimidating words didn't scare Yang Ming at all. Instead, it made him sit more solidly as if there was something fishy inside. Lin Jianbao looked down below and his heart thumped. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's a conflict. Chapter 57, How did it happen? 7th shift. Lin Jianbao could no longer care about anything else, put down his wine glass and rushed up. This Yang Ming was brought to TNT nightclub by him today. In case something happened, he himself would not be able to take the blame. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Yang Ming, why did you come up?" "Lin Jianbao, I saw you do it." "La!" Before he could finish his words, Lin Jiantek saw the figure of another person who was blocked by Yang Ming. That person ate his teeth and grinned. His forehead was sweating coldly, and one hand was holding tightly to the other arm that was directly twisted 180 degrees by Yang Ming. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Boss, your kung fu was not bad." Lin Jianmei, who had thought that Yang Ming would suffer a loss, saw this scene and let out a long breath. "Let's go in. I need to find someone." After saying that, Yang Ming directly pushed. The man staggered back to the wall behind him, and the door automatically closed. That hand still kept holding his almost twisted hand. His eyes showed a fierce light, staring at Yang Ming and Lin Jianbao with a deadly stare. At this time, a waiter came running not far away. Seeing this scene, asked with concern, "Are you alright? Huang Xiao is waiting for you. You dare to follow? Come on then." The man still had a stiff upper lip even though his arm was in immense pain. Just like this, Yang Ming followed him all the way forward. The second floor was in stark contrast to the first floor, where all kinds of music explosions seemed to be playing so that the crazy people could immerse themselves in it. Here, however, soothing music was playing, making people feel as if they had returned to their homes, quietly listening to music and looking at books. And the huge sound waves on the first floor were surprisingly not felt here at all. Yang Ming was also curious, presumably using some special soundproofing device. The second floor was a winding passage, and at the end of the hallway there were 2 door-to-door private rooms. The man pushed open a room, and inside warbled a group of girls. Hiss! After Lin Jianbao entered the box, he saw a lot of female celebrities who often appeared on TV, as well as some headline netizens from live streaming websites. And right in the middle sat a man who was flirting with these beauties, looking very hot. I say Li Tai, letting you watch a door. You can see the temper. I've called you a few times and you're only coming over now. Sorry, Huang Xiao. I was clamped by this person's arm. I couldn't break free. I can only. The man in the middle glanced at Yang Ming, seemingly with the intention of looking through him. My name is Huang Xiaobo. My friends give face to call me Huang Xiao. What is this brother's name? Yang Ming ignored him. His eyes kept sweeping something in the box. Uing deaf. I asked you. When Huang Xiaobo saw that Yang Ming also ignored him and just looked at the box, a fire rubbed up in his heart. Boss, Huang Xiaobo of Zhengde Entertainment Group. His father is the chairman of Zhengde Entertainment Group. Lin Jiante knew Huang Xiaobo, and had even once been teased by the other party. Zhengde Entertainment was one of the several entertainment giants in the country, but its chairman, Huang Ming, was related to several other giants. For example, the biggest ones right now, Huai Brothers and Sky Rain Media, both of which Huang Ming held massive shares in. Moreover, Zhengde Entertainment itself was an entertainment giant, so it could be said that Huang Ming held the power of speech of the entire entertainment circle. Yo, isn't this Jian Ma? Why are you here too? Huang Xiaobo of course also recognized Lin Jianbao. Lin Shi himself was hanging out in the entertainment circle, so he would more or less meet up with these big shots, but the volume was not in the same class at all. Zhengde Entertainment is considered a predator in the entertainment industry, while Lin Shi's entertainment company is at most a small shrimp, living off some of the business that the predator does not eat. So Lin Shi has not dared to open the company to the imperial capital, just mingling in the magic city. A little soup is enough for the company to open down. For Lin Jianmao, Zhengde Entertainment pinches the throat of his own company, when he wants it to close down. As for Huang Xiaobo, Lin Jianmati also did not dare to offend. Every time he encountered it, he was always lowering his voice and swallowing his anger. Huang Xiao, this is my boss. I accompany to find someone. When Huang Xiaobo heard this, he didn't react for a moment, but soon he laughed out loud, and laughed so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. I said, Jin Mei, how bad are you mixed up? The company is not working? Ready to find a backer? If that's the case, here, there is a crotch here. You drill through it. I will immediately accept you as a little brother. Lin Jianbao listened to the hot blood began to head. This insulting thing, who can not endure? But at the moment the wine sobered up most of him. Sensible and scary. These rich second generation know what things are on the spot to set off the table, which is absolutely to wimp out. Otherwise, his own family is expected to pay a terrible price for his behavior. Huang Xiaobo saw that Lin Jianbao didn't even dare to put a fart, and was satisfied to withdraw his gaze. Hey, to give you face and ask you what you're here for. Don't think I'm very nice to talk to. Huang Xiaobo then said arrogantly to Yang Ming. I'm looking for a woman, but it doesn't seem to be here. Are you blind? There are so many beautiful women here. You can't see them. Just now there seems to be a girl who was pulled back by your hair. Where did you pull her? Yang Ming pointed at Li Tai next to him and asked sternly. Li Tai looked at Huang Xiaobo with some hesitation. Oh, that woman, I just pulled her. What did I do to her? Huang Xiaobo seemed to have forgotten himself and turned his head to ask a female netizen next to him. It seems like in the toilet. Oh yeah, it's in the toilet. Huang Xiaobo laughed loudly, not minding in the slightest being looked at like a monster. Yang Ming didn't dwell on it and was ready to go out to the toilet to look for it. I say, do you know the rules? My place is for you to come and go as you please? Huang Xiaobo's face suddenly sank. His eyes were horribly sinister, and he quietly clapped his hands. A few burly men immediately appeared at the door, all in black suits, with headsets on their ears and sunglasses blocking their eyes. Don't, Huang Xiao. It's better not to cause trouble. Huang Dong is still here. An actress went forward to advise. Splat. A slap hit her face solidly. Asterisk. Lousie's business. I want you to care. Although Huang Xiaobo was usually prodigal, he still had a head on his shoulders, and normally wouldn't be this arrogant and bossy. But tonight he drank a lot of wine, and saw that Li Tai had his hand twisted off by Yang Ming. The fire in his heart could not be suppressed. Yang Ming didn't have any nonsense, turned around and was about to leave. He wanted to see as soon as possible if it was Yang Hui just now. He just lightly walked past a few bodyguards, but no one made a move. Marred, give me the old man to unload one of his hand. Before Huang Xiaobo's shout fell, he saw several strong men who were 1 meter 8 and weighed 200 pounds covering their stomachs and kneeling on the ground. At this instant, everyone was stunned. No one saw how Yang Ming struck. They just vaguely felt that he stretched out his hand and just gently shook the fists of the bodyguards, and then a few of them were half kneeling. You, how did you do it? Chapter 58, Purchasing Beyond Levels, 8th Shift. Huang Xiaobo's eyes were full of scorn, and even his voice trembled a little. Yang Ming still didn't pay attention to him. Lin Jianbao was also confused at this moment. He was the closest to Yang Ming and could see the most truly. He knew that it was indeed Yang Ming who had made a move, but the movement was fast and powerful. Those bodyguards were big but not flexible, so Yang Ming easily knocked down a few bodyguards. The entire box was now so quiet that only the accompanying sound from the screen on the wall could be heard, and everyone else was shaking a little in fear. Yang Ming didn't continue to do anything, but went out of the box to the restroom to look for someone. Yang Hui, Yang Ming shouted as he approached the toilet. Even though he wasn't sure if it was Yang Hui, he just didn't expect that when he heard the shout, what came out was another bodyguard, and without saying a word, he swung his fist directly towards Yang Ming's face. This time Lin Jianbao, who was following behind, saw the action clearly. Yang Ming just slightly sidestepped and dodged it, and after that, his right hand clenched his fist and struck the other party directly at the lower part of his heart. Sometimes, Lin Jiantek doubted if Yang Ming could see through a person's whole body organs and bones, because it was all one-punch knockout. Strangely efficient. Only those fighting or sparring masters who practiced martial arts since childhood and understood the various weaknesses of the human body could achieve such precision to make people lose their resistance instantly. Yang Ming rushed into the toilet at this moment, and sure enough, he saw a girl who was soaked. Her hair was messy, her face, body were all a bit injured, and there was a bit of blood at the corner of her mouth sitting on the floor. Yang Hui? The woman looked up in surprise at Yang Ming. It's really you. Yang Ming never expected that his sister, who was thought to be working as a clerk in her hometown, had arrived in Magic City unknowingly, without even contacting herself. Yang Hui was actually only 1 year older than Yang Ming, and the two grew up together, just like twins. Therefore, to Yang Ming, Yang Hui was just like a person of the same age. This was also the reason why Yang Ming kept calling her by her first name. Get up first, let me take you back. Although at this moment, Yang Ming had countless words to ask her, the current situation did not allow him to ask clearly. After all, he still had to protect Yang Hui. If Huang Xiaobo didn't relent later, the fight might spread to her. Sure enough, At this time, more bodyguards rushed over. Yang Ming let Lin Jianmei support Yang Hui, he himself in front of the road. These people do not seem to have the intention to take action. Only each one of them glared round eyes. In this way, Yang Ming returned to the box. This time inside Huang Xiaobo has long disappeared. Yang Ming saw two bodyguards standing at the door of the opposite box, so he reached out to push the door. But the bodyguards at the doorway stopped it with one hand each. Bang! Bang! Yang Ming beat the two men back to the sides, then quickly pushed open the door. This box was even more luxurious than Huang Xiaobo's box just now, and the people inside all looked at Yang Ming when they heard the ringing. Yang Ming swept a glance and saw the arrogant Huang Xiaobo from earlier. There were a lot of people sitting inside, but there were very few girls. They were all middle-aged people, as if they were talking about things, smoking smoky cigarettes, also very choking. Yang Ming noticed that Lin Xiaoxia was also sitting on the round sofa, only she glanced at Yang Ming and paid no more attention. Little brother, what's your name? Yang Ming. The one who asked was Huang Ming, and Lin Jianma told Yang Ming in a whisper behind him. Today's matter, it's my son's fault. What kind of compensation does little brother want? Ask as soon as possible. Huang Ming had an amiable look. Immediately, Lin Jianma was alert and told Yang Ming, the more this man Huang Ming smiles and talks, the more problematic he is. Why is it my fault? It's obvious that this woman had to pester me about coming to be a star. I just gave her a few requests for her to do. She didn't do it, so I pulled her back to continue. After all, being a human being should be honest. When Yang Ming heard Huang Xiaobo say this, he was instantly enraged. In fact, Yang Hui has always had a dream of being a star since she was a child, but she was stopped by her mother, Huang Lan, who said that being a star and being an actress has no future and so on. For the first 20 years or so, Yang Hui had hidden this dream deep in her heart, but she had never given up. Recently, Yang Hui heard about Zhengda Entertainment from a live webcam, and it so happened that this webcam was going to participate in the bureau organized by Huang Xiaobo, so Yang Hui pleaded with the netizen to bring her over. Unexpectedly, after Huang Xiaobo got drunk, he asked Yang Hui to kowtow on the ground a few times before considering whether to agree to sign her, but Yang Hui refused, and after that, Yang Ming saw the incident of being forcefully dragged back to the box to kowtow, and then was also dragged by Huang Xiaobo's bodyguard to the toilet to look at the mirror, said to let Yang Hui see clearly what she looks like, recognize the reality. From now on do not dream of being a star. Yang Ming was aware of Yang Hui's dream all along, so when he heard Huang Xiaobo's saying, he instinctively looked back at the haggard Yang Hui. But the matter of Yang Hui being held down and kowtowing, as well as the scaly wounds all over his body, had put Yang Ming on the verge of frenzy. Ever since he was chosen by the system, he hadn't been this angry. Even when he had been framed by the people arranged by Zhao Li, he had only wanted to settle it within the law. But there were some things that he couldn't endure, such as his family being bullied. The more this time, Yang Ming instead began to calm down. He looked at Huang Ming's old cunning expression. Although he wanted to go up and punch him, he held back. Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is the only way to fight 100 battles. Yang Ming called out the system in his mind and searched for information about Zhengda Entertainment and Huang Ming. Name, Huang Ming. Age, 52 years old. Confidentiality level, grade B. Spike amount, 10,000 RMB. I didn't expect Huang Ming's confidentiality level to be so high, but Yang Ming didn't hesitate to directly purchase the success. Tonight he must make Huang Ming's father and son pay the price they should pay. Not long after, a huge amount of information and videos flashed in front of Yang Ming's eyes. It's true that he is the godfather of the entertainment industry, worthy of being a business giant. His means, connections, funds, and power are not something that he can easily shake now. The information of Huang Ming in his mind passed quickly one by one. From these video materials, it seemed that Huang Ming had a lot of strength, and had a good relationship with a lot of companies in the country, and he had been constantly expanding his business and official contacts and relationships, which had far exceeded the scope of what an ordinary showbiz person could have. Of course, Huang Ming's life was not all glamorous and glittering, but he also started from the bottom before finally becoming an entertainment giant with tens of billions of assets. Before Yang Ming became the system host, if he saw Huang Ming's life, he would definitely shiver and not dare to say a word, because the gap between him and Huang Ming was so big that there was no comparison at all. But now was different. Even though Yang Ming thought that his overall strength was still inferior to Huang Ming, he was still confident that he had to teach Huang Ming's father and son a lesson tonight, who told them to meet a hanged man. They could only silently sigh in their hearts later that their luck was not good. As for what exactly he could do to give Yang Hui an outlet, Yang Ming already had a plan in his heart. I'm going to cross over and buy the protagonist Halo. Chapter 59 Settling Accounts, First Shift. System Junior, host please be sure. Yes/no? Yes. System Junior, congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the protagonist's Halo. It lasts for 3 hours. The clock starts. 2:59. It was finally Yang Ming's protagonist time. System Junior, first. For the time of having the protagonist aura, any damage done to you will not be successful. System Junior, second. All things will develop in the direction that favors the protagonist. System Junior, third. Some of the protagonist's realistic ideas tend to come true. At this time, Huang Ming's words suddenly turned and said with a cold face, "But, you injured these few bodyguards of mine. This is something we have to talk about as well." As soon as the words fell, a few middle-aged men next to him were eating snacks on the table while he started to laugh. Thinking about where this brat came from, even provoked Huang Ming. Such a very calm old fox is ready to settle scores. Seeing that Yang Ming was going to suffer, Lin Jianmao immediately went out of his way and blocked the front. "Uncle Huang, this is my friend. He didn't do it on purpose. Can you please raise your hand?" Huang Ming hadn't remembered who he was at first, and after freezing for a few seconds, he finally seemed to remember. "Oh, so it's Lin Shi's family's kid. What? It's your friend. Do I have to give face?" Listening to this tone, Lin Jiante knew that it was bad. He still overestimated his old man's face. "Lin Shi, this bird man, even in my place he has to kneel and talk. Which generation are you from?" Huang Ming's face was getting colder and colder. His icy tone made Lin Jiantek feel like he would have to explain himself here tonight. "You did it yourself. You have to take the blame yourself. Little friend, didn't your mom teach you when you went out?" Huang Ming stopped paying attention to Lin Jiantek and said to Yang Ming, "I don't know what Dong Huang is going to make me account for." Yang Ming was not intimidated by Huang Ming's intimidation in the slightest, and still answered very calmly, "Not bad, not bad, some pride. I just don't know if you will still be this righteous later." Huang Ming surprisingly began to appreciate this young man somewhat. "Let's do it this way. You stand still, let the few bodyguards just now punch you once each. This matter will be settled. As for the girl behind you, I'll compensate you 1 million renminbi. How about it? Uncle Huang, let the bodyguards hit him directly. If he doesn't die, he will be crippled. You let him go. The compensation is not necessary." Lin Jianbao knew that Yang Ming wouldn't care about money. After all, he had seen Yang Ming's trenchant nature when he made donations with his own eyes, so now he just had to fight for the three of them to be able to leave in one piece. Huang Ming saw Lin Jiantek jumping out again to pussyfoot around, so he picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. "Notify the planning room. That upcoming movie planning promotion. Kick out that company of Lin Shi's, and if he calls to ask, just tell him that he raised a good son." The thing Lin Jianmei was most worried about still happened. As for the movie Huang Ming was talking about, he didn't know about it, but he knew that it was probably something that his dad had fought so hard to get. After hanging up the phone, Huang Ming didn't look at Lin Jiantek. In his heart, Lin Jiantek was not worth mentioning at all. Huang Ming saw that Yang Ming seemed to be hesitating, so he said, "I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it. After that time, I'll take it as a yes." Then he signaled the nearby bodyguards to get ready. "I don't know if these bodyguards are your personal bodyguards, Huang Dong, or are they temporarily deployed by TNT to protect you?" Yang Ming asked without a clue. How come you still want to buy my bodyguards?" It's okay to tell you, these people are from TNT nightclubs, but the one over there in the restroom is the one that I hired from the Heavenly Dignity Bodyguard Company." "Oh," Yang Ming answered and didn't say anything else. Huang Ming's few people looked at each other in dismay, and they didn't know what kind of drugs he was selling. A few minutes later, Huang Ming said, "Time's up. You guys do it." As soon as the words fell, the box was pushed open by a man in a suit. The man looked at the room blacked out with people, obviously not very happy. "What's going on? Why are they all standing around here?" "Manager, Dong Huang said he wants to teach that kid over there a lesson." One of the bodyguards replied, "Are you kidding me? You're security personnel, not fighters." After saying that, he stared at Huang Ming and said, "Huang Dong, we're a proper place of business here. Are you thinking about the consequences of what you're doing? Manager Wei, will you manage too wide? Wait, I'll call old Hu. In here. Does it not matter if I talk damn well?" At this time, Manager Wei suddenly received a phone call. "Hey, Hu Dong, you say, what? Oh, okay, I'll contact right away." Huang Ming, "Why? I haven't called yet." "Old Hu, this news is too fast. Isn't it one of you who told him?" The others shook their heads. Wei Rufen ignored Huang Ming, picked up the phone and dialed the phone number that the TNT boss had just sent over. "A cup to the sunrise, a cup to the moonlight, awakening my yearning, tenderizing the cold window, so I can fly against the wind without turning back, not afraid of rain in my heart and frost under my eyes." I didn't expect Yang Ming's phone to ring. In the crowd's stunned gaze, Yang Ming picked up the cell phone on his body. "You are Yang Dong?" Wei Wufan looked at Yang Ming on the opposite side with some disbelief, because he saw that the caller on Yang Ming's phone was his own number. He hurriedly hung up the phone and said to Yang Ming, Yan Dong, I'm sorry, just now Hu Dong explained, saying that all 67% of TNT's shares have been transferred to you, and now you are the actual major shareholder of TNT. The amount of information that came out in one sentence was so great that Huang Ming and the people on the sofa heard it clearly. Yang Ming knew that the protagonist aura was starting to take effect, and everything would start to develop in his favor. The system was opening the rhythm of killing the whole scene in seconds. The first result now was that he was the biggest shareholder of the nightclub. How about it? Dong Huang still wants my security to beat me up? Huang Ming's shock in his heart at this time is beyond words. Originally thought it was an ordinary family's child. Did not think that there is also a bit of background. Huang Ming's heart suddenly felt some miscalculation. Seeing that Huang Ming didn't say anything, Yang Ming continued, why don't you also call and ask Tianzuan Bodyguard Company? Has the boss changed now? Hearing this, Huang Ming was even more at a loss as to how to answer. Could it be that Tianzuan is also yours? This I don't believe. Huang Ming's heart does not believe this at all, because he himself once wanted to acquire Tianzuan Security Company Limited, but was directly rejected by Tianzuan's old boss. To put it bluntly, people don't care about the money. This security company is his dream. How much money is impossible to transfer? Huang Ming decided that Yang Ming was scamming him, so he called out, hello, Mr. Lin, you sold your company? It's Huang Dong. I just signed the contract here. How did you know? Huang Ming's heart was cold, but still pretended to be calm and said back, the buyer wouldn't happen to be surnamed Yang, right? Yeah, it's surnamed Yang, called Yang Ming. His agent just left. Huang Dong is worthy of being in the entertainment industry, so well informed. Before the opposite party could finish, Huang Ming shook his hand and pressed the hang up button. Well, since Huang Dong has already confirmed it, do I still need my own bodyguard to beat up their own boss? All of Huang Ming's words were stuck in his throat, unable to utter a single word. Then you guys? Yang Ming smiled and looked at the surrounding security personnel. The conversation Huang Ming had just had, of course everyone had heard it, including Tianzuan's bodyguard, who had just received the notification of the company's change of ownership in his cell phone. Alright, the farce is over. All security personnel exit. Wei Wufan gave the order. All the security personnel breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that it was just these 10 minutes that their boss had changed, and it was still the same kid that they were just about to teach a lesson to. Hitting the boss? Clothesline? Can you hit? So now there is order is withdrawing, the bodyguards are relaxed a lot. Just now has been repressed hard. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect the big water to hit the Dragon King temple. Huang Ming awkwardly covered it up. Well, since Huang Dong has finished settling the score with me, Yang Ming seemed to be looking for something. Wei Wufan immediately understood and immediately moved a few sofa chairs from the side and placed them behind Yang Ming. Yang Ming looked at Wei Wufan, then slowly sat down, then signaled Lin Jianmao to help Yang Hui to sit down as well. Then let's settle the score between Dong Huang and I next. Chapter 60. Emotionless. Second shift. Huang Ming was really dumbfounded at this time. This side Huang Ming didn't say anything. Huang Xiaobo blew up first. I say you're still finished. My dad is not even bothering with you anymore. You still want to settle the score with my dad. You really think we're afraid of you? Just as he finished speaking, Huang Ming glared at him. Speaking of which, Huang Xiaobo daring to dislike the sky in the air like this was actually being spoiled by Huang Ming. In the past, as long as Huang Xiaobo caused trouble, Huang Ming would always try to wipe his ass, which directly led to the frequency and extent of Huang Xiaobo's trouble gradually accelerating and worsening. Often one thing has not been given to him to calm down. His side will burst out other minds. Even the company's legal department cannot take him. Although the legal affairs had left one batch after another, what remained the same was that Huang Xiaobo was still causing trouble. Dad, why are you staring at me? Our family hasn't been afraid of anyone yet. It's just a nightclub and bodyguard company. It's not like we can't afford it. Shut up. Huang Ming finally couldn't help but shout angrily at his precious son. Ha ha, Huang Dong is rich and generous. Of course I don't mean to belittle Huang Dong at all. It's just that your account is finished, but my account is not something that can be solved by a mere $1 million. Yang Ming's current anger was not smaller than Huang Xiaobo's in the least. It was only because of the system's modification of his mental power that he was able to suppress this part of his negative emotions very well. And Huang Ming understood the stakes even better than his son. Being able to easily obtain the shares of these two industries was not at all as easy as Huang Xiaobo claimed. That's why he had taken it seriously since just now, knowing that tonight's matter wasn't going to be settled so easily. But at this moment, he still felt that with the strength and connections he had accumulated in the entertainment industry, many people would give face and he didn't have to worry too much. Then how does Mr. Yang want to settle this? Huang Ming's address to Yang Ming also unconsciously changed from young man to Mr. Young. Very well. Huang Dong has the attitude to solve the problem on the line. Otherwise I really don't want to waste my breath. Dad. Huang Xiaobo just wanted to attack again, and was immediately slapped by Huang Ming. Not bad, a son has to be taught like this, otherwise I'd still want to teach you properly for you. Don't bother Mr. Yang, I'll teach my son myself. Let's get back to the matter at hand. Yang Ming secretly pondered in his heart. What kind of result does he want in this matter? Surname Yang, let's not change the Green Mountain. I admit it tonight. Just tell me what you want? Huang Xiaobo solidly received a slap, finally sobered up most of the wine, knowing that today this thing he has to pay the price. For him, this is simply a great shame. Always only he bullied others, which is as wretched as today. Yang Ming heard Huang Xiaobo's words and instantly woke up. Originally he just wanted to get out of the way. Let Huang Xiaobo kowtow to Yang Hui and admit his mistake, but he ignored an important thing. Huang Ming and Huang Xiaobo are not modest people. As long as today let them slow down. In the future Yang Ming will face will be crazy revenge, no matter which way you look at it. If Yang Ming doesn't have a protagonist's aura, he simply can't resist Huang Ming's revenge. The old saying, if you don't get rid of the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Yang Ming's heart gradually began to become hardened. Perhaps a hard heart was the only thing Yang Ming gained from this matter tonight. Tonight's matter is not something that can be solved by simply making amends and apologizing. Yang Ming secretly made a decision in his heart. Young Master Huang, since you have said so, then first kowtow to my sister a few times. This is called payback for payback. I didn't take advantage of you. The head of my old young family member is not something that can be taken lightly. At this time, Yang Ming had already made up his mind to make Huang Ming's father and son lose their reputation tonight and never turn over. Huang Xiaobo glanced at Huang Ming and saw that he didn't say anything, so he walked to the front of Yang Hui and flopped down, directly kneeling and kowtowing. Good boy. Able to bend and stretch really is material that can do great things. Huang Ming watched Huang Xiaobo's performance in his eyes and silently praised his son in his heart. After kowtowing, he stood up without a word, ready to leave. Tonight he lost his face. After the word got out he lost his face. Why stay? Did I tell you to leave? Yang Ming said nonchalantly. When Huang Xiaobo heard this, he directly said angrily, what? It's not enough. What more do you want? Huang Ming was also a bit angry at the moment. According to the fact that his son had paid back what he should have paid back, Yang Ming should have spared others. Now say this, obviously want to once again intensify the conflict. Mr. Yang, I don't know what you mean. If you go too far, Mr. Huang, am not a vegetarian either, so we will be completely on the outs in the future. I believe that there should be no future between Huang Dong and me. The domineering manner in which Yang Ming spoke stunned everyone. Even Lin Xiaoxia, who had always been high and cool as if she was out of the picture, couldn't help but look at this young face that couldn't be any younger. Lin Jianbao, needless to say, in the past, he had always been the one who was looked down upon by Huang Xiaobo, as if he was born to be short of others. Although this is not his own words, but he felt that Yang Ming said as if he said it himself. Following a boss like Yang Ming, with honor, this time he followed Yang Ming and got tough for once. He could turn around and blow his cowhide. I don't understand what Mr. Yang means. Huang Ming had a hidden worry in his heart, but he was clear about his own ability and strength. Not so much that he would be intimidated based on this young man's one or two words. What? Dong Huang doesn't believe it? Huang Ming didn't pick up on it, but there was a middle-aged man next to him, but he exited and started to help out. I say Mr. Yang, this is indeed something that Bo did wrong, but since the misunderstandings are all cleared up now, I think it's better for everyone not to hurt the peace. This was a moderate and faultless statement, quite a bit of peacemaker, and sure enough, his words were recognized by several other middle-aged men, who came down and started playing Tai Chi. Mr. Yang, what exactly do you want? Please draw the way. Before Huang Ming finished his words, the door of the box was pushed open again, and the person who came in only came in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming stood up and said, Elder Zhu, I'm still troubling you to make this trip at this late hour. Yang Ming was becoming more and more skillful in the usage of protagonist aura. The script he had built up in his mind was being spread out, and the supporting characters that were needed would make their appearance in turn. The protagonist aura knew exactly what Yang Ming had in mind, and as long as it was in line with reality, it would basically help Yang Ming realize it. Of course Huang Ming's side is not doing nothing. As early as before Yang Ming entered the door, Huang Ming looked for people to start investigating Yang Ming, but since Yang Ming opened the protagonist aura, the investigations of the people on the outside would turn out to be a smokescreen intentionally put out by the system. Zhu Xingyan, yo, several acquaintances Huang Dong, Lin Dong, and you brat, he, did not expect Xiaoxia is also an Huang Ming and middle-aged Lin Dong were shocked when they saw Zhu Xingyan. They didn't expect that Yang Ming had invited a big shot from the lawyer's world. Huang Xiaobo was even more pale. He had been dumbfounded by Zhu Xingyan more than once like he was training a chicken. Xu Xing'an had been entrusted to help Huang Xiaobo in the past, but only once, because Xu Xing'an also disliked Huang Xiaobo's dogfighting. Grandpa Zhu, I didn't expect to run into you here? Yeah, couldn't help it. The old man is Mr. Yang's full-time lawyer. Little girl, let's talk later. Let Grandpa do his business first. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Huang Dong, Lin Dong, the matter of catching up will be said later. I have already understood the matter here. Huang Xiaobo, against the will of others, forced her people to do something against her will. All things all have the security camera footage as evidence. It has already belonged to a criminal offense. After a pause, he then turned his head to Huang Xiaobo and said, I warned you long ago, don't be too dejected as a human being. Not everyone in this world will spoil you. Huang Ming listened to Xu Xing'an's words and knew that his son shouldn't be able to dodge this. His 50-something-year-old face instantly gained a few more wrinkles, as if he had instantly aged a few years. Dad, I don't want to go to jail. Dad, I don't want it. Huang Ming shook his head helplessly. Well, just don't make it like a life-and-death situation. Just take it as buying a lesson. Ruthless. Huang Xiaobo really wanted to cry at this time. Dare I say that in Xu Xing'an's eyes, going to jail is the same as skewering a. Chapter 61, Serial Set, Third Shift. Just talking. The box came in a few uniformed police officers. Xu Xing'an of course prepared for everything before he came. Got all the surveillance footage? Yes. Good. Then I'll leave it to you guys next. I'll take the victim to the station to record a statement. Just like that, Huang Xiaobo was taken away. And even though there was no way out, Huang Ming still didn't want to wait for death with his hands tied. Son, don't worry. Dad will hire the best lawyer for you. It sounded like a pep talk, but only Huang Ming knew in his heart that the best lawyer was already across the street, and he could be considered powerless. Mr. Yang, then I'll take my leave. I guess you can handle the rest by yourself. Just let your sister come to the district office tomorrow morning to record a statement. I'll be at the entrance of the office at 10 o'clock to accompany her in. Yang Ming stood up, shook Xu Xing'an's hand again and said, Trouble Elder Zhu. Xiao, go with the old man. There's nothing for you to do if you stay. Xu Xing'an beckoned to Lin Xiaoxiao and said, Okay, Grandpa Zhu, it just so happens that I want to talk to you about my new contract. When Lin Xiaoxiao passed by Yang Ming was looking at her. The two of them looked at each other, and neither of them said anything to each other. Yang Ming could smell the faint fragrance of Lin Xiaoxiao's body, a refreshing fragrance. This woman smells so good. This should be the first impression Lin Xiaoxiao left on Yang Ming. When they left, the entire remaining people in the box started to become a little anxious. Mr. Yang, if you do this, we'll have a big grudge. Huang Ming had gradually started to lose his original elegance and calmness, replaced by anxiety and resentment. But Yang Ming didn't have the slightest fear. He hadn't put Huang Ming in his eyes anymore. I didn't realize that the effect of the protagonist aura could make people completely forget about fear and awe. This function was a bit powerful. Yang Ming, Huang Dong, your son's account has been settled. The rest is a grudge between us. Huang Ming was stunned. This is to drive out all the people. So ruthless. Good thing Huang Ming is not a light. Coldly laughed. I did not think that Mr. Yang is so powerful, after locking my son in, but also thought to deal with me. Don't dare. In fact, Huang Dong and my sister was bullied this matter, as well as the injuries on her body. Honestly, there is really nothing to do with it. It's just a matter of poor discipline and this kind of moral level. Yang Ming said these words with reason. Even if Huang Ming wanted to retort, he didn't pop out a word for a long time. What exactly do you want? Huang Ming asked through gritted teeth. Oh, it's simple. I think your Zhengda Entertainment Group is not bad, and I want to buy some shares for fun. Listen to what Yang Ming said. Buy some shares for fun. Is this a big cabbage? Can you buy shares just because you want to? The Lin director next to him stood up with a wow. His face was very unpleasing, and said, Surname Yang, tonight's matter even if it's Huang Dong they are at fault. Now it's almost okay. Xiao Bo was also sent in. Face and face are all given to you today. You don't go too far. Ha 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 ha. Lin Dong, this has you what business People Huang Dong did not say anything. You jumped out to beep what? Yang Ming looked at this Lin Dong with a disdainful face. You. Huang Ming stopped Lin Dong from continuing and looked at Yang Ming and said, Mr. Yang, is this a formal offer for equity acquisition? No, it's just a suggestion, but the kind that doesn't require Huang Dong's consent. Yang Ming seemed to have a constant bad taste. He had the illusion that he was molesting Huang Ming. Yang Ming knew that as long as he thought of it in his heart, protagonist Halo would let the system buy it for him in seconds. There was no need to do it himself. Besides, even if he wanted to buy it, the limit was not enough. Yang Ming now only want to say that protagonist aura is very powerful, almost is the Doraemon level of the heart of the artifact, but unfortunately it is a 20 level to appear in the second props. Oi, Mr. Yang, it seems you've got it wrong. I can't be the master of my shares? You're afraid you don't know much about it. Huang Ming looked at Yang Ming with contempt. Now a lot of people are like Mr. Yang, thinking that by saying a few harsh words and pretending to say by this company, by that business, they can achieve everything they want. But what they don't know is that there is a sky outside the sky. And there are people outside the sky. The words have not finished. Huang Ming's phone rang. The phone is Huang Ming's mistress called. He was hesitant to pick it up, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to faintly come with a "you'd better pick it up." Hey, didn't I say I have something important to do tonight? Don't call me? No, honey, just now my brother and my sister called me, saying that they sold the shares of several entertainment companies that they held for you. I want to ask you, what's going on? What? Huang Ming's hand that was holding the cell phone gradually slipped down, allowing the one on the other end of the phone to still desperately call out his name. You, how did you do it? Huang Ming's spirit wilted quite a bit all of a sudden. He was truly surprised that things would develop to such a point. But I haven't lost yet. The shares of Zhengda are still in my hands. There's nothing you can do. Huang Ming's only bit of pride was still holding strong. Oh, indeed. Yang Ming seemed like he didn't care at all, just fiddling with his cell phone. Ding! Huang Ming and the others received an MMS. No need to ask. Of course it was sent by Yang Ming's group. Huang Ming suspiciously opened the video MMS. In fact, the content of the video was also very simple. It was the matter that Huang Ming was discussing with a few middle-aged people just now. The problem was in what they were discussing. Under Huang Ming's Zhengda Entertainment, there were a lot of celebrities, net stars and trainees. And of course, there were a lot of pretty girls as well. And Huang Ming had always had the habit of sending his artists to social functions. Over time, this soon formed a business that had huge benefits. Of course, this kind of simple entertainment was only a fraction of this kind of benefit. The biggest benefit came from some special needs of the guests. And it was precisely when Huang Ming discovered the benefits that he wanted to gradually scale up and industrialize this kind of thing. His appointments this evening were with several directors of Zhengda, and the thing he talked about was to finalize this deal. Of course Huang Ming had already started doing this kind of business a long time ago. He just wanted to pull a few major shareholders down tonight so that the responsibilities would be shared and the alliance of interests would be more solid. Of course not every one of Huang Ming's artists were involved, and there were bound to be some who would either sternly refuse or rebel fiercely. And the result of such opposition would of course be disastrous. Either they would quit the entertainment industry or be permanently snowed in. The exposure of artists and stars is very important. As long as the company does not promote, the audience will soon forget what you are called. So the entertainment company is a strong party in the whole circle. And many people succumbed to it. And there are also many people who changed careers or quit. But none of this affected Zhengda Entertainment and Huang Ming's determination to continue expanding this business. When Huang Ming opened the video, he saw images of himself and several major shareholders mingling, talking about business and making indecent remarks. He panicked. When several others saw this, they also looked at Yang Ming with disbelief. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This was actually a self-directed video that Huang Ming had secretly captured. Huang Ming was dead set on not believing that this video would be gotten by Yang Ming. He only wanted to take the video and leave some evidence in case someone wanted to quit or report it later. However, he completely did not expect that all of the things he had secretly designed had been utilized by Yang Ming. Of course Huang Ming wouldn't be stupid enough to expose the video himself. But don't forget that Yang Ming was able to purchase the information and even keep a part of the video in the information. Ha ha ha, Huang Dong and a few directors have seen it. Huang Dong does things but not a drop of water. I just inadvertently intercepted such a section. You can ask Huang Dong if he has done this before. This is a chain of events. Huang Dong. Yang Ming smiled as he looked at Huang Ming and a few of the directors whose faces were blue. There's more in the evening, so please continue to support the readers. 5 stars in the last book review plus quality comments. More clicks to urge more. Let the author know that there are still many people reading the book. Chapter 62, The Justice That Comes Late, 4th Shift. Huang Ming, you have to explain this matter to me clearly. What is the purpose of your video? Right, old Huang. You're not being generous. Huang Ming, at the loss of me supporting you so diehard. I didn't expect you to not even say hello when you inserted your brother's knife. Huang Ming was forced speechless by his several shareholders. A pair of eyes filled with anger stared straight at Yang Ming. And Yang Ming? At this time, his mood was soothing. He knew that Huang Ming's ironclad board of directors was about to fall apart. Ha ha, Huang Dong, there are some things that people don't know unless they do it. Do you think I'm right? Huang Ming sat frozen on the sofa, not saying a word. He really didn't have anything to defend. And even if he did, no one would believe him anymore. However, it was good that he occupied 33% of the equity in Zhengda Entertainment and was the largest shareholder, possessing the absolute right to speak. He was not yet intimidated by the few directors. It was just that from now on, He would become a loner in the board of directors. Was that really good? Huang Ming, since you are unkind, don't blame us for being unrighteous. Several people threw down these words and pushed open the door of the box to leave. The subsequent repercussions were definitely going to be huge. But that wasn't what Huang Ming was most worried about. What he was most worried about was how the other party would utilize this matter. Dong Huang, now it's time for you to consider thinking about my suggestion. Yang Ming was a bit out of patience. No way, I will never sell. Huang Ming still didn't give up and continued in his insistence. Well then, anyway, I've already acquired 67%, after that you know. This, Huang Ming looked at the plain young man in front of him in surprise. Oh, you don't know I'm actually left with the shares of those shareholders just now that I haven't bought yet. The biggest share is yours. It seems like you won't sell it, but it doesn't matter. After saying that, Yang Ming stood up, patted his pants leg, straightened his clothes, and threw down the last sentence. Huang Dong, sometimes it's better to take a step back, but you're not willing to back off. I can't help it. It's impossible to force you with a knife on your neck, so I decided to hold a general meeting of all shareholders. You remember to attend it. No, wait, Mr. Yang, it's still possible to talk. I'm willing to talk. Huang Ming was almost speaking to Yang Ming in a pleading tone. Oh, you're willing to talk. But I'm not willing to talk anymore. That's it. I hope I can still see you at the shareholders meeting. Yang Ming signaled with his eyes that Lin Jianmao could go back. Director Yang, I will send someone from my side to send you back. Wei Wufan saw that Yang Ming was going to leave and immediately went forward and said, that's troublesome. Jian Te and I drank wine. It's not convenient to drive. You please. Everyone did not look at Huang Ming again. At this moment, Huang Ming was dumbfounded, lost in thought and mumbling over there. When Lin Jianbao was closing the door, he glanced at Huang Ming one last time, and was sighing in his heart, a generation of lords? I didn't expect to be under the hands of the boss and not even catch two moves. Yang Hui had already been carried by the security in the corridor at this time. Just now, due to the shock and extreme mental exhaustion, she directly fell asleep. It was also possible that because Yang Ming had come, she felt very secure, so she fell asleep. The divine dragon set downstairs was still continuing. Yang Ming's table was still set with all kinds of wines, while Hua Hua and Xiao Xiao were still waiting for Yang Ming and Lin Jianbao. The mood of the people on the dance floor was still high, the dancing was still soulful, and the handsome men and women were weaving in and out of the crowded crowd looking for targets to lay their hands on. It seemed like the world hadn't been affected by what happened upstairs, but in fact, change was already happening slowly. It just had nothing to do with these bouncers. Mr. Wei, I'll leave first. Okay, Director Yang. Wei Wufan humbly sent Yang Ming and the others to the door, where a Mercedes-Benz commercial car was already waiting. See you later, Yang Dong. See you later. Yang Ming waved his hand and the car door automatically closed at this moment. At this moment, the world was finally quiet. Yang Ming felt that tonight's matter was done, although it was not perfect, nor did it have that kind of imposing feeling. What he did was just to see the moves. The soldiers came to block the water and water to cover the earth, but the result still let him feel satisfied. After all, the protagonist aura is very powerful, and even the time balance, 134, wasted, right? System Junior, protagonist aura, once opened, it cannot be closed until the time runs out. Oh well. Yang Ming was actually a little curious about what to do with all the things purchased by the system under protagonist Halo. Could it be that after the Halo ended, all of it would be returned to the other party? System Junior, host, please rest assured, although the holder of these assets is the host's name, the host is unable to obtain any economic benefits from them. Yang Ming just can't get economic benefits. That means that some social impacts can still be a little bit of light themselves. Yang Ming thought to himself that he had finally jacked up the system's wool. Not bad. In the end, these assets are all in Yang Ming's name. Externally he is the actual owner of these things, but it will certainly produce economic and social benefits. It depends on how the system is going to choke off this economic benefit. System Junior, all economic benefits are all owned by the system. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Well, it's true that you can directly confiscate my gains. While Yang Ming's side was communicating with the system, Huang Ming, who was still in the box over there, certainly wouldn't do nothing and wait with his hands tied. Hey, Mr. Wang, I'm Huang Ming from Zhengda Entertainment. Yes, there's a matter I want to ask you. Pa. Before Huang Ming finished his words, the other party directly cut off the call. His heart clenched. This was already the 6th call he had dialed out. None of them ended up being hung up early. It was as if overnight, the once big man of the entertainment industry had been abandoned by the whole world. There's a sky beyond the sky, and there's a man beyond the man. This phrase should be given to myself. It's ridiculous that I still want to be self-reliant and delude myself into wanting to take care of everything. Huang Ming laughed at himself in his heart. He just wanted to protect his son tonight. He didn't expect that his son didn't get saved, but his own half of his family got hitched, and he invariably offended a lot of people. It's really a loss and a loss of soldiers. The protagonist's aura is still there. Huang Ming's self-help is of course no different from a clay ox entering the sea. When Huang Ming staggered out of TNT, it was as if he had aged a lot overnight. Are you Huang Ming? The police officer at the door asked. Yes, please, it's about my son. It's not about your son. It's that we received a report that you are suspected of committing a crime. Please come with us. Huang Ming fainted. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Chapter 63, Eat Meat or Drink Soup, 5th Shift. When Yang Ming put Yang Hui on the bed, it was already 2 o'clock in the night. Jian Te. It's been hard for you today. Why don't we stay in the guest room for the night? Lin Jiantek actually had a lot of things he wanted to ask Yang Ming, and probably had some requests as well, but he, who always had an eye for things, knew that now was not the time to do that. No, boss. I'll ask you out again when you've taken care of your family matters. Lin Jianbao's decisive decision to refuse to stay overnight made Yang Ming feel a little bit better about him again. Being able to take charge and knowing how to advance and retreat. This was Yang Ming's refreshed new impression of Lin Jiantek. Good, you go back to rest early. Lin Jiantek left. Looking at Yang Hui in the room, Yang Ming felt for the first time as if he didn't know his family very well. Tonight if there was no protagonist's aura, even if Yang Ming had the second kill system, he definitely couldn't get out of the room in one piece this easily. At least a fierce fight was unavoidable. Yang Ming suddenly felt that there were still a lot of things he could not do anything about, mainly because of his current lack of strength. He is now considered to have some assets, but in terms of connections, business, and influence, there are still many inherent deficiencies, and he can't compete with those big brothers who are in business competition all year round. So what kind of path of godly hero should he take next? This was the first time Yang Ming seriously thought about his future path after he possessed the system. Yang Hui slept heavily. Yang Ming did not care about her. After all, he himself was tired today because he used too much energy from using the protagonist halo. While Yang Ming's siblings were sleeping at home, the outside world was not as quiet as they were. Have you heard? Zhengda Entertainment's Huang Ming and his son were both arrested. What? So suddenly? I heard that his son bullied a girl. I didn't expect her brother to be a tough guy, and their father and son just fell. What's that person's background? The strength is so tough. I don't know. I heard that old Huang's shares in Tianyuan Huai were all eaten up by others, as well as his own lair. Zhengda Entertainment was also taken most of the shares by others. In just this one night's time, all these things were taken care of? So outside the legend of this kid background through the sky, otherwise these behemoths how can easily compromise. I heard that it is the Zhengda those shareholders united to send the old Huang in. You say horror is not horror. Recently is the eventful fall. You let those juniors at home more at home to cultivate themselves, less go out to cause trouble. Now the young people are low profile, in case they run into. The business circle of Magic City is legendary about the story of the father-son fight between Yang Ming and Huang Ming, and Lin Jianmei didn't stay idle when he went home, because Lin Shi is now anxious. Quickly tell me, what's going on tonight? What happened to this old fox Huang Ming? Lin Jiantek knew that his dad was anxious, so he told him everything that happened on the second floor of TNT nightclub one by one. After saying that, Lin Jiantek himself was feeling chills on his back. Originally, in the previous auction, Lin Shi's father and son already felt that Yang Ming should be a big shot, and Lin Jiante also thought in his heart that Yang Ming is estimated to be a little more powerful than his own father, but the full count may also be a noble platinum level, but never thought that people have been hiding their true strength. Tonight Yang Ming's performance is completely the strongest king segment. Just like this, Lin Shi's father and son sat on the sofa relatively speechless. Both of them had their own thoughts. Jianbao, how is your relationship with Yang Ming now? Lin Shi asked. To say it's very good. I can't talk about it yet, but tonight I've been on his side, even going so far as to offend Huang Ming. This is something he should see in his eyes. Well, that's good, Lin Shi replied thoughtfully. How about this? Dad will go to the study to make some phone calls. You go back to your room and sleep first. We'll talk about this matter tomorrow. Saying that, Lin Shi went into the study and unlocked the room, as if he had some secret he couldn't tell. Lin Jiante seems to have long been used to his dad's set of operations. Not surprising at all, because when Lin Shi meets the critical situation of life and death or the decision of future, Lin Shi always locks himself in the study until he makes a decision. Lin Jianmei didn't care about his dad anymore, but went upstairs to his room. Tonight's events were a shock to him as well. Huang Ming, the chairman of Zhengda Entertainment, a person that even his own dad had to look up to, in just less than a few hours, was easily defused by Yang Ming in various unfavorable situations. Even in the end, he even accomplished a counterattack, His own son was taken away and he could not do anything about it. His own shares were acquired and he was surprised and astonished. And he bowed his head and did not say a word when he was collectively rebelled against by the directors. How much energy does this have to be to bully such a listed group of showbiz giants like this? In fact, Lin Jiantek does not know now that Huang Ming has been arrested. Otherwise tonight he may even sleep counting sheep to 100,000 and still cannot sleep. Inside the study, Lin Shi, what is the possibility of Huang Ming coming out? It's not clear, but it's estimated to take a few years. Those shareholders are really ruthless, not only providing all kinds of unfavorable evidence, but also letting those employees of the former company, the celebrities, come out to testify. A muffled male voice came from the phone. That Yang Ming, what exactly is he? Lin Shi continued to ask. Well, it's not clear. The man paused for a few seconds and continued. Right now, the business circle in Magic City has gone crazy. All the young people in their 20s at home are grounded at home. And some of the usual dudes are even directly sent out of the country for fear that they might accidentally mess with someone else. They are also checking. But nothing. You say a person is able to hide his identity to such an extent. What security level does he have to be? The helplessness and surprise on the phone caused Lin Shi to be at a loss for words for a moment. I do know him. A very low-key young man. Speaking and doing things from the heart. Last time the auction directly donated for $8 billion. I thought he wasn't simple. Now that I think about it, I still underestimated him. Then how is Zhengda Entertainment now? Lin Shi continued to ask. Chaotic. The reply on the other end of the phone was short and concise. I heard that Huai's general manager Wang and Tianyu's general manager Xiao both held an emergency executive meeting overnight to discuss countermeasures. Lin Shi, that's serious? Yes, Tianyu is fine. It has an official background, and its own outflow of shares is not much, so it is very resistant to pressure. But Huai is a bit of a problem. I heard that the shares held by Mr. Yang have already pushed old Wang straight to the top. At this moment Lin Shi was silent. He knew that after this battle, the resources, ranking, and influence of the entertainment industry would start to reshuffle. Whether or not he could seize this fleeting opportunity would depend on how he stood. As he thought, he looked up at the ceiling of the first floor. Son, whether our family eats meat or drinks soup in the future, it all depends on you. Lin Shi's eyes showed deep concern. Chapter 64, A Day in the Life of Toolman Yang Ming, 6th Shift. Just as Lin Shi was worrying about the future, Lin Jianmei upstairs had already made his decision. Lick. Must lick. Lick by all means. Fancy without repetition. This kind of opportunity that is obvious to get on the car and take off. Lin Jiantek is not a cutie pie. The problem is whether people Yang Ming is willing to take him or not. After making up his mind, Lin Jiantek rarely fell into a deep sleep, because tomorrow is the beginning of his battle. In the early morning of Magic City, countless people lost sleep in this night. They all felt the quietness before the storm. As expected, when the east was about to show its white color, the weather suddenly changed abruptly. The wind gusted and the rain poured down, catching the people who woke up early to exercise by surprise. Many people were drenched into a drenched chicken. Living in the suburbs of the office workers faced the rain outside the window began to make a problem. Today late is inevitable. In the CDU1 neighborhood, building 83602 rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Yang Ming opened the door and Lu Frost stood in the doorway carrying breakfast and a bag of clothes. Mr. Yang, this is the breakfast and clothes you explained you needed to buy. They are all ready for you. Lu Frost had a dusty look, but the smile on her face remained the same. Thank you. Yang Ming didn't be polite and took the things to say thank you. Before he laid down last night, he sent a message to Lu Frost, instructing to prepare 2 breakfasts for him in the morning and a whole set of clothes for Yang Hui to change in the morning. Just as he closed the door, he heard a voice from behind him. Xiao Ming, where is this? Oh, you're up. You go to the bathroom to wash up. Here, and change into this set of clothes. Yang Hui looked at her brother with some surprise. Not knowing what to say for a moment, she deceived her parents and came to Magic City. She originally wanted to take a shortcut and wanted to become famous, but she didn't expect that what she waited for was Huang Xiaobo's full of malice. After getting up in the morning she was still a bit scared. The memory of last night gradually recovered, making her feel that the whole world was gray. If it wasn't for her brother Yang Ming who just happened to arrive, the consequences might be unimaginable. Thinking of Huang Xiaobo's vicious eyes, she couldn't help but feel a jolt in her body. Xiao Ming, we'd better hurry home, in case Huang Xiaobo and those people find us. That would be bad. Yang Hui had been in a semi-comatose state last night, and hadn't realized that Huang Xiaobo's father and son were already behind bars. It's okay, Yang Hui, I already took care of things last night. None of them will come back to harm you in the future. Yang Ming said to Yang Hui in an extremely certain tone. But, alright, there's no buts. Hurry up and go take a shower and change your clothes. Come out for breakfast later. Yang Hui went into the bathroom with an apprehensive mood. The sound of clattering water in the bathroom made Yang Ming consider how he should explain to his family that he suddenly had such a large amount of extra assets. If he said it outright, it was estimated that they would behave similarly to Yi Son. If he didn't say it, it was estimated that what was waiting for him would be endless questions and worries from his family. Not long after, Yang Hui came out of the bathroom wearing new clothes. This time, she was obviously in a much better mood. Xiao Ming, this house is not bad. How much did you rent it anyway? Recently, I did business with a friend, and I made some money, so I changed this house. The price is okay. Yang Hui didn't particularly care. Listened to Yang Ming's words, began to seriously stroll up in the house. In fact, she has been living in a small city. It can be said that the understanding of the magic city is completely based on the news reports. As to why Yang Ming can live in such a house, just at first some misgivings. After listening to Yang Ming's explanation, did not look into it further. Hurry up, breakfast is getting cold. Oh, coming. The scene of the two siblings cozying up and eating breakfast together made Yang Ming feel as if he had returned to the old school days. A cup to the sunrise, a cup to the moonlight, awakening my yearning, tenderizing the cold window. Hearing the phone ringing, Yang Ming picked it up smoothly. Is it Yang Dong? It's me. Which one of you? A kind of exhale of relief clearly came from the phone. Yang Dong, I'm Fang Yibai from the secretary office of Zhengde Entertainment. Now that the company is leaderless, Mr. Li asked me to ask you when you can come to the company to preside over the situation. This Zhengde Entertainment was not purchased by Yang Ming himself in seconds. This was nothing but a byproduct of protagonist Halo. Yang Ming was a little hesitant. System Junior, the host needs to be responsible for the operation of these companies. Is this even possible? Isn't this making me a tool person? And then I don't have a share of the company's operating income. Wait, it seems like it's not completely useless. Don't I have absolute say over the company's personnel and operations? System Junior, except for the lack of income, other rights and interests belong to the host. Deal. After Yang Ming reached an agreement with the system, Fang Yibai said, I will go over in the morning. Okay, Director Yang. I'll inform the company executives to wait for you in the conference room. Yang Ming put down the phone and thought in his heart, since 67% of the shares of Zhengde Entertainment had been acquired, I wonder if Huang Ming could buy the remaining 33% himself, so that he wouldn't be afraid of being hamstrung in the company. So he opened the system and searched for Zhengde Entertainment, and the system showed, company name, Zhengde Entertainment, development potential, S+, purchase share 33%, seconds amount to 0.00000 RMB, It doesn't seem to be very expensive. This value is really lower than Yang Ming's estimation. Originally thought that the limit of 500,000 is also not enough. Did not expect only 200,000. System Junior, Zhengde Entertainment. After last night's arrest of the chairman and the impact of the various negative news that broke today, the value is already far from being as high as it was in its heyday. So that's how it is. I didn't expect to be wrong, but it's not bad to be able to pick up a leak. Yang Ming clicked buy. System Junior, you will spend 200,000 RMB to purchase 33% of the shares of Zhengde Entertainment. Yes/no? Yes. System Junior, congratulations to the host purchase success. All the equity proof related procedures documents. Please wait for the agent's phone call. In this way Yang Ming owned all the shares of Zhengde Entertainment, although the big part was still held for the system. But nominally the whole company had completely fallen into Yang Ming's hands. Yang Hui looked at her brother from the side as if he was lost in thought, so she reached out and patted him. What's wrong? Who's calling? Only then did Yang Ming come back to his senses and said back, nothing. After waiting for a while, he seemed to remember Yang Hui's purpose of coming to Magic City and said, do you want to enter the entertainment industry? Yang Hui's chopsticks, which were eating, stopped in mid-air, as if there was something difficult to say. It's fine, just say it out if it's true how you think. There are no outsiders here. Yang Ming encouraged. I feel that the entertainment industry is not something that an ordinary girl like me can enter just because she wants to. Blame me for thinking too simply at first. Yang Hui regretfully blamed herself deeply in her heart, and even began to choke up at the end of her words. Okay, come with me to the company today. If it's okay, we'll ask a professional. Yang Ming was at a loss for words just now. His sister was on the verge of tears. He could only take out the killer comfort. Your company? What company? Entertainment company? As expected. When Yang Hui heard Yang Ming's words, she swept away her previous gloominess. She was just curious about which company Yang Ming was talking about, and even more curious about how he had a company. When you get there later, look more and talk less. I will arrange it. In fact, at this time, Yang Ming's heart was already screaming in agony. Toolman Yang Ming's day is about to begin. Chapter 65, Are you one of us or not? When Yang Ming and Yang Hui arrived at Hangda Mansion, it was already 10 a.m. Zhengda Entertainment Company, Ltd., occupied the 8th to 12th floors of Hangda Building, 4 whole floors, nearly 5,000 square meters of office area. Of course, this is not only the office, but also some line dancing, singing and performance rehearsal halls. Zhengda Entertainment in the country is ranked in the top 3 entertainment giants. Huang Ming in this line in nearly 30 years, from a small brokerage company to start the development of the present across a variety of performing arts industry giant. This shows Huang Ming's ability and means, but all of this would become a thing of the past, because Yang Ming had changed all of this, and it had only taken one night. Zhengda Entertainment Company, Ltd., also turned from an entertainment giant into a trouble in the circle, talking about Zheng color change. Many of the companies that used to work well together have begun to dump, default, delay and even file lawsuits. The entertainment circle in Magic City was instantly in a state of panic. With a sense of crisis, Huai and Tianyu were also implicated. But the good thing was that these two companies were involved in various fields, plus the company's top management was surprisingly united, so they didn't suffer any major repercussions in this Huang Ming fiasco. However, when the police released the arrest announcement, it still caused a public outcry. The fact that the entertainment company was actually doing some fixing behind the scenes was simply unacceptable to the public. So netizens and ordinary people spoke out through various channels, demanding that the truth be released to set the record straight. At the beginning of the announcement, Huai and Tianyu made an urgent public relations, clarifying on the company's website that their own company was not involved in the fiasco and hoping that the netizens would always monitor the situation. With the attitude and no concrete evidence from the netizens, these two companies were considered to have escaped the whirlwind of public opinion for the time being. But Zhengda Entertainment, as the originator, is not so lucky. The internet began to appear a variety of victims' voices, either true or false, mixed with a variety of information, dazzling people. Early in the morning, Zhengda Entertainment was in a mess. In fact, the company started to be in chaos last night after getting the news that the company's chairman had been arrested. Li Minghui had been at the company at around 3 o'clock last night. He really didn't want to see the company finished, but with the release of the police case, the company's biggest crisis ever still crept in. Li Minghui is now burnt out. During this period, he learned that all the shareholders of the company have signed the equity transfer agreement last night, and the one who currently owns the largest share of the company is not even Huang Ming, but a little-known character called Yang Ming. He was a little curious, but more worried. This eventful fall, a stranger's intervention, but it is possible to push the company into a situation of no return. So, early in the morning, he decisively asked Fang Yibai to contact Yang Ming, hoping to let the other party to the company to preside over the situation. Of course, this is actually a pretext. What he wants is to meet Yang Ming, to be able to see from the clues whether this Yang Ming has the ability to save the day. Yang Hui saw a lot of reporters in front of Hangda Building. She instinctively took a few steps back. Luckily, the building's security force was very strong, and by coincidence, these security personnel were the very same ones that Heaven's Respect Company had sent to Zhengda Entertainment to protect the artists. The leading security personnel was called Jiang Fei, and last night he had already received a text message that the company had changed ownership, and the text message also included Yang Ming's photo and some basic profiles. Director Yang, I'm Jiang Fei from Tianzun, please follow me. Yang Ming heard that it was one of his own, so he pulled Yang Hui, and under the protection of many security people, he dodged the reporters' long shots and entered Hangda Mansion. Hangda Building was built in August 2000, with a total of 34 floors, which is not outstanding among the many buildings in Mordor, but it is also not a place where all companies can move in. It belongs to the one that is less than the top and more than the bottom. The downstairs of the hall was more spacious. It was now 10 o'clock in the morning. Many people from other companies had just started working. People were coming and going, but there were a dozen or so people standing straight in the center of the hall, as if they were waiting for someone to arrive. Upon seeing Jiang Fei come in with Yang Ming, these people quickly approached Yang Ming under the leadership of one of the leaders. Yang Dong, I'm Li Minghui, General Manager of Zhengda. I'm sorry for not arranging someone to pick you up in advance. It's my dereliction of duty. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Fei, somewhat eager to speak. Say it, he's not considered an outsider. Tianzun Security was also acquired by me last night. It's considered my subordinate company. Li Minghui wondered if he had misheard. Although he tried to maintain a calm posture, the fear in his heart still made him involuntarily tremble. Right now the company is being sued in court by a dozen downstream planning and packaging companies. There are also some investors of the movie who are currently preparing to withdraw their capital. And there is also the fact that the company's artists' announcements have basically been cancelled. Li Minghui listed all kinds of unfavorable news, expecting to see some anxiety on Yang Ming's face. However, he was disappointed. Not only did Yang Ming not feel the slightest bit uneasy, he was instead calm as if nothing had happened. Go up, Yang Ming said briefly. So the people in the hall who were originally walking around Herculeanly felt a sense of immediacy of a big brother's visit. Yang Ming pulled Yang Hui to walk in front, while behind him followed Li Minghui and Zhang Fei on the left and right, and then a dozen or so people, both male and female, followed behind them, and the group of people walked towards the elevator in a vast manner. If you add the BGM, you can play a movie in which the god of gamblers appears. When the elevator ding arrived, many people who were waiting for the elevator saw that the aura of these people was so strong, they had to make way, and there were only a few places in the elevator. When Zhang Fei and Li Minghui entered the elevator, the people behind them didn't follow them in, they just silently watched the elevator slowly close. When the elevator closed completely, the remaining dozen or so people quickly entered several other elevators and followed suit. Ding! Yang Dong, the office is temporarily arranged for you on the 12th floor. It turns out that Huang Dong. No, Huang Ming's office is next door to you. Doesn't matter, I'm sure I won't come often, just every now and then. Oh yes, this is my sister Yang Hui. Mr. Li, you are also a senior in this line. You find someone to help my sister analyze whether she can enter the entertainment industry. Li Minghui had wanted to report some things about the company's business. When he heard Yang Ming bring this up, he immediately said to Fang Yibai in the back, quickly, have Sister Han come over. Okay, Dong Yang, Mr. Li. Fang Yibai turned around and walked out of Yang Ming's office. Yang Hui was in a bit of disbelief at the moment. Ever since she entered Honda building, she was dumbfounded the whole time. And after these people showed that Yang Ming was the chairman of the board, countless question marks were born in her heart. But there were too many people, and she remembered Yang Ming's instruction of look more and say less, so she kept her mouth shut. And now Yang Ming had arranged such a big surprise for himself, making her simply overjoyed. In her heart, she silently accepted the fact that her brother had begun to soar. Not long after, Fang Yibai led a woman in her 30s to Yang Ming's office. Director Yang, Mr. Li, Han Guifang greeted the two. Dong Yang, this is the most powerful agent of our Zhangda Entertainment. His staff is full of elite soldiers. Even if he has average qualifications, he can still make people known to the world. Yang Ming, then please ask Sister Han to bring my sister to talk and see if she's good or not. Okay, Director Yang, MS. Yang, this way please. Yang Ming raised his head and gave Yang Hui an encouraging look, signaling her to go over without worry. Only then did Yang Hui walk out of the office with Han Guifang. Li Minghui, Yang Dong, I. Without waiting for Li Minghui to finish, Yang Ming raised his hand to stop him. Mr. Li, I know what you're going to say, and I also know that it's a stormy time for Zhangda Entertainment right now, but I didn't come to the company to settle this. Saying that, he paused and continued. All these problems are actually very easy to solve. To put it bluntly, it's not worth mentioning. I believe that with Mr. Li's ability, he can easily resolve all kinds of problems, and what I want to do is to help you remove the obstacles in the company, so that you can just let go of your hands and do it. Li Minghui froze when he heard this. Yang Ming's words enlightened his heart. That's right, hustling the outside world must first secure the inside. In fact, the outside world is not the most important thing at all. The hidden dangers within the company are the real hidden dangers. It was only at this moment that Li Minghui realized what an important issue he had overlooked. Well, now that the words are out of the way, I'll have to ask Mr. Li. Li Minghui said with some trepidation. Director Yang, may I ask, are you one of my own people or not? Chapter 66. The heart must be kind, the knife must be fast. Yang Ming's light words were a shock to Li Minghui's ears. This was Yang Ming knocking him down. Li Minghui's mind was racing with all sorts of thoughts, while Yang Ming seemed to not care at all as he sat in his chair and waited for his reply. In fact, Yang Ming had a strange feeling. As soon as he stepped into the door of Zhangda Entertainment Company, he was able to feel as if he had some business acumen, and even all kinds of business operation ideas flew through his mind, and he vaguely felt as if he was still emanating the temperament of a business tycoon. What's going on here? System Junior, since the host purchased 2 business programs, leadership has been automatically added to his spiritual power. So what are the attributes now? System Junior, intelligence plus 51%, physical strength plus 76%, mental strength plus 178%, physical comprehensive quality plus 56%. This time, compared to before, all the data has increased, especially the mental strength has increased a lot. System Junior, due to the increase in the host's leadership ability, the data for the host's mental strength is abnormal. In the future, the data will slowly be balanced. Please don't worry about the host. Yang Ming thought to himself that this was really the case. No wonder he felt as if he had a natural affinity for business matters. At this moment, Li Minghui's forehead is sweating continuously. According to the fact that it is already November, the weather has turned cooler, and no matter how hot it is not so sweaty. In fact, A person's psychology will affect his external performance. Li Minghui now because of Yang Ming's sentence. The heart is a batch of panic, although the brain is still turning at high speed, but the sweat is not at all under his control. With the same as don't want money has been out. Then Yang Dong's meaning. Li Minghui was so nervous in his heart that even his speech trembled. Mr. Li, don't be so nervous, we are just ordinary chatting. You this kind of performance but it will make my first impression of you greatly reduced. Oh. When Li Minghui heard this, he was so scared that he almost sat directly on the chair behind him. He was already over 40 years old, and had been working hard in Zhengde Entertainment, relying solely on his seniority to get to the position of general manager, and now facing the new boss. The top of his head seemed to have been shrouded under a sense of fear that he would be fired at any time since just now. Originally he and Yang Ming to come before, but also want to knock on the side to inquire about some news. But now well, oh, I'm definitely Yang Dong's loyal subordinate, I can swear on the sky. Li Minghui did not hesitate any longer. Now the company rumors. Many executives have begun to gang up, and there are even people who have already found a good next home, just waiting for the company to close down severance. Therefore, it was very important to secure the interior. Very well, I was waiting for this sentence from Mr. Li. Yang Ming stood up with a wow. He patted Li Minghui's shoulder, his eyes full of encouragement. As if Li Minghui really received Yang Ming's meaning, his spirit also began to slowly recover. His body was not shaking at the moment, and his mind had a solution for the company's mess. Yang Dong, I want to. Shoo. Yang Ming made a silent gesture, because he was looking through the information of Huang Ming that he purchased last night. To say that this function of the system to purchase information was really powerful. You only need to find this person's information, and you can basically peek into the relevant information of other people who have a strong connection with them. It was the same as saying that you could obtain information about everyone in the neighborhood of this person just by finding the right person. Li Minghui didn't know what was going on and just stood dumbfounded and silenced. The system's information was played very fast, and Yang Ming had seen it once last night, so it seemed fast. Time didn't pass for a long time before Yang Ming squinted his eyes and had a plan in his head. Go on. Notify all company executives to gather in the large conference room in 30 minutes. I have something to say. Okay, Director Yang, I will immediately order someone to do it. After saying that, Li Minghui exited Yang Ming's room, where he only felt that there was an invisible pressure that could engulf him at any time. Just as soon as he exited the office door, Li Minghui slowly relaxed his shoulders. Only then did he notice that he was already sweating like a pig, obviously just facing a young man in his 20s. Social experience may not be as rich as his own secretary, but even brought himself such a strong sense of oppression. Li Minghui had no more thoughts of disobedience. The only thing in his heart was to do all the things Yang Ming had explained to him, not only to be good, but also to do it beautifully. He picked up the phone and called the office director. Notify all the executives to gather in the conference room in 30 minutes. If anyone doesn't come, directly let him go to the personnel office to handle his departure. Okay, Mr. Li, I'll notify right away. The office director heard Li Minghui's stern tone and knew that this could not be delayed. She hurriedly notified in the workgroup, and for individual personnel who were not present, she directly contacted each other by phone. System Junior, host, please be careful, don't release too much deterrent power. This will make people breathless. Yang Ming, this deterrent isn't much, right? It's just to scare Li Minghui's stream. When you run into a business opponent with a strong aura, you can't take the other side at all. System Junior, please pay attention to the location where Li Minghui was standing just now. Yang Ming fixed his eyes on it, and sure enough, there was a puddle of sweat stains on the ground. This is too weak. Right, I just casually said a few words and he behaved like this. How can he still lead the company like this? Yang Ming complained to the system. System Junior, the host is afraid that he doesn't know how strong his leader's deterrent power is. Wait a moment and let the host experience the power of deterrence. Although Yang Ming still didn't admit it on his lips, but in his heart, he already believed the system's words by 7 or 8%. Director Yang, please move to the conference room. The personnel have arrived. Yang Ming looked at the time. Yo-ho, so fast. This is less than 10 minutes. Yes, Dong Yang, it just so happens that there was an accident last night. All the executives are here today. Good, let's go. The 11th floor of Hangda Mansion had an oversized conference room that could hold hundreds of people, but this conference room was usually used when artists gathered together or for annual meetings. Usually, everyone's meetings were mainly held in the small conference room of each department. When Yang Ming and Li Minghui stepped into the conference room, the environment that had just been filled with people was instantly silent. The many executives were still relatively accustomed to seeing Li Minghui, but when they saw Yang Ming behind Li Minghui, an inexplicable sense of fear immediately arose. What's going on here? This doubt suddenly appeared in the hearts of every executive in attendance, and then it never lingered. Everyone, Huang Ming has been arrested, and now Yang Dong, who has acquired 67% of the group's shares, is temporarily taking over the position of chairman. Please ask Yang Dong to speak below. The people below froze, not realizing that this young man who had brought invisible pressure on them was the new chairman. Alright, without further ado, now that the company is in trouble both internally and externally, we must be united. Yang Ming's words spoke to the hearts of many people, but there were still a good number of people who scoffed at this. Although they had fear, they had already made up their minds to go against Yang Ming. After all, they were just a laborer. Alright, I've said so much. I see that many people recognize it, but there will also be people who are indifferent to this, or even resistant. So let's make this quick and easy. Good for you and good for me. The people at the bottom looked at each other in disbelief, and they didn't know what kind of medicine this new chairman was selling. I will give the list of unsuitable people, sneaky people, and Huang Ming's loyalists to General Manager Li Minghui, who will invite these people out of the company one by one. As soon as he said this, the following immediately exploded. This is the rhythm of firing people. Li Minghui also did not expect Yang Ming did not even give the opportunity. Directly up is to enlarge the move. He looked at the people below with some sympathy. After all, they have worked together for such a long time. Yang Ming saw Li Minghui's hesitant eyes, stood up, patted his shoulder and said, "What? You have feelings, you don't want to part with them? Yang Dong, people are not grass and trees can have no feelings. Most of them and I used to work together for Zhengda Entertainment to put their best foot forward, and now I have to personally. I'm a bit intolerant. Ha ha, not bad heart." Yang Ming laughed and clapped his hands, but then he suddenly turned his words around and said sternly, "Then I'll teach you one thing. Please speak, Yang Dong." Li Minghui didn't continue to be sad, but made a good show of washing his ears. People should be merciful, swords should be fast, and to do great things, you must be decisive. Chapter 67, Execute a man before he executes his heart. One sentence shocked Li Minghui. He felt that he had only gained weight but not IQ in more than 40 years. Yang Ming just lightly made the matter of opening people up known to the public, instantly triggering the opposition of many people in the conference room. On what grounds? That's right, we used to follow Mr. Huang because he was the chairman of the board of directors, so who would we follow if not him? I also have an old man and a young man in Magic City. The company can't treat me like this. If I'm fired, I'll go to court and sue. I have to get justice. Mr. Li, judge me. I'm treating the company as my home. Yang Ming quietly sat there and watched with cold eyes. This was the first test for Li Minghui to see if he could lead the company out of this predicament. While the people in the conference room were worrying about their future, the door was pushed open. Fang Yibai brought a file bag to Yang Ming. "Director Yang, just now there was a person at the front desk who claimed to be your agent and said that he wanted to give this to you." "Oh, okay." Yang Ming opened the file bag, and inside was none other than Huang Ming's share transfer agreement. So Yang Ming handed this over to Li Minghui. Perhaps this would be better for him to make up his mind. Li Minghui looked at this share transfer agreement and was staggered for a few minutes. "I guess everyone doesn't need to keep talking here anymore. This is the share transfer agreement that we just received from the former chairman Huang Ming. His 33% shares have also all been received by Yang Dong. Now the entire Zhengda Entertainment all belongs to Yang Dong." The executives who were still discussing the news felt that the sky had collapsed when they heard the news. This meant that Yang Ming had the right to completely dispose of the company without asking anyone. Even if he planned to shut down and sell the company, it had nothing to do with anyone else. "Alright, Mr. Li, announce the list. I don't have the time to listen to their bunch of middle-aged people pussyfooting around here anymore." "Okay, Director Yang." This time, Li Minghui didn't have the slightest hesitation as the real big boss spoke. "Please ask the executives whose names are called to go to the personnel office. Manager Wang, to go through the exit procedures. The company's compensation system will be made clear to you by Personnel Manager Wang." These people began to sit upright. The next moment was the moment to announce their fate. Everyone's heart was praying that there was no name in the list. Mo Feifeng, Ding Jiang, Lin Donghan, Situ Lan, Zhang Do. Those whose names were called stood up with bloodless faces and pushed open the door of the conference room to leave. This was the last decency left to them. And those whose names weren't called were glad that they had really hit the jackpot today. Of course Yang Ming wouldn't expel these people from Zhengda Entertainment for no reason, but rather, through understanding Huang Ming's information. He had gotten the information that these people were more or less unfavorable to the company's development. So this time, it was both unloading and getting rid of harm in advance. By the time Li Minghui finished reading out the list, 20 minutes had passed, and the originally densely packed conference room was surprisingly left with only 1/3 of its original number of people. "Well, the company's internal reorganization ends here. I believe that you people under the leadership of General Manager Li Minghui can certainly save the day and save the company from the fire. Yang Ming's chicken soup for the soul was well instilled, but nothing was as enticing as actual benefits. Next, let me announce the company's new welfare system. And this welfare system was nothing more than salary, bonuses, job promotion, and paid vacation and Magic City account. When the rest of the people heard these, they all brightened up. This is simply a salary that they didn't even dare to think about before. Especially the last Magic City account is even more mouth-watering. Of course this account thing was Yang Ming's sudden thought when he was just sitting and listening to Li Minghui reading his name. So he searched for the Magic City account in the system, and surprisingly, there was really relevant information jumping around. Account address, Magic City. Community, Sulwei District. Number 30. Seconds amount, 9,000 renminbi. Account address Magic City. Community Minhang District. Number 35 people. Spike amount 9,300 renminbi. Account address Magic City. Account Community Huangpu District. Number 21. Spike amount 8,800 renminbi. Account address Magic City. Account Community Jing'an District. Number 46 people. Spike amount 11,000 renminbi. In the end, Yang Ming spent close to $30,000 to take down a total of 132 qualifications for settlement. So when the welfare system was announced, the qualifications for settling down were put in by the way. Sure enough, some of the executives in their middle age were still calm when they heard about the salary and benefits. After all, they still had some skills. Even if they weren't in Zhengda Entertainment, they could still shine in other companies. But when they heard the benefits of settling in Mordor, they obviously began to be unsettled, because their parents' and children's birth, old age, sickness and death are closely related to the household registration, and settling in Mordor is something they have dreamed of since graduation. And now that they have the opportunity to get this qualification, how can they still sit still? Everything was just as Yang Ming expected. Some people expected high salary and high position, while some people preferred to settle in Mordor. Anyway, each has his own favorites. Everyone could find what suited them from the new welfare policy. Alright, I've finished my words, please be at ease. There are many places, but this crisis in Zhengda Entertainment is your pitch. Pitch? That's right, Mr. Li sits in command. You guys cooperate with each other, do your part. If there is still room, you can make suggestions. I guarantee that as long as Zhengda Entertainment is still in existence, all of your requests can be realized. Yang Ming was like dangling a carrot in front of the executives' eyes, leading them step by step in the direction he had designed. Li Minghui secretly marveled at the side. This Yang Dong can understand people's hearts better than Huang Ming. This set of power tactics that kills people before killing their hearts is really well played. Chapter 68 Turnaround, 2 more. Mr. Li, you don't need me to teach you the next thing. Okay, Dong Yang, I guarantee that within 2 days, Zhengda Entertainment will solve all the troubles, and then the sword will point to the number 1 throne in the country. Good, that's the way to go. Yang Ming couldn't help but praise Li Minghui. I basically won't manage the company's operation. Usually the big and small things through don't bother me, and I only look at the result, not the process. If this is done beautifully, in the future you can not only sit firmly in the company as the general manager, but also be able to get more. Yang Ming didn't pick the words apart, but he knew that Li Minghui understood. Not only did he understand, but the other executives also understood. Alright, everyone take your places, I'll leave first. All the executives stood up to see Yang Ming off. At this time, Yang Ming was quite a bit of a business leader. Li Minghui followed behind Yang Ming. Fang Yibai followed behind Li Minghui, followed by several department managers. The group went out of the conference room like this. When the door closed, the conference room immediately resounded with loud shouts, and all sorts of strange cries, exclamations, and boasts began to rise and fall. I almost peed in fear just now. The sense of oppression given by Director Yang is so strong. I don't even dare to inhale and exhale in a big breath. Roll roll roll, are you sure you didn't pee just now? How do I smell a smell of urine? I didn't expect that the company has a policy of settling down. When Huang Dong was there before, I didn't hear about it. Hey, you still Huang Dong it. That yellow pickpocket look is not a good person. Even if there is a settlement quota, he will be so kind to take out and share? Quickly go, do a good job now, otherwise everything is all for nothing. I don't know who muttered, but everyone rushed out of the conference room like a bow and arrow. That's right, it's too early to talk about rewards, high salaries, generous pay, and accounts, because Zhengda Entertainment is still being sniped at by the media, still being dissed by the public, and still being roasted on the fire by other friendly companies. They have to do everything they can to stop the company from going in a worse direction. To put it bluntly, to save the company is to save themselves, and to save the family. In this way, Yang Ming's purpose was also achieved, and so were the employees. A win-win situation. The only losers were just Huang Ming and his followers. Huang Ming still didn't know that he was once again under the gun and was currently in the detention center in tears. Over here, Yang Ming and Li Minghui brought 7 or 8 people to the brokerage room. Yang Hui was discussing something with a group of people. Li Minghui was just about to knock on the glass door, but was blocked by Yang Ming. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Wait until they're done talking. Li Minghui nodded. So a few people sat down in the public area next to them, and Fang Yibai went to the next door beverage area and brought a few cups of coffee. The others also found their own seats and sat down. The employees coming and going looked at the general manager and the secretary of the board of directors, as well as a few powerful department managers sitting on the stools, and accelerated their footsteps, walking away before they began to discuss in whispers. That handsome guy, who is he? Could it be the new trainee? Wow, he's so handsome. Even the general manager personally accompanied him. He must be the company's newest recruit. This is the one I saw first. Don't you grab it from me. Last time. Keep your voice down. Don't be heard. You little. Wanting a man wants to go crazy. The others have laughed, laughing and at the same time turned their heads to look at Yang Ming, and sighed in their hearts, so handsome. It didn't take long for Yang Hui to come out from Han Guifang's office, seeing Yang Ming and a group of executives waiting for her. Yang Hui herself blushed, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. Sister Han, how is it going with MS? Yang, Director Yang, Mr. Li, our team has analyzed it and feels that although Miss Yang's own conditions are average, her comprehension and potential are still very high, and her plasticity is also very strong. That's right, then let's try packaging and give it a try first. At this time, Han Guifang obviously had something she wanted to say, but she was worried that Yang Ming would blame her. What's wrong? Li Minghui asked. The company's current situation. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Minghui knew what she was going to say, so he hurriedly interrupted. Don't worry, it will calm down immediately. Then the next step will be handed over to Mr. Li. I'll wait for your good news. Li Minghui sent Yang Ming and Yang Hui to the underground garage, and this time, Zhang Fei drove Yang Ming back to his residence. When the car drove out of the underground garage, Yang Ming saw the black pressurized crowd surrounding the first floor of the company, and now the security personnel were a bit overwhelmed. Don't worry, Yang Dong, with us here, we guarantee that Zhengda Entertainment won't let in a single outsider. Zhang Fei saw Yang Ming frowning from the rearview mirror, and in his heart, he was afraid that his boss was going to be furious, so he hurriedly responded. Yang Ming didn't reply. He was already somewhat happy and angry now. Just now it was just a few seconds of frowning. It was also caught by the sharp-eyed Zhang Fei. As for Li Minghui, he waited until Yang Ming left, and immediately resumed his overbearing president's majesty. Notify all department managers to come to the rehearsal hall on the 8th floor, and for some department managers who have already left, have their deputies attend. Fang Yibai understood. Although she was the chairman's secretary, she had a lot of work contact with Li Minghui over the years, so she understood his approach very well. Soon after, Zhengda Entertainment officially telegraphed the media to hold a press conference to explain the ins and outs of the current incident, and also promised to give the public a satisfactory explanation. Everyone in Zhengda Entertainment had been given the order that this press conference should only be a success and not a failure. Many of the ordinary employees were surprised to see their manager doing something with passion that they normally would have shirked. All kinds of rumors were flying around the company. Only the executives themselves knew in their own hearts that their own destinies had been linked to the company. Zhengda Entertainment was a top-notch entertainment company, and the launch site was almost full. Li Minghui was talking eloquently on the stage. The pens in the hands of the reporters under the stage were recording rapidly, and countless cameras were flashing non-stop. Alright, the ins and outs of the incident have been made clear. Everyone, currently Huang Ming is no longer the chairman of Zhengda Entertainment, and all of his shares have been transferred. But the incident after all happened in Zhengda Entertainment, so we will follow up with a series of compensation and care for the victims. When Li Minghui's words fell, the hands on the stage went up. The lady in yellow. May I ask Mr. Li, will the compensation program be open to the public? And the follow-up of Chairman Huang's trial, will Zhengda Entertainment continue to follow up? Li Minghui listened attentively. He had to be careful with his response now. One bad move could fall into a pit. The compensation plan will be announced at the first time. And also, as I have just emphasized, Huang Ming has already left his post and does not hold shares in our company. So the follow-up Zhengda Entertainment will not respond to anything about Huang Ming. That gentleman in the second row. Li Minghui responded to the various questions from the media with a 3-inch tongue, some of which were considered friendly, some of which were not in good taste, but Li Minghui always greeted them with a smile on his face. Alright, for the last question, let's ask this young lady in the first row. May I ask Mr. Li, who in the world is the person who acquired Huang Dong's shares? Can you ask him to come out and say a few words? When Li Minghui heard the question, he felt a little difficult. But he still answered honestly, the chairman has just completed the equity transaction. It is not convenient to face the media. If he is ready later, we will specially invite a few authoritative media to conduct an interview. Alright, now the press conference is over. Please leave in an orderly manner. The reporters were still full of questions at this moment, but they couldn't get answers. Their hearts were like cats scratching. And with the end of the press conference, Jungda Entertainment's publicists were tightly guiding the winds of public opinion. All the spearheads were directed at the personal behavior of the company's former chairman, Huang Ming. The other journalists who left all received beautiful gifts prepared by Jungda Entertainment, and each department manager was arranged to receive 1 to 3 journalists, to make sure they didn't write nonsense, didn't exaggerate, and respected the facts. Everyone dug in their heels and worked toward the company's escape from the quagmire, and to everyone's surprise, the turnaround came the next day, because the entertainment industry broke a bigger news, and completely covered up the criminal incident of the chairman of Jungda Entertainment, and attracted the eyeballs of all the melon eaters, and also indirectly launched Jungda Entertainment into the vortex of public opinion. Chapter 69, There are not that many coincidences in the world, 3 more. The day after Jungda Entertainment held the conference, this was supposed to be just a normal day, but because of a certain first-tier big-name star cheating on his wife, it caused a huge uproar. The media, like doping, began to track, reason, and analyze from the previous clues. The general public is also happy at this time. Every day have melon to eat, like a festival. Online keyboard warrior is like a shark smells the smell of blood, gathered in the social platform, the star of the verbal attack. Maybe people just can't help themselves, but it's like everyone is unwilling to let go of this moment of denunciation. The news of Jungda Entertainment was immediately and completely forgotten by everyone, except for a few online smears. Everyone shifted their attention. The spammers saw the wind change direction and immediately turned their guns and started spraying the star. When Yang Ming got up in the morning, he smiled slightly when he saw that the news on his cell phone was filled with the star's biography as well as various entertainment magazines making sarcastic fun of him. This Li Minghui still has 2 brushes, saying 2 days is really 2 days. What are you muttering there? Yang Hui was still packing her clothes. Today she and Yang Ming were going to go back to their hometown in Z province. For one thing, the time for Yang Hui to take a leave of absence was up, and for another, it just so happened that her dad, Yang Chi-yuan's 60th birthday was going to be coming up soon, so today the two intend to go directly home, but Yang Ming's heart is still a little apprehensive at this time. Yang Hui in the past 2 days has seen his own brother's energy. Can let such a large company are listening to him? That must be how powerful And Yang Hui herself will soon enter the Jungda Entertainment inside to participate in a variety of training. Think about it is very desirable, although she does not know her mother Huang Lan's opinion, but from the previous Huang Lan's attitude, this time should also be strongly opposed. Therefore, Yang Hui desperately pulled Yang Ming home, with the intention of letting him persuade her mom Huang Lan. Let's go! When the door opened, Zhang Fei was standing in the doorway. Yang Dong, why are you here? I didn't leave yesterday. Yang Ming was also stunned when he saw Zhang Fei, not expecting him to stay at the door after sending himself home yesterday. Actually, you don't need to be so troublesome. The security force in the neighborhood is also very strong. You can go back to Jungda Entertainment. Dong Yang, Jungda Entertainment there. The company has resent someone to take over my work. Now General Manager Tianzuan asked me to follow you and protect your safety. Yang Ming had never thought of hiring a bodyguard since he got the system. After all, he himself was the one who possessed the fighting skills gift pack. Ordinary people couldn't hurt themselves at all. However, since it was the arrangement of the Heavenly Dignity Bodyguard Company, Yang Ming did not refute it. So stay, just so that he could have one more laborer. Here, these are the ones I plan to take home with me. You help move them to the Cayenne in the basement. Okay, Director Yang. After Zhang Fei finished speaking, he took the initiative to carry a few large pieces and took the elevator downstairs. The car keys were still with him anyway. That bodyguard seems to be very powerful. Xiao Ming, I'm a bit confused about you now. Yang Hui, go home and talk less about what I did in Magic City, or I won't let you participate in the training over at Zhengda. Yang Ming's small warning immediately made Yang Hui shut her mouth. After coming to the basement, Yang Ming said to Zhang Fei, you drive. Just navigate to Sichuan neighborhood in Yulin County, Province Z. Zhang Fei didn't have any second thoughts and got into the car and set up the navigation according to Yang Ming's instructions, along with soft music so that Yang Ming and Yang Hui could rest as comfortably as possible in the car. Along the way, Yang Ming didn't say much, only Yang Hui and Zhang Fei were there asking and answering questions. On the other hand, Yang Ming was thinking about the gains of the past few days. Although his money hadn't changed much and his system hadn't been upgraded, he had more business resources without realizing it, even though most of them were from the system. Yang Ming opened his cell phone and checked the news. All the social media and news platforms were still following up on a star's derailment, and Zhengda Entertainment and Huang Ming were basically nowhere to be seen online. It was as if everyone had suddenly lost their memory, and even the self-media had stopped commenting on this event. Yang Ming looked at it, and fell into a deep thought. Indeed, the entertainment industry is a place of wrongdoing. He still underestimated it. Just as he was thinking, he received a report from Li Minghui on his cell phone, and the content was also very simple: a great success. The company was on track, all business resumed, and all artists started working again. Yang Ming's reply was even simpler. Only 2 words: very good. He believed that Li Minghui understood the meaning of these 2 words. After a while, he sent a second message to Li Minghui. I'm very relieved that the company is in your hands. Li Minghui, who was looking at his cell phone at this time, shook his hand holding the phone for a moment. Then, he dialed the internal phone. Report the list of employees who have performed well in this company crisis. Okay, Mr. Li. The secretary outside hung up the phone and sent the notice out without stopping. Zhengda Entertainment started to become very low-key again. So low-key that it was as if nothing had happened. Now it just had to wait for the public to truly forget about this incident. Yang Ming knew that there was a shadow of Zhengda's maneuvering in the news of the stars cheating this time, which was called diverting attention. For the heat to drop, all it had to do was break bigger and hotter news. Zhengda Entertainment's people know. Li Minghui is also clear. The rest of the entertainment industry understands even more, and the media is just seeing through it and not talking about it. For them, what's hot is good. What to report is not finished. After all, Zhengda Entertainment's roots in the circle are still there. This skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and the media is not willing to be vindictive, waiting for others to retaliate. So the persimmon has to find the soft one to pinch. The star just happened to be broken with someone else stating. Happened to break the person is a paparazzi, and happened to be the paparazzi reporter is Zhengda Entertainment origin. The least coincidental is that Zhengda Entertainment just need a hype topic. All the coincidences collided together. Then maybe it is not a coincidence. Li Minghui didn't care, because he is the company's interests first. As long as the company is good, the moral level of things, wait to leave it to future generations to comment. Yang Ming also did not care. For him, Li Minghui has sharpened the knife very quickly. Hand up the knife. A heavenly star fell, in exchange for the safe transition of Zhengda Entertainment. Is it worth it? Yang Ming didn't know, but he felt that a lot of things couldn't simply be reduced to right or wrong. Instead, it depends on whether the incident is the truth or not. Since it is the truth and Zhengda Entertainment needs it, sacrifices are inevitable. Driving on the highway, Yang Hui leaned against the back of her seat and fell into a deep sleep. 1 second she was chatting with Zhang Fei in a heated manner, and the next second she was suddenly quiet, which made Yang Ming feel amazing. Looking out the window at the receding buildings, and then looking at the moral and ethical debates of the celebrities who were making a lot of noise on the internet, Yang Ming suddenly felt that many things should not be looked at only superficially, but should be looked at dialectically. Just like in this world, some people live in high buildings, some people in deep ditches, some people have a lot of light, some people are covered in rust. Sunlight and darkness are important components. One is indispensable. Chapter 70. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Yang Ming silently mourned the big-name star for a few minutes before he said to Zhang Fei, wait until we stop at the highway service area. Let's go get something to eat. Okay, Director Yang. Zhang Fei did not look away and focused on driving the car. At this time, Yang Hui woke up quietly and said, Brother Jiang, can you turn on the radio and listen to it? Zhang Fei and casually switched the music to the radio frequency. The host on the radio was introducing a song. Listeners, today we have the honor of inviting Ms. Lin Xiaoxiao, currently a hot female singer in Country Z. Let her share with us some of her experiences in songwriting. Then, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came over the radio, and Yang Ming closed his eyes as if he was listening, and as if he was asleep. Xiao Ming, when do you think I can be as popular as Lin Xiaoxiao? Don't think about this. People can fire naturally have their own reasoning. You just need to show yourself. It doesn't matter if it's fire or not. The process is the most important thing. Che, don't think I don't know. You and Mr. Li said that you only care about the result, don't want any process. How to me here is the opposite. You this double standard will not be too obvious. Yang Ming didn't pay attention to her, because at this time the radio was broadcasting a piece of news that caught Yang Ming's attention. Our reporter learned that the current chairman of the Ding Shang Group, He Xuanquan, is nowhere to be found. The reporter in the mouth of the internal staff of Ding Shang inquired about the group is currently by the vice president of the temporary affairs. The president of the president He Xuanquan has been 2 days did not show up, and has never happened before in a similar situation. What's going on? I still plan to go to Dingsheng Magic City branch to take a look when I return to Magic City from Yulin County. How come this He Xuanquan has disappeared? Yang Ming's heart was full of doubts. Playing disappearance at this juncture is not a good sign. His close to 5% of the share income still has to fall on He Shuangchuan. Besides, Ding Shun without He Shuangchuan, the company's business is not about to stagnate? 2 days? It seems like it started the night before last, the night He Ling sparred with Lin Jianmao in TNT as a god-dragon set. There was no mention of He Ling in the broadcast, so Yang Ming could only resist the curiosity to find out. Going home to celebrate his dad's birthday was the most important thing right now. Yang Ming's trio was at the highway service area, ate some food, and then got on the car again, finally arriving at the Shichuan neighborhood at around 2 p.m. Why is the house quiet? Did it go to the supermarket? Yang Hui could not make sense of it. This time she is very sure that her mom Huan Lan should be at home. I'll go out and look for it. Yang Hui said that she was about to go out, when the door next door opened, and Auntie Lu said with a mouthful of authentic native dialect, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ming, why are you guys still here? Don't you know that your grandfather is in the hospital? Ah, in the hospital? Yang Hui revealed a very worried look, her heart very panicked. It was good that Yang Ming was beside her, and at times like this, Yang Ming was as steady as an old dog as always. In fact, Yang Ming didn't want to be like this. It's just that the system has transformed himself into a cold-blooded animal. Spiritual strength can not only include leadership, other attributes are not as fast as leadership to improve, but there is still an improvement. For example, calmness and wisdom. These were what made Yang Ming able to handle things without being surprised. Let's go to the hospital first. It's useless for you to dry stomp your feet here now, Yang Ming said. The two of them came downstairs and let Jiang Fei drive to the inpatient department of the First People's Hospital of Yulin County. Only the First People's Hospital in Yulin County was a third-class hospital, so Yang Ming didn't need to ask to know that Grandpa must have been admitted to the First People's Hospital. Hey Mom, how come you didn't inform me and Xiao Ming about something as big as Grandpa being admitted to the hospital? You're back? Yeah, Xiao Ming came back with me. Yang Hui returned. Then you guys hurry up and come to the hospital. I'll hang up first. Huang Lan's side seemed to be discussing something heatedly. Anyway, Yang Hui heard a big cacophony on the phone. Let's go. Go to the First People's Hospital, Yang Ming said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei drove the Cayenne and slowly left. At this time, two figures appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood. Hey, what kind of car is that? Son, it seems like a Porsche Cayenne. How much is it? About $1 million or so. Wow, it's so expensive. But how come I saw the Yang siblings getting into the car? Mom, you must have blurred your eyes. That kid Yang Ming is living at a snail's pace in Magic City. You're telling me he got into that Cayenne? Are you kidding? Maybe Mom misread it. My son didn't even get into the car. What makes him Yang Ming afford it? This mother and son are Yang Ming's old neighbors. The mother is called Tan Yakan. The son is called Lu Benben. This Tan Yakan has always liked to raise the bar with Huang Lan. Where Huang Lan likes, she does not like. Where Huang Lan does not like, she must be used every day to disgust Huang Lan cannot. Typical face of a rural villainess. But Huang Lan also did not with her caddy. Has been using a soft policy. Recently because of the age, the two did not like Young as tit for tat. But Tan Yakan looked down on Huang Lan's family from the bottom of her heart, believing that her own family's roots were right and that she was superior to Huang Lan's. Under Tan Yakan's influence, Huang Lan's family had a lot of influence over Tan Yakan. Under Tan Yakan's influence, her son Lu Benben has also been with Yang Ming since childhood, because of similar age. From elementary school until high school, the two have been in the same school and different classes. Unfortunately, Lu Benben's grades have always been inferior to Yang Ming's, and every time he talks about his academic performance, Tan Yakan will always take out the fact that Huang Lan was penalized for exceeding the birth limit and even lost her job to hit back hard. Mom, let's go. Tomorrow I'll take you to see a car I want to buy for a long time. Wait until Grandpa's house is demolished. You have to buy me. Oh, good, good. As long as you are able to find a girlfriend. Mom immediately sells a few sets of relocation houses, so that you can buy a house in Linen or even Magic City. Thanks Mom. Lu Benben revealed 2 rows of yellow teeth, happy as a child. In the hospital inpatient department, Huang Lan and her husband Yang Qiyuan frowned deeply. Surrounding them were Yang Ming's aunt and uncle. They were equally silent, as if they were considering something. Sis, this body of the old man, is there's no way out? Blah blah blah, what is there no way out? After all is said and done, it's still not a matter of money. Huang Lan hated the iron and looked at her several brothers. Huang Lan is the oldest in the family. There are 3 younger brothers below. The old generation is concerned about raising children to prevent old age. I didn't expect more sons, but can't support the old. It is true that every family has its own difficult experience. Huang Lan also knows that his several younger brothers' families are not very rich, but just now when the doctor talked about money, the 3 families even took a few steps back in unison, leaving Huang Lan to negotiate with the doctor, which will inevitably make Huang Lan annoyed. especially the second sister-in-law Tangjin. Cornered, the family's situation is not good. Out of the money is certainly not out. The other two families, once they heard that the oldest two would not pay, even if they were just ready to pay at the beginning, they also beat a retreat. The doctor said that heart bypass surgery is the most common disease among the elderly now. As long as good bypass equipment is used, coupled with the doctor's superb skills, the old man can live for another 10 years no problem. Huanglan wanted to move a few younger brothers to reason, but he didn't expect his second sister-in-law to immediately speak out and refuse. Sister, I don't have this money. You also know that Huang Kai has an object, soon to talk about marriage. This dowry money, I haven't landed it. Huanglan just wanted to loudly rebuke, only to see his second brother push his daughter-in-law a bit, angrily scolded. This is my father. If you don't have the money, then you'll smash the pot. Humph, Huang Youfu, this is your dad, that one is your son. The second sister-in-law choked back unwillingly. Huanglan saw that the two men were full of gunpowder, ready to say a few soft words to ease the situation. Unexpectedly, the second brother-in-law completely let go. Anyway, if you want me to pay for it, we'll divorce. Huang Youfu was angry and dumbfounded, thinking this crazy. Just then, a sentence came quietly from the doorway. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Chapter 71, Topmost Medical Services. The visitors were none other than Yang Ming's siblings. Little Ming, you're back. Huanglan acted as if she didn't see Yang Hui, and directly rushed towards her precious son. Mom, I'm still here. Do you have to make it so obvious? As if I'm invisible. Yang Hui complained in dissatisfaction. Stinky girl, taking leave to go to Magic City without saying a word. And you still want me to give you a good face? Roll aside. Yang Hui knew that her mom was actually a knife mouth and tofu heart, worried that she would be bullied in Magic City. That's why she intentionally said this, although the words were not nice to hear, but her heart was warm. Don't worry, there is Xiao Ming in. I'm the one who wants the wind to get the wind and the rain to get the rain. With that, Yang Hui turned her head to see Yang Ming's gloomy face and immediately removed her smug expression. Xiao Ming is here. Grandpa was just now chanting about you. Yeah. Yang Ming smiled at his uncles. Great uncle, second uncle, third uncle, several aunts and uncles. Long time no see. Yang Ming grew up in his grandparents' house and was especially intimate with the two old men. At that time, Huanglan was expelled from school because she was overborn and violated family planning. On the one hand, there were 3 sons and daughters waiting to be fed, and on the other hand, the family could hardly make ends meet. Huanglan, a hard heart, a bite, followed her husband Yang Qiyu and went out to work, become a real laborer. Such a small child is placed in their parents' home. To say that does not hurt is impossible, but no money, the children will have to starve. So the couple can only choose the lesser of two evils. Yang Ming's siblings, who grew up around their grandma and grandpa, are naturally very close to their grandma's family. At this time, grandmother Lu Mylan came over trembling and asked, Xiao Ming, what should we do about your grandfather's situation? From a young age, Yang Ming was an idea man in Lu Mylan's mind, and just now the old man's mood was cold when he heard the words of several sons and daughters-in-law. If she had known this was the outcome, how could she not have given birth to so many sons? Now it seems that it's better to have daughters. Granny, it's fine, I'll go talk to the doctor. Yang Ming tried his best to pacify his grandmother. Lu Mylan, Xiao Ming, how big is the ability to do big things? It's better for children not to show off their abilities. Second Aunt Tangjin said coldly from the side. Yang Ming heard it and then turned his head to reveal a sunny smile. Don't worry, Second Aunt, I know what's in my heart. Tangjin skimmed her mouth. Her heart was very uncomfortable, feeling as if she was being compared to a junior. Cut the crap. You were the one who said you didn't have any money just now. Now that Xiao Ming is here, you're sneering. What do you mean? Huang Youfu was already dissatisfied with Tangjin's withholding approach, and now he was even more displeased with her. Good enough, Huang Youfu. Are you upset with me now? I'm telling you, old lady won't serve, said Tangjin, pulling her legs out and wanting to leave. Luckily the several sisters-in-law next to her desperately pulled her back before they could talk her down. Alright, all of you say less. Wait for the doctor to come and make people look at you funny. Huanglan saw that the family conflict was about to erupt and hurriedly scolded her brother. At this time a doctor wearing a white coat came in. Which one of you is Huang Rinchuan's family? Doctor, we are, all of us. That's just right. After checking, Huang Rinchuan's heart is overloaded and must be operated on immediately. Otherwise the body will further deteriorate next. And then even if he wants to operate, the body won't be able to withstand it. Doctor, how much will such an operation cost? Tangjin was most concerned about money. Even after being desperately squeezed by Huang Youfu, she still did what she wanted. It will probably cost more than $200,000. If we ask a doctor from out of town to fly the knife, the price will be even higher. Hearing the price, everyone was silent. More than $200,000. $000 in a small county can pay the down payment for a house. Tang Jin looked at Yang Ming at this moment and said mockingly, Xiao Ming, didn't you say that any problem that money can solve is not a problem? How about now? Know the importance of money. Go out and work in Magic City for a few years and start fooling around. Yang Ming ignored his second aunt Tang Jin's cold words. He was searching for medical services in the system. Since he could spike the legal service when he was in trouble last time, he could naturally spike the medical service as well. So Yang Ming searched in the system. System Junior, there are too many search results. Please increase the qualifying conditions for the host. Yang Ming laughed bitterly. He did just forget that this hospital is the most numerous organization in the world. If the system really shows it, he can't finish flipping through the pages for a few days. So he added the word, top, to the prefix of medical services. The system immediately jumped. Hospital name, Massachusetts General Hospital. Hospital qualification, SS. Medical team, 23 people. Seconds amount 10,000 RMB. Hospital name Johns Hopkins Hospital. Hospital qualification SS+. Medical team, 25 people. Spike amount 12,000 renminbi. Hospital name Cleveland Medical Center. Hospital qualification SSS. Medical team 30 people. Spike amount 15,000 renminbi. Hospital name Mayo Medical Center. Hospital qualification SSS+. Medical team, 46 people. Spike amount 18,000 renminbi. What's going on here? How come all of them are foreign? There is no medical team from country Z? Yang Ming is very puzzled why the search results show all foreign countries. In fact, this is Yang Ming's personal misunderstanding. He does not know much about foreign medical treatment. We must know that these 4 medical centers are the existence of top 1, top 2, top 3 and top 4 in the world. Since the search with the top label, the system naturally provides a second service is also from the beginning to the end of the order by heights. System second, these 4 medical centers belong to the world's top level, not comparable to domestic hospitals. Please choose the host carefully. Yang Ming listened to the system's explanation and knew that he was the one who was uninformed, so he naturally chose the most expensive Mayo Medical Center's medical services. System Junior, you will spend 18,000 RMB to purchase medical services from Mayo Medical Center. Yes/no? Yang Ming quickly chose yes with ease. System Junior, congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. Please pay attention to the phone. As soon as the system's tone fell, Yang Ming's phone rang. When he looked at the phone, it was an incoming call from the country of M. Yang Ming knew that it was a call from the medical service team. Yang Ming knew that it was the medical service team calling, but just after pressing the answer button, Yang Ming was confused. The inside spoke all American English. Chapter 72, The Flying Dagger That Crossed the Pacific Ocean, First Shift. Yang Ming had been out of school for 2 years. No matter how good he was at studying, he was still somewhat unfamiliar with these uncommon languages. Listening to the long string of words being spoken over the phone, Yang Ming reluctantly responded with yes. Yes while opening the system to search to see if he could find a language product. The system displayed, skill name, language proficiency, all languages, skill level, toddler level, spike amount, 0 renminbi, skill name language proficiency, all languages, skill level, primary school level, skill level elementary school level skill level 500 renminbi, skill name language proficiency, all languages, skill level, secondary school level, spike amount 5,000 renminbi, skill name language proficiency, all languages, skill level, university level, skill name language proficiency, all languages, skill level, C, spike amount 500,000 renminbi, skill name language proficiency, all languages, skill level, grade B, spike amount 5 million renminbi, skill name language proficiency, all languages, skill level, grade A, spike amount 50 million renminbi. Will this price be too high? According to this price, Yang Ming can at most buy a language proficiency, C class, and I don't know what level it is? System Junior, it's more than enough to cope with daily life. Probably seeing that Yang Ming still had doubts, the second system even took the unprecedented step of recommending something to Yang Ming. Item name, real-time translation pill, all languages. Need level, original need 10 level double 11 period only need 3 level. Spike amount, original price 5 million renminbi double 11 special price 500,000 renminbi. Asterisk. The system has changed for the worse. Can you still play like this? Yang Ming was really confused by the system's new tricks. System Junior system into the country. The host can choose language proficiency, C, or you can choose real-time translation pills. At this time, Yang Ming also had a sense of distrust towards the effects of the pill, thinking whether it was better to choose language proficiency, C, but then it would take up a skill slot. Thinking about it was a bit of a pity. System Junior, host please don't worry, eat real-time translation pill. The effect is comparable to language proficiency, class A, and the host doesn't need to learn any language. as long as the host speaks normally in Chinese, then listening to the other party's ears will be automatically translated into the language of the other country. And the other party's speech in the host's ears will also be automatically converted into the language of the host's country. So powerful. Yang Ming almost got carried away. It was the same as saying that he should speak how he wants to speak, and the other party would do the same, but both parties would hear the language they were familiar with. This was indeed much more convenient than getting the language proficiency skill, and the brain wouldn't be hardwired with all sorts of strange words, vocabulary and grammar by the skill. But, System Junior, you will spend 500,000 RMB to purchase the real-time translation pill. Yes/no? Yang Ming clicked yes with his hand. System Air, congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. Please take out the pill from your pocket. Yang Ming touched his pocket and found a small blue pill similar to Viagra. Yang Ming took advantage of the lack of attention, quietly stuffed the pill into his mouth, and was about to pour a glass of water, but did not expect the pill to melt in the mouth, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Yang Ming was shocked, looked around. People did not look at him with strange eyes, so he put his heart down. At this time, the words of the person on the phone, Yang Ming actually really understand, damn, or with a little bit of their own local dialect characteristics of Mandarin. It was really amazing. Steve, Mr. Yang, 45 medical experts from our Mayo Medical Center will arrive in Linan City, Country Z in the early hours of this morning, and will arrive in Yulin County by 8 a.m. the next morning. Yang Ming, thank you to everyone on the Mayo Medical team. I'm waiting for you. Yang Ming suddenly asked as if he remembered something. Time is too tight. Please forgive me, Mr. Steve. Steve smiled on the other end of the phone and said, it's fine. Our Mayo's private jet is already waiting at the airport. We are on our way to the airport. We will be able to meet with Mr. Yang very soon. Yang Ming could only hang up the phone speechlessly. This is too damn luxurious. Out of a door is a special plane to fly over. Suddenly I want to buy a plane to play. System Junior, the host's current level is unable to kill a large vehicle like an airplane, so please upgrade as soon as possible. Yang Ming said, I can't even think about it. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming looked up and saw that everyone was looking at him with a surprised expression. What's going on? Did something grow on his face? Huang Lan, son, you speak English so well. I remembered that your English score was the bottom of the list. If you had scored more points in English at that time, maybe Huaqing and Yendu would have gotten in. Yang Ming realized that it was his little blue pill that was too powerful. Even his mom was fooled. System Junior, during the call, the language heard by the people around you is equal to the language heard by the other party. Well, next time it's better to find a secluded place to make a phone call, or else it's suspected of being pretentious. Now it's fortunate that it's English. In case it's the language of a small, out-of-the-way country, it would still scare a bunch of people to death. Hey mom, recently work needs, have specialized in practicing foreign languages. Nothing to fuss about. But Huang Lan didn't think so. Although Huang Lan graduated from high school, but before she was expelled from school, she taught English, so she could still tell the difference between good and bad. But since her son was so low-key, she didn't pursue it any further. Hey, I say Xiao Ming, you've been yakking on the phone for so long. In the end, is the old man's disease still cured or not? Huang Lan was about to retaliate when Yang Ming pulled her back and said indifferently, Auntie, don't worry. The person who will cure Grandpa's disease will arrive tomorrow, and by then, he will definitely be able to make Grandpa alive and well for another 10 or 20 years. The doctor next to him heard Yang Ming's words and asked with some uneasiness, You're hiring your own flying doctor? Ha? Well, it's still a flying knife that crossed the entire Pacific Ocean. Chapter 73, So Many Foreigners, Second Shift. The young doctor was full of questions, thinking that this family was really more strange than one. When they came to talk about their condition just now, all of them squeezed their heads to listen. And when it came to hospitalization and surgery fees, one of them retreated farther than the other. The young doctor walked out of the hospital room with a helpless face. In his heart, this old man of his family probably had a short life. Yang Ming didn't say anything and said to Huang Lan, Mom, don't worry, my son has already made arrangements. Huang Lan was eager to believe her son, but reality forced her to face the cruel reality. Not long after, an older director came to make rounds with a bunch of young faces behind him. The young doctor from earlier introduced himself to Yang Ming's family. This is our cardiac surgery director Yen, Huang Renchuan. This heart problem is quite serious. Has the family agreed on a plan yet? Should we do surgery or conservative treatment? Director Yen said as he flipped through the medical record book. Several aunts and uncles looked at each other in disbelief. None of them were willing to open their mouths to answer. Doctor, we've decided to operate. Yang Ming was not polite at all and took the initiative to take the job on. It's okay, young man. The old man should love you a lot. It's really reliable at this time, but the cost is huge. can you do the job? Director Yen wasn't polite, and pointed straight to the issue of the surgery fee. It's fine, I can make the call. Director Yen, their family already owes more than $10,000. They have to make up the previous medical fees before this afternoon before they can do so. The head nurse next to him spoke up. Yes, I'll go pay it now, but don't we still have to operate later? You give a number. I'll just pay it all together. Only then did Director Yan's eyes move from the medical record book to Yang Ming's body and said slowly, not bad, not bad. Young people should have this kind of character of respecting the old and loving the young. Of course you have to honor the elderly after making money, not to mention that you are still sick and hospitalized. Director Yen is more and more like this young man in front of him, feeling that from him he sees a lot of qualities that young people nowadays do not have. Paying $250,000 is almost enough. More refunds and less compensation. Director Yen thought about it and said a rough figure. As if in his eyes, $250,000 was the same as $25. That's why many people now say they don't dare to get sick, because after arriving at the hospital, the money is no longer money. It's almost the same as a napkin, pumping it to the bottom, and in the end, they can only borrow some from the east and the west to use it. Pay the fee and follow me, the head nurse said. Xiao Ming, do you have any money? Mom still has a few tens of thousands here, and your dad still has some private money there. Why don't you? Yang Qiyuan was dumbfounded at the side, not realizing that the little private money he had saved over the years had not escaped his wife's eyes at all. Ah, right, Xiao Ming, Dad's money here can also be used, so that Dad goes with you. Yang Ming didn't stop, so the two fathers and sons followed the head nurse and left the ward one after the other. Director Yen saw Yang Ming leaving and said to Huang Lan, your son has been raised well, you can rely on him for the rest of your life. Huang Lan didn't say anything, just smiled, and the next few instantly blushed in embarrassment. Yes, compared to Yang Ming, were they still considered individuals? Not long after, the Yang family's father and son came back, holding a few invoices and itemized bills in their hands and handed them over to Huang Lan. It was all paid by Xiao Ming. I didn't help, Yang Qiyuan said to his wife. Huang Lan glared at him, saying that you still have the awareness of being a dad. You don't subsidize a little bit of the money that your son worked so hard to earn in Magic City. Yang Qiyuan did not argue, is still in the hospital. He would have been the character of a muffled gourd. Encountered these things, but also cannot speak to not speak. Okay, let's go eat. Huang Lan saw that the big deal was settled, so she yelled that she was going to eat. She handed the ticket and the bag containing the medical record book together to her own brother and said, we'll go eat, you guys keep watch. Mom, the uncles haven't eaten either, Yang Hui said from the side. Huang Lan scolded Yang Hui without any good humor. What? They don't have to pay the money. Will they starve to death if they wait a while to go eat? Saying these words shows how much resentment Huang Lan has. She really didn't expect her brother and sister-in-laws to be able to do this. It's fine, we'll just eat later. Huang Youfu smiled sardonically. He also wanted to honor his old father, but his wallet didn't allow it. And besides, there was a humongous wife at home, so he was of little standing. As for Tang Jin, since Yang Ming paid the $250,000, she stood very quietly in the corner. She knew that she had no right to speak without paying. Instead of getting together, she should be quiet and be a passerby. Director Yen didn't stay in the ward for long. By the time Yang Ming left, he also went to another ward. However, Yang Ming left a deep impression in his heart. On the way to dinner, Huang Lan asked, Xiao Ming, so much money, where did you get it? Yang Ming knew that Huang Lan would definitely ask this question, so he said the reason that he had already prepared in his heart, doing business with others and making money by speculating on stocks. Although Huang Lan and Yang Qiyuan had deep doubts in their hearts, they could not help but believe that they had paid the hospitalization fees in real money. They just advised Yang Ming to work harder, save more money, and not to do illegal things. Yang Ming nodded his head and agreed, but in his heart, he didn't take it seriously. With the system, who would care about that little money? At less than 3 a.m. the next day, a Boeing small airliner with the appearance sprayed with Mayo's English letters landed at Linnan's airport. Yulin County does not have a large airport. People who want to take a plane will choose to go to Linnan Airport, the capital of Province Z. Of course, there are still a few prefectural-level cities in Province Z that have airports, but they are generally smaller, and foreign flights would usually choose Linnan Airport as a priority to land, especially the plane that this medical team of Mayo experts was traveling on. Steve had contacted the Linnan Airport in Z long before he left for the landing, so after the plane landed, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Everyone's mood seemed to be very urgent, and they all wanted to see the object of their service earlier. After all, Steve had said that this was the mysterious tycoon who had paid an extraordinary sky-high price to hire the entire medical team. If Yang Ming knew what they were thinking, he would probably be able to wake up from his bed laughing. Lazi had damn well spent less than RMB, which was less than 4,000 dollars. I don't know how the system side operates, making Mayo's team excited all night long, itching to fly to Yulin County earlier. This time, Mayo's team specially invited a guide from the local area because they were going to Z Country. Otherwise dozens of foreigners would have to get lost in the vast land of Z Country. As soon as Team Mayo landed on this side, many hospital directors in Linen City got the news. What's going on? Did the Mayo Center send a visiting team? What's going on here? Steve actually led the team? Quickly call and ask, which hospital actually invited them? In the early morning, Linen City had not yet completely awakened from the night, but at this time, several nationally renowned hospitals in Linen were sitting with the same frown on their faces, and beside them stood several expert-looking doctors. Old son, I must personally meet Susan from the Mayo team list this time, or I won't die in peace. Yeah, old son, there is an anesthesiologist called Quirk in the team this time. I really want to spar with him. You have to make arrangements for me. The same thing happened in the dean's office of several other hospitals, and Yang Ming, who was far away in Yulin County, was worrying about what to eat for breakfast. He was agonizing over how many kinds of breakfasts to buy in order to satisfy his craving for his hometown's special breakfast. Mom, there are so many foreigners over there. A tender voice broke the morning tranquility of the First People's Hospital of Yulin County. Chapter 74, Lying Yang Ming, third shift. At 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, the hospital has a lot of patients and patients' families have already got up. We sit in 2s and 3s in the garden on the first floor, and talk to each other about the rough encounters after getting sick. When a patient was talking about the crucial time of tears in the hearer's eyes and sadness in the hearer's ears, a little girl's voice rang out next to her, which was really annoying. Originally, someone will soon be for their own tragic fate of chest thumping. When someone to be stirred up, the attention and emotions are lost, the patient face angrily glaring at the little girl, while the others all turned their heads, ready to see what kind of foreigner it was that was so fluffy. It wasn't like Ultraman was fighting little monsters, where there were so many intriguing things to see. Besides, although Yulin County is located on the coast of Province Z, but foreigners are not absent. High school schools, training courses will be invited to many foreign teachers. To say that in the past, people may feel that it is very fresh to see foreigners, but now what era? Little girl, foreigners also carry one head on one neck. Don't be staggering. The strong local dialect of Yulin scared the little girl into hiding in her mother's arms. Finished, the patient is ready to reorganize the language and emotions. Did not expect to be listening to his speech seriously. Patients quit, have stood up towards the opposite lively place to run. What's going on? The blueprint of a story that used to be able to cry over hundreds of people with one sentence. Why doesn't it smell good today? So he could only follow the large group toward the door. Don't crowd. Don't crowd. This place is occupied. To see, find other seats. Hey, you stepped on my foot. Pay attention to the quality. Wow, a lot of foreigners, and also wearing white jackets. Looks like a very high-end atmosphere upscale. Yeah, Yulin County is a great county now, attracting so many foreigners to see the doctor. I don't know, is this a patient? This is a doctor. What kind of eyes? Everyone fiercely discussed the scene happening in front of them with one sentence from you and one sentence from me. Gossip in small counties usually has long legs, and often news heard on a roadside stand can be spread to everyone within an hour. Not to mention the presence of so many foreign doctors in the hospital. It didn't take long for related photos and comments to appear on many of Yulin's local self-media. Dean, it's great. So many doctors have suddenly come to our hospital. It's a mess outside now. The dean of the First People's Hospital of Yulin County was called Su Rong, and it just so happened that it was his turn to lead the shift at the hospital last night. And when he was still sleeping in a daze in the morning, he was woken up by the director of the hospital's office. I said, Director Ding. I said, don't panic when things go wrong. This is a hospital, not your home. But, Dean Su has some hate for the iron. Had I known that I would not promote this dinging, doing things so hairy. Just at this time the phone in the dean's office rang. Su Rong thought today is hit what evil. Early in the morning do not let people live in peace. But a look as the red phone on the desk, hurriedly climbed up to pick up the phone. Dean Su, I'm Xiao Wang, the secretary of the county government. The leader has heard that a lot of world-famous medical experts have appeared in your hospital today, and will be rushing over there immediately, so you prepare a report on the situation. What experts? I didn't hear it. At this moment, Su Rong saw Dinging desperately giving him a wink and immediately returned. Okay, I'll prepare immediately. After hanging up the phone, Su Rong froze for a full dozens of seconds, his sudden look up startling Dinging. Quickly, I'll get dressed while you talk. What's the situation now? Okay, Dean. Here's the thing. This morning the security section came to report to me, saying that there were several buses with linen license plates that were going to enter the hospital. so I went out to take a look, and numbly all of them were foreigners, and most of the people in them I didn't recognize, but there was one, whose picture I've seen often. Su-rong asked suspiciously, who is it? Only to see Ding-ying pick up a Lancet magazine on the dean's desk and point to the cover. This one. Su-rong looked at this both familiar and unfamiliar cover character and opened his mouth wide, not closing it for a long time. Dean, what now? Su-rong was in shock and couldn't recover at all. Using his last ounce of strength, he pointed to the quick-acting heart-saving pills on the table, and Ding-ying hurriedly poured out the pills and gave them to Su-rong to take. Not a moment later, Su-rong finally slowly regained his blood color. Breath swimmingly said, immediately notify the members of the hospital team. Hurry to the hospital. Just say that the heavenly figure has come. Ding-ying led the task and prepared to go out, and looked at Su-rong worriedly when he was leaving, but was driven away by Su-rong with a wave of his hand. When Yang Ming arrived at the hospital room, several aunts and uncles were there, as if they were very tired. Honestly, now if they were not even willing to stay in bed with him, it was expected that they would not be able to hold their heads up in front of their relatives in the future. Xiao Ming, coming, second uncle Huang Youfu said with a smile. Tang Jin, as usual, did not treat Yang Ming, although she was still shocked that Yang Ming paid 250,000. She did not think that Yang Ming would be able to hire any good flying doctor. After all, people's big doctors would not come to a small place like Yulin at all. Xiao Ming, the doctor you hired, when will he arrive? Tang Jin took advantage of the fact that Huang Lan hadn't come yet, and wanted to taunt Yang Ming so that she could avenge the fact that she was looked down upon yesterday. Although this was purely her personal thoughts, she had been drilling her head into a bullseye, and had decided in her heart that Huang Lan's family had humiliated her beyond measure. It should be soon. Yesterday's phone call said that it would arrive at 8 o'clock. Oh, this kind of doctor who rushes to come in the morning. Are you sure the medical skills are excellent? Which chief doctor will come to the hospital early in the morning? Only those who don't mix well will rush up to make money. Tang Jin was not giving Yang Ming any face at all. The resentment in her heart had simply been unable to hold back after a night of fermentation. No, they came last night on a special airplane. Technically speaking, they left yesterday afternoon. They can't be considered to have come this morning. Yang Ming didn't sense his second aunt's resentment and still answered honestly. Ha 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 ha, your joke isn't funny at all. Still departed yesterday afternoon. Still special airplane. You said we're in our Z country, do we have flights that fly for a day and a night and still haven't arrived? You don't even know how to lie. Is this how Big Sister taught you? Fast laugh through my belly. Tang Jin had a smooth feeling of revenge. Yesterday she was pressurized by Yang Ming's payment of 250,000 medical bills. Today she finally gave back. Dare to underestimate me. My old lady is not something to be messed with. Tang Jin was silently happy in her heart. Don't say too much. Xiao Ming is also kind. I say Huang Youfu, don't be a good person in vain. Your sister's family didn't put us in their eyes at all. What's the point of you defending there? Besides, Xiao Ming lied and said something so outrageous. As an elder I can't teach a lesson. Oh, second auntie misunderstood. I didn't say that I hired a doctor from Z. Didn't I tell that young doctor yesterday that the doctor came from M country across the Pacific Ocean? Chapter 75, Chaos, Total Chaos, First Shift. What? An M's doctor? You're afraid you're not talking about heavenly fantasy. This is even worse than lying. Xiao Ming. Just when Tang Jin was about to further count Yang Ming, the door of the ward was pushed open. May I ask if Mr. Yang Ming is here? A white man's face appeared in front of the crowd. Tang Jin didn't understand what it meant, but she could still distinguish the word Yang Ming. Hello, I'm Yang Ming. The white man looked excited and hurriedly held Yang Ming's hand without letting go. Mr. Yang, I'm Steve who contacted you yesterday. Our team has already arrived. They are all outside, but you people here are really simple and surrounded our medical team. I was able to see you only after I broke out of the encirclement. Steve looked helpless after the robbery. It's fine. It's probably because the people of our small town are too warm. After all, although foreigners have been seen, this foreigner team is still relatively rare. Tang Jin and the other Yang Ming's aunts and uncles froze as they watched Yang Ming skillfully communicating with this white man in English. They couldn't understand, but that didn't stop them from brainstorming their own plot dialogue. The most miserable one is Tang Jin, who just finished laughing at Yang Ming in front of her, and was slapped by the white doctor at the back of her foot. So she can only pray in her heart that this is a fake doctor with bad medical skills. But the truth is often out of the villain's expectations. Sure enough, with a rush of footsteps, Su-rong appeared in the hospital room, followed by a group of doctors, their faces invisible in the blackness. But there were a lot of heads. Every single one of them was red-faced, as if there was some kind of happy event. Mr. Steve, I'm the director of the First People's Hospital of Yulin County. Thank you for visiting our hospital. Su-rong trembled as he reached out his hand. wanting to shake Steve's hand, not realizing that Steve said in broken Chinese, "No, no, we, not for, you guys, come." Su Rong was stunned. This was being despised, but he didn't care. After all, he was the world's #1 talented cardiac surgeon, a regular contributor to The Lancet, with papers, research results, and all kinds of difficult surgical maneuvers. There was not a single thing that wasn't at the top of the world's food chain. Yang Ming doesn't understand this, but doctors all over the world know it very well. There was also a chain of contempt in the medical circle. Ding Yin whispered a few words in Su Rong's ear. Then he saw Su Rong enthusiastically walk to Yang Ming. "Mr. Yang, I didn't expect you to bring such a world-class medical team here. It's really unbelievable. On behalf of the many Z doctors, I would like to thank you for your support of the medical cause." Yang Ming was confused. "This isn't right. I didn't want to support the medical cause. I just wanted them to operate on my grandfather, so he could only tell the truth." "Dean Su, you've misunderstood. Steve is just here to operate on my grandfather. And of course, his entire team is included." When Su Rong heard Yang Ming's words, he almost gushed out a mouthful of old blood, touching his pocket. Fortunately, the quick-acting heart-saving pills were still there. Such a top-notch, outstanding medical skills, even full medical team, but only for a 70-something years old bad old man to serve. This is unavoidable. Unavoidably too much of a waste. "No, Mr. Yang, we can discuss. Su Rong was really unwilling to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, almost speaking to Yang Ming with a pleading tone. "Let's put it this way, Dean Su, let's wait for them to cure my grandfather's disease first." Yang Ming actually didn't know how the system negotiated and communicated with the Mayo Medical Center side, nor did he know how long this team led by Steve would stay in Country Z, but the purpose of curing my grandfather's illness couldn't be put before the cart. Good. Thank you Mr. Yang for your understanding." Su Rong couldn't stop groveling like this, because the first and second in command of the county were waiting for his report to see if he could keep the people in Yulin County first, to benefit the people of Yulin. "Then we won't bother Mr. Yang and Mr. Steve." With that, he turned his head to the person next to him and said, "Vice Dean Xie, you take Director Yan and Xiao Bai and support Mr. Yang's needs at any time." The balding Vice Dean Xie nodded his head very knowingly, while Director Yan and Xiao Bai behind him were even more excited and in tears. Xiao Bai was the young doctor from yesterday. When Yang Ming told him yesterday, he still didn't believe it. He didn't expect the slap in the face to come so fast. "Dean, we will definitely cooperate with Vice President Xie, to be able to follow the medical team and do odd jobs next to them." In the eyes of these doctors, it was an exercise opportunity that they couldn't wait for. Looking at the envious eyes of each and everyone in the neighborhood, I felt how right he had chosen to pursue medicine in the first place. All right, all disperse. Security section chief, remember to channel the hospital crowd. Don't cause any impact to the medical team's work. Also, you contact the county welcome hotel. Let the medical team's experts stay in. The cost will all be paid by our hospital. The security section chief nodded and immediately went down to organize the personnel to disperse the masses, because now the whole hospital has even lost its foothold. The masses of Yulin County heard that the world's top doctors have come, but they still don't rush to see if they can mix up a specialist outpatient to see. Only Steve and Yang Ming's relatives were left in the hospital room. "You look at me, I look at you, cannot believe this fact. I didn't expect this white man to be such a powerful person. Even the dean personally greeted him. Doesn't that tell you something?" Tang Jin was already cowering in the corner shivering. She felt that her face was almost swollen from being smacked. At this time, Huang Lan and Yang Qiyuan pushed the door in and looked at the white people in the ward. Also very strange. So great uncle Huang Yukai and third uncle Huang Yude gave Huang Lan another account of what had just happened. "I said how the hospital is overcrowded. So it's my son who is the demon, Xiao Ming. In the future, don't make all these famous names. Just hire a general famous doctor. Don't even hire a doctor from M country. How much money will it cost?" Huang Lan's typical small county women's money-saving thinking prevailed once again. At this time, Xiao Bai, who was guarding the doorway, pushed open a doorway and said, "The dean said that old Mr. Huang Rinchuan's medical expenses have all been reduced." What? Huang Lan's eyes were wide open, as if trying to figure out if this was a dream. What should be paid should still be paid. "I'm not that bad. You go back and talk to the dean." Xiao Bai originally thought that Yang Ming would be happy, but he didn't realize that he didn't care at all, which is actually quite normal. If he can afford to hire such a powerful medical team, can he be poor in this amount of money? This matter really asked Yang Ming. Grandpa's medical expenses were much more expensive than hiring the Mayo Center's medical team. There was no comparison at all. "Steve, please help my grandpa look at it first." Steve nodded. So Yang Ming and the others stepped back to the side. Steve carefully examined Huang Rinchuan's body. Of course some instruments were sent over by his assistant. After about half an hour, Steve finally ended the whole diagnostic process and said to Yang Ming, "The blood vessels of your grandfather's heart have indeed become thin and brittle, but I have recently developed a new technique that can allow his blood vessels to regain 60% of their basic function within a week." "Great. Thanks so much. Don't say that. This is what I should do." Just as Yang Ming and Steve were communicating about Huang Rinchuan's condition in the First People's Hospital of Yulin County, the outside world began to be unsettled. Saying unsettled couldn't even describe the current medical circle. If he had to describe it, he could only use chaos to summarize it, and it was all chaotic. Chapter 76, I'm just a driver, second shift. Su Rong was sitting dryly in the dean's office. A few minutes ago, he received a call from the imperial capital, magic capital, Linan. The heads of various large hospitals called, saying that they were coming to visit and examine the First People's Hospital of Yulin County. Drunkenness. Su Rong first reported this matter to the leadership of the county. Leaders instructed to do a good job of reception. Especially the First People's Hospital in Yulin County must strengthen the hospital security force. Leaders a word, the following run through the legs. And each big city also sent their own expert group. They all hope to learn some of the world's top treatments under the Mayo medical team, which is also the purpose of this trip. Of course there are rules for selecting experts. After all, there are too many people who want to go, but people have limited reception capacity. So naturally the number of places is limited, and the number of experts in each hospital cannot be the same. This has led to the major hospitals between the fight. The chaos began. However, what circle has its own long-formed a set of corrective mechanism? The medical circle is no exception. Soon, the major hospitals in the chaos further expansion decisively reached an internal agreement, according to the size of the hospital and other conditions of the distribution of quotas, which stopped the greater chaos. No matter what, the chaos in the outside world was really not worth mentioning to Yang Ming. Of course Yang Ming wouldn't have thought that his small act of a spike would be able to stir up the deep-rooted medical system, and that the doctors would put up such a show in order to fight for the chance to learn from the Mayo experts. In the next few days, Su Rong kept coming to Yang Ming for everything, and finally Yang Ming was really annoyed before he said to Steve, "Steve, after curing my grandpa this time, will you guys go back to M country immediately, or will you stay in Z country for a while?" Steve pondered for a while and asked back, "Yang, isn't the service time this time 1 year?" Yang Ming already didn't know what to say. He was about to cry from his own stupidity. He should have known that when the system goes out, it's basically a long contract, and he would still doubt the system's ability. System Junior, the host still needs to give me a little more trust and confidence before doing so. Last time Yang Ming purchased legal services, Zhu Xingyan also said that it was a 1-year legal counseling service, and I didn't expect that this time, the medical service, it was also a 1-year service. Just so many people. It is difficult to do. Yang Ming is a little difficult. He cannot always take this team of 45 people to run around. Hey, hurt his brain. Just as Yang Ming was helplessly preparing to tell Steve to please return to M country earlier, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. Dean Su, Steve's team will serve me for a year in country Z. If the major hospitals are interested, they can contact me, and I will let Steve and their hospitals exchange for a period of time. The condition is that in the future, no matter if my loved ones are friends and I go to any of their hospitals for medical treatment, we must enjoy the VIP treatment, and as long as I have the need to do so, I can always recall Steve and the others. Su Rong then conveyed this message to the directors of the major hospitals in country Z, and of course the response was definitely okay. Which hospital doesn't have some VIP privileges? Besides, if people can invite experts from Mayo, they may not necessarily be able to look at their own hospitals in the future. So, after Steve finished operating on Huang Rinchuan, Yang Ming expressed his hope that they would be able to participate in the academic exchanges between hospitals in Z. Of course, Steve would not refuse his employer's request. He also had this idea, and now since all aspects are very compatible, it is not impossible to participate in the exchange activities between hospitals. The week passed quickly, and the people of Elmwood County were caught up in the topic of healthcare. When people meet each other, they will say, "Did you see the doctor today?" Why? Because there are many doctors wearing white coats in Yulin County now, and everyone can probably see a blanket of white as soon as they leave the house. Huang Rinchuan's cardiovascular recovery after surgery is very good, and Yang Ming's aunts and uncles, the past few days are also very good behavior, did not make any trouble. Everyone was just waiting for the old man to be discharged from the hospital. Xiao Ming, go home and get some warm clothes for Grandpa, seeing as the weather is getting colder and colder. Although Huang Lan loved her son very much, she was very unambiguous when it came to dispatching him. Oh, a few uncles were a little bit eager to speak. They understand in their hearts that their nephew is probably doing some great work in Magic City, but running errands for their own mom, Isn't that what a son of man should do? Compared to themselves, the gap between them and their nephews is not generally large. Yang Ming has been in the hospital for the past 2 days, so he let Zhang Fei find a place to live by himself, and then Yang Ming has not been minding him. Now that he needed to use a car, Yang Ming naturally could only call Zhang Fei, "Come to the hospital and pick me up. I need to go back to get something." "Okay, Director Yang." Zhang Fei's reply was still concise and clear, not a word of nonsense. This time in the car, Yang Ming heard the news about Ding Sheng real estate chairman He Xuanchuan disappearing from public view. This day in and day out, trying to give me as many problems as possible. No, after returning to Devil's capital this time, I have to go to that Dingxing Group's headquarters to take a look. Downstairs in the neighborhood, Zhang Fei was smoking a cigarette when a black sedan drove over from afar. When a brand new Honda sedan appeared beside Cayenne, Yang Ming was walking down from upstairs. "Hey man, this Porsche Cayenne of yours is nice." The one who drove the car was Lu Benben, who said he went to buy a car a few days ago, and he didn't expect to drive a new car so soon. "Smoking?" Lu Benben said curtly. Zhang Fei ignored him and pressed out the cigarette in his hand. It just so happened that Yang Ming also came downstairs, and at this time, Tan Yakin in the Honda got out just in time to see Yang Ming. "Yo, Xiao Ming is home ah?" "Yes, and Tan, my grandpa was hospitalized. I'm going to send some warm clothes." "Oh, why don't you let Ben give you a ride? Look at the car he just picked up today. 220,000 RMB. Not bad, right?" Yang Ming glanced at it. "It's not bad, the muscle lines and whatnot are really okay." But Yang Ming doesn't really believe in the quality of cars in R. When Lu Benben heard his mom ask him to send Yang Ming, he was clearly unhappy. Why send him? This is his own, just bought the baby bump, is used to attract beautiful women with. He believed that as long as he drove out, the image of a rich and handsome, except for the Cayenne, of course, because it is more beautiful, more temperament, but also more expensive. Lu Benben looked at the side of the Cayenne, unconsciously swallowed his saliva, as if a man to a woman that primitive desire. But he has no money. By this Honda sedan has been their own mom's family bottom to empty. Plus demolition money and relocation housing did not materialize. Recently can only be thrifty. "No, Aunt Tan, thank you for your kindness. I have a car. What are you polite for?" "Xiao Ming, let Ben send." "Send? You?" The more Tan Yakin said, the smaller her voice became, because she saw Yang Ming pull open the door of the Cayenne and sit in. Lu Ben was also dumbfounded at the sight. He was not at all convinced that Yang Ming could afford this car. That man must be Yang Ming's friend. Yes, that must be it. Lu Ben said with a smile after Zhang Fei got into the car. "This big brother is also friends with Yang Ming ah. I should have known that we should have gotten to know each other a bit. He and I have always been neighbors." Zhang Fei started the car and said to Yang Ming in the back, "Yan Dong, it's about to start. You sit tight." Then he saw Lu Benben still standing in front of the vehicle blocking the way and said, "Please make way." Then it seems as if he remembered something, then said, "Also, recognizing is not necessary. I'm just a driver."